I became a billionaire, but I was not happy. Since I was a child, and my father knew that his meager salary would not allow us to live a rich life. So his only hobby is buying lottery tickets, hoping that one day good luck will come and he will be able to find a wife for me and a good family for my sister. However, my father passed away unexpectedly, and I was caught off guard. That day, I followed the lottery numbers he left behind and placed additional bets with mixed feelings, thinking that if I could win the jackpot, I would fulfill my father's wish. Who knew that I really won? The millions of dollars in prize money made me a rich man from an ordinary rural youth. Luxury cars, luxury houses, and luxurious life appeared in front of me, and I could hardly believe it. However, the arrival of all this brought an indescribable sense of oppression. Money did not bring me the satisfaction I expected, but instead made me fall into deeper confusion. My father's last wish, my ideals, and my family's responsibilities suddenly became heavy. I thought wealth could change the trajectory of my life, but I found that I missed more important things. Wealth is not omnipotent, and I even began to doubt whether this money brought a scam that should not have happened. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. I am William. At this moment, the sky in the county is extremely heavy, with dark clouds pressing down on our heads like a giant beast. Thunder echoes in the clouds, as if foreshadowing an unavoidable storm. I sat on the steps in front of my house, staring blankly at the rice terraces in front of me. Although the rice looked vibrant in the sun, the heaviness in my heart made everything blurry. The wind grew stronger, blowing the rice in the paddy fields up and down like waves, and blowing the branches of several old trees nearby, causing them to sway in the wind. My hair was messed up by the wind and felt a little greasy, as if the wind was not only going to blow away everything, but also my thoughts. I sat there quietly, my eyes were full of bloodshot, and the corners of my eyes were a little wet. The depression made me feel numb and exhausted. In the past 3 months, my father's condition worsened. Although he insisted on seeking medical treatment everywhere, he still could not escape the shadow of death. Today, my father was finally sent to the cemetery. As the only son, I took on all the arrangements for the funeral. Friends and relatives left, but I still sat here alone, without even a cry. I felt extremely empty in my heart, because from now on, I would no longer have a father. During the funeral and the busy days, I did not show much emotion about my father's death. It was not until the crowd dispersed that I had time to calm down and vent the emotions that had been pent up in my heart for the past few days. The wind continued to blow violently, and the trees swayed in the wind, making a low sound. I took a deep breath, and the tears in the corners of my eyes were dried by the wind, but I could still feel the heaviness in my chest. There were soft footsteps behind me, and a middle-aged woman slowly approached. I knew it was my mother. "Big brother, it's gonna rain. Go back first. Your sister has already prepared dinner." Her voice was gentle, but a little choked. "I know, Mom," I replied, wiped the tears from the corners of my eyes, stood up, and helped my mother walk into the house. My mother's eyes were bloodshot, and her face was covered with tears, but she still tried her best to suppress her sadness. "You've been through these few days. Thank you for your hard work." She patted the back of my hand, her voice full of concern. "Mom, don't be too sad. Take care of yourself. Dad is gone, but you still have us." I forced a smile to comfort her. "My sister and I will be filial to you in the future." "I know." The mother lowered her head and said softly, "Your father's greatest wish before he died was to see you get married and have children. Although he can't see it anymore, I will watch you get married for him and watch your sister grow up for him." "Mom, you will see all of this," I answered softly. At this time, Dora's voice came from the room. "Brother, Mom, come eat." Her voice was choked with sobs and tears in her eyes. It was obvious that she was also enduring pain. I helped my mother into the house and sat on the sofa. The table was already set with food. The simple home-cooked food made me feel warm. Although Dora had tears on her face, she still tried her best to stay calm. "Eat." I took the chopsticks and said to Dora, "Little sister, don't be too sad." Dora forced a smile, chewed the food in her mouth, and said with a bit of mischief, "Brother, didn't you cry too? Look at your face." Huh. I forced a smile, picked up a piece of mutton and put it in Dora's bowl, and picked up another piece and put it in my mother's bowl. It was the wind outside that blew me away. I pointed out the window and said with a smile, "Listen to how strong the wind was. It almost blew me away." Dora curled her lips and said, "With your physique, You can't even withstand an 18-level typhoon, right? I smiled and continued to tease. With your small body, you might get blown away as soon as you go out. You have to eat more meat and grow stronger. I don't want to eat fatty food. Dora refused with a smile and turned to her mother. Mom, my brother bullied me again. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became much more relaxed, as if even the heavy sadness was dispelled a little. Outside, the sound of rain gradually increased, pouring down as if to wash away all the troubles. Mother looked at my brother and I bickering, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. You two should eat well. You are so old, but you're still like children. She swallowed the food in her mouth and turned to me. Can't you be more considerate of your sister? She has been complaining about you every day since she was a child. I continued to joke. Isn't this just caring about her? I love her. I picked up another piece of mutton and gave it to my mother. Mom, eat more. Just as we were relaxing a little, the rain was still pouring down, but the warmth of home and the laughter of my brothers and sisters made me temporarily forget the wind and rain outside. The next morning, sunlight poured into the house through the window, and the air was filled with a fresh scent. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard sporadic barking of dogs and chirping of birds outside. The sunlight was dazzling, so I shielded my eyes with my arms and slowly adapted to the strong light. After getting up, I smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen. My mother had already gotten up to cook. Mom, why are you up so early? I asked. Go wake up your sister. My mother replied calmly and continued to work. I turned to call Dora, and suddenly, my mother stopped me and said, Wait a minute. She took out a lottery ticket from her pocket and handed it to me. Here is this. I took the lottery ticket and looked at the numbers on it. I couldn't help wondering, Mom, what's wrong with this lottery ticket? This is your father's legacy. Mother said he used to buy lottery tickets, and this is his last one. I looked down at the lottery ticket and suddenly felt a little emotional. Dad once said that if he won the lottery, he would take me on a trip to see the sea. Mother smiled and took out a gold necklace from her chest. This is what he bought for me when he won the lottery. I felt a pang in my heart and took the lottery ticket. I'll go and cash it in. I walked into a lottery shop, handed the lottery ticket to the owner, and said, Boss, please cash this ticket. Okay. The owner agreed, took the lottery ticket, and put it into the ticket inspection slot. No, continue. I was stunned for a moment and thought to myself, Dad, since this is the last lottery ticket you bought before you died, I will buy another one for you. Then I said to the lottery shop owner, Continue with this number 100 times additional. Chapter 2. The owner of the lottery shop looked at my departing figure with a look of disdain on his face. He laughed at me and said, You think you can predict the future? You're even betting 100 times more. It's impossible for someone like you to win. What are you talking about? At this time, a man in a white t-shirt walked in and greeted him with a smile. Oh, you're here. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, the lottery shop owner immediately greeted him warmly. I have to tell you a joke. What a joke, the t-shirt man laughed. The lottery shop owner laughed softly and said, Just now a guy came in with a lotto ticket and asked for a 100-fold increase. This is too bold. The t-shirt man was surprised. Who is so good at this? I don't know him either. He seems to be a novice. The lottery shop owner shook his head and added with a smile, He doesn't look very experienced. Do you think a novice can be lucky? The t-shirt man joked with a smile, but maybe he will really win the prize. No way, the lottery shop owner sneered. If he really wins the prize, I will eat shit to show you. Haha, then I really hope he wins the lottery, mainly because I want to see you eat shit. The t-shirt man laughed and teased. You are really a weirdo, the lottery shop owner said with a smile. Would you like to win the lottery too? It was already past 4 in the afternoon when I got home. The weather was clear and the sun shone through the windows, illuminating the empty house. When I got home, I found the door closed and no one seemed to be in the house. Where are all the people? I muttered to myself. When I was about to take out my key to open the door, I found that there was nothing in my pocket. Oh no, I forgot to bring my key. I whispered in frustration. Just as I took out my phone to call my sister Dora, there was a noise from the upstairs window. I looked up and saw Dora sticking half her head out. Second brother, you are home. I shouted. I am here. I am packing my things for school. Dora replied. Then come down and open the door. I forgot to bring my key. I said, Okay, I'll be right there. Dora agreed, closed the window, and disappeared from sight. A moment later, the door opened, and Dora appeared at the door. Why are you packing? I asked. Are you going back today? I have class tomorrow, and I have to go at 8 a.m., so I'm going back tonight. Her voice was calm, but I could hear the sadness in it. I didn't continue asking, but asked with concern, Didn't you take a week off? Do you want to rest for a few more days? No, I'd better go back tonight. She shook her head. Have you packed it? Do you want my help? I continued to ask. Almost done, but it's a little heavy. You have to help me move it down. She replied. Okay. I hurried to follow. Also, if you give me a ride tonight, I won't need to book a ride. Dora said. No problem. I agreed, feeling a little confused. Dora didn't look right. Suddenly, Dora stopped, turned around, threw herself in my arms, and burst into tears. Brother, I don't have a dad anymore. Her words were filled with strong emotions, and her voice was choked with sobs. When I went to bed last night, I dreamed of my father. In the dream, he told me to eat on time, not to lose weight, and not to eat snacks all the time. He also told me to put on more clothes when it's cold, not to stay up late, and to take care of myself. Her voice was choked with sobs, and she felt even sadder. He was worried about me in my dreams and told me to take good care of myself. But when I woke up, I felt really uncomfortable. Brother, I miss Dad so much. I patted her back gently, stroked her hair with my other hand, and whispered to comfort her. Second child, although Daddy is gone, you still have me and Mom. I know, brother. I know that Dad definitely doesn't want to see me cry. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and continued. He definitely wants to see me happy, not miss him all day and become sick with sadness. Her smile was carefree, as if she was trying to wipe away the sadness from her heart. So, I plan to go back to school early and stay away from these places that make me miss my dad. I stroked her hair gently and said softly, well, go ahead, go back and adjust yourself. Not only does Daddy not want to see you cry, Mommy doesn't want to see it either. Such a beautiful and sunny girl in my family shouldn't be crying all day long. I continue to comfort her. Although Dad is gone, you still have me and Mom at home, and we will be with you. Dad in heaven wouldn't want to see us frowning all day because of his departure. I continued, so we all have to live happily and happily. Brother, don't say that. I've grown up too. Dora smiled and pushed me away, crying and laughing at the same time. I'm no longer the child who only knows how to cry. She has grown up. I chuckled. The second child in our family is already a big girl. Where's Mom? I suddenly asked. Mom was called away by Annie just now. Dora answered. Chapter 3. There is a huge walnut tree in our backyard. Its trunk is so thick that it takes 2 people to hug it. On sunny days, the tree canopy is like a giant umbrella covering most of the sky. The sun shines through the gaps between the leaves and onto the ground, leaving spots of light. When the breeze blows, the spots of light dance briskly as if they have life. Under the tree, 6 stone benches are arranged in a circle with a rectangular stone slab in the middle, supporting it steadily. The stone benches and slabs are as smooth as mirrors, as if polished by years, reflecting the sunlight leaking through the leaves. They are quietly waiting for someone to sit down and enjoy the warm sunshine. At this time, my mother and a woman of similar age came over, laughing and chatting. The woman was Annie, as Dora called her. Her real name was Chun Jongfen. Our family had always had a good relationship with her family, and we often visited each other. Sister Chun, thank you, and Brother Chong for helping us so much these days, running around. The mother looked at her with gratitude in her tone. Annie waved her hand and said with a smile, we are all neighbors. No need to be polite. We should all help Chongrue brother, as we are all from the same village. She patted her mother's shoulder and continued. Now that he's gone, you have to cheer up. Your children are grown up now, so you don't have to worry too much. You should enjoy your life in the days ahead. Mother smiled, but her smile was bitter. Sister Chun, why did you ask me out today? Is there something? She lowered her head slightly and looked at Annie, as if she had a premonition, and hesitated, looking a little embarrassed. I know it's not the right time to talk to you about paying back the money, she whispered. Because of my father's illness, the cost of treatment was really huge, so my mother and I borrowed a lot of money from everywhere, and the amount of the loan was close to 500,000 yuan. Annie and her husband Zhang Jiqiang also lent us 80,000 yuan. Annie sighed. Minghui and his girlfriend are planning to get married at the end of the year, and the girl requires him to have a suite in the county town as a condition for marriage. She paused and glanced at her mother. The 80,000 yuan was originally intended for the down payment, but we thought that Brother Chongrue needed the money urgently, so we lent it to you first. The mother nodded, showing her understanding. It's only right, you helped us. She then asked, when will we pay the down payment? The deposit was paid on March 18th, Annie said with a smile. The agreement states that the down payment must be paid within 2 months. Today is May 15th, so there are only 3 days left. I'll prepare the money in the next 2 days, the mother replied. Although the family was in some difficulties, they received a lot of donations from relatives and friends after the funeral. Although they were able to pay back the money, the pressure on the family was still heavy. At the same time, Dora and I welcomed a relative to our home. She was my mother's sister, Kelly. I invited her into the living room, poured her a cup of tea, and said with a smile, "Auntie, have some tea." Kelly glanced at me and smiled. "Making tea is so troublesome. Can't you just pour a glass of water?" She waved her hand, as if she thought it didn't need to be so particular. "You are the elder after all." I smiled and repeated the action, picked up the tea leaves again, brewed a cup of tea, and handed it to her. "Otherwise, my mother will beat me when she comes back." Kelly laughed. "You are 20 years old. Why are you still afraid of your mother? If my mother could catch up with me, I would be beaten every day," I said with a smile and responded easily after sitting down. She smiled and shook her head. "Your mother is really fierce." Then she picked up the teacup and blew gently, as if she was reminiscing about her childhood. "I was also beaten by your mother when I was a child." I was a little curious and asked, "Fight? What happened?" Kelly smiled and recalled. "At that time, I had a fight with your mother. I was younger than her, so I naturally couldn't beat her. I ended up crying and went to your uncle to complain. My uncle was such a coward at that time that neither of my two younger sisters dared to offend him." She said with some emotion in her eyes, "In the end, I was beaten by your mother and then by my grandmother with a bamboo stick." I pretended not to know and asked with a smile, "What was the result?" "The result was that your grandmother didn't spoil us. Almost all three of us were beaten by her since we were young." Kelly smiled and shook his head. "Your mother is really rude." "Haha, Grandma doesn't spoil you." I smiled, trying to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. "Is your mother not at home?" she suddenly asked, changing the subject. At this time, I realized that my mother seemed to be away. "She was called away by Annie just now," Dora replied. Chapter 4. Dora came out of the kitchen with a smile, carrying a plate of washed plums, and placed it in the middle of the table. "Aunt, try these plums freshly picked from our own tree," she said with a gentle light in her eyes. "Second brother, you are getting more and more beautiful." Kelly picked up a plum and took a bite. The flesh was crispy. Then he chewed and said, crisp and sweet. "The plums this year are really delicious." She put the core on the table and added with a smile, "Big brother, pick some for me and bring them back for your uncle to taste." "Okay." I picked up a plum and stuffed the whole plum directly into my mouth. My mouth was bulging and I replied incoherently, "Well, it's delicious." Kelly turned to Dora while eating plums. "What are your mother and Annie doing?" There was a hint of doubt in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. "I don't know either," Dora replied indifferently. Kelly frowned slightly, probably thinking, "Is she here to borrow money again like me?" I knew what she was thinking. After all, I knew she was borrowing money. Kelly's business was once thriving, but her gambling habit gradually led her astray. Every time she borrowed money from others, she used the excuse of not having enough money to make ends meet, and eventually lost all the money she borrowed. My mother and uncle had already lost their trust in her, so I'd already guessed the purpose of her visit. After all, my father's funeral received a lot of gifts, and these things were not a secret in the family. I took a sip of tea from the cup and asked calmly, "Aunt San, what do you want to talk to my mother about?" Kelly obviously didn't expect me to ask her directly. She smiled and asked, "Boss, how much was the gift money?" There was some tentativeness in her tone. "Sure enough, you're after the gift money." I felt a little dissatisfied. My father had just passed away, and she actually asked me this. This made me wonder if all gambling addicts are like this, with no scruples in front of family affection. Dora also noticed the implication of her words and gave her a look of slight disdain, but she said nothing. She continued to eat the plums, as if she didn't want to say anything more. I don't know either." I picked up the teacup and hid the anger in my heart. My mother is in charge of these things. I never asked her, and she never told me. "You have to have 100,000 yuan, right?" Kelly continued to ask. "Boss, how about you talk to your mom and ask her to lend me 80,000 yuan first? When the money turns around next month, I will pay you back all the money I owe you." "I'll tell my mother." I didn't give a clear answer, but just responded lightly. Although she was sincere, I knew that neither my mother nor I would lend her money again. She was no longer trustworthy. "So, when will your mother come back?" Kelly seemed to see what I was thinking and changed the subject. "I'll wait until she comes back and tell me in person." "I don't know about that either." I replied casually, "Aunt, let me pick some plums for you first. It's dark now, so it's not safe to pick plums." I turned to Dora and said, "Second sister, bring the basket here." and let's go pick some plums together. Okay, Dora responded and took the remaining plums to the kitchen to get the basket. Please sit down for a while, Annie. I stood up and said with a smile, I'm going to pick plums. We can leave after dinner. Kelly didn't agree directly, but she obviously heard the hidden meaning in my words. Her face changed. She snorted coldly and then sneered, How cold-hearted. You won't help me even if you have money. She started to rummage through the house while mumbling, obviously trying to find something. After a while, she didn't find anything. Her face became uglier, and finally she snorted, stood up, and left. Dora and I walked to the plum tree, but we didn't start picking the plums right away. I took out my cell phone and called my mother. Mom, where are you? Under the walnut tree. I heard my mother's voice. What's wrong? My aunt is here. Don't go home yet. I looked at the movement in the distance and felt a little uneasy. She's here to borrow money, right? Mothers seem to have a premonition. It seems that you understand my aunt's thoughts. I smiled, and Dora nodded in agreement. I'm going to Annie's house. Call me after she leaves. The mother didn't say anything more and quickly hung up the phone. My mom also stays away from this aunt. I handed the phone to Dora, took the basket from her hand, and said with a smile, Based on her personality, I guess she will leave as soon as we come back. She asked you for plums just now. Dora frowned and asked, I'll take them back to school for your roommates to try. I smiled and took the basket. Dora and I returned home with a basket full of plums. Kelly was nowhere to be seen, as I expected. I put the plums on a bench, picked up one, wiped it, and put it in my mouth, and delicious. I said, turning to Dora, These plums are all yours. Take them back to school. You still want to eat them? Dora glared at me dissatisfiedly. Hey, just eat one. I explained with a smile. You've been picking plums for so long, it's okay to eat one. Well, since you've worked so hard picking plums, I'll give you this one, Dora said with a helpless smile on her face. I flicked her forehead gently. You eat so much, but you still don't care about me. Go cook. Dora called her mother and turned around with the basket ready to leave. I looked at the messy scene in the house and sighed. It's really hopeless. Chapter 5. The sunset in May coincides with dinner time. The orange-yellow sunlight shines into the house through the windows, dotted on the floor and the dining table. The sun slowly sets, the orange afterglow gradually turns red, and finally disappears in a touch of lavender. The remaining warmth of the sunset sprinkles into the house, and the whole room is dyed with warm colors. People started preparing dinner, and the aroma came from the kitchen. I put a few side dishes on the table one by one. Cold cucumber salad, shredded potatoes with green peppers, stir-fried lean meat with green peppers, tofu and cabbage soup, and a small bowl of undisturbed dipping sauce, with minced garlic, chicken essence, salt, chopped green onions, and chili pepper powder stacked together. It's time to eat, I shouted, holding the rice cooker and 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks in my hand. I put the rice cooker and the bowls and chopsticks down steadily, pressed the button of the rice cooker, and the lid suddenly popped open, and the aroma of steaming rice filled the air. I haven't eaten my brother's cooking for a long time. Dora walked into the house with a smile. Looking at the dishes on the table, she showed an expression that there were indeed potatoes, my brother's specialty, shredded green peppers and potatoes. Who told your brother to like eating potatoes? Mother followed Dora into the house and sat down in a random place. I just put the prepared rice in front of her. I then served the second bowl of rice, placed it in front of Dora, and said with a smile, You don't have to eat if you're tired of it. How is that possible? It's so delicious. I missed it all the time at school. Dora picked up the shredded potatoes and swallowed them in one gulp. It still tastes the same. It's delicious. Then eat more. I smiled. Have you packed your luggage? If you have, I'll take you back to school. Not much, just a few sets of clothes and a summer quilt. Dora swallowed her food and said, And the basket of plums you picked. Don't forget your ID and charger. Last time you didn't bring your ID, I had to find it and send it to you. I turned to my mother and said, Mom, Annie is here to see you today. Your father borrowed 80,000 yuan from her family for medical treatment. The mother put some tofu into the dipping sauce and continued. Her son has a girlfriend, and the girl requires that she owns a house. That 80,000 was for the down payment on my son's house. Your Annie and Uncle Zhang lent it to us without hesitation. Although your father couldn't be saved, this kindness cannot be forgotten. I nodded and continued to eat without saying anything. My mother swallowed her tofu and continued. Annie said that she paid a deposit 2 months ago and must pay the down payment in 3 days, otherwise the house will be bought by someone else. She said that you can pay her back first with the money from your father's funeral. Okay, I nodded. Annie's family has a good relationship with us. Pay her back first, and we can deal with the rest later. After the sun sets, the sky gradually darkens. A crescent moon hangs on the top of the mountain. The outline of the distant mountains is vaguely visible, and the stars are scattered in the night sky with a little light. A curving highway, like a giant dragon, stretched into a tunnel on the mountainside. A beam of light shot out of the tunnel, and a white car rushed out, speeding in the other direction. Jay Chow's nunchucks was playing in the car. I was concentrating on driving, occasionally looking down at the rearview mirror and humming a few vague lyrics. Dora ate plums while flipping through her phone. Your song is not good. Let's change to mine. Why is it not good? This is a classic, and the lyrics are full of positive energy, especially the sign of the sick man of East Asia has been kicked away by me, which is full of patriotism. The lyrics are good, but I don't like the style. Dora ate the remaining plums and flipped through her phone. Play this. It's nice and patriotic. What song? I asked. We were driving very fast and couldn't be distracted. Wang Liang. As soon as Dora finished speaking, the majestic prelude sounded. Soon a deep male voice sounded. Oh, 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 oh. I will start writing about this country. It sounds nice, right? Dora hummed along. This capital, the central axis. I concentrated on driving. How many plums did you eat? They are very cold in nature, so don't eat too much. The last one. Dora smiled and said, Do you want some? And handed me a plum. I tilted my head and ate it, saying, You are sensible. The moon rose higher and pulled away from the mountain. I was driving on the highway and soon disappeared in the distance. The stars in the sky hung quietly in the night sky. Chapter 6. Bang. I slammed the trunk open, revealing a pink suitcase and a clear plastic bag filled with green plums. I took out the suitcase easily, put it on the ground, picked up the bag of plums, and closed the trunk. Dora picked up the red and white school bag from the back row, put it on her back, and walked over to me, saying with a smile, I'll push the suitcase, and you carry the plums for me. You picked something light. I pouted. This thing is really heavy. Your school doesn't allow cars to enter, so you have to carry it to the dormitory, which is 1 or 2 kilometers away. Yes, it seems a bit far. Dora patted her head, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Why not put the plums on the suitcase? I nodded and put the plums on the suitcase. My second child is really smart. Who said you were stupid? Dora laughed. I turned serious and said, Then I won't take you there. You go in by yourself. I turned around and walked towards the driver's seat. Brother, Dora quickly grabbed my arm. I was wrong. You are the smartest. That's better. I smiled, pushed the suitcase again, and held the bag of plums. Let's go. Dora stuck out her tongue, muttered softly, and quickly followed my pace. As night falls and the lights come on, the light softly shines on the campus roads. Under the dim lights, the ginkgo trees stand tall, and the breeze blows, making rustling sounds on the branches and leaves as if telling their stories. A yellow leaf floated down from the treetop, dancing like a butterfly, slowly falling with the wind, and finally lying quietly under the ginkgo tree. I pushed the suitcase over a leaf and stepped on it. Along the way, I looked around and smiled at Dora. There are many beautiful girls in your school. Of course. Dora smiled and said, Why? Who do you like? Do you want me to get their WeChat number for you? I like them all. Come all. I said as I looked around. You're rolling your eyes around. Aren't you afraid that I'll report you to Sister Jing? She said in a threatening tone. We broke up. I smiled and replied. My tone was steady, but I unconsciously retracted my gaze that was looking around. Break up? Dora seemed surprised. No wonder you two seemed weird at Dad's funeral. She asked, When did you break up? Weren't you in a good relationship? Oh, never mind. I sighed, suppressing the discomfort. Why don't you introduce me to someone in your school? Dora smiled and looked around, saying mischievously, If you see someone you like, point it out to me. I'll go get him right away. I said, Everyone wants it. TSK. She curled her lips. Can you control it? I laughed. Then don't worry about it. It's true that all men are bad. She quickly walked in front of me. This woman is like the weather. She changes at any time. I muttered to myself. Just as I finished speaking, a loud rumble came from the sky. I looked up and found that the moon and stars had disappeared. The night was getting darker and the wind was chilly. I shook my head and whispered, The weather is like a woman. It changes in an instant. I quickened my pace and followed closely behind Dora. In front of dormitory building number 3, a girl in a white long skirt stood on the steps, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, playing Candy Crush on her mobile phone. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the girl shivered in fear and almost dropped her phone. She quickly grabbed it and looked up. It's going to rain again. Where's Dora? She turned off the game and called Dora. Hello. Where are you? I'll be there soon. Dora's impatient voice came from the phone. The sound of rain was getting louder and louder. Everyone quickened their pace, and the thunder was deafening. The girl waited for a few minutes and finally saw Dora jogging towards her in the crowd. Behind her was me, pushing the suitcase in one hand and holding the bag of plums in the other, following her pace. Dora's trot looked elegant, while I looked a little embarrassed. That must be Dora's brother. The girl giggled. As we approached, Dora saw the girl at the dormitory door and ran, waving and shouting, Nancy. Nancy came down and smiled and said, Dora, if you stay a little longer, the rain will stop. Oh no, Dora complained. The guard wouldn't let the car in, so I walked 2 kilometers. She turned around, pointed at me, and introduced me. This is my brother. Then she turned to me. This is Nancy, my roommate and best friend. Dora leaned close to my ear and whispered, Isn't she beautiful? Do you want me to introduce her to you? I looked up at Nancy, who was wearing a white dress with long hair draped over her shoulders and had a fresh and refined temperament. What are you guys whispering about? Nancy walked up, hooked her arm around Dora's, and said to me with a smile, Hello. Hello. I smiled. I've heard from the second child that she is a very beautiful best friend, and she's really as beautiful as a fairy. Nancy smiled and glanced at Dora again. Does she always praise me like this? More than that. I continued. She also praised your natural beauty, which is so beautiful that it can make fish sink to the bottom of the water, geese fall to the ground, the moon hide in shame, and flowers blush like a lotus emerging from the water, and a beauty that can overwhelm the whole country. Why do you have so many words? Dora interrupted. I never noticed you were so talkative. Nancy smiled softly and patted Dora's shoulder. I think your brother is right. Dora pretended to be angry. You two can get along so well on our first meeting. I'm leaving. Ha! I smiled. It's going to rain soon. Let's go upstairs. I handed the bag of plums to Dora and said, It's a bit heavy. You carry it. This is indeed your brother. Nancy whispered to Dora and took the suitcase. Go back slowly. Dora carried the bag with some effort. Bye. Bye. Nancy waved and pushed the suitcase to catch up with Dora. I watched them disappear before turning around and walking back. Chapter 7. Thunder roared and the wind howled. I quickened my pace and walked towards the school gate. Suddenly, I felt a slight sense of weight on my shoulder. I looked up and saw raindrops falling from the sky, hitting the ground and splashing water. It's over. It's raining heavily. I thought to myself, and hurriedly quickened my pace and ran. Soon, the rain poured down. When I got back to the car, I was soaked and in a mess. The phone suddenly rang. Hello. I picked up the phone. Brother, are you wet in the rain? Dora's concerned voice came from the phone. A little wet, it's okay, I said while tearing open the tissue to wipe the rain off my face. It's raining so hard. Why don't you go back tonight? It's not safe to drive on the road, she said with some worry. Okay. I continued to wipe my face. My hair was also soaked and water drops flowed through my hair. I'll find a hotel to stay for one night and go back tomorrow. It was raining heavily outside, the rain hitting the street, splashing water, and flowing into a stream along the street. I wrapped myself in a bath towel and blew my wet hair with a hairdryer. After drying it, I lay on the bed, pulled the quilt over my lower body, picked up my phone and started playing. It's already past 10 o'clock. I muttered to myself, and then thought, the lottery draw has begun. Let me check. I opened the webpage to check today's lottery information. Looking at the numbers on the webpage, I was stunned for a moment, and I felt that these numbers were particularly familiar. Is it the set of numbers my father left behind? I thought silently, recalling today's lottery numbers. Gradually, the two sets of numbers in my mind seemed to overlap. Did I win? I couldn't believe it and was full of doubts. Where's the ticket? I searched frantically, rushed to the sofa, and began to check my pockets one by one, but found nothing. Where did I put it? I suddenly remembered, in the car. I quickly tore off the towel, put on my wet clothes, picked up my phone, and rushed out. A few seconds later, I hurried back to the room, pulled out the room card, closed the door, and rushed out again. The rain hit the roof and the glass fiercely, and the crackling sound was endless. I ran to the car in the rain, opened the door, and sat down, ignoring the rain all over my head, and started to search. Found it. I found a lottery ticket in the storage box on the center console and quickly checked the winning numbers on my phone. The red numbers, 3, 18, 19, 24, 31, all the same. The blue numbers, 8 and 11, also the same. Huh. I couldn't help but shout out excitedly. My hands trembled even more violently. My eyes were fixed on the phone and lottery ticket, checking them over and over again. After checking and rechecking, I felt as if I had lost all my strength. I sat slumped in the car, smiling at something that looked silly or crazy, and kept muttering 100 times, 100 times. Ha ha! I laughed wildly and suddenly shouted, 100 times! Then my laughter gradually became choked with sobs. Dad, is this what you left for us? Dad, I whispered, and the scene before my father's death came to my mind. At that time, my father was lying weakly on the hospital bed. His face was full of wrinkles and white hair. He looked extremely haggard, and there were several medical tubes inserted into his body. My father looked at me with a complex expression, full of doting, reluctance, guilt, and regret. He sighed and said softly, Son, I can't make it through this. I spent so much money and went to so many hospitals, but I still can't survive, and I'm left with so many burdens. Dad, don't say that. Tears welled up in my eyes. The doctor said there is still hope. My father coughed twice and smiled weakly. The doctor was just trying to fool you. I know my body. I probably only have 2 days left. He paused for a moment and continued. After I'm gone, the house will be handed over to you. You have to take good care of your mother and your sister. Dad, outside the car, the rain was still hitting the glass. I was still sitting in the driver's seat, smiling with tears in my eyes. I will take good care of my mother and sister, I will. The rain outside the car gradually subsided, and the lights in the night became brighter. I didn't know how long I sat there, but finally I calmed down. I secretly calculated in my mind. The minimum first prize of the lottery is 5 million, and the additional prize is 9 million. 100 times, the lowest is 900 million. After deducting taxes, the remaining amount is 780 million. I couldn't help but get excited. It was too much. How many lifetimes would it take for an ordinary person to earn 700 million? However, I forced myself to calm down. Don't tell anyone about this for now, including my mom and my second son. It's not that I don't trust them, but it's a windfall, so you have to be careful. It's always better to be cautious than to show off your wealth. Chapter 8. The drizzle in Jinyang County fell, and the humidity on the streets spread, as if the whole city was covered by a layer of soft gauze. I walked into the lottery shop, but my heart was filled with indescribable excitement. Standing in front of the counter, I felt an indescribable suspense. Can today's winning numbers change my fate? The lottery shop owner's eyes swept across the mobile phone screen, and when the lottery information of the lotto appeared, he was stunned for a moment. At that moment, his mouth opened wide, and his eyes bulged like bells. Oh my goodness, 100 additional bets for the first prize, starting at 1 billion. He suddenly thought of me. My clumsy look at that time made him feel that he had missed an opportunity. He gritted his teeth and cursed himself a few times. Why didn't I buy it too? I'm so stupid. I nervously put the lottery ticket into the center console of the car, fearing that I would lose the lucky piece of paper. The rain outside the car had begun to subside, but I was still soaking wet, and my mind was full of how to deal with this windfall after winning the lottery. Back at the hotel, I took a shower, blew my wet hair dry, and tried to dry my clothes. Although I pretended to be calm, I was still very excited. How much is the prize? How do I claim it? I started looking through my phone to find out the relevant procedures for claiming the prize, and I couldn't help but feel a mixture of nervousness and excitement. As I looked through the ID cards and bank cards I needed to bring, I imagined the changes that the money might bring. But the more I thought about it, the faster my heartbeat became. I couldn't fall asleep, and my mind was full of thoughts about how to spend the bonus and what to do with it. The next day, the sun was shining and the air was fresh, which seemed to give some kind of encouragement to my decision today. I wore a black cap, a mask covering most of my face, leaving only my eyes exposed, and loose casual clothes that didn't fit me well, and walked into the Provincial Sports Lottery Center in a low-key manner. When I entered the lobby, I saw Chon Jejia at the front desk, checking the winning information out of boredom. Her name flashed on the work badge on her chest. When she saw the winning information, her eyes froze instantly. 100 first prizes, 1.2 billion. Just as she was about to take a closer look, I appeared in her sight. She instinctively wanted to give me a polite smile, but when she saw me dressed in all black, she couldn't help but wonder, this guy looks like a robber. Why is he dressed like this? I walked to the counter and said calmly, I'm here to claim a prize. Please show your ID card and the winning lottery ticket. Chun Jejia was still smiling, but her tone was subtly nervous. I took out the lottery ticket and ID card from my pocket and handed them over. I was not worried about anything because there were cameras here and everything could be monitored. She took the original lottery ticket, and her eyes were fixed on the line of 50 numbers. After seeing it clearly, her eyes widened, and her expression instantly became shocked. You, the 1.2 billion one, did you win? I nodded, feeling nervous. After all, even though I won the prize, it was still full of unknowns. Shun Jejia began to deal with the prize redemption procedures, while I waited quietly. She occasionally stole a glance at me, her eyes full of surprise. After completing the formalities, I hurriedly walked out of the sports lottery center with a prize check. Although everything went well, I didn't want to expose this shocking secret. I made up a simple excuse to fool people. After all, the emotions and stories behind the money were too complicated, especially the one about my father's past. As for the donation, I donated tens of millions without hesitation. Although it seems insignificant compared to the amount of the bonus, it is still an unimaginable number. For ordinary people, it is simply a lifetime of wealth. After leaving the sports lottery center, I slowly walked to a nearby bank, thinking about how to safely store these bonuses and keep a low profile. Although there are various deposit privileges circulating on the internet, I know that the more low-key this matter is, the better. After entering the bank, I walked straight to the queue area. Although I tried to keep a low profile, everyone couldn't help but look at me a few more times, perhaps because I was dressed in all black, which made me stand out. The bank security guard also noticed me and stared at me as I walked to the counter, his eyes alert, as if he was afraid that I would do something unusual. Finally, I was called in to handle my business. My heart was still beating fast, and I knew that everything in my life would change because of this. Chapter 9. I walked to counter 3, my heart pounding, holding the check and ID tightly in my hands. When the teller called me, I came to my senses, confirmed the number, and walked forward. Hello, what can I do for you? The teller asked with a smile. I was a little nervous and my mind was in a mess. Check cashing. I handed her all the documents in my hand. The teller took the check and saw the amount. Her expression froze for a moment, and she was obviously shocked. Okay, please wait a moment. She quickly packed her things and seemed a little flustered. I was stunned and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Can it be done? Sorry, yes, we can do it. She regained her composure a little, turned around, and left to report. It was obvious that the amount was too large and beyond her ability to handle. I sat there, trying to calm myself down. The black mask hid my expression, but the uneasiness in my heart could not be eliminated. Soon, a man in a neat suit finally came up to me. He bowed slightly and said politely, "Hello, Mr. William. I am the bank president, Lu Song. Your cash amount is too large. You can enjoy the VIP service of our bank. May I ask?" I interrupted him. "Forget it. I'm in a hurry. Just give me the money first, and we can talk about the rest later." Lu Song was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll get it done as soon as possible. Wait a moment." He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to me. "This is my business card. You can contact me at any time for any banking business." I took the card and simply thanked him. "Sorry for the trouble." I lowered my head, still thinking about how to solve this matter as soon as possible. After a while, the teller handed me a note. "Mr. William, please sign here." I looked down, quickly signed my name, and handed it back. Then the teller smiled and asked, "Your cashing is complete. Do you need any other help?" "No." Briefly. After handing me my ID and bank card, the teller reminded me, "Your money will be in your account within a few minutes. The daily transfer limit is no more than 100 million yuan, and the single transaction limit is no more than 10 million yuan. Thank you." I took the things and turned to leave the bank. When I got in the car, my phone notified me of the arrival of 960 million yuan. Seeing that number, my heart beat faster and I could hardly control my emotions. Calm down, calm down. I kept reminding myself, but I couldn't suppress my excitement. My laughter echoed in the car, and people in cars on the street began to look at me curiously. Ha ha! I couldn't help laughing, and it took me half a minute to calm down. Every time I refreshed my account balance, I felt an indescribable excitement. Okay, calm down. I looked at the 9-digit number in the account again, felt a little more relaxed, and prepared to start the car. The sky was blue, with a few white clouds floating in the air, and the world outside the car window seemed less important. I drove home and thought about my next steps. The first thing is to keep it a secret. No one can know, especially family members. I secretly made up my mind not to tell my mother and sister. Second, how to use the money reasonably. I plan to deposit part of it into a regular deposit, keep part for pocket money, and pay off my debts, but I can't rush to pay it off to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Third, quit your job. I know that I will quit sooner or later, but I have to find the right reason and opportunity. Although I had made these decisions in my mind, I still had to be careful and make sure everything was safe when facing such a huge amount of money. On my way home, the news about my winning the lottery had already spread all over the internet. A huge banner had been hung in front of the store in Jinyang County that sold the lottery tickets, attracting countless people's attention. The owner of the lottery store was busy, and some customers were discussing the identity of the winner. Who won the prize? Someone asked curiously. Who knows? A man in a white t-shirt answered lazily. Looking at the shop owner, Old Gwen knows, tell us quickly. The boss was obviously a little guilty, so he didn't respond and just kept busy with his work. We have a rule that we can't disclose customer information, he said with an awkward smile. Another regular customer in the store interrupted and said, I want to take advantage of this store's good luck and choose a number from the machine. Okay. The boss responded and operated the machine. Chapter 10. The familiar fields are still filled with the breath of spring. The rice fields sway in the wind, rippling like gentle ups and downs on the sea. The light flickered among the rice ears, and occasionally there were duck calls. After driving for more than 3 hours, I finally got home, and the sun was already high in the sky. I fell down on the sofa exhausted, and as I slowly relaxed, I realized how hungry I was. Dragging my tired body, I went to the kitchen, poured a large glass of water, and drank it down in one gulp. Then I made a simple bowl of noodles and ate it voraciously. Just as I finished my bowl, my mother came in with a frown on her face. Why are you eating now that the eldest son is back? She walked to the sofa and sat down with a hint of worry in her tone. You eat first. After you finish, go check the account book and calculate how much money we still owe. Her worry made me frown, but I also knew in my heart that the burden was getting heavier and heavier. Although the deposit in the bank card was enough to support these debts, my mother still had not completely walked out of the heavy pressure. I took the account book and began to calculate carefully. Minus Anis 80,000. The remaining amount is 400,500. I said this series of numbers calmly, without any fluctuation in my heart. Instead, I felt particularly relaxed. The balance in my bank account allowed me to easily afford it, but I didn't show any abnormality. My eyes were still on my mother's face, observing her reaction. When my mother heard this number, her face became even more serious and her wrinkles became more obvious. 1 year? Where did you get 400,000 yuan? There was a gleam of distrust in her eyes. I sighed softly, feeling a little distressed, and couldn't help wanting to comfort her. Mom, don't worry. Give me a year, and I can pay off all the foreign debts. In fact, if I wanted to, I could pay off these debts now, but I know that I can't expose my changes so easily. She looked at me distrustfully. Where did you get the money? I smiled and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, it's absolutely legal and clean. Although I had a plan in mind, I was not ready to tell her the truth. You can't do anything illegal, understand? Tears welled up in my mother's eyes, and her anxiety and worry almost overflowed. I tried to force a smile and slowly comforted her. Mom, do you think I look like someone who has done bad things? Then where did you get the money from? She was still worried. I smiled and sighed to myself. I will explain this question to you later. Then I couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan now. You can use it first. She was a little stunned, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. 100,000? I unlocked my phone and operated quickly. After a few seconds, I looked up at her and said, Look, it should be in my account soon. A few seconds later, my mother's phone screen lit up and she looked at the text message in astonishment. Boss, where did the money come from? It's not stolen, it's not robbed, it's not cheated, it's absolutely clean money. I replied with a smile. Don't worry about it, Mom. She was still skeptical, thinking that the money came from an unknown source. If you don't tell me, how can I spend it without worry? Mom, let me tell you part of it. I hesitated, but I had an idea in my mind. When I was in college, I started a small business with my roommates. I invested more than 10,000 yuan, and then he continued to run it and earn some dividends. A few days ago, he gave me more than 100,000 yuan. I made up a plausible excuse for my mother, even though it had many loopholes. She didn't ask any further questions, but just sighed softly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? And why didn't you use it to treat your father's illness? I haven't taken it out yet because there's no rush. Dad's illness suddenly got worse, and I didn't have time. I thought to myself, a lie needs more lies to cover it up. Okay, Mom finally put her mind at ease. As long as the money is clean, it's fine. Don't worry, I will take care of it. I breathed a sigh of relief and comforted her with a smile. I said I can pay it back in a year. You should believe me. Okay, I'll trust you this time. She finally relaxed, but still a little worried. But don't be too sure. If you say too much, there won't be any room for anything unexpected. Chapter 11. In the news, the discussion about the 1.2 billion jackpot became increasingly heated and became almost everyone's topic of conversation after dinner. The internet is full of all kinds of comments, including envy, jealousy, and voices questioning the fairness of the lottery. I'm not interested in all this noise. After all, my identity remains confidential and no one knows that I am the lucky one. I kept a low profile and kept silent. Although the Provincial Sports Lottery Center had already exposed the photos of me receiving the prize, my clever disguise made it impossible for anyone to recognize who I was. The scenery outside the car window was receding rapidly. The morning in Jinyang County was particularly fresh. The sun shone through the leaves, and the air was fresh and a little cool. I sat in the car and drove slowly towards the company, with the music in my ears as my only companion. As the car drove through the country roads, I rested my hands on the window frame and felt the breeze on my face. Looking at the rice fields and mountains beside the road, I couldn't help but feel relaxed. The journey was not hurried, although I knew that today's work might be a bit busy. After driving for more than 10 minutes, I finally drove into the county town. The traffic on the road is getting heavier, and the horns are honking one after another. Pedestrians are rushing to work, and the stalls on both sides of the street are as busy as ever. The breakfast stalls have a variety of snacks and various aromas. It was past 9 when I walked into the office. Although I was the operations manager, I did not have my own office, but shared it with employees from other departments. When I walked to my desk, several colleagues were already busy. "Good morning, Manager Lee." A colleague of similar age walked by me, holding a steamed bun in his hand, and handed me one. "Give me one." I didn't hesitate, took the steamed dumpling and took a bite. "I have to come back when I'm done. I owe you money." I swallowed the food in my mouth, looked at his expression, and continued, "If I don't pay you back, what else can I use to pay you back? There's no rush for me." He smiled and continued eating, seemingly not too stressed about my debt. "How about introducing your sister to me, and I'll let you off the hook?" I glared at him. "What is your intention in having your eyes on my sister all the time?" "I just want to be your brother-in-law." He smiled and stuffed dumplings into his mouth. I turned around and ate my hot and sour rice noodle, ignoring him. Like I was always so talkative. "You don't do bad things, do you?" He suddenly leaned in and asked in a low voice. "I could do bad things." I replied coldly. At this moment, a colleague suddenly reminded me in a low voice, "Your boss is here." I looked up and saw Huang Lijing walking into the office. He is our company's vice president in charge of property and operations. Judging from his appearance, he probably wants to talk to me about something. "William, are you here?" Huang Li's voice was steady and powerful. "Yes." I stood up and straightened my clothes. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Come to my office," he said, and then turned and went into his private office. "Hey, what's the matter?" Duan Xinyang came to my side, his eyes full of curiosity. "Why did he look for you?" "Who knows?" I replied softly, took a sip of tea, and stood up and left my seat. "Wait a minute." Duan Xinyang handed me the steamed dumplings. "Please throw them away for me." I took the things he handed me, walked to Huang Li's office door, and knocked gently. "Come in." Huang Li's voice came from inside, with a bit of majesty. I pushed the door open and walked in, feeling a little curious about what he wanted to see me for. Chapter 12. Come in. Hearing the voice coming from the office, I pushed the door open and walked in. "Mr. Huang, looking for me?" I walked to his desk, ready to greet his topic. "Sit down." Huang Li pointed to the chair opposite. "How is your father's matter going?" "It's all done." I sat down easily, leaning back slightly, with my arms crossed over my chest. Huang Li sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm too busy with work and don't have time to see your father off for the last time." I sneered in my heart. This guy is really pretending. "Thank you, Mr. Huang, for your concern. Although my father doesn't have many brothers, he didn't feel wronged when he left." Huang Li's face darkened instantly, but he quickly changed the subject. "I called you here today to talk about your job transfer." I felt something was wrong, but on the surface I smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Huang, on your promotion." Huang Li was stunned for a moment, then said, "Why should I be promoted? What does your job transfer have to do with me?" "Oh." I pretended to be stunned for a moment, then pretended to apologize. "That was my misunderstanding, Mr. Huang. Please don't blame me." Seeing me pretending to apologize, Huang Li was annoyed and thought to himself, "You little bastard, if you want to sit in my seat, I will kick you out sooner or later." But he still kept that calm expression on his face, As you know, the position of property manager has been vacant for more than a month, and we can't find a suitable candidate. So the company decided to transfer you to this position, and your salary will remain the same. The company decided this. I cursed in my mind. This was clearly your personal decision. The position of property manager is a mess. The predecessor resigned due to constant complaints from owners, and Huang Li now wants me to take the blame. Then why didn't anyone ask me if I was willing to do this? I asked. This is the company's decision. You were not at the meeting. Huang Li drank the water in the cup in one gulp, covering half of his face. I came here to inform you today, not to discuss with you. He was thinking in his mind. Once you go to the property management, you will be responsible for all the problems, and you can't solve them anyway. That means I have to obey the company's arrangements, and there is no room for negotiation. I asked with a smile, my tone relaxed. That's about it. Huang Li smiled, seeming to be pleased with his decision. I'd already made up my mind. Then I'll do as you wish. I stood up and said without hesitation, I quit. I opened the door and walked out. Huang Li was stunned in the office, a little shocked for a moment. As I walked out of the office, I thought to myself, this is a good opportunity to resign. When I feel sleepy, someone will give me a pillow. In this case, I can avoid this place and live a good life by spending some money. When I returned to my workstation and just sat down, Duan Xinyang came over and asked in a low voice, what does the old monk want you to do? He wants me to be a property manager. I took a sip of tea and said in a relaxed manner. Duan Xinyang was immediately dissatisfied. Isn't this asking you to jump into a fire pit? Several property managers have been replaced this year, and they are all scapegoats. I resigned. I replied with a smile. What? Brother, you really quit. Duan Xinyang was shocked. Are you that tough? How about, do you want to come with me? I laughed and teased. Let's go wandering around the world and make the world our home. Duan Xinyang smiled and said, forget it. It's hard to find a job, especially now that graduation season is here. Those college students are going to compete with us for jobs. I, a useless guy who knows nothing, can't compete with them. Doesn't your family own 5 or 6 hotels? What does this company's salary mean? I teased. That's from my parents. I've always been self-reliant. Duan Xinyang smiled helplessly. I'm not relying on my parents. He always treated everything as a joke, and although he came from a well-off family, he never showed it. I was very grateful to him. After all, he was the only one who was willing to help me when I was in the most difficult time. Honestly, do you have any idea of starting a business? I suddenly asked him seriously. You want to start a business? Duan Xinyang looked at me suspiciously. The overall environment is not very good now. You have to think it over carefully. His reminder made me even more grateful, and I felt warm in my heart. Then when I think it through, remember to come and help me. Then I have to have an annual salary of 1 million. Duan Xinyang said with a smile. Otherwise, I won't do it. Chapter 13. The procedure for my resignation was actually very simple. I was confident enough to verbally inform a few relevant personnel, hand over the work at hand, and then leave the company without any delay. When Huang Li learned that I had really resigned, he seemed a little incredulous, thinking to himself, why didn't this go according to my plan? I finished the handover and left the company. I had originally planned to go to the bank, but when I thought about my decision to leave Jinyang County and develop somewhere else, I gave up the idea of going to the bank and went straight back home. Jinyang County in May is not that hot. Although the sun is high in the sky, the temperature is only about 25 or 26 degrees, which is just right for staying in the countryside. The breeze is blowing gently, making people feel a gentle and comfortable feeling. The dining table at home was still the familiar one, and my mother and I sat opposite each other. She took a sip of soup from her bowl, looked up at me, and asked, why did you come back at noon today? I was eating while thinking about what to say next, and finally decided to tell her the truth. I quit. She was stunned, put down the bowl, and frowned. You quit? What's going on? Why did you quit all of a sudden? I continued the story I had made up yesterday, smiling and explaining, didn't I tell you that I made some investments when I was in the provincial capital? My classmates there called me and asked me to come over and do it together. The salary is high, and there are dividends. I secretly observed her expression and continued. After all, I am a shareholder. The opportunities there are better than now. So I decided to resign and go to the provincial capital for development. Mother didn't seem to think much about it and nodded. It's good to go to the provincial capital and visit your sister, by the way. Then she asked, when are you going? I'll probably come back in a few days. I breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that she didn't doubt me, I also breathed a sigh of relief. But after I go to the provincial capital, I may not be able to come back to see you often. My second child is also in school. You will be the only one left at home in the future. It's okay for me to be alone. She comforted me. Making money is the most important thing now, and taking care of yourself is also important. She paused and looked at me seriously. You have to think more about your own affairs. Don't worry, I'm still young. I quickly picked up a piece of chicken for her and said with a smile, didn't Minghui say he wanted to get married? Has the marriage been decided? The mother sighed. Minghui and his girlfriend have had a big fight these days. She paused, picked up an egg, and put it in the bowl. I heard that the loan review failed. It seems that there's a problem with the credit report. I frowned. Why is it like this so suddenly? Aren't they getting married? My mother continued. The loan couldn't be approved, and the house couldn't be bought. Without a house, his girlfriend wanted to break up. For your generation, getting married is really stressful. You have to have a car and a house to get married. I smiled and shook my head. I only have a small old car now. Why are you urging me? But you can't just stay married forever. Mother said, when it comes to marriage, some things have to be done step by step. A house and a car are all things that need to be acquired slowly. I nodded. Mom, don't worry. I'll consider these things after I pay off my foreign debts. It will take 1 to 2 years at most. After a pause, I added, when I go to the provincial capital and settle down, I will take you over, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. Your dad used to say that, too. Mother said, half jokingly. After dinner, I lay on the bed. Although my body was resting, many things were running through my mind. How can I help Annie and the others without exposing my identity? Giving or lending money directly is not an option, as it would easily expose myself. Oh, right. I suddenly thought of something, got out of bed, walked to the car, and took out the business card. Lu Song. I remembered this name from the bank president I met when cashing a check. I didn't expect that I would need his help so soon. I dialed the number on the business card and waited for a moment before the call was connected. In a small office, Lu Song was resting with his eyes closed when the ringing of a phone suddenly broke the silence. He opened his eyes, somewhat displeased, looked at the phone, and cursed in his heart. Who was it again? Calling in the middle of the day. He was stunned when he saw the caller ID. The number seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Maybe it's a customer. He put away his impatience, answered the phone, and tried to keep a professional smile. Hello, hello. Hello, President Liu. I stood under the shade of a tree and smiled. I'm William. I wonder if you remember me? Lu Song was a little stunned. William? The name sounds familiar. He continued to maintain a professional smile. It turns out to be Mr. William. Hello. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then said, I have something I want to ask you. My friend needs a loan to buy a house, but because of credit problems, the review failed. Do you have a suitable solution? This situation can be solved. Lu Song stood up, took a glass of water, and thought for a while, but I don't know the specific credit problem of your friend. I need to find out first. I squatted down, picked up a branch at random, and poked the ground. Then I'll explain it briefly. Chapter 14. At home. Lu Song's voice on the other end of the phone was a little puzzled, and I was a little stunned. I'm in Jinyang County. I quickly added, feeling that what I said just now was a little inappropriate. I'm at home. William? Jinyang County. Lu Song's voice suddenly became slightly surprised. Apparently, he finally remembered me. He paused for a moment and suddenly became alert. Is it him? The mysterious man who cashed the check? The guy who won the jackpot by luck? Suddenly, Lu Song recalled the situation when I handled the check. After all, the amount of the bonus was too amazing, with a deposit of more than 900 million yuan. The bank naturally valued such a big customer. It's not possible for an average person to have such a deposit. This is a cash flow that many companies dare not hope for. Lu Song thought to himself. However, he quickly regained his composure and his tone became gentler. Mr. William, if you're not worried about your friend's loan problem, we actually have a way to solve it. I raised my eyebrows slightly. What can I do? You come to guarantee him. Lu Song gently put down the water cup and said calmly, if you guarantee, any bank will approve it without hesitation. I smiled, leaned against the tree trunk, and said easily, President Liu, you think too highly of me. How can I be so honored? Mr. William, there is no need to be modest. Lu Song smiled. You are a VIP in any bank now. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I thought with some delight. This guy is really good at talking. I can guarantee it, but I don't want him to know that it's me who guaranteed it for him. I continued, can you do this? Lu Song obviously realized what I was thinking and chuckled. Mr. William likes to be low-key and anonymous, I understand. This request is not a problem. Then what should we do? I continued to ask. Lu Song thought for a moment and said, "You can give me your friend's contact information and we will arrange for someone to handle it. You just need to make a guarantee when you sign." "Okay." I nodded. "Let's add WeChat. I'll send you the contact information." "Thank you." Lu Song's tone was obviously grateful. "I will adjust the interest rate here for your friend and reduce it by half a point." I responded with a smile. "Then I would like to thank President Lu." "You're welcome." Lu Song's laughter came over the phone. The afternoon sun shone through the window into the house, and a fan in the house was shaking, making bursts of whirring sounds. The three of them sat around the dining table, and there was a sense of silence and solemnity in the air. Zhang Jiqiang held an A4 paper in his hand, his face grim, his eyes flashing with anger. He suddenly raised his head and glared at his son Zhang Minghui. "You little bastard, you actually borrowed so much money behind our backs. What on earth do you want to do?" Zhang Minghui lowered his head, his voice trembling. "Dad, that money was spent when Zheng Qin and I were together. I didn't make enough money from work." Zhang Jiqiang interrupted angrily. "You only know how to borrow online loans? Do you understand the risks?" He clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. "You live such a mess, and you dare to get married? Will that woman go with you?" Zhang Minghui's shoulders trembled slightly, and he whispered, "I know I was wrong." "Do you know you are wrong?" Zhang Jiqiang roared. "The debt has increased from 100,000 to 200,000. Do you think this is a small matter?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the paper at Zhang Minghui's head. "Do you have any sense of responsibility at all?" Zhang Minghui's body trembled slightly, but he still did not dare to refute, just lowered his head and remained silent. Chen Zhongfen could not help it. With tears in her eyes, she said softly, "Your father is too angry, but Huier is our son after all. Let's pay him back part of it first." Zhang Jiqiang stood up angrily. "What are you going to return? Go and return it." "How can you say that?" Chen Zhongfen cried. "This is our only son." "Umph. A loving mother often has a spoiled son." Zhang Jiqiang growled. "He must bear the consequences of whatever he does." Just then, the cell phone on the table lit up and the phone rang suddenly. The three of them subconsciously looked at their phones. Zhang Minghui's face instantly showed a trace of panic. He shook his head and said, "I don't know who it is." Zhang Jiqiang answered the phone angrily. "Is it another debt collector?" Chapter 15. The female voice on the other end of the phone seemed a little helpless. "Mr. Zhang, we are not aware of these circumstances. If you can provide more information, we will review it again." Zhang Jiqiang was furious, but he also realized that things were not as simple as he thought. At this time, Lu Song was drinking tea in the office. When he heard the phone ring, he immediately had a premonition. "Have you called Zhang Minghui?" Before I had time to ask him some details, he started talking about business. "Mr. William's case is a bit complicated. Zhang Minghui's father said that he borrowed a lot of money from outside, even at high interest rates, so the loan could not be approved." Lu Song continued to describe the situation in detail. I frowned, feeling a little uneasy. I haven't heard of this. Things that I didn't know about were now becoming more difficult. After thinking for a moment, I replied, "Then let's pause for now and let me understand clearly." I took a deep breath, knowing that Zhang Minghui and I were not close, but his parents had helped my father when he was ill. I can't just sit there and watch, especially knowing their current predicament. If I simply give them money, although it can solve the problem, it may bring more trouble. After all, if this matter gets out, Zhang Minghui may continue to fall into the traps set by others. At this time, I called Duan Chengyang. "Hello, Manager Li." "No, it should be Mr. Li. Mr. Li, are you ready to start a business?" His frivolous tone came again, almost making me want to hang up the phone. "I have something serious to talk to you about." I interrupted impatiently. "Business?" He smiled gently. "If you are willing to introduce your sister to me, then I can help you do business." I was so angry that I almost smashed my phone. "I have something to do." Quickly checked Zhang Minghui's borrower information. Duan Qingyang hesitated for a moment. "This Zhang Minghui is not close to you, right? How can you take care of him?" I lowered my voice. "I have some favors with his family, and I want to help." Duan Qingyang finally stopped joking and responded seriously. "This matter is really hard to handle." He paused, as if hesitant. "This kid was actually set up." "What happened?" I frowned. Duan Qingyang continued. "The woman was actually a shill. She led Zhang Minghui to spend money recklessly and made him borrow high-interest loans. Later, she tempted him to buy a house and forced him to take out a loan. At that time, the bank's formal loan exposed the matter." My heart sank. Minghui had never told me this. It seemed I had to find another way to solve the problem. "So, Zhang Minghui is just a victim." I was confused. That's right. Duan Qingyang's tone became serious. But you have to know that it's not easy to jump out of this pit, and the person behind that trick is not simple either. I took a deep breath and said, I'll handle it. Thank you. Brother Xing, when you decide what to do, remember to tell me. I hung up the phone, my heart filled with mixed emotions, feeling that this storm was much more complicated than I had expected. Moreover, the message Lu Song sent me alerted me that someone seemed to have deliberately created scam, and Zhang Minghui might be the victim of this scam. I must get to the bottom of this matter. I decided silently in my heart. Chapter 16. For me, as long as I can confirm that borrowing high-interest loans was not Zhang Minghui's intention and that he is not a hopeless, bottomless pit guy, this matter can be resolved. The problem is just about money. This problem is not a difficult one for me. Unfortunately, I am not suitable to deal with it personally now, so I can only find a way to solve it indirectly. Who is the loan shark? Do you have a contact number? I asked. Brother Xing, are you really going to take care of this? Duan Qingyang was a little embarrassed. You can't stand to yourself now, and you still want to intervene in this matter? I understand Duan Qingyang's worries. After all, my father had just passed away, my family was still carrying a debt of 400,000 or 500,000 yuan, my sister was still in college, and I was facing many difficulties as I had just lost my job. All of this really put me in a very difficult situation. Don't worry, I know Duan Qingyang cares about me, but I can't reveal too much now. I know it in my heart and force a smile. I know what's going on. Okay, I'll send you the information later. Duan Qingyang seemed relieved. Although he understood my current predicament, he also knew that I was not a reckless person. At this moment, Duan Qingyang's tone suddenly became frivolous. Brother Xing, I helped you a little this time. Look at your sister's WeChat. I hung up the phone quickly without waiting for him to finish. The gratitude that welled up in my heart instantly disappeared. I cursed under my breath and secretly swore in my heart. I must not let this kid have the opportunity to contact my second sister. A few minutes later, Duan Qingyang sent some messages and added at the end, please send me your sister's WeChat. I flipped through the information Duan Qingyang sent me and was shocked. No wonder he advised me not to get involved. It turns out that the loan sharks are all from the provincial capital. The provincial capital is the heart of the province, where all kinds of evildoers gather. The power relations here are complicated, with various interests intertwined among the business community, the political community, and the people, and no one dares to offend easily. The water is quite deep. I sighed in my heart and suddenly thought, Lu Song, the bank president, should know these people. It was not too late yet, so I quickly dialed Lu Song's number. After the call was connected, I spoke first. President Lu, good evening. On the other end of the phone, Lu Song was driving slowly into traffic, concentrating on observing the road conditions ahead, and responded with a smile. Hello, Mr. William, hello. Sorry to bother you again. I said with a smile. No, it's okay. Please tell me what you want to say. Lu Song responded politely. I didn't hesitate and asked directly, excuse me, do you know Chen Feng and Chen Yu? Oh, the boss of Kaifeng Used Car, could it be? Lu Song was slightly stunned, and then seemed to understand. They're the bosses of Kaifeng Used Car Shop, and I heard they're also doing private lending. Private lending? I smiled. That's a nice name. Then I continued. If it's convenient for President Lu, can you arrange for me to meet them? Lu Song was silent for a moment, perhaps a little confused in his heart. What is the relationship between Zhang Minghui and them? He is actually related to the Chun brothers. However, he did not ask more questions and still smiled and said, Mr. William, how do you want to arrange the meeting? Let's have dinner together. I'll treat you. I thought about it and added, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow is fine. I also hope to talk to you more. I didn't have time to communicate with you in depth before, so I'll take this opportunity to make up for it. It will also help me to consult President Lu more about bank matters in the future. Okay, no problem. Lu Song said with a smile. Then I'll make the arrangements. I'll let you know once I've decided on the time and place. At night, a waning moon hangs in the sky, and the faint street lights cast mottled light and shadows through the trees. The evening breeze sways gently, and the branches make a rustling sound. Next to a stone table on the street, a middle-aged man sat silently on a round stone bench, his brows furrowed, his eyes empty, and his expression tired. With messy hair, a thin face, and a few days' unshaved stubble on his chin, he gave people a desolate feeling. He took a puff of the remaining half-cigarette in his hand, threw the cigarette but on the ground casually, and stepped on it to put it out. Then he took out a new cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and put it back in his hand. There were already more than a dozen cigarette butts scattered around his feet. Soon, a young man approached without anyone noticing, walked quickly in front of him, and stopped. Under the light, his handsome face was clearly visible. It was Duan Chengyang. Duan Chengyang did not have his usual frivolous expression. Instead, there was a hint of heartache and worry on his face, because the middle-aged man in front of him was his father, Duan Shanha. Dad, Duan Chengyang called softly, wanting to say something but stopped. My son is here. Duan Shanha raised his head slowly, showing a tired smile, and motioned to sit down. Sit down. Duan Xingyang sat down on another stone bench, his eyes swept across the cigarette butts on the ground, and he couldn't help but say, Dad, stop smoking. Okay. Duan Shanha threw away the cigarette in his hand, stomped it out, and showed a relieved smile. My son has grown up and started to control me. Duan Xingyang sighed, sat closer, and said, This is the first time I've seen you so decadent in my life. Duan Shanha rubbed his hand slowly, lowered his head, and looked at the ground, as if he was lost in thought. For so many years, I have shouldered all kinds of difficulties by myself. But in recent years, everything has been smooth sailing. I did whatever I thought of and succeeded. But I didn't expect that in this good situation, I began to become self-righteous and stopped listening to other people's opinions. I didn't even try to stop you from running away from home. Dad, Duan Xingyang wanted to say something, but Duan Shanha waved his hand, signaling him not to say anything more. Duan Shanha smiled faintly and said, A few months ago, I didn't listen to advice and invested in several projects. As a result, the funds were stuck in them, resulting in a broken capital chain and even unable to pay salaries. Chapter 17. When the moonlight was covered by dark clouds, the sky seemed even darker and darker. The cloud, with its strange and broken shape, seemed to be the last haze in the sky, floating quietly and blocking the bright moonlight. Duan Xingyang sat quietly beside the stone bench, looking at his father Duan Shanha with gentle eyes, listening to the past events that he had never mentioned. Today was the first time that Duan Shanha spoke his true feelings to him in such a silent and affectionate manner. Perhaps it was because he felt that he should never let his son have any illusions about the future again. Perhaps it was because his father knew that Duan Xingyang was no longer the naive child and could bear more responsibilities and difficulties. Duan Shanha still had a tired and bitter smile on his face, his eyes were blurred, and he seemed to be recalling the past. I always thought that the friends I made during these years of ups and downs in the business world were mostly people who stood up for justice, he sighed. But now when I'm really in trouble, no one is willing to lend a hand when I call them. He looked at Duan Xingyang, smiled slightly, and said helplessly, Over the years, I have helped many relatives, and some of their children even hold important positions in my company. But now, they all avoid me as much as possible. Duan Xingyang felt heavy in his heart when he heard this, but he still held his father's arm and squeezed it gently. Dad, human nature is like this. You don't have to take it too seriously. After this experience, you will be able to see who is a true friend and who is a fake one. Duan Shanha finally showed some relief on his face and chuckled. You're right. He paused and sighed. No matter what, the only ones who can always stand by me in difficult times are your mother and you. You are the only ones who are most reliable in my heart. Dad, what are you going to do now? Duan Xingyang's face showed a trace of solemnity. I know some friends here who can help me a little. Duan Shanha shook his head and smiled. I know your young friends, although some may be more righteous than our generation. He paused and smiled bitterly. But if we want to collect 50 million, I'm afraid even if you all come together, you still can't come up with much. 50 million? Duan Xingyang couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling a little surprised. Yes, it's that much. Duan Shanha's expression became more solemn. In fact, my accountant told me that if we had a turnover of 20 million, we might be able to survive for a while. But if we want to survive this crisis, or even make the company rise again, 50 million is enough. He turned to look at Duan Xingyang, the smile on his face gone, replaced by determination and resoluteness. You know me and my character. Since the founding of Shanha Company, no matter how great the difficulties, I have never bowed my head easily. As he spoke, he straightened his back, his eyes were firm, and his tone became even tougher. This time, I will never give up. I will fight to the death. The next day, the sunshine in the provincial capital shone through the clouds, gentle but not scorching. I walked into the Porsche 4S store to look at the car. Although there are not many customers here, there are still several employees patrolling the hall as a salesperson. The air is filled with the smell of new cars, quiet but silent. Walking outside the store, I saw a white Volkswagen parked steadily in front of the door. Gao Chong, who was standing in front of the reception desk, looked suspicious of the car owner, but he quickly walked forward with a professional smile. "Hello, sir. Do you want to see a car today?" he asked. I nodded and smiled, but I didn't have too many thoughts in my mind. After all, it was just an ordinary car viewing experience, nothing special. Gomein. Gao Chong was very polite. Although the store seemed a little deserted, he still smiled and led me into the hall. As soon as I entered the hall, the cold air from the air conditioner made me shiver. Gao Chong handed me a bottle of mineral water and patiently began to introduce the popular models in the store. There are two popular cars here, the Panamera and the Kian. The Panamera has a modern design that suits the aesthetics of young people. I nodded casually, indicating that I had no particular interest, but he continued to introduce it. Kian, I interrupted him, but I had already made up my mind. After all, I already had a preliminary impression of this car model. "Okay, please follow me." Gao Chong seemed a little surprised, but immediately took me to a corner of the exhibition hall. This Kian is the latest third-generation model, equipped with a 4.0 TV8 twin-turbocharged engine that can output 660 horsepower. Gao Chong introduced every detail enthusiastically, as if every part of the car was tailor-made for me. I didn't interrupt him. I just listened quietly. Whenever he talked about the performance of the car, I couldn't help but imagine myself driving this car. "The vehicle has a spacious space and excellent handling," Gao Chong continued. "Whether driving in the city or on the highway, the Kian performs very steadily." However, I didn't listen any further and turned to him and said, "Let's take this car." Gao Chong was stunned. He obviously didn't expect me to make a decision so quickly. "Are you sure? Do you want to think about it again?" I nodded. For this car, there's no need to ask about the price and the formalities. He was obviously relieved, thinking that this customer was indeed a big spender. "Okay, let's go and do the formalities." After I signed the agreement and completed the payment, I drove away with the Kian, but I didn't feel particularly excited. On the contrary, the smooth transaction made me think more deeply. Maybe this car is not just a simple consumption. What it carries may be the unspeakable heavy burden that my father left me. Chapter 18. Many things in this world have a set of inherent procedures. Generally speaking, if you follow the procedures step by step, things will go smoothly. However, there are always some special cases where you can skip those procedures and complete the task quickly. For example, when I, William, bought a car today, I completed all the procedures in less than 3 hours without any effort. After paying over $3 million, I drove out of the 4S store and got into my new car, the Porsche Cayenne. I left the Volkswagen parked there temporarily, as I might need it when I return to Jinyang County in the future. Standing in the store, the salesman Gao Chong watched me slowly drive away and couldn't help but sigh. How could he know that this car had nothing to do with my identity? Who would have thought that a person driving a broken Volkswagen would be a wealthy buyer? He whispered to himself. The car drove onto the road, but I wasn't as excited as I expected. To be honest, I've always wanted to drive a luxury car worth millions. But when I got into the car and controlled it easily, I had an indescribable mixed feeling in my heart. Sure enough, a $3 million car is really something special. I sighed softly, looking out the window at the view. But at this moment, as the wheels turned, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up in my heart. Everything that happened in the past few months has made me more mature from an ignorant person. Facing everything is no longer as easy as before. Shishan Fonlin in the provincial capital is one of the top residential areas in this area. The building complex not only has high-rise residential buildings, but also dozens of low-key and luxurious villas. Most of the people here are of prominent status, and the prices are staggeringly high. Today, I decided to come here to look at the house. After parking, I just got out of the car and noticed a girl in a business suit and long ponytail walking towards me. She looked to be in her early 20s, and her eyes glanced around from time to time, seeming a little bored. She is Diana, who came here to work as a salesperson after graduating from college. After more than a month of work, she has not sold a single house, so she naturally feels a little disappointed. Seeing me driving here in a Porsche Cayenne, she was very excited. "I hope it's a big customer and I can close the order today." I parked the car, and Diana came to greet me impatiently. She walked quickly to the car and opened the door with a smile. "Hello, sir. Are you here to see the house?" "Yeah." I nodded, not rejecting her proposal, and jumped out of the car. Looking at the slightly nervous girl in front of me, I couldn't help but smile. "Do you have any good room recommendations?" It looks like a big client. Diana was secretly happy. Although she had been working for more than a month, she had only received very few clients. Naturally, she was very excited to meet a client like me. Without hesitation, she made a gesture of invitation. Please follow me. Go in and sit down first. I'll get you a glass of water. Okay. I nodded slightly and followed her into the sales office hall. Sir, what's your name? Diana asked as we walked. I could tell she was a little cautious, afraid of asking the wrong question. Lee. I replied with a smile. What's your name? My name is Diana, she said with a smile, and then took me to the sofa. Please sit down first. I'll get you a glass of water. Watching her leave in a hurry, a trace of memories came to my mind. I had just graduated and had been looking for a job for half a month before finally choosing to return to my hometown, Jinyang County. After joining the company, I worked as a commercial real estate agent, but within 3 months, I didn't sign a single order. At that time, I was like her, full of enthusiasm, but a little flustered. At that time, I was just starting my career and often felt overwhelmed, but I couldn't give up. Just as I was thinking about my past self, a familiar voice suddenly came. Hello, sir. Are you here to see the house? I turned around and saw a mature woman in a business suit walking towards me. She looked confident and graceful and was obviously much more mature than Diana. She looked at me with a smile, crossed her hands in front of her belly, and asked respectfully, Can I introduce our apartment to you? I was a little surprised and thought to myself, is she trying to steal the clients from Diana? This reminded me of a scene I encountered when I first started working in the investment promotion position. Looking back, I once received a big client, but Huang Li quietly poached the client away without me being prepared. At the time, I thought it was my poor service, but later I found out that Huang Li deliberately stole my clients. This experience made me always somewhat dissatisfied with Huang Li. I turned my head to look at the mature woman in front of me, feeling a little confused. At this time, she had already sat next to me, looking at me with a smile. If you don't mind, I can introduce our apartment model to you in detail. Chapter 19. At this time, Diana came over with tea and stood aside, her face a little colder. I could see that she was somewhat dissatisfied with this woman. She put down the teacup and turned to look at the woman. Sister Chun, Mr. William is the guest I am receiving. We can continue to communicate later. Thank you for your help before. Beata was slightly stunned, and the smile on her face became a little forced. She obviously did not expect Diana to respond to her directly like this. But she quickly recovered her smile and said to me, Mr. William, in this case, Diana can continue to serve you. She said to Diana, Diana, remember to serve Mr. William well and don't make him wait too long. I felt a little unhappy, but didn't show it directly. This Beata obviously disdained Diana, but there was a hint of provocation in her attitude and words. She spoke politely, but the tone of her words made me feel uncomfortable. Diana seemed to be aware of her tone. Her face turned a little colder, but she still smiled and said to me, Mr. William, please have some tea first. I will take you to see the house. Although her tone was a little depressed, she still maintained a professional attitude and did not show obvious emotional fluctuations. I took a sip of tea and nodded in agreement. Okay. As I watched Diana take me to see the house, I was thinking about it. She handled the situation very well. Although she was a little angry, she still handled the situation calmly. This greatly improved my impression of her. Although she is a little young, her calmness in handling things has exceeded my expectations. Walking out of the hall, I could sense her pressure. Obviously, this potential competition was not only a business challenge, but also a psychological challenge for her. She kept smiling, but I could see her inner anxiety and determination in her eyes. I can't help but sigh that in this seemingly simple sales process, there is such a complex psychological game hidden behind it. Everyone has their own little thoughts, and even colleagues around you may become potential competitors. Diana and I walked toward the showroom. I couldn't help but reflect on the daily struggles these people go through to make ends meet and how exhausting it can be. Chapter 20. After Beata walked out of the hall, Diana carefully turned her head and looked at me gratefully. Thank you, Mr. William. Her eyes were full of gratitude and a hint of uneasiness, as if she was still frightened by the conflict just now. No, I'm fine. I smiled and took a sip of tea. I felt that the temperature of the tea was just right and the taste was good. I couldn't help but look at her. It's much better than when I first started working. Have you been in sales before? Diana looked curious. She was obviously wondering how a customer like me, who looked ordinary, could say such complicated words. That's about the same. I smiled nonchalantly. When I just graduated, the situation was similar to yours today. My clients were snatched away by others, and I didn't even react. I looked up at her with a hint of self-mockery on my lips. So you are better than me. At least you know how to protect your own interests. Diana smiled lightly, but there was still some hesitation in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly, as if thinking about what I said. Sister Chun is usually very nice to me, but today's situation, I don't understand it either, she said with some confusion. They are usually nice to you because there is no direct conflict of interest. I smiled and shook my head slightly. When conflicts of interest arise, many people become less friendly. You have done a good job standing up for your rights this time. Am I doing the right thing? She looked at me with a little uneasiness in her eyes, as if she was not sure whether the decision she made was right. Yes, well done. I encouraged her with a smile. You should fight for what you should fight for, no matter what others think. If you back down this time, you will be looked down upon in the future. I paused and said seriously, don't be afraid of offending others. The most important thing is to be yourself. She nodded, her eyes firmer. Thank you, Mr. William. Her tone became more relaxed, and she stood up to pick up the teacup. I'll add some water for you. No need. I waved my hand. I've had enough for today. I put the cup on the table and looked at her. I'm not interested in the apartment types you just mentioned. Do you have any other options? Diana's face sank slightly, and she seemed a little disappointed, but she quickly regained her smile. In fact, we have some other good apartment types. Please take a look. I want to see something else. I interrupted her with a hint of teasing in my eyes. I don't want to look at these suites. I want to see your 3-story villas. Diana was stunned, as if she had never expected me to mention the villa. 3-story villa? The kind that costs 20 or 30 million. She was a little flustered, but soon her eyes lit up. It turns out that I was too narrow-minded. I recommended a suite, but I ignored the fact that what he really needed was a villa. She regretted it secretly in her heart, but she quickly regained her composure. This is a big deal. Can I handle it? Should I ask Sister Nan for help? Her heart began to fluctuate violently, but she did not reveal any flaws. At this time, she was obviously more nervous. We have villas. She forced a smile, but the price of this type of villa is really not low. A renovated 3-story villa is probably between 20 million and 30 million. I nodded. Let me see the details. Diana quickly flipped through the booklet in her hand. Her face had returned to normal. With a professional demeanor, she introduced the villa to me. We don't have many villas here. We currently have 5 renovated 3-story villas, but only 2 of them are on the 3rd floor. She turned to a page and pointed to a villa on the blueprint. This one is over 600 square meters with a swimming pool of about 50 square meters, 5 parking spaces, and an elevator. I nodded. What about the other one? She immediately turned to the next page. This one is even bigger, more than 900 square meters with a swimming pool, parking space, and even 2 elevators. What are the prices of these 2 sets? I asked. The first set is about 20 million. Her voice was a little nervous. The second set is about 30 million. I narrowed my eyes and made up my mind. Take me to see the latter set. I smiled and encouraged her with my eyes. She immediately stood up, her expression excited but slightly nervous. Okay, Mr. William, I'll take you there right away. When she turned around, she was obviously relieved. Obviously, this was a huge opportunity for her. Is it far? I followed her to the door, thinking to myself that I should seize this opportunity. Less than 10 minutes away, she responded quickly. Can we drive over there? I asked. Of course. She turned around and smiled. I'll go get someone to go with us. Chapter 21. We walked into Guangzhou, a villa worth 30 million yuan, located in the southeast corner of Shishanfenglan. Its design style is similar to that of ancient gardens, and the environment is surrounded by rich green plants, giving people a vibrant feeling. The name of the villa is full of vitality. Chui symbolizes the verdant nature, and Huang stands for bamboo forest, a symbol of nobility and tenacity. From a distance, the first thing that comes into view is the nearly 3-meter-high white wall with green tiles on the top, like an ancient palace. Next to the wall is a flower stand with tall and straight green bamboos arranged in order, like a circle of emerald green jade belt, which looks particularly elegant. Passing through the wooden door, I stepped onto the winding bridge. Under the bridge was a lotus pond, with lotus leaves swaying gently in the wind, the water surface sparkling, and a few fish swimming leisurely. The scenery was picturesque. At the end of the bridge was a 3-story villa with a simple and elegant exterior design, yet modern and atmospheric. Standing on the bridge, I smiled with satisfaction. It's better than I thought. Diana and Tina stood on both sides of me. Hearing my evaluation, Diana turned her head and asked with a smile, "Brother Shing, do you like the style here?" Her way of addressing me has changed from Mr. William to Brother Shing, and this change makes me feel that our relationship has become more familiar. I smiled and nodded. I like it. This environment suits me very well. When I was a child, my home was also a terrace field. Every spring when we planted rice, the scene was somewhat similar to the lotus pond here, with the shimmering water of the paddy field. It seems that Mr. William is also an interesting person. Tina smiled and spoke. Although her tone was respectful, it still seemed a little unfamiliar. The decoration of this villa is based on the classical pastoral style. There are many potted plants in the room. It is open from north to south, and the ventilation and lighting are very good. I shook my head slightly and said with a smile, "None of this matters. The most important thing is that I like this house." Then I turned to Diana and asked softly, "How much did you say this house cost?" 30.88 million. Diana answered immediately. I smiled and waved my hand. "Let's go back. I won't watch it anymore." Tina was obviously a little anxious. "Don't you want to go and take a look at the interior decoration of the house?" she asked, her eyes moving between Diana and me. I looked at them and knew what they were worried about. So I smiled subtly and said lightly, "Diana, aren't you going to take me back to pay?" Ah, Diana's worry turned to joy in an instant. Then, "Mr. William, please come this way." I pretended to be dissatisfied. "What did you call me? What did you say just now?" Diana pretended to be annoyed and said with a smile, "Oh, my head, Brother Shing. Is it okay now?" After that, she stretched out her hand to Tina. "Sister Nan, thank you. Let's go back first." Back at the sales office, I sat down and Diana flipped through several A4 papers. Tina reminded her to check the forms from time to time. Soon, Diana put down the papers in her hand, looked up and smiled. "Brother Shing, how much do you plan to pay for the down payment?" I was drinking tea, and after putting down the cup, I said calmly, "No down payment." I looked at their puzzled expressions and continued, "I'll pay in full." "In full," Diana and Tina exclaimed almost in unison. The full payment of 30 million yuan obviously shocked them. Most people buy houses by paying the down payment and then taking out a bank loan to pay the rest. It was unbelievable for them to be able to pay such a large amount of money in full. I calmly drank my tea and looked at them with a smile. "What's wrong? Do I have to use a bank loan to buy a house? Can I just pay in full?" There was a strange look in Tina's eyes, and she thought to herself, "How much assets does this man have? He was able to pay for a house worth 30 million in one go." Her mood obviously became more complicated. Diana's heart also changed. A gentle and elegant man could pay a house price of 30 million so easily. Although he was not particularly handsome, his calmness and temperament moved her. Could Mr. William have assets worth tens of billions? Tina thought silently. I looked at them with a smile, and when I found that they did not reply immediately, I gently put down the teacup and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared because you paid in full?" Chapter 22. After signing the contract, Diana handed me the key to Kwangju, her face full of suppressed excitement. "Brother Shing, you can move in any time." Her hands trembled slightly, and it was obvious that the commission of 30 million made her both happy and a little unbelievable. I took the heavy bunch of keys and shook them. There are quite a lot. Looking at her and Tina, I smiled and added, "Choose a good day to move in. When the time comes to have a good start, I'll need you two to come and help with the crowd." They smiled and sent me off, but I knew that this deal was not just about the sale of the house, but also their victory. When the car drove out of the sales office, I vaguely saw Beata in the corner, her face full of resentment, looking at us with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. I know she must be furious. The jealousy in her eyes almost made her kill Diana. She obviously felt that this order should have been hers, and the 200,000 commission that belonged to her was taken away by Diana. "You little bitch, I don't know what tricks you used to make Mr. Lee so infatuated with you." She was filled with anger and wanted to take revenge on Diana immediately. I know Beata will never let her go so easily. Diana and Tina returned to the sales office and began to sort out the documents and paper cups on the table. Diana thanked Tina. "Thank you for today, otherwise I don't know how to receive Brother Shing." Tina looked at her and smiled. "It was your sincerity and hard work that impressed Mr. William." She continued to pack up the contracts. "These are all your own achievements." Diana had a hint of a smile on her face, but her eyes were more alert, especially after the confrontation with Beata. She knew she had to be more careful now. "You should be on guard against others," she whispered to Tina. Tina nodded. a hint of vigilance between her brows. Be careful next time. Beata is a vindictive person and may cause trouble for you. Diana chuckled, but she began to be alert in her heart. No way. We are a society ruled by law. She can't do anything excessive. You are still too young. Tina shook her head. There are many things you haven't experienced yet. Diana thought about it and felt vaguely that Tina was right. Then I have to be more careful in the future to avoid conflicts with her. By the way, Sister Nan, Diana suddenly asked in a low voice, do you think Mr. William is interested in me? Tina's eyes flickered with a teasing smile. Why? Are you attracted? She continued. Mr. William is young and promising, gentle and elegant, and he does things in a very graceful manner. Maybe he is attracted by your sunny and youthful temperament, so he treats you so well. Diana's face immediately turned red, and she denied it in a low voice. How is that possible? I'm just a college student. He's so rich. There's no way he has anything to do with us. Tina smiled and said, I think Mr. William is not an ordinary man. He may have no shortage of people around him, but looking at you like this, maybe he thinks you are different. Diana shook her head in panic. Don't make fun of me, Sister Nan. I just want to work hard and not get involved in complicated things. However, Tina's tone suddenly became serious. You still have to be careful. There is never a shortage of women around men like this, and many of them come just to get close to his wealth. She paused and added softly, some people may appear gentle on the surface, but they may have other intentions behind the scenes. Diana's expression became complicated. I don't believe it. Mr. William is not that kind of person. He spoke for me in front of Beata today, and it doesn't seem like he did it for any purpose. Tina smiled. Maybe he doesn't like Beata's mature and charming style, but likes your innocent and sunny style. Diana thought to herself that her relationship with William did seem a little tricky. She smiled and said, maybe, who knows? At this moment, I sneezed while driving on the road, and the steering wheel was unconsciously tilted, almost hitting the car next to me. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Who the hell is cursing me behind my back? Chapter 23. The sun gradually sets, and the clouds on the horizon are dyed fiery red, like blood flowing in the sky. My Porsche Cayenne slowly drives into the entrance of the Star Hyatt Hotel, and when it stops, a sunny and handsome waiter immediately comes over and respectfully opens the door for me. Hello, sir. Would you like to stay or have a meal? He asked with a smile. Meals already booked. I replied with a smile. Although I was in such a high-end place, I grew up in the countryside, and I always respected those who worked for a living. Whether they're salespeople or waiters, their work is equally worthy of respect. I handed him the car keys and took out a $100 bill. Thank you for your help. As I entered the high-end private room called Manhwa Hall, the waiter led me through the exquisite decoration and into a spacious room. In the center of the room was a large round table surrounded by heavy wooden chairs. I pulled out a chair and sat down. The waiter stood by and asked, Sir, would you like to order now? I looked at the time, thought for a moment, and replied, Order now. Then I picked up my phone and dialed a number. President Liu, have you arrived? Liu Song's voice came from the other end of the phone. About half an hour. Okay. I hung up the phone and turned to the waiter. No need to order. Please prepare a table of dishes suitable for business reception, and it will be delivered in about half an hour. What's your budget? The waiter asked cautiously. No budget, just pick the best, no matter how much it costs. I paused and asked, do you have Mount High here? Yes, sir. The waiter nodded immediately. Then 2 bottles first. I thought about it and said a box. Okay, do you have any other needs? No for now. I waved my hand. Please prepare it. William's banquet was not just for Zhang Minghui's loan sharking problem. I had a deeper plan. Through this high-end banquet, I was in contact with Liu Song, Chun Feng, and Xinyu not only for personal affairs, but also to expand my network resources in the provincial capital. Although Liu Song is only the branch manager of the Bank of China, he also has certain connections in the financial circle, and the brothers Chun Feng and Xinyu are the bosses of the Fengyu gang in the provincial capital, controlling multiple high-value industries. Establishing connections with them will provide great help for my future expansion in the provincial capital. About half an hour later, the door of the room was pushed open, and the waiter led 3 people in. Liu Song was the first to step forward, smiling. Brotherly, long time no see. You seem to be thinner than last time. I smiled and responded. Thank you for your concern, Brother Liu. I can't compare to your energetic look every time we meet. Liu Song joked and introduced me. These 2 are the owners of Kaifeng Used Car Trading Center in the provincial capital. He pointed to the bald man on the left and said, "This is Mr. Chun Fong." Then he pointed to the man on the right and said, "This is Mr. Chun Yu." I walked forward and shook hands with the two Mr. Chins enthusiastically. "Mr. Chun, I have heard of you for a long time. Mr. Lee, you're welcome." The attitudes of the two Mr. Chins were a little colder than Lu Song's, but they still showed enough respect. "Please take a seat, everyone." I smiled and invited them to take a seat. Lu Song sat down without hesitation, looked at the mitai on the table, and said with a smile, "Brother Lee, you are really generous, mitai." I also sat down with a smile and said generously, "Today, President Liu and the two Mr. Chun have honored us with their presence. We must eat the best food and drink the best wine." Chen Yu looked at the dishes and wine on the table and said with a smile, "The cost of this Xingchen restaurant is not low. This table plus a box of mitai. Mr. Lee is really generous today." I smiled and filled a glass with wine. "Money is a bastard, just spend it. The important thing is to drink with you brothers. That's the joy." After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was in a good mood. Chen Feng put down his glass and turned to me. "Boss Lee, I heard from President Liu that you came to discuss something with us brothers today. We drank a lot of wine. I wonder what exactly is going on tonight, Brother Lee." I smiled to myself. This is their style. They only get down to business after 3 rounds of drinks. I took a deep breath and prepared to get to the point. Chapter 24. As the sun sets, the clouds in the sky are dyed blood red. Inside the Manhwa hall of the Xingchen Zunyue Hotel, the atmosphere suddenly becomes quiet. As soon as Chun Feng finished speaking, the whole room seemed to be waiting for something. Then, I refilled my glass with wine and said, a little drunk, "I invited Brother Liu and the two Brother Chens here today, because I do have 2 things I want to discuss with you." 2. Lu Song was slightly surprised. He felt that his previous guess was correct. The matter was far more complicated than it seemed. Zhang Minghui's matter didn't seem that complicated, but I felt that there was something else going on. "Brother Lee, if you have anything to say, just tell me." Chen Yu smiled broadly and raised his glass to indicate, "As your brother, I will do whatever I can to help you today." I smiled, picked up a piece of braised pork, nibbled it, and slowly said, "First of all, I plan to do something in the provincial capital, but after all, I am not from the provincial capital, and I don't quite understand the rules here. So, Brother Liu and Brother Chun should give me more guidance when they have time in the future and share what we have." Lu Song did not give a clear response, but just nodded. He thought to himself, "What does this guy want to do? Is he trying to get me on board?" Chen Feng was not so vague and asked directly, "I wonder what Brother Lee is planning to do." "I haven't thought about it yet." I answered easily, chewing the braised pork in my mouth. "But don't worry, Brother Chun, I will definitely not take your jobs." "What about the second one?" A smile flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Obviously, this was what he wanted to hear the most. I paused and spoke in a gentler tone. "The second thing is I have a friend who borrowed some money from you two, and now he can't pay it back. You two are asking for the money back, so I was wondering if I could pay it back for him. Please don't bother him again in the future. It's just a small matter." Chen Yu immediately raised his glass and said carelessly, "Brother, tell me your friend's name, and I will tell them to stop harassing him today." Chen Feng also nodded and raised his glass to show his support. For them, such a small matter is actually an opportunity to get closer to each other. After all, money can be earned again, but it is more difficult to do favors. "Thank you, Brother Chun." I smiled and raised my glass again. It's settled. Then I turned to Lu Song. "I'm very grateful for Brother Lu's matchmaking today. Come, toast to everyone." After a few drinks, the atmosphere became more relaxed, and everyone began to talk about their own things. Chen Yu quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Jinyang County, Zhangminghui." "Yes, the money has been paid off, and there is no need to look for him again." I nodded slightly, feeling relieved. Chen Yu really kept his word, and the promise he made over the phone completely dispelled my doubts. We drank to our heart's content, and I don't know how many glasses we drank until the 4 of us staggered out of the hotel. Lu Song, Chun Feng, Chen Yu, and I all had red faces and foul language, completely losing the serious image we had at the beginning. I have completely repaid Zhang Minghui's debts, and the high-interest loan of 300,000 yuan has been cleared. Although Zhang Minghui's matter has come to an end, this is only the first step for me to gain a foothold in the provincial capital. Next, the real challenge has just begun. The next morning, the sun shone through the hotel curtains into the room. The horns of cars honked one after another, and I slowly got up from the bed, feeling a slight headache. The liquor I drank last night was really not a good thing. Drinking too much really gave me a splitting headache. After a quick wash and breakfast, I got the car keys and drove to my newly purchased villa Shishan Fonglin Kwangju. Although Zhang Minghui's problem was temporarily solved, I knew that my next plan had just begun. Arriving at Kwangju, I parked my car in the designated parking space and walked into the mansion. The winding bridge was still so elegant, and the interior of the room was basically arranged. Although there are some small details that need to be added by myself, overall, this villa is luxurious enough. I looked around and thought to myself that perhaps it was time to establish closer ties with the upper circles in the provincial capital through this villa. Let's buy some things online, I thought to myself, and then walked around the villa leisurely, preparing for my next steps. Chapter 25. The sun was already high in the sky, and the sunlight was getting hotter. On the campus of the provincial capital's Polytechnic University, students were crisscrossing, and the sun was filled with the atmosphere of youthful vitality. Dora and Nancy walked in the crowd, smiling and enjoying the youth that belonged to them. School is still the best. Dora took Nancy's arm and walked toward the cafeteria. She narrowed her eyes and said to Nancy with a smile, "This kind of liveliness is the best." Nancy turned her head and asked with a smile, "Isn't your house lively?" Dora's smile slightly retreated, then expanded again. "I like the bustle here, the bustle of young people. Sunshine breeze youth. You are so emotional at such a young age," Nancy said with a smile. "Hey, hurry up and line up. The spicy spare ribs won't wait." Dora smiled and walked quickly to the cafeteria window. Dora stood at the cafeteria's food window, tiptoed slightly, and ordered with a smile, "Auntie, 1 portion of braised pork with potatoes, 1 portion of mapo tofu, and 1 portion of stir-fried vegetables." After the 3 dishes were served, Dora took the plate, smiled and thanked the aunt, and turned to make way. Nancy, who followed closely behind, was not to be outdone. She took the plate and stood at the window. "Auntie, 1 portion each of spicy spare ribs, spicy chicken, and fried eggplant." The two found a table by the window and sat opposite each other. Dora couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork and put it on Nancy's plate. "Come on, have a piece of braised pork." Nancy looked at her and said with a smile, "You don't eat fatty meat, so why do you have such a special liking for the braised pork in the cafeteria?" Dora answered confidently, "The braised pork is not fat. The potatoes inside are the essence. They are soft and glutinous." Then she picked up another potato and put it on Nancy's plate. "You will know if you try it. I still like the spicy spare ribs in the cafeteria the best." Nancy picked up a piece of spare ribs and took a bite. "It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's very tender when you bite it. It's very delicious. Actually, the spicy chicken my brother makes is also delicious," Dora said as she took a piece of chicken from Nancy's plate and put it in her mouth. "Compared to the cafeterias, each has its own characteristics. Then I have to try it if I have a chance." Nancy nodded while chewing a potato. "Hey, Nancy." Dora's voice suddenly became serious. Nancy looked up at her and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Dora had a smirk on her face. "How about I introduce my brother to you?" Nancy smiled, her eyes curved in a crescent. "Okay, being your sister-in-law isn't bad either. I won't suffer any loss anyway." Dora glared at her. "I treat you as my best friend, and you actually want to be my sister-in-law?" Nancy looked innocent. "You're the one who suggested this. I was wondering if you and your brother were conspiring to take advantage of me." Dora looked at her and suddenly thought seriously, "It's not impossible to bring you two together." Nancy was a little surprised. "You are not serious, are you? Your brother and I have only met once." Dora smiled. "Then you must be serious. My brother is not handsome, but he is gentle, cooks delicious food, and is filial. He is definitely a good man." Nancy smiled helplessly. "Your brother is almost praised by you like a bouquet of flowers. Don't worry about it." Dora smiled exaggeratedly and put another piece of braised pork on Nancy's plate. "I hope you match them up, and you don't refuse?" Nancy smiled generously and said, "Then you can help me get together. If it works out, you have to respect me more in the future." Dora was a little dumbfounded. "Isn't this just finding a father for yourself?" After lunch, Dora couldn't wait to call William. After the call was connected, she excitedly said, "Brother, are you in the provincial capital?" William was lying on the sofa in Kwangju, resting. "How did you know?" He smiled. "My mom told you, right?" "Yes." Dora smiled. "I called my mom last night, and she said you were coming to the provincial capital." Then she said angrily, "You didn't even tell me you were coming, and I was thinking of introducing you to a girlfriend." William was a little confused. "Girlfriend? Who are you talking about? Do I know her? Is she pretty?" "Stop, don't ask." Dora shouted loudly and looked at Nancy. "Keep it a secret. I won't tell you yet." Chapter 26. I leaned against the living room window of Kwangju, holding a glass of water in my hand, and casually glanced at the pond. The small fish in the pond were swimming leisurely, and the sunlight sprinkled on the water, sparkling, making me a little intoxicated. At this moment, the phone rang. I answered it and said to Dora with a smile, "When will you introduce my girlfriend to me?" On the other end of the phone, Dora's tone was a little annoyed. "She hasn't agreed to you yet. What do you mean she's your girlfriend?" I could hear Nancy laughing beside her. "Your brother's really thick-skinned." Nancy's voice was crisp, which made me smile. I smiled and said, "I think it's not bad. When are you free? I'll arrange it." "I'm free after class this afternoon," Dora replied. "And tomorrow is the weekend, so I don't have classes." "Okay, how about I take you out for a midnight snack tonight?" I suggested, thinking about making this meeting a little special. Dora didn't agree immediately, but put down the phone and discussed with Nancy in a low voice. After a moment, she returned to the phone. "Okay, let's go tonight. Then I'll pick you up after class." I responded with a smile. She asked in confusion, "Aren't we having a midnight snack? Why are you here after class?" I leaned back on the sofa and smiled more easily. "How can I have a midnight snack if I don't have dinner? I'm familiar with the provincial capital. I'll arrange dinner. And I've also booked a place for midnight snack." "Okay." Dora's tone became helpless. "Don't forget to prepare the gift for the meeting." "Don't worry, it's ready," I replied. When I parked my car at the gate of the provincial capital's Polytechnic University and checked the time, I sent a message to Dora. "I'm at your school gate. I'll wait for you at the usual place." After a while, she replied, "I'm still in class. Have you prepared the gift I asked you to prepare?" "Don't forget it." "Prepared," I replied to her, and then asked, "Can you tell me who you are introducing me to, so that I can be prepared?" "I won't tell you what you're preparing for," she replied playfully, and then sent another message. "Just wait patiently." I put down my phone, smiled, and thought to myself, my second child is getting more and more rebellious. Chapter 27. More than 10 minutes later, Dora finally walked out of the school gate with Nancy. When I saw them, I knew what was going on, and I thought to myself, the girlfriend that Lao Air said he would introduce to me turned out to be Nancy. I met Nancy was when I sent Dora back to school after her father's funeral. Although it was only a brief encounter, she left a deep impression on me. Nancy is a gentle and elegant girl, completely different from Dora's lively and smart personality. When I got off the car, I greeted her with a smile and said jokingly, "Hello, girlfriend." "Huh, hello, Miss Bai. You must be the girlfriend that Lao Air wants to introduce to me." Nancy just smiled and didn't answer. Dora stared at me with dissatisfaction. "Brother, can't you see me?" "Oh, the second one is here too." I patted Dora's head with some affection. "Hey, you haven't washed your hair in a few days." "I just washed my hair today." Dora slapped my hand away in dissatisfaction, with some annoyance on her face. "What do you mean by I'm here too? Shouldn't I be here?" "That's not what I meant." I hurriedly explained. "I meant that you've already sent Miss Bai here, so you can go back." And okay. Dora was so angry that she put her hands on her hips, her eyes wide open. "Don't go too far." Nancy, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her mouth, her body shaking slightly. If she hadn't tried to suppress it, she would have laughed so hard. Okay, get in the car." I took a half step back and decided to give in for the time being. I walked to the passenger door and opened it, but suddenly stopped, walked to the back seat, opened the back door, and said to Nancy, "Nancy, let's sit in the back." "How about?" I looked at Nancy, then at Dora. "How about letting Miss Bai sit in the front?" Nancy was stunned, looked at me, then at Dora, and hesitated for a moment. "Should I sit in the front?" "Why sit in the front?" Dora glared at me and pulled Nancy into the back seat. I had no choice but to drive obediently and do my duty as a driver. Dora and Nancy chatted in low voices in the back seat. I could occasionally hear a few words. "Do you think my brother is unreliable?" Dora asked in a low voice, obviously expressing some feelings to Nancy. "No." Nancy smiled and replied, "I think it's quite funny." "Funny?" Dora was speechless. "You think it's funny that he bullies me?" Nancy covered her mouth and laughed again. "I think the way you two siblings get along is quite interesting. He just bullies me because he was born a few years earlier than me." Dora curled her lips, showing a look of dissatisfaction. "Second brother, stop saying bad things about me in front of Miss Bai." I suddenly spoke up, trying to take the opportunity to interrupt. "What bad things did I say about you?" Dora asked back, turning her head and glaring at me. "I heard you say I bullied you." I continued to drive seriously. "Didn't you bully me?" Dora asked angrily. "I swear to God." I raised 3 fingers and held the steering wheel with one hand. I swear I never bully you every day. Do you still want to bully me every day? Dora was obviously furious. Okay, okay. Nancy held back her laughter and quickly pulled her back. Brotherly, please stop teasing Dora. We finally arrived at the Hot Pot Town, a retro-style hot pot restaurant. I smiled and said to the waiter, "Three of you, give us a quiet place." The waiter led us to a secluded corner, and the three of us sat down. I handed the menu to Nancy and said with a smile, "Take a look and order what you like." Umph. Dora looked at me and Nancy snorted coldly and deliberately turned her head to the side. Nancy and Dora looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Dora asked coldly. Nancy didn't answer, but turned her gaze to me with a smile. I took out a beautiful gift box, put it in front of Dora, and said with a smile, "Open it and see if you like it." It's not that easy to bribe me. Dora said toughly, but honestly opened the gift box. Inside was a white watch, lying quietly in the box, with the second hand slowly moving. That's a mistake. I suddenly grabbed the box and held the watch in front of Nancy. "This is for Nancy." "You." Dora's eyes widened, and she was about to get angry, but I took out another pink gift box and said with a smile, "This is for you. You are my sister. How could you forget your share? Open it and have a look." I pushed the box and looked at her with a smile. The waiter next to me watched this scene and thought to himself, "Can't you guys order the dishes before you start dating? Who did I, a single dog, offend? Show me this." Chapter 28. I sat at the table and watched the waiter leave with the menus we ordered. Dora and Nancy each put on a gift on their wrist, and they both looked very suitable, and I couldn't help but smile. "It looks good on both of you," I said. "Are you satisfied?" "Not bad." Dora curled her lips. Although she didn't say it, her eyes revealed some joy. "Thank you, brotherly. I really like it," Nancy said softly, with a hint of shyness between her eyebrows. "You're welcome." I waved my hand and smiled. "As long as you like it. You two haven't confirmed your relationship yet, and you're still being so affectionate," Dora teased, with a somewhat disdainful tone. At this time, a familiar male voice came from a distance. "You two are so affectionate. How can you be so exaggerated?" Dora, Nancy, and I all looked in the direction of the sound. A young man in a white shirt and blue jeans walked over quickly, his bright smile making him look very confident. He walked over to our table, looked at Dora and Nancy, and said with a smile, "It's Xiaoxue and Dora. They are really two beautiful women." I frowned slightly and noticed that when he turned to me, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. "Who is this?" He looked at me with a hint of provocation in his eyes. "This is my brother," Dora replied coldly. Her tone was cold, and it was obvious that she didn't like him. "Senior Xiaobin is here, too." Xiaobin smiled and nodded, with a slightly arrogant attitude. "Dora's brother. Nice to meet you." I didn't answer, but just nodded slightly to show politeness. I was already feeling a little unhappy and wanted to see what he was going to do. Xiaobin ignored me and turned to Dora and continued. "I heard that the hot pot in this restaurant is very special. It just so happens that our team and the cheerleaders are having a dinner together today, so we chose this place." Then he said to Nancy, "Two ladies, why don't you come over for a drink and have some fun together?" I noticed that he hardly even looked at me and completely ignored me. "I'd never go have a drink with you, you jerk." Dora must have thought so in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. Her face remained calm, neither agreeing nor refusing. I knew her choice would be Nancy's refusal. Sure enough, Nancy smiled and politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Xiaobin, but we won't go. Neither of us pays much attention to basketball, and we are not cheerleaders. It's not appropriate for us to follow you to the dinner." When Xiaobin heard this, he seemed a little unwilling and continued to insist. "There's nothing inappropriate. We are all young people, and it will be more lively when we get together." As he said that, he actually reached out to grab Nancy's arm, as if he wanted to pull her away directly. But just as his hand touched Nancy, another big hand suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly. The smile on Xiaobin's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of displeasure and annoyance. He turned his head suddenly and looked at me coldly. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" My expression was stern and my tone was cold. Forcing others to do something they don't want to do is not a gentleman's behavior. Xiaobin was stunned for a moment, then smiled disdainfully. "What does this have to do with you?" I turned to look at Nancy, who was still in a daze, then turned back and said with a smile, "I am Nancy's boyfriend. Don't you understand that it has something to do with me?" This sentence was like a bomb that exploded in Xiaobin's head. He was stunned and speechless. Finally, he had to let go, looking reluctant. Nancy rubbed the place where Xiao Bin had just grabbed her, with a slightly complicated expression on her face. Dora looked at me with a gleam of approval in her eyes, as if to say, "Well done." Xiao Bin stood up straight and looked at me for a few seconds with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "I was rash just now. I didn't expect that after not seeing her for a few days, Xiao Xue actually has a boyfriend, and he's Dora's brother. When fate arrives, it will come naturally." I smiled faintly, but I felt a little disgusted with this person in my heart. I continued to look at the displeasure in Nancy's eyes and added, "Xiao Xue is no longer single now. Senior Xiao, it's best not to bother her anymore in the future." After hearing this, Xiao Bin sneered and turned his gaze from me to Nancy with a sly look in his eyes. He suddenly smiled again. "It seems that you two are really a good match." I didn't want to respond, but just replied coldly, "Thank you for the compliment." Xiao Bin seemed reluctant, but still showed a polite smile. "Then I won't bother you anymore." After he said that, he glanced at Nancy and Dora again, and finally looked at me with a meaningful look, then turned and left. When Xiao Bin disappeared from my sight, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then I turned to look at Nancy, a little embarrassed. "I pretended to be your boyfriend in a hurry just now. Do you mind?" "No, no." Nancy smiled, but Dora grinned and said, "Brother, you performed well just now." Nancy glared at Dora, then turned to look at me. "It's okay. I'm actually quite annoyed with this guy. After what you just said, he may not bother me again in the future." I suddenly felt uncomfortable. "He often comes to harass you?" Dora continued. "He is Nancy's suitor, but Nancy doesn't pay much attention to him. He is shameless and refuses to give up." I thought to myself, so he's a love rival. Dora continued, "He's a typical scumbag. From freshman year to now, he's had more than 20 girlfriends, 2 of whom got pregnant, and we broke up. His reputation is terrible." Nancy lowered her head, and I asked, "How can a man like him have the nerve to pursue Nancy?" Dora smiled and continued, "He is just a super scumbag, with a face thicker than the wall." "Understand." I nodded, feeling even more disgusted with Xiaobin. Nancy smiled and interrupted our conversation. "Okay, let's not talk about him. I have a boyfriend now, and he will protect me." I suddenly laughed. Of course, it's natural for a boyfriend to protect his girlfriend. Just as I was about to say something, the waiter came over with a hot pot and interrupted our conversation. "Here comes the pot. Handsome guy. Please make way." Chapter 29. As night falls, the sky is filled with stars, and the breeze blows across the lake, rustling the willow leaves. The reflections of the lights on the lake are like a dream, with infinite charm. We walked along the path by the lake, sometimes getting closer, sometimes moving away, like the fluctuations of fate, sometimes meeting, sometimes missing. I suddenly stopped and asked with a smile, "How about finding a place to sit?" Nancy chuckled and replied, "Sure." So we walked to the bench by the lake, sat down, and our eyes were looking at the lake at the same time. Under the lights, the lake was like a mirror, reflecting the stars. "Why don't you call me brotherly?" I leaned back in my chair and said easily, "Just call me by my name." Nancy nodded and replied with a smile, "Okay. How about I take you to a movie later?" I continued to suggest. "Sure." Nancy replied in a gentle tone. "How about we go out and play tomorrow?" I asked again. "Okay, there's no class tomorrow on the weekend." She agreed with a smile. I saw her smile, but suddenly she became a little nervous, with a hint of hesitation in her words. "How about?" I paused. "Let's have a relationship." Nancy looked at me with complicated eyes, still smiling, but I felt an unspoken sense of oppression. "Okay." She suddenly spoke, her smile still fading, interrupting me. I was stunned for a moment. I couldn't believe my ears. She agreed? Really agreed? "You agreed?" I could hardly believe it. Nancy nodded gently. I agreed. My heart beat faster, and I moved closer to her excitedly and hugged her in my arms. "What are you doing?" Nancy's reaction was a little surprised, but she didn't struggle. Her face was slightly red. "Don't move," I whispered, holding her tightly. "Let me hold you for a while." Her hands gradually relaxed, gently patting my back, and a smile slowly bloomed on her face. Dora's voice came from a distance. "No way. Are these two developing so fast?" I let go of Nancy instantly, and we hurriedly separated. Nancy lowered her head a little embarrassed, and I looked at Dora angrily. "What are you doing?" Dora came closer with a puzzled look. "What are you doing?" Before she could finish, I responded, "Isn't it obvious? Can't you see it?" Nancy nodded shyly and said nothing. Dora was surprised. "It's only been a few minutes. How come you guys are so fast? Didn't I say I was the matchmaker?" I shrugged. When fate brings us together, it will happen naturally. In the car, Nancy sat in the front passenger seat, and Dora sat in the back seat. Dora suddenly leaned over and joked to Nancy, "Sister-in-law, can I still sit in my brother's front passenger seat in the future?" Nancy smiled and turned her head to Dora and said, "Am I so vicious?" Dora laughed. "No, no. Hee hee. Sister-in-law, we have to unite and deal with my brother together in the future." As I was concentrating on driving, I thought to myself, it seems that the second brother is really scheming. Dora continued, "You see, my brother always likes to bully me. I wonder if he dares to be arrogant when you are around." She smiled and said, "Otherwise, let him kneel on the durian when he gets home. Isn't this the way back to school?" Dora suddenly frowned and asked, "Let's go to the movies." I answered, "You're not taking me with you?" She was a little unhappy. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you." I answered seriously, "I'll buy you a separate ticket so you don't sit with us." "Oomph." Dora frowned and leaned back. "You forgot about your sister after you got a wife." Nancy covered her mouth and laughed softly. Chapter 30. On both sides of the street, the night atmosphere gradually heated up. Various snack stalls were set up all around, and the folding tables placed on the road were already full of people. The streets were filled with the aroma of barbecue, and the beer and skewers on the tables formed a unique night scene in this city. I took Nancy and Dora to an empty table. The noise of the crowd made me raise my voice unconsciously. "Boss, order food." It was not intentional to be loud, but the noise here made it difficult to hear any sound. Not long after, the boss appeared in front of us wearing an apron and with a greasy face. He smiled familiarly. "William, I haven't seen you for a long time, almost 2 years." I smiled and nodded. "Yes, I haven't been here since graduation. I really missed your taste." The boss laughed and said, "You're welcome today. I'll give you a discount on anything you order." I didn't even look at the menu and started talking. 2 pounds of shrimp, half a pound of beef, a handful of meat skewers, and 6 skewers each of tofu, potatoes, cabbage, and gluten. He quickly wrote down in his notebook, "What would you like to drink?" "No alcohol, 3 bottles of coconut milk, and 3 bottles of soy milk." I replied, "I have to drive later." The boss smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll be right there." He turned and walked towards the kitchen, still shouting, "William, I'll take care of your table first." Nancy looked at me and smiled. "You really know this place well." I picked up some paper towels and wiped the table. I often came here with my roommates when I was in college. We ate here a lot and got to know the boss well. I pointed around. Although the store is not big, it is always full every night and the business is very good. Dora narrowed her eyes, obviously looking forward to the food here. "Then the barbecue here is delicious, right?" I smiled and shook my head. "It's not just the barbecue that's delicious here, but also the boss's service. You can feel his enthusiasm for the guests, and everyone is willing to come here." As I was talking, the boss came over with a plate of cold tofu and said, "I'll give you some snacks first. The main dishes will be ready soon." "Thank you, boss," I said, and everyone started to taste the snack. "It's really good." Nancy took a bite and said with emotion, "Why didn't I find such a hidden treasure here before? I'll bring you here often in the future." I responded with a smile. I almost have to stay in the provincial capital for a long time. As we were enjoying our meal, a group of people came to our table, including 2 women and a man. The man looked familiar, but due to the dim light, I couldn't be sure for a while. "That man seems to be." Tina suddenly stopped and whispered to Diana, "Look at the table over there. Is that man Mr. William?" Diana seemed a little confused. "Mr. William? Are you talking about Mr. William who bought Kwangju?" "That's him." Tina smiled and nodded. "He seems to like this kind of street barbecue too." I turned my head to look at them, and I was slightly shocked. I thought I would not run into acquaintances in such a low-key dinner, but I didn't expect to run into them. Diana and Tina gradually approached our table, and I could feel their hesitant steps. "It's really Mr. William." Diana finally confirmed, with a little surprise in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to come here." Chapter 31 exposed. "Mr. William, it's really you." "William." Nancy and Dora were chatting when suddenly a voice was heard. William turned his head and saw Tina and Diana struggling to squeeze through the crowd. "Why are you here?" After recognizing the people, William was slightly surprised and smiled. "I came here with my company to have a midnight snack." Diana seemed very happy to see William. No, she was really happy. William brought her more than 30 million in sales, and she could get more than 200,000 in commission alone. Which salesperson would not like such a customer? "Brother Xing, I didn't expect to see you here." Diana smiled happily. "We thought it looked like you from a distance, and when we came over, it was really you." I'm here for a late-night snack, too, William said with a smile. He had a good impression of Tina and Diana. Would you like to join us? Just add 2 stools over here. No, no. Tina waved her hand and refused. We have a company party tonight. Almost all colleagues are coming. It would not be appropriate for the 2 of us to eat here and not go over. How about this? Diana interrupted again with a smile. I'll treat you to a meal when my salary is paid next month. Nancy, who was sitting next to him, suddenly smiled and said, William, you didn't even introduce these 2 people to us, but just kept chatting with them. Nancy was smiling when she spoke. Her tone did conceal a hint of jealousy. How could she not feel bad when her boyfriend was invited to dinner by a young and beautiful girl? Hearing Nancy's words, William felt bitter in his heart. It was not because William heard the sourness in Nancy's tone, but if he introduced Diana Tina's true situation, would it reveal that he had bought a villa worth $30 million? Then my sister and girlfriend would definitely ask me where the money came from, and I would not be able to hide the fact that I won $1.2 billion. William himself was not sure if he could withstand the torture from his sister. William was mentally preparing how to introduce her, but Diana took the initiative to speak. Brother Xing, who are these 2? Can you please introduce them to me? Diana looked at Nancy and Dora with a smile on her face. Because Diana herself is a student who has not graduated yet, she can tell at a glance that the 2 girls sitting with William are also students. Moreover, since they can go out for a midnight snack with William so late at night, they must have a special relationship. William was even more troubled this time. 3 women make a play, and now there are 4 women in front of me. Why does this atmosphere feel a bit scary? This is my sister. William made up his mind, smiled slightly, and pointed at Dora and said, Her name is Dora, which is exactly the same as mine. Then William pointed at Nancy and said, This is my girlfriend, Nancy. His tone deliberately became a little proud. Isn't she beautiful? Hearing this, Diana couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable, but she didn't show it on her face. Tina, who was standing by, also glanced at Diana inadvertently, with a hint of heartache in her eyes. Oh, Brother Xing's girlfriend is really beautiful, Diana said with a smile, but her tone seemed not as calm as before. William smiled and pointed at Tina and said, This is Tina. Then he pointed at Diana and said, This is Diana, a friend I met before. Dora, who was standing at the side, looked at Nancy's expression and suddenly asked, Brother, how did your sister Tina and sister Diana know each other? Nancy's eyes also moved over, as if she was also waiting for William's answer. Second brother, why are you making trouble for no reason? How should I explain when you ask me like this? William thought silently in his heart, but his face looked normal and he was smiling. William was thinking about how to explain. Diana took the initiative to speak. I am a salesperson at the Shishan Fenglin sales department. Brother Xing went to our project yesterday and bought a house from me. Diana finished speaking. She felt Tina bump into her heart. Diana turned her head to look at Tina and found that Tina was blinking at her. Dora and Nancy were so shocked that they couldn't even speak and felt a little confused. I bought a house in Shishan Fenglin. How is this possible? William slapped his forehead and said, It's over. I didn't stop Diana from talking, and I was exposed. I can't hide it this time. While thinking, William secretly observed Dora and Nancy's reactions. Although Diana was simple, she was not stupid. After Tina's reminder, she finally realized that she seemed to have said something she shouldn't have said. She was suddenly a little flustered and didn't know what to do or say next. She didn't dare to look at William's face. But Tina felt a little regretful in her heart, wondering why she didn't stop Diana. Please make way. Please make way. William and the others with 2 plates of grilled shrimps put down his cross-legged clothes, glanced at Tina and Diana, and asked, William, are you friends? Do you want 2 more stools for you? No, no, no. Diana finally reacted and quickly waved her hand to refuse. We are from another table, and we have to go over soon. Mr. William, why don't you guys eat first? Tina said quickly. Our colleague has been there for a while. Diana and I have to go over there. Otherwise, it won't be good if we take too long. After saying that, without waiting for William to speak, he quickly pulled Diana away, leaving the boss in a daze. William, what is this? The boss looked at William with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. William felt helpless and could only smile. Are the others baked? Bring them up quickly if they are. Ha, sure. I'll bring it to you right away. The boss laughed and left. Ahem. William coughed twice, then placed his chopsticks in front of Nancy and Dora respectively. Eat. These shrimps are delicious. Try them quickly. Dora and Nancy didn't pick up the chopsticks. Instead, they looked at each other and then looked at William at the same time, just staring at him without saying a word. No, why are you two staring at me like that? William was a little flustered. Dora and Nancy's silence was like the calm before a snowstorm. There are no shrimps on my face. The shrimps are on the plate. Eat them quickly. They won't taste good if they get cold. Dora and Nancy looked at each other again, and then Nancy turned to look at William and asked in disbelief, "Did you really buy a sweet?" William looked at Nancy and Dora respectively, then lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake and whispered, "Buy it." "Did you buy it at Shishan Feng Lin?" Dora asked bluntly. "Yeah." William still didn't dare to look up, but just hummed softly. "Brother, look up," Dora said softly. William raised his head slowly and looked at Dora and Nancy respectively without saying a word, but his expression was a bit like a prisoner waiting to be interrogated. Dora looked at William, leaned her head slightly closer, and asked with a sly smile, "Mr. William, don't you have anything to tell us?" Chapter 32, Briefing. "Mr. William, don't you have anything to tell us?" William's face turned bitter, and he thought to himself, "Here it comes. I'm going to be interrogated. Mr. William, can you give us a reasonable explanation?" Nancy also came over. William, facing the siege from both sides, could only shake his head helplessly, sighed, and said seriously, "I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm a billionaire." "Hey, are you filming a movie?" Dora teased. "Don't tell me you have a second master who has been away from home since he was a child, and now there are tens of billions of assets for you to inherit." "No, no." William smiled awkwardly and looked at Dora. "Isn't my second master also your second master?" "Don't talk nonsense, just tell the truth," Nancy said slowly, her tone full of warning. "What did that person say, just now?" "Yes, Diana, what's the matter with you buying a house in West Mountain Maple Grove? I heard from Dora that you were in a lot of debt, but you have the money to buy a house, and it's a house in West Mountain Maple Grove." "Yes, let's talk about the house." Dora also looked serious. "Where did you get the money?" "Ah." William sighed. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore. In fact, William was not afraid that Dora and Nancy would know about the house purchase. He was afraid of being asked where the money came from. Dora and Nancy were not as easy to coax as their mother, who could not just make up a story to temporarily conceal the truth. And it was not a trivial matter, so it was not so easy to fool them. "I can only tell the truth," William thought to himself, and then his expression became serious. "I can tell you the truth, but you have to promise me not to tell anyone." "Okay, I promise," Nancy replied without hesitation. "I agreed to." Dora followed with a firm attitude. William looked around at Nancy and Dora and said seriously, "Actually, what I bought was a villa." "Villa?" Nancy frowned and Dora stared. The two looked at each other again, with even deeper confusion in their eyes. Then Dora asked again, "How much did you spend on the villa?" "2 million. "No." William shook his head. "5 million. Nancy guessed in disbelief. "No." William continued to shake his head, but his head slowly lowered. "So how much did you spend?" Dora asked, her tone becoming a little hurried. "It cost." William raised his head and looked at Dora and Nancy's faces. Their cautious expressions and movements were like a child who had made a mistake. "It cost 30 million. "What?" With two exclamations of disbelief, Nancy and Dora stood up from their stools in shock. Then the originally noisy environment around them suddenly became quiet, and almost everyone turned their eyes to where William and the other two were, with expressions of doubt, surprise, or watching the fun. "What are you two doing? Keep your voice down." William quickly stood up and comforted Nancy and Dora as they sat down again amid many strange looks. "Don't be so excited. Keep a low profile. Do you two want to let everyone in the world know that I spent 30 million to buy a villa?" "Brother, are you crazy?" Dora recovered a little from the shock, but the shock on her face did not fade at all. "Spending 30 million to buy a villa? Why buy a villa when you have 30 million? Where did you get so much money? Even if you rob a bank, you can't get that much money. Your brother has more than 30 million. Nancy also calmed down, and her tone became relatively stable. "More than 30 million? Dora exclaimed again. "Then how much does he have?" William looked embarrassed and didn't know how to start. Nancy didn't answer Dora. Although she still felt unbelievable, her relatively stable personality made her think more. A person who can spend 30 million to buy a villa must have assets far exceeding 30 million. It could be hundreds of millions, billions, or even more. But according to her understanding, William couldn't possibly have so much money, let alone 30 million. He couldn't even have 300,000. There's only one explanation. William suddenly has so much money. But how can a person get so much money in such a short time? Could it be? Nancy suddenly thought of something, and her face became even more shocked. The first prize of the 1.2 billion lottery in Jinyang County 2 days ago. Thinking of this, Nancy looked at William in disbelief and asked tentatively, William, is it a lottery ticket? Lottery? What lottery? Dora was puzzled. Then, as if she had thought of something, she turned to look at William, covered her mouth, and said in surprise, Brother, could it be that the winner in Jinyang County is you? It was obvious that Dora and Nancy were thinking alike. The news of Jinyang County winning the first prize of the lotto with a prize of 1.2 billion has not yet dissipated the heat on the internet. This is a sensational event in the whole country, so the heat in the provincial capital is still high. These days, whether it is various news or after-dinner conversations among classmates, this is a frequently mentioned topic. William also saw that Nancy and Dora had roughly guessed it, so he could only smile bitterly and nodded, Yes, it was me. So you have 1.2 billion? Dora's voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, not knowing whether she was surprised or excited. William was so scared that he quickly reached out and covered Dora's mouth. Keep your voice down. There are so many people here, don't make any noise. William let go of Dora's mouth only after Dora calmed down a little. You have 1.2 billion? Dora asked in a low voice this time, but her tone was still excited. Nancy also looked at William expectantly, waiting for his answer. How can there be so much as 1.2 billion? The first prize of the lottery is subject to tax. Since it has come to this, William felt that there was no need to hide it any longer. After paying 20% tax, the final amount is only over 960 million. Only over 960 million. Dora suppressed her excitement and whispered, Brother, that's 900 million, not 900. It's only over 960 million. You're exaggerating. Nancy also became excited and her face turned red. How many people can remain calm in the face of 900 million? The boyfriend I just confirmed my relationship with today was originally just an ordinary guy whose father just passed away and who was in debt. But suddenly he became a billionaire. The difference between the two is simply huge. Moreover, Nancy didn't know that William was a billionaire when she confirmed her relationship with him. She only found out after they confirmed their relationship. The gap between the two is indescribable. Nancy took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, William, Dora is right. No matter how much money you have, you can't be arrogant. I know. After William said this secret, he seemed to be much more relaxed and said with a smile, So I didn't tell anyone before, even my mom, my second son, because I wanted to keep a low profile. After all, wealth should not be exposed to others. Well, you're right. Nancy nodded, then turned to Dora and said solemnly, Dora, neither of us can tell anyone about this. Yes, Dora nodded. Can I tell Mom? Don't tell Mom yet. William thought for a moment. I'll find a chance and tell her in person. Just at this moment, the boss came over with a portion of grilled meat and grilled tofu and put them on the table. Here it comes. Chapter 33, 2 sentences. The boss ran back and forth 2 or 3 times and finally brought all the barbecue. William, take your time eating. Call me if you need anything, the boss said with a smile, then turned around to serve the guests at other small square tables. Eat, eat. William picked up a grilled shrimp with chopsticks and put it in the bowl for Nancy and Dora respectively. I think the most unique and delicious thing here is this grilled shrimp. William put on gloves and peeled the shrimp. It's grilled crispy and tender and very tasty. Brother, let me ask you a question. Dora peeled a shrimp and put it in her mouth. Were you excited when you won the prize? Of course I was excited, William recalled, lowering his voice and laughing. It was the night when I sent you back to school last time. I went back to the hotel to rest, and then when I checked the lottery results, I felt that the numbers were very familiar, but I forgot to bring my ticket and left it in the car. William reached out and grabbed a skewer of barbecue. Then I rushed back to the car in the heavy rain and checked the numbers one by one. I checked them over and over again so many times that I couldn't remember how many times before I was sure that I had one. That night, I basically didn't sleep all night. So you went to receive the award the next day? Dora asked again, pulling off a skewer of meat. Yeah. William drank a mouthful of coconut juice. I bought a set of disguise clothes early in the morning and then went to the Provincial Sports Lottery Center during the working hours of the Provincial Sports Lottery Center. William and 2 other friends were sitting around a small square table, eating and chatting. In a relatively large private room not far away, there were more than a dozen people in business attire, eating barbecue and drinking beer. The atmosphere was quite lively. Come on, Everyone raise your glasses. One of the men picked up the glass in front of him and looked around with a smile. Unconsciously, 2/3 of the time has passed. Originally, our dinner was planned for the end of the month, but after everyone's concerted efforts and unremitting efforts, this month's performance target has been completed ahead of schedule, so our dinner time is also advanced. Here, I would like to thank everyone for their hard work and dedication this month. As he spoke, the man raised his voice a little. Everyone has worked hard. Come on, let's drink. After that, everyone shouted cheers together, and then almost everyone drank the beer in their glasses. Eat your food, the man said, putting down the cup. After a while, the man raised his cup again and said, "Everyone, pay attention." He paused, and after everyone put down their chopsticks and raised their cups, he continued, "This second cup, let's toast to our partner Diana." Diana, who was sitting in the corner, raised her cup a little higher, smiled, and looked around as a simple gesture. The man nodded to Diana, then looked around and continued. Although Diana is a newcomer who has only been in the industry for more than a month, she has basically no sales in the past month. However, not having sales for a while does not mean that there will be no sales forever. It is better to be silent than to make a big splash. As long as Diana seizes a chance, she can achieve an incredible result. After a pause, the man continued, "This month, the sales target of our sales department is 50 million, but Diana has completed 3/5 of it alone, bringing our sales this month to nearly 60 million. We were able to complete the task ahead of schedule and in excess, and Diana is the biggest contributor. So let's toast to our biggest contributor this month. Cheers!" After another round of not-so-uniform drinking, everyone at the table basically finished their meal in one gulp. Diana was one of the few who drank only half a glass. To Diana, Tina drank the whole bottle, burped softly, then tilted her head, covered her mouth, and whispered to Diana, "If you can't drink it, drink slowly, drink less, don't be stubborn." "Yeah," Diana nodded. Her face flushed a little and whispered back, "I only drink half a cup. I don't dare to do it like you do. You have reserved our sales champion for this month. I guess I might ask you to say a few words during the next drink, so you should be mentally prepared." Tina picked up a piece of dried tofu and put it in her mouth, whispering to Diana. Soon, the man sat down and shouted with a smile, "Diana." Diana, who was eating grilled ribs, looked up and responded, "Although this month is not over yet, you have basically secured our top sales this month." The man said with a smile, "Then you can share some of your experience with us." He looked around and said, "Everyone, please welcome us with applause." Diana stood up with a slightly awkward smile, and the applause gradually died down. "Yeah." Diana cleared her throat and said slowly with a red face, "Actually, my success in closing this deal was largely due to luck. The customer came, and I happened to be at the door, so I received him. I didn't expect the customer to be so straightforward. He signed the deal so easily without any introduction, so I don't have any experience to share." Listening to this, Beata, who was sitting diagonally opposite, had eyes full of resentment. Looking at Diana, who was speaking, his hand under the table slowly clenched into a fist. Diana paused and sorted out what she wanted to say in her mind. "But I still want to thank the company for providing such a platform. With this platform, I have the opportunity to meet such customers. Secondly, I want to thank all the brothers and sisters for their usual teaching and help. As a newcomer, it is because of your usual teaching and help that I know how to receive customers and how to explain the advantages and disadvantages of the house type to customers. Thirdly, I want to thank Sister Tina." Diana looked down at Tina and said, "I was a little flustered when receiving that customer, especially when I took the customer to see the house. Fortunately, Sister Tina helped me speak up, so I successfully signed the order." "Then you must have a good drink with your Sister Tina later." The man smiled and said, "Anything else?" No more." Diana scratched her head, looking a little embarrassed. "Huh." Everyone burst into laughter at the same time. "Then sit down," the man said with a smile. After Diana sat down with a red face, the man smiled and said, "Everyone, give Diana a round of applause to encourage her." The pa-pa-pa sound lasted for a long time before gradually weakening. "Next, everyone is free to do what you want." The man smiled and said, "Eat and drink as much as you want." Chapter 34 Pills. The atmosphere in the box was very lively, with people gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to play finger-guessing games, brag, and drink. "Sister Nan, let me toast you first. Thank you for your care since I started working here," Diana said to Tina while holding up her glass. "Why are you being so polite to me?" Tina raised her glass and touched Diana's glass, smiling, Come on, drink it up. Okay, cheers. Diana made up her mind and drank the glass in one breath with difficulty. Tina looked at Diana and felt uncomfortable even after drinking a glass of beer and thought to herself, Diana's alcohol tolerance is not good. I'm afraid she will suffer at the table in the future. Thinking about this, Tina leaned close to Diana's ear and whispered, Diana, if someone invites you to drink later, you have to be smart. You should hide when you should and refuse when you should. Don't just drink as much as others ask you to drink and end up getting drunk. Okay, thank you for reminding me, Sister Nan. I don't know if it was because the weather was too hot, the atmosphere was too lively, or because she drank a little bit of wine, but Diana's face had become red, and when she smiled, she looked like a red apple. When she squinted her eyes, she looked drunk. On the other side, Beata smiled and finished a glass of wine with a boy next to her. After a brief conversation, she turned around and her face instantly turned cold. Then she gave a subtle wink to another boy across the street. The boy seemed to have received some secret signal, nodded slightly to Beata, then a gentle smile appeared on his face. He refilled his half-empty glass with beer and walked towards Diana. The man walked behind Diana, patted her shoulder, and when Diana turned around with a red face, he raised his glass and said with a smile, Beautiful Diana, come here. Congratulations on becoming our new sales champion. Thank you, Brother Lin. Diana looked at the man in front of her, stood up, raised a half-full glass of wine, and said with a smile, I'm just a newcomer in the industry. I was lucky to become the sales champion this time. I'll have to rely on you to take care of me and help me in the future. No, no. The man called Brother Lin was actually named Lin Yuha. He raised his glass and gently touched it with Diana's glass, then said with a smile, Here, I'll toast you. Thank you, Brother Lin, Diana said, drinking half a glass of wine with a sad expression. Lin Yuha drank it all in one gulp, but when he saw that Diana still had half a glass left, he suddenly said with a straight face, Diana, it's a rare opportunity for you to drink mocha with me. How can you only drink half a glass? As he spoke, he reached out and lifted Diana's glass a little higher, and a gentle smile appeared on his face again. Drink it, drink it. Brother Lin, I can't drink much. Diana refused, pressing down the glass. Give me a break. You don't want to give me face, do you? Lin Yuha frowned again. Cheers, cheers. Why do we have to drink? As he said that, he put the glass to Diana's mouth again. Brother Lin. Before Diana could finish her words, Lin Yuha had already raised his glass to touch Diana's lips, forcing Diana to drink the remaining half glass of wine. That's right. After Diana finished drinking, Lin Yuha took the wine glass and put it on the table, then picked up the bottle and poured wine into Diana's glass. I'll fill it up for you again, Lin Yuha said, looking around casually. And when he found that no one noticed him, he carefully dropped a pill between his fingers into Diana's glass that had just been filled with beer. Lin Yuha shook the wine glass in his hand, quickly dissolving the pills in the wine, and then put it on the table in front of Diana, and then filled his own glass. He raised the wine glass and smiled at Diana, but there was a little cunning in his eyes that was not noticed by others, and continued, Is there a chance to drink with you another glass? Brother Lin, I really can't drink anymore. Diana held the table with one hand, her eyes slightly tipsy, but she shook her head to refuse. How about you let me rest for a while? I'll come back to drink with you later. Then I'll finish it, and you can just watch over it as a token of your appreciation, okay? Lin Yuha said with a smile, raised his glass to indicate, and then drank it all in one gulp. After finishing the drink, Lin Yuha held the glass upside down in his hand, looked at Diana, and said with a smile, I'm done. It's your turn. Okay. Diana looked at Lin Yuha's slightly aggressive smile and shook her head helplessly. I'll just have 2 sips. As she said that, she picked up the wine glass and took 2 big sips, and 2/3 of the beer in the glass was gone in one go. Watching Diana drink 2 big gulps of beer, Lin Yua's eyes unconsciously flashed a hidden smile. Diana is straightforward, a real heroine. Lin Yuha gave a thumbs up. What kind of heroine? I feel like I'm getting drunk. Diana sat back on the stool drunkenly, with a smile on her rosy face. I can't drink anymore. I really can't drink anymore. I need to rest for a while. Okay, then you take a break first. Lin Yuha patted Diana's shoulder again. I'll come back to have a drink with you later. At the side, Tina had just finished a drink with another person. She turned around and sat down to eat a bite of food. Then she turned around and saw Diana sitting on the stool with a red face. She went up to her and asked, Diana, are you okay? If not, don't drink. As she said that, she filled her own glass again. It's okay. Although Diana looked drunk, her mind was still relatively clear. I just drank more than 1 cup in a row. I drank a little too fast this time. I need to take a break. Then you take a break by yourself. I have to go have a drink with the manager. Tina picked up the glass that had just been filled, stood up, and left. Lin Yuha slowly walked back to his seat, looked at Beata's position, and nodded slightly. Beata gave Lin Yuha an approving look, then turned to look at Diana across from her. A cold light flashed across her eyes, and she thought silently in her heart, "Humph, you stinky bitch, you dare to snatch my clients from me. Let me see how I'm going to deal with you." Diana sat on the stool, supported her arms on her thighs, and rubbed her face with her hands. He began to feel that his consciousness was gradually becoming a little blurred, and his body was also a little hot. Lin Yuha, who was not far away, was toasting with other people, but he was observing Diana's changes intentionally or unintentionally. After a while, Yao Yao felt like vomiting. She stood up and shook her head, trying to sober herself up. But she failed, and, at the same time, the nausea in her heart became stronger. Diana turned around and staggered towards the door of the private room. Lin Yuha, who had been paying attention to Diana, saw Diana walking out of the private room alone and turned to look in the direction of Beata. Beata turned her head to look at Diana's stumbling figure, then turned to look at Lin Yuha, nodded slightly, and gave Lin Yuha an encouraging look. Seeing this, Lin Yuha excused himself from the people who were drinking beside him, saying that he needed to go to the restroom, and then he left the crowd and walked slowly towards Diana, not very fast, keeping a distance of about 10 steps behind Diana. After both of them walked out of the door of the private room, Lin Yuha looked back and saw that no one followed him out. Then he hurriedly took 2 steps forward, walked to Diana's side, stretched out his hands to support Diana's shoulders, and said, "Look, you are drunk. You can't even walk steadily. I'll support you." Diana stood still unsteadily, turned her head to look at Lin Yuha, and then said with a red face, "It's Brother Lin. I'm fine. I'm going to the toilet. No need for help. I'd better hold you." Lin Yuha didn't let go, but instead used more force with his hands, making Diana's shoulders lean closer to him. "I'm afraid you'll fall. Anyway, I'm going to the toilet, so it's on the way." At this time, the boss was standing at the door of the private room with 2 plates in his hands. He looked at the 2 people's backs and thought to himself, "Isn't this girl the one who was talking to William just now? The guy's not right." However, the boss did not meddle in other people's business for the time being. Instead, he walked into the private room with a smile and said, "Hello, handsome men and beautiful women. Your grilled shrimps are here." Chapter 35 Missing. Tina returned to her seat holding an empty wine glass. Her appearance showed that she had drunk quite a bit, but her face was calm and her heart was not beating fast. "Hey, where's Diana?" Tina turned around and didn't see Diana at her seat, but Diana's phone was still on the table. Then she looked around the room. No, where did they go? Tina didn't see Diana, so she asked the girl on the other side of Diana's seat, "Do you know where Diana went?" "I think he went to the bathroom." "How long have you been gone?" Tina asked again. "It seems like it's been a while," the girl said uncertainly. "It's been a while?" It had only been a few minutes since Tina went to toast. Logically, nothing should have happened, but Tina always had a bad feeling in her heart. Then, Tina shook her head to get rid of the alcohol in her head and began to scan the private room again. Beata is still here. Tina thought to herself, if Beata is still here, Diana should be fine. "No, I'm going to the bathroom." Tina stood up, walked out of the room without anyone noticing, and went straight to the bathroom. Moment Beata saw Tina walk out of the room, a strange smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. Tina rushed into the bathroom and opened almost all the toilet doors, but did not find Diana. No. Tina keenly realized that something might have happened to Diana. Tina stood at the bathroom exit, thinking, first of all, Diana definitely didn't leave. If Diana left, she would definitely take her phone with her. And I am the person Diana has the best relationship with in the company. If she left, she would definitely not leave without telling me. Will she find someone else then? Tina's eyes lit up. Mr. Lee? Tina rushed to the place not far from William's small square table, but still did not see Diana. Then she stopped, and the feeling of uneasiness in her heart became even stronger. William, who was peeling shrimp, saw Tina rushing over. She walked not far away, but stood there in a daze, then called out, "Why do you look so bad?" Tina took 2 steps forward and walked to the small square table. She looked at Nancy and Dora respectively, then looked at William and said in a deep voice, "Mr. William, I think something might have happened to Diana." "Something happened?" William put down the shrimp in his hand, What happened to her? She's gone, Tina said anxiously. I thought she went to the bathroom, so I looked around the bathroom, but couldn't find her. Then I thought she came to look for you, but you weren't here either. She's an adult now. Nothing should happen to her, Nancy said from the side. No, I feel something is wrong. Tina's face looked a little ugly. Her phone is still in the private room. She didn't tell me when she left, and I can't find her now. Are you talking about the girl who was with you just now? At this time, the boss happened to be passing by, serving the dishes, and came over to ask Tina. Yes, that girl who was with me. Tina turned and looked at the boss. Did you see her? Yes, the boss replied. I saw a man with you take her to the bathroom. A man? Who could it be? Tina thought silently in her heart, but continued. But I went to the bathroom and looked for him, but I didn't find him. Dora said nearby. I'll go back and take a look first, Tina said, and ran towards the private room again. In less than 2 minutes, Tina returned to William's small square table. Mr. William is really missing. I just went to the bathroom again, but still didn't see him. Tina took out a cell phone and said, This is Diana's cell phone. It was still on the table when I got back. After a pause, Tina continued. I just made a special observation. A man named Lin Yuha was missing from the private room. I suspect. Who is Lin Yuha, and what do you suspect? William asked. Lin Yuha and Beata have a good relationship. They used to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Tina glanced at William and continued. Because you bought a house from Diana yesterday, you must have offended Beata, and Beata is the kind of person who will never let go of a grudge. So I suspect. Tina thought for a moment. I suspect that Lin Yuha took Diana away. If that's the case, then Diana must be in danger now. William hesitated for a moment, then looked at Nancy. Nancy felt William's gaze, smiled, and said, Go, Dora, and I will wait for you here. Okay, I'll be back as soon as I'm done, William said, then stood up and said to Tina, Come on, I'll take you to see the boss. Aren't we going to look for Diana? Why are we looking for the boss? Tina asked anxiously. Check the surveillance, William said with a serious face as he walked. After walking into the barbecue restaurant and finding the boss, William said straight to the point, Boss, I want to see your surveillance video. That girl still hasn't been found. Okay, come with me. The boss knew that this kind of thing should not be taken lightly, so he took William and Tina directly through the kitchen into the monitoring room in the backstage. On the surveillance screen, although the picture was not particularly clear and the lighting was a bit dim, it was still clear to see Lin Yuha supporting the somewhat unsteady Diana as they walked towards the bathroom. However, the two did not go to the bathroom. Instead, they turned a corner not far from the bathroom and walked out of the barbecue restaurant. Then the boss brought up another video on the screen. In this video, Lin Yuha was seen holding or carrying Diana from the barbecue restaurant to the roadside and stopped a private car that seemed to be doing some work at night. At this time, Diana seemed to have realized something and had some resistance and struggle. But Diana was just a girl after all, and she was a little drunk. How could she resist an adult man? In the end, she was pushed into the car by Lin Yuha. Then Lin Yuha also got in the car, and the taxi drove away and disappeared from the surveillance screen. Where is Lin Yuha taking Diana? Tina asked worriedly, watching the taxi disappear from the surveillance video. But she didn't know whether she was asking herself or William. It seems that you are right to worry. William turned his head and looked at Tina, his face solemn. Lin Yuha secretly took Diana away without telling you. He must have bad intentions. So what do we do now? William thought about it, then said to the boss, Boss, what's the license plate of that car? Okay, the boss agreed, and then started operating the computer to enlarge the license plate of the car. After seeing it clearly, William made a phone call. Hello, there's a car blocking my car. I need to find the owner's phone number and ask him to move the car. After a while, William got a phone number and called it immediately. Hello, are you the owner of the license plate XXX? Chapter 36, Rescue. In the monitoring room, the barbecue restaurant owner and Tina were quietly watching William talking on the phone. Hello, are you the owner of the car with license plate number XXX? It's me. How can I help you? The person on the other end of the phone replied. I'm a police officer from the Huishui District Police Station in the provincial capital. William said in a deep voice. Just now, there were two people in your car, a man and a woman, and the woman seemed a little drunk. There are two such people. What's the problem? That girl might have been kidnapped and is in danger now. William said in a serious tone. Tell me where they got off the bus. It seems to be, the driver seemed to recall, it seems to be called some kind of love hotel on the North Station Road. A love hotel? Sure enough, they have no good intentions. William thought to himself, then nodded to the boss, waved to Tina, and said as he walked out, "Okay, thank you for your cooperation." Without waiting for the other party to reply, William hung up the phone, then walked straight out of the monitoring room and the barbecue restaurant. Tina followed closely behind William. "Should we call the police?" Tina asked as she chased after William. "Report it." Although William was walking, his pace was very fast, but we have to hurry over first. Mangziuan Couple Hotel is located at the corner of Beijan Road and Jinxiu Road. It was late at night, and the lights of the hotel had already been turned on. The colorful light strips surrounded the hotel's exterior wall, changing various bright colors from time to time, like a dreamlike scene. At the entrance of the hotel, a white Volkswagen drove up at a very fast speed and then stopped casually on the side of the road. Then, William and Tina quickly got out of the car, rushed into the hotel lobby, and rushed to the hotel front desk. A woman in a professional uniform at the front desk looked at the two people rushing in. She was a little confused, but she had a professional smile on her face and said, "Excuse me, would you like to stay?" William did not answer, but held the phone screen in front of the woman at the front desk and said in a deep voice, "This girl just came to your hotel with a man. Which room did they book?" The woman at the front desk was slightly stunned. Then she regained her professional smile and said politely, "I'm sorry, sir. Our hotel has a rule that we cannot disclose guest information at will. That girl was drugged by that guy." William's voice was a little cold. "You should know what this means to that girl." "I'm sorry, sir. We really can't be exposed. It seems that I can only call the police and ask them to come." Before the woman at the front desk could finish her words, William interrupted her and said in a cold voice, "That girl should not have an identity registration." The woman at the front desk froze for a moment, thought for a moment, then immediately put on a professional smile, bowed slightly, and said, "Excuse me, sir. I'll take you there now." A room with constantly changing colored lights and filled with a strange fragrance. The romantic atmosphere in the room can't help but make people a little confused. At this moment, Diana was lying alone on a large white bed in the middle of the room. Her eyes were a little blurry, her expression was a little dazed, and her whole body was limp on the bed like a puddle of mud. But her mind was still clear, and she was trying to twist her seductive body restlessly, especially her tender and rosy face, which made people salivate. "I want to go back. I want to go back," Diana kept murmuring. Maybe she was drunk, or maybe the effect of the drugs was taking effect. Her pronunciation was not very clear, and her breath seemed to be a little weak. At this time, a figure slowly walked over, and under the light, his face, which was a little flushed due to drinking, appeared. It was Lin Yuha. Lin Yuha walked to the big white bed, looked at Diana lying on the bed and twisting her body restlessly. He couldn't help swallowing and showed a greedy smile. "So beautiful," Lin Yuha praised with an obscene smile, then slowly sat down on the bed and reached out to touch Diana's arm. "You, what are you going to do?" Yao Yao seemed to be frightened, and her eyes suddenly became clear. She wanted to struggle, but she had no strength and could only twist her body slightly. Lin Yuha reached out and pressed down on both sides of Diana's shoulders, making Diana's twisting much less. Then he leaned close to Diana's ear and whispered, "Don't worry, baby. Not only will I not hurt you tonight, I will also take good care of you." "Brother Lin, don't, I want to go back. Please let me go back." Diana was still twisting her body restlessly, murmuring for mercy. "Don't be afraid. I will love you very much." Lin Yuha's wretched smile had become somewhat ferocious. He pinched Diana's neck with one hand and began to unbutton Diana's shirt with the other. "Let me go. Let me go." Tears were already streaming from Diana's eyes, and her tone turned into begging. "Brother Lin, please let me go. Let me go back." "Don't worry. I'll send you back after I finish my job." Lin Yuha grinned greedily. He had already unbuttoned the last button of Diana and was about to slowly strip off Diana's clothes when suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door. Lin Yuha was startled, stopped what he was doing, turned his head and stared at the door fiercely, cursing in a low voice. "Damn it, you ruined my business." Then he shouted angrily, "Who is it?" "Excuse me, sir." A polite female voice came from the door. "The female guest you brought has not been registered. We need you to complete the female guest's identity registration. Can we make up for it tomorrow? Do we have to make up for it so late today?" Lin Yuha shouted angrily while sitting on the bed. "I'm so sorry, sir." The female voice outside the door continued patiently. "I just received news that the police at the hotel on Jinxiu Road are checking the identity registration of guests staying at the hotel, and they will soon check our hotel. If they find that you are not registered, it will be troublesome for us and you, so I hope you can cooperate. There's so many fucking things going on. Lin Yuha stood up and walked towards the door. Although his anger level had decreased a bit, he still muttered in dissatisfaction. Where the fuck do I have her ID card? Lin Yuha walked to the door and gently turned the doorknob. As soon as the door opened a crack, a huge force pushed the door open and hit Lin Yuha. Hey fuck. Lin Yuha was hurt by the collision and fell to the ground cursing, but saw a man suddenly rushed in and held him down. Who the hell are you? What are you doing? Don't move. William pressed Lin Yuha hard and shouted. Just as Lin Yuha was about to struggle, he saw a familiar figure rushing into the room. Tina? Why are you here? Tina glanced at Lin Yuha and didn't say anything. Instead, she rushed to the bedside. Seeing that Diana's clothes were still intact, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Then, Tina sat on the bed and buttoned Diana's clothes while saying, Diana, are you okay? I'm here. Diana squinted her eyes and looked at Tina and burst into tears. Sister Nan. Chapter 37. Everyone knows that he has bad intentions. Hearing Diana's crying coming from inside the house, William couldn't help but put more force on Lin Yua's hand. You are so fucking brave, you dare to do such a thing. Who the hell are you? Lin Yuha struggled angrily, but William was not as weak as Diana. He himself had drunk some wine and was still a little drunk, so he couldn't get rid of William's hands. However, Lin Yuha refused to suffer any loss. What does this have to do with you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Let me go. You'd better stay here and wait for the police to come, William said fiercely. Although he used force in his hands, he only trapped Lin Yuha and did not cause him any injury. Police. Lin Yuha's expression froze for a moment, then turned ferocious, and his tone became cold. You even called the police. Let me go and let me go. As he spoke, Lin Yuha grabbed William's hands with all his strength, kicking his legs hard, and the whole person struggled even more violently, as if he was a pig about to be slaughtered. Be quiet. William also shouted angrily, and his voice spread throughout the entire floor, causing people in other rooms to open their doors and come out to watch the excitement. Slowly, more than a dozen people stood nearby, pointing and talking in low voices. Seeing this, the woman at the front desk rushed to comfort the onlookers, but the effect was minimal. At this time, Tina also walked out of the room, looked at Lin Yuha, who was pressed to the ground by William, and then looked at the crowd watching outside the door, and couldn't help but frown tightly. How's Diana? William asked while pressing Lin Yuha hard and looking at Tina. We arrived just in time, she's fine. But she seems to have been drugged, and her consciousness is a little off. Tina looked at Lin Yuha, who was pinned to the ground by William with anger and disgust, and cursed. You look like a decent person on weekdays, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing. You are such a scum, a beast. Hey, Lin Yuha struggled for a long time, but couldn't get rid of William's restraints. He seemed to have given up. He smiled grimly and said obscenely, I took off all my clothes for her. If you hadn't ruined my plan, that girl would have been mine. Shut up. William shouted again, be quiet. Suddenly, a ring rang from Tina, and Diana quickly answered the phone. Hello. 5th floor, room 507. Tina hung up the phone, looked at Lin Yuha, and said coldly, the police are here. Tell them what you have to say. After that, she turned around and went back to the room. Hearing Tina's words, Lin Yuha struggled violently again. Let me go fucking fast. William also did not give in and tried his best to suppress Lin Yuha. As long as I am here, you can't go anywhere. After struggling for a while, Lin Yuha seemed to be tired, and he lay limply on the ground, breathing heavily. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at William was full of resentment. Who called the police? A deep male voice came from the corridor. Uncle Police here, William replied loudly. Tina also came out of the room again, walked to the door of the room, and said, Officer, I called the police. William did not go back to finish the barbecue with Nancy, but followed the police back to the police station to make a statement. Nancy and Dora also finished their supper early and took a taxi to the police station. Elder brother. Dora walked into the police station before Nancy, then quickly walked to William, patted William on the chest, and said, Didn't you say you would come back to have supper with us after you were done? In the end, you had to ask us to pick you up. William smiled gently, patted Dora's head lovingly, and did not say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze to Nancy, who had just walked into the police station gate, and smiled. Here she comes. Yeah. Nancy nodded slowly, walked to William, and asked with concern, Are you okay? I'm Fine. What could happen to me? I'm not a bad guy. William said with a wicked smile. Why? Do you want to be the bad guy? Nancy said, slightly annoyed. William leaned over slightly and whispered in Nancy's ear, I want to be the bad guy against you. Nancy's pretty face turned red and she cursed softly, annoying. Then she turned and walked outside. Wait for me. William shouted and followed Nancy out. Dora was left standing alone in the lobby of the police station, scratching her head in confusion, watching Nancy and William walk out of the police station one after another. She frowned and muttered to herself, Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Shouldn't I have followed them? William and Nancy walked side by side to a bench and sat down. Nancy's head leaned on William's shoulder, and William's hand was around Nancy's shoulder. The two of them were close together, and William's face would rub against Nancy's hair from time to time. How's the girl? Nancy asked softly. She must have been drugged. When the police arrived, she was a little confused. William stroked Nancy's shoulder. But she has been sent to the hospital. She should be fine. Oh, Nancy sighed. It feels so dangerous for a girl to be out there alone. So you and the second brother are not allowed to drink alone outside from now on. William said seriously, especially when I'm not around. Yeah, Nancy answered softly, then laughed. From now on, I will drink with you, not with others. William rubbed Nancy's hair with his side face again and said with a smile, Yes, I guarantee it won't be dangerous if you drink with me. Bah! Nancy stood up and sat up straight, waiting for William, and said angrily, It's most dangerous for me to drink with you. You definitely have bad intentions towards me. Ahem. William coughed twice. My feelings for you are clear to everyone. Yes, you have bad intentions towards me, and everyone knows it. The moon hangs high in the sky, like a huge jade plate. Occasionally, some scattered clouds will slowly float below the moon, blocking the moonlight from falling on the world, but they will soon float away. It comes and goes like a naughty child. Under the light at the entrance of the police station, Dora stood there quietly, watching William and Nancy sitting side by side on a bench not far away chatting. A gratified smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of her mouth, and she murmured in a low voice, I will have to be a light bulb for a long time in the future. Chapter 38. I bought Kwong. The full moon was high in the sky, and the morning breeze was cool. At around 3 in the morning, there was no hustle and bustle of the day on the road. Occasionally, a sanitation worker could be seen cleaning the road, but no other pedestrians and few vehicles were seen. A Volkswagen was speeding along the straight and empty road at a speed of about 70 miles per hour. William and Nancy were sitting in the front seat, and Dora and Tina were sitting in the back seat. The four of them just came out of the police station. Nancy and Dora didn't go back to school because it was the weekend and they didn't have to go to school. They also wanted to go to William's new villa, so they didn't go back to school. Tina lived near Shishan Fenglin, so it was on the way, so the four of them drove to Shishan Fenglin. How's the situation? William asked casually while driving seriously. The police said they have to wait for the test results from the hospital. If it is proven that Diana was drugged, then she might be charged with rape, Tina continued. William thought for a moment and then said, Did the man surnamed Lin plan this, or did he do it on impulse? It was premeditated, I guess. Tina frowned and said, Lin Yu has said that Beata instigated him, and the drugs were also provided by Beata. Beata? William was a little surprised. Is this related to her? Who's Beata? Nancy, the co-pilot, interrupted. My colleague, and also Diana's colleague. Tina said, adding, Lin Yuha is also our colleague. Then how is this related to Beata? Dora also interrupted, as if to make her presence felt. This? Tina looked at William and said nothing. William seemed to feel Tina's gaze, thought about it for a moment, and seemed to understand something. Then he sighed helplessly and said, So it seems to have something to do with me. How is this related to you? Dora and Nancy were both a little surprised and confused. It's getting more complicated. It should be caused by the fact that I bought that villa. William drove the car and stopped at traffic light. He turned his head to look at Tina standing there and said helplessly, Yeah. Tina nodded. Mr. Lee yesterday. Now, I should say it was the day before yesterday. After a pause, Tina recalled and continued. When Mr. Lee went to the sales office the day before yesterday, Diana was the first to receive Mr. Lee, so Mr. Lee was originally Diana's client. But Beata took the opportunity to receive Mr. William while Diana was making tea for Mr. Lee, just to grab Mr. Lee. Stealing customers is very common in the sales industry. At this time, the red light turned green, William stepped on the accelerator again, and the car began to accelerate again. Later, after Diana made tea, She came back and saw Beata sitting with Mr. Lee. She also saw Beata's intention and had a conflict with Beata. Tina continued. It's not a conflict. William slowed down and turned a right-angle bend. The main reason is that I think Diana is more honest, while Beata seems a little unreliable, so I chose to buy this house from Diana. In fact, things are fine up to this point. Tina continued William's words. If Mr. Lee had only bought an ordinary commercial house worth 1 or 200 yuan, Beata wouldn't be so jealous. But when Beata found out that Mr. Lee spent 30 million to buy Gwangju, she felt that Diana had stolen her 30 million yuan in sales, so she hated Diana. Ah, Tina sighed. I know that with Beata's personality, she will definitely hate Diana, and I have reminded Diana to be careful of Beata. But I didn't expect her to do such an excessive thing, actually instigating Lin Yuha to rape Diana. If it weren't for Mr. Lee's help tonight, Diana was rescued in time, so that things would not develop to an irreversible point. Otherwise, I don't know how Diana will face herself after waking up, and I don't know how to face her. Tina spoke. There was a hint of fear in her tone. Ah, William sighed slightly. Speaking of it, this matter was partly caused by me. It was fortunate that I was able to stop Lin in time. No matter what, I have to thank Mr. Lee today, Tina said as she bowed slightly to William in the back row, as if she was speaking on behalf of Diana and herself. You don't have to be so polite. William smiled and slowed down the car. Are you almost there? How do I get to the intersection ahead? Tina looked out from the back seat and pointed to the road on the right. Turn right at this intersection, and it's only 200 or 300 meters away. After sending Tina downstairs and saying goodbye briefly, William turned around and headed straight for Gwangju. Inside the gate booth of Shishan Fonglin Community, a security guard in his 20s sat on a chair with his eyes closed and mouth slightly open. He smacked his lips twice, as if he was dreaming about some delicious food, and a line of saliva slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he shuddered and woke up. Then he looked around in confusion and found nothing unusual. He glanced at the surveillance video on the computer screen in front of him and saw that everything was normal. Then he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, closed his eyes again, put his hands on the table, and lay down. He smacked his lips and gradually fell asleep again. Ding ding. At some point, a rapid horn sounded. The security guard who was sleeping suddenly looked up, feeling a little angry, and cursed softly. Then he stood up and looked towards the entrance of the gate through the window of the guard booth. Brother, please lift the pole. In the driver's seat of the white Volkswagen, William held the steering wheel with one hand and leaned his left arm on the window and spoke with a polite smile. The security guard saw that it was just a white Volkswagen and the owner was a young man he had never seen before. He couldn't help but get even angrier, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Who are you looking for? The security guard opened the glass window of the booth and asked stiffly. I'm not looking for anyone. Although William could hear some emotion in the security guard's words, he remained calm. After all, it was not a good thing to disturb someone's sweet dream in the middle of the night. I'm the owner of the house. Are you the owner? The security guard was stunned. Shishan Fonglin Community is a relatively high-end community in the provincial capital. The people living there are either rich or noble, but I have never seen anyone driving a Volkswagen in and out of Shishan Fonglin Community. Moreover, the security guard had been scheduled for the night shift recently and was working at night, while William usually went in and out during the day, so the two had never met each other. You said you were the owner. Why haven't I seen you before? The security guard obviously didn't believe William's words. I haven't moved in yet, William said patiently. Although the villa is ready for immediate occupancy, some furniture and daily necessities are not complete, so it can be considered that they have not yet been moved in. William and his Volkswagen again. William said he was the owner, but the security guard was not sure whether he was the owner. After thinking for a while, the security guard said, Then you went to the wrong place. Did I go the wrong way? William was suspicious. Diana and Tina had brought him to this door in the first place, and he had been in and out twice today. So how could he have gone the wrong way? This is phase 2. The security guard's tone was obviously getting impatient. This is the villa area. This is the gate to the villa area. The security guard pointed to the left and said, The gate to the ordinary residential area is over there. Ordinary residential area? William murmured softly, and then he understood that the security guard saw that he was driving an ordinary Volkswagen and thought he was the owner of a house in an ordinary residential area. Thinking of this, William chuckled, then looked at the security guard and said, I think you are mistaken. I didn't buy a house in an ordinary residential area. William paused deliberately, And then, under the suspicious gaze of the security guard, he slowly said, I bought Kwangju. Chapter 39, Can I Come In? I bought Kwangju. Hearing William S. words, the security guard's confusion turned into disbelief in an instant, and then he seemed to understand something, laughed contemptuously, and said, You? Then he looked at William S. Volkswagen and said, The owner who bought Kwangju drives a Kian, not a Volkswagen. Do you think I don't know? And you want to pretend? Although the security guard had never met the owner of Kwangju, the most expensive villa in Shishan Fonglin had been sold, and some information about the owner of Kwangju had spread among the staff of various departments of Shishan Fonglin. Therefore, as a security guard in the Shishan Fonglin villa area, he had heard some information about it. Hearing this, William couldn't help but smile bitterly. You don't believe me? The security guard glanced at William and waved his hand. Go away quickly. Don't make trouble here. Huh? William laughed out of anger. Aren't you afraid that I'm really the owner of Kwangju? Can you withstand the complaints from the owners of Kwangju? Huh? The security guard sneered, looked at William with contempt, and said in a nonchalant tone, Go ahead and complain. Complain as you like. I'm afraid you'll complain. The security guard sat back in his chair, casually, a poor guy who drives a broken Volkswagen. And you said you bought Kwangju. You can afford Kwangju. It's a joke. It makes me laugh to death. Dora in the back row's face turned red with anger. Her fists clenched tightly, and she looked like she wanted to rush over and beat up the security guard. Nancy looked at William calmly, because she knew in her heart that William would have a solution. At this point, William felt that there was no need to continue communicating with the security guard. William took out his phone and called Tina, telling her the current situation. Then he played with his phone in the car while chatting with Nancy and Dora. Although William wanted to keep a low profile, so he chose to drive this Volkswagen yesterday, the security guard was a bit snobbish. If he had driven another luxury car today, or the Kian he bought yesterday, I wonder if the security guard would have let him go directly. Hey, hurry up and leave. What are you doing blocking here? If you don't leave, I'll call the police. The security guard couldn't help but urge William when he saw that he hadn't moved for several minutes. Wait a few more minutes. Someone should be here soon. William turned around and replied casually, then turned back to continue chatting with Nancy. Hey, Shwari just said, what fun things are there in your hometown? Seeing this, the security guard snorted with a cold face and shouted, Okay, then you wait. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone and was about to make a call, but the landline phone in the booth rang. The security guard's cell phone was suspended in the air. He turned his head and looked at the landline on the table, which was ringing. Usually only people from the company would call this landline, but who would call at such a late hour? Did something happen? The security guard put down his cell phone and reached for the landline. Hello, duty room at the sentry booth. Li Hong, what the hell are you doing? Can you do it? If not, get out of here. As soon as the call was connected, a barrage of angry curses came from the other end of the line. Although the anger was across the phone, it seemed to have already sprayed onto the security guard Li Hong's face. But Li Hong was confused. What did I do? I was on duty, and I just wanted to take a nap. Why did I get so angry? Li Hong thought to himself, but said inexplicably, Uncle, what's wrong? Why are you yelling at me right away? Don't you know what you did? The person on the other end of the phone was furious, and it felt like spit was flying as he spoke. Do you know who you stopped at the gate of the community? Who did I stop at the gate of the community? Leon mumbled in confusion. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at William in the Volkswagen at the gate of the community. His eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Could it be that what he said was true? Did he really buy Kwangju? Before Li Hong recovered from a shock, he heard another roar on the phone. I'm coming right over here. You go out and apologize to Mr. Li and appease him first. If Mr. Li is not satisfied, I will tear you apart. Li Hong held the hung-up phone receiver with a dull look on his face, staring blankly at William sitting in the car outside the glass window, chatting and laughing calmly. He only felt that William's conversation with the girl next to him was full of irony, and the white Volkswagen was particularly dazzling in his eyes. The person who called him just now was Li Jianjun, Li Hong's uncle, and also Li Hong's immediate boss's boss, the manager of the security department of Shishan Fonglin property. Although Li Jianjun was usually strict with Li Hong, it was rare for him to be so angry as today, unless Li Hong made a very serious mistake at work. It was precisely because of this relationship that Li Hong was not afraid of being complained about. He had his reasons for what happened tonight. As a security guard at the post, part of his job was to stop unknown people from entering the community. Even if William was really an owner and was really complained about, he would be verbally reprimanded at best based on this argument and his uncle's relationship. But now it was different. Li Jianjun's rage on the phone made Li Hong realize that he might have really offended someone he shouldn't have offended tonight. After a while, Li Hong finally came to his senses. He slowly put down the phone receiver, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Then he walked out of the booth. Li Hong walked to William's car window, looked at him sincerely, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "I'm sorry, Mr. William. I didn't know you were the owner of Kwangju. I'm sorry for offending you. I hope you don't mind. Do you understand now?" William looked at Li Hong calmly and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. William. I made a mistake." Li Hong bowed sincerely and apologized again. William turned to look at the security guard Li Hong, who was looking down at his toes. He was silent for a while, then said calmly, "Can I go in now?" Li Hong looked up at William's face and was surprised. This was completely different from what he had imagined, where he would be scolded, criticized, or ridiculed after being slapped in the face. Li Hong didn't have time to think about it, but quickly said, "Why don't you wait a moment? Our manager is on his way." "No need." William still spoke calmly. "Tell him to go back. It's so late, it's time to rest. Lift the pole for me, let me in." Okay. Li Hong agreed respectfully, ran back to the guardhouse, and lifted the railing of the gate. Then, William drove through the gate and disappeared under the night lights in a moment. Chapter 40, It's Not My Fault. William drove the Volkswagen into Kwangju's exclusive parking garage, parked it next to the Kian, and then the three people in the car got out one by one. "Wow, brother, is this the Porsche Kian you bought?" Dora walked around the Kian and kept exclaiming, "It's really beautiful." Nancy, who was standing next to William, seemed much more stable. "Have you passed the driving test?" William suddenly turned around and asked Nancy. "I passed the test in my freshman year, but I haven't put it into practice yet." Nancy tilted her head, glanced at William, then turned to look at Dora, who was circling around the Kian. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" "It's easy to practice." William smiled and said, "Whatever car you like, I'll buy you one and then take you on the road to practice." "I want one too." Dora suddenly jumped to William's side, took William's arm, and looked at him expectantly. "I want a sports car, a convertible one." "Okay, I'll buy it for you too." William scratched Dora's nose lovingly. "You haven't got your driver's license yet, right?" "I'm only missing the third and fourth test." Dora suddenly said indifferently, "I will contact the coach tomorrow and go to practice driving and take the test. I want to get my driver's license as quickly as possible." "Okay." William patted his chest. "When you get your driver's license, I'll take you to buy the car you like. Then buy it for my sister-in-law first." Dora jumped between William and Nancy again, hooked her hands around William and Nancy's arms respectively, and said sweetly, "Wait until I get my driver's license, then buy it for me." "I think we should forget it." Nancy finally got a chance to speak up. "Cars are not small gifts worth a few $100s. They cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're a bit too expensive. And I'm still a student. It's too conspicuous to drive in school. It's not appropriate." "Not expensive, not expensive," Dora shouted. "My brother has 900 million yuan. Hundreds of thousands are just small change to him." "Dora, don't think like that." Nancy said seriously. "Don't even mention 900 million. Even if it's 9 billion or 90 billion. If you waste it and don't know how to control yourself, you will end up with nothing." "Okay." Dora nodded, seeming to agree with Nancy's statement. William was watching from the side and agreed with Nancy's words, which was why he chose to keep a low profile after winning the lottery. At the same time, William's approval of Nancy increased a little. Nancy's words showed that she was a girl who knew how to live. As the saying goes, a virtuous wife helps her husband half the way. Marrying a virtuous girl like Nancy as his wife, the future life will definitely be harmonious and happy. This further strengthened William's idea of buying a car for Nancy. Then, William said, "How about this? After we both get some sleep, let's go to the car mall together and have a look. We can decide whether we can buy it or not. It doesn't matter anyway." "Great!" Dora shouted happily. Nancy was a little hesitant. She knew what William meant by going to the Auto City. She wanted to refuse, but seeing William's reassuring smile and Dora's expectant eyes, she finally nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." "That's settled." William smiled and took the lead to move. "Come on, I'll take you to rest first." Kwangju looks like a magnificent palace under the lights at night. The white moonlight sprinkles softly on the green tiles on the roof, as if the entire roof is covered with a layer of silver gauze, which is magnificent. William led the two women slowly into the quaint gate of Kwangju under the moonlight, then crossed the winding bridge and walked into the tall and luxurious living room on the first floor of Kwangju. Along the way, Dora was as excited as a child, jumping and screaming nonstop. He was full of curiosity and anticipation for this villa worth 30 million yuan, and every corner made him feel novel and surprised. Nancy seemed relatively calm, but there was a strange light in her eyes. She carefully observed every design and layout of the villa, secretly admiring the luxury and uniqueness of the villa. The three of them walked into the living room together, and the spacious and bright space immediately came into view. The gorgeous chandelier, soft sofa, and exquisite decorations all made people's eyes shine. In the luxurious living room, Dora fell on the classical and comfortable sofa without any image, uttering bursts of murmurs. "It's too late today, so I won't take you on a tour." William stood under the huge crystal chandelier in the middle of the living room and said with a smile, "To be honest, I haven't finished the tour yet, and I don't know how to take you on a tour." "How big is this villa?" Dora asked excitedly. William thought for a moment, frowned, and said uncertainly, "It seems to be 3 floors with a total of more than 900 square meters, and there are 2 elevators, and there is a swimming pool at the back." William spread his hands helplessly. "I don't remember the rest, or should I say, I don't know too much. There's also a swimming pool." Dora didn't seem to hear the rest of the sentence. She became even more excited when she heard the word swimming pool. She turned to Nancy and said excitedly, "Nancy, we can come here to swim in the summer." All right, William quickly said to Dora. "Hurry up and find a room on the 3rd floor to sleep." "Can I just pick anyone?" Dora asked excitedly. "Of course." William nodded. "Except for the largest master bedroom, which is mine. You can choose any of the others." His tone became serious. "Please choose the room carefully. This will be your exclusive room from now on." "Okay." Dora stood up from the sofa and took Nancy upstairs. "Sister-in-law, you sleep with me tonight." Nancy let Dora pull her along without saying anything. She just looked back at William and smiled secretly, as if to say, "It's not my fault." William was dazed and a little resentful, standing alone in the luxurious living room. He felt really helpless towards this ignorant sister. But William didn't expect anything to happen so quickly, otherwise it would be too fast. Anyway, let it go. It will come to fruition sooner or later. In the guardhouse at the gate of the Maple Grove Villa District in Shishan, the time on the lower right corner of the computer showed that it was already past 5 in the morning, but Li Hong, who was sitting quietly in a chair in a daze, did not feel sleepy at all. This time of the day should have been the time when he slept the most soundly and deeply, but now he looked a little lost. After all, he had just been scolded by his uncle Li Jianjun, which would definitely have a serious impact on his mood. Moreover, after Li Hong apologized, William's attitude was unclear whether he forgave him or not. Therefore, before he took over the night shift in the afternoon, Li Jianjun would take him to apologize to William again. When he thought of this, Li Hong became even more annoyed. Suddenly, a strong beam of light came quickly from afar, and a white Land Rover stopped slightly in front of the gate. The flower pole automatically lifted up, and then it drove straight into the community. Li Hong, who was watching all this in the sentry box, waited until the car completely disappeared from his sight and murmured in a low voice, "Isn't this Mr. Duan's car? Is he back?" Chapter 41, I am only responsible for paying. Under the vast sky, the azure blue is like a boundless blue grassland, which is refreshing. And the white clouds are like groups of snow-white sheep, wandering freely on this vast grassland. It is now late May, and the afternoon sun is gradually becoming warmer, as if covering this vibrant city with a layer of golden gauze. William woke up slowly in the soft and comfortable big bed at Huangju in Fenglan Villa District, Shishan. Feeling the softness and warmth of the mattress, he stretched and yawned. The sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, giving him a bright feeling. He turned his head to look at the bedside table beside him, picked up his phone to check the time, and found that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Realizing that he had slept for so long, William couldn't help but smile. He sat up lazily, leaned on the bed, picked up his phone, and called Dora. "Are you awake?" "No." Dora's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, it's past 2 o'clock. Time to get up." William smiled helplessly while holding the phone. "You must be hungry after sleeping for so long. We still have to go to the car city later." "Yeah, I am hungry." Dora also yawned. "Then get up quickly and call your sister-in-law." "Okay." Dora agreed, but before she could hang up the phone, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the other end of the line. William and the other two simply washed up, packed their things, and then drove out of the community in a Porsche Cayenne. They drove along the street, looking at the shops on both sides, and finally, they found a small shop at random on the street, stopped the car, and walked in. The store was filled with heat and fragrance, making people feel warm and comfortable. They ordered 3 bowls of mixed sauce noodles. After a while, the waiter brought hot noodles covered with rich meat sauce, vegetables, and chopped green onions, exuding an attractive aroma. William and others picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy this simple, delicious, but somewhat late lunch. After eating, they paid, walked out of the store, and continued driving to Motor City. The brilliant sunlight poured down without reservation, covering the entire city. It illuminated every corner, including the towering roofs, the bustling streets, and the sparkling lakes and water surfaces. The sunlight was like a golden broom, sweeping across every inch of the city, bringing light and warmth. In this bright sunlight, everything became clear and every detail was displayed vividly. Cars were coming and going on the wide road. William drove his Porsche Cayenne steadily, as if he was isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. There was a peaceful atmosphere in the car. His driving skills were skillful and confident, which made people feel at ease and comfortable. At this moment, he was immersed in an indescribable happiness, a beautiful car, and a beautiful woman. This feeling was really wonderful. Nancy sat quietly in the passenger seat, her eyes looking into the distance through the car window, the sun shining on her beautiful face, reflecting a faint smile. She seemed to be enjoying this moment of tranquility, feeling this wonderful time with William. However, unlike them, Dora chose a more relaxed way. She lay in the back seat, found the most comfortable position, closed her eyes, and had no expression on her face, but from her slightly upturned mouth corners, it could be seen that she was also enjoying the comfort of this moment. This kind of luxury car is still very comfortable, Dora said slowly with her eyes closed. William in the driver's seat chuckled softly, but did not reply to her. Instead, he turned his head to look at Nancy and said, "Schwer, have you decided what kind of car you like?" Nancy turned around, smiled at William, and said gently, "I don't know much about cars either, so you decide. Don't buy one that's too expensive. About 100,000 or 200,000 yuan will be fine." At this time, Nancy did not refuse anymore, because she knew that if she kept rejecting William, it would seem that they were somewhat estranged from each other. If there was such estrangement, they would no longer be like lovers in love. "So what color do you like?" William continued. "Red is generally better for girls' cars. I think pink is the best." Dora, who had already sat up, interrupted mischievously. She liked pink the best. "Ah, you just have a special liking for pink." William couldn't help but laugh. "When I buy it for you, I'll choose pink for you." Okay. Dora shouted excitedly, then turned to Nancy and asked, "Sister-in-law, what color do you choose?" "I'll just go with white." Nancy touched her white dress and chuckled. "I guess you would choose white." Dora looked as if she knew it. "I think white suits you too." William agreed. Nancy's name sounds like a pure white color, and she tends to wear more white on weekdays, so white is also Nancy's favorite color. At this time, William had already made a choice in his mind. When they arrived at the Auto City, William took Nancy and Dora straight to the Xiaomi Auto 4S store. Before I parked the car, a female salesperson came out to greet me. "Welcome. Would you like to see the car?" the saleswoman said with a smile. William already had a plan in mind, so he said directly to the saleswoman, "Do you have the highest configuration of Xiaomi SU7 in stock? I want in white. You three, please go first." The saleswoman gestured with her hand. "The white top-end model is currently out of stock in the store, but I can get it for you." "How long will it take at the fastest?" William said as they walked almost parallel to the saleswoman. "I have to check the inventory of other stores. If it's fast, it will only take 1 day. If it's slow, it won't take more than a week." The female salesperson led William and the other two to sit at a round reception table. "Mr. Lee, are you in a hurry to pick up the car?" William sat down with his legs crossed. After Nancy and Dora sat down, he said, "It's not urgent, but the sooner the better." William looked up at the saleswoman and said, "We don't need to look at the car. You can go and see how long it will take to get the car here, and then I will sign a contract with you." The saleswoman was a little surprised. This handsome guy is really generous. He signed a contract directly when he had a car. "I wish I could meet such a customer every day," I thought to myself, but said, "Okay, I'll check it for you right away. Just wait a moment." Oh, I said something wrong. Just as the saleswoman was about to leave, William suddenly pointed at Nancy and said, "She signed a contract with you, and the car is in her name. I'm only responsible for paying." Chapter 42, Fishing. The setting sun is about to fall, and the sky is also covered with a gorgeous sunset glow. The afterglow sprinkles on the streets of the city, giving them a layer of golden coat. William drove towards Shishan, Fonlin community. Nancy was still sitting quietly in the passenger seat, while Dora had fallen asleep in the back seat with a faint smile on her lips. Share, I'll accompany you to pick up the car in 2 days. William turned his head to look at Nancy and spoke. Well, okay. Nancy nodded, then looked at William affectionately and said seriously, William, thank you. Ah. William chuckled softly. What are you thanking me for? Don't be so polite. You're my girlfriend. Nancy smiled, then looked at the intersection ahead where the traffic light was red, turned her head and looked at Dora, who was sleeping soundly, and said, Then I'll give you a reward. What reward? William slowly stopped the car at the red light, turned to Nancy and smiled. Did you prepare a gift for me too? Nancy smiled mysteriously and said, Close your eyes first. Why are you making it so mysterious? William laughed, but still closed his eyes obediently. Take out the gift you prepared. Nancy blushed. She looked at Dora again, confirmed that she was asleep, then leaned forward, lightly touched William's lips with her lips, then immediately separated and sat up straight. She quickly lowered her head. The shy blush on her face became even deeper. This was her first kiss. But William opened his eyes in surprise, looked at Nancy, who was lowering her head with some surprise, then laughed and said, I like your gift. Just at this moment, the green light came on, and William drove the car with a big laugh. I don't know if it was the start of the car or William's laughter that woke Dora in the back seat. She sat up dazedly, rubbing her eyes that were not fully open, and asked blankly, What gifts? Is there any for me? William's car drove to the gate of the Maple Forest Villa District in Shishan again. After a slight pause, the flower pole automatically lifted up, and William drove in easily. Inside the booth, a security guard looked at William's Porsche Cayenne, hesitated for a moment, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Manager Lee, it seems that the car of Mr. Lee, the owner of Kwangju, entered the community just now. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man sitting at his desk in the office nodded and said, Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man looked at a young security guard sitting on the sofa on the side, and it was Li Hong. And this middle-aged man is Li Hong's uncle, Li Jianjun, the manager of the security department of Shishan Fonlin property. Li Jianjun stood up, walked out of the office, and said in a cold voice, Mr. Li is back. Take your things and go. Hearing this, Li Hong stood up reluctantly, picked up the fruit and a box of tea beside him, followed Li Jianjun's footsteps, and walked out of the office. Southeast of Shishan Fonlin, outside Kwangju, a green jade belt woven from bamboo bays in the afterglow of the setting sun, dancing gently with the warm evening breeze. On both sides of a huge antique wooden door, two peculiarly shaped but beautiful welcoming pines stand proudly. After crossing the gate, on the winding bridge over the pond, William, Nancy, and Dora leaned on the railing of the bridge side by side, chatting and laughing while admiring the lotus leaves and fish swimming in the pond. Brother, can I catch the fish in your pond? Dora stood beside Nancy and said to William seriously through Nancy. Nancy covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes almost narrowed into slits. William's mouth twitched slightly. He glared at Dora and said, Do you dislike the fish in this pond, or do you dislike me, your brother? No. Dora looked confused. I was just wondering how to get the fish in the pond and eat them. She pretended to think, Your pond is the best for fishing. I'm afraid other methods will ruin the scenery of your pond. You still want to ruin the scenery of the pond? William said angrily. Do you know that this fish is also part of the scenery of the pond? Oh, Dora nodded, not quite understanding. What if I want to eat fish? Aren't you going to buy it? William turned around and asked. I don't want to buy any. I just want to fish here. William looked at the fish swimming in the pond, licked his tongue, and had a drooling expression. You can't fish here. Go buy it if you want to eat it. William said angrily with his eyes wide open. I don't want to buy it. I just want to fish here. Dora rolled her eyes at William and said angrily. I told you, you can't fish here. Go buy something if you want to eat. I'm fishing here. Come and hit me. Dora stuck out her tongue, looking provocative. Okay. William rolled up his sleeveless arms and pretended to hit Dora. Nancy was sandwiched between the two men and quickly grabbed William. What are you doing? Stop it. Sister-in-law, don't stop him. Let him come. Dora laughed, not afraid at all, because since they were young, this kind of fighting between the two siblings has been commonplace. Nancy, don't stop me. William also pretended to try hard to break Nancy's blockade and said in a pretentious manner, Today, I must teach the second brother a lesson. Just at this moment, Li Jianjun and Li Hong suddenly appeared at the door. When they saw the scene on the zigzag bridge, they suddenly froze. I saw a man reaching out to hit a girl, and another girl was sandwiched in the middle, trying desperately to stop the man. The girl who was about to be hit was smiling provocatively, sticking out her tongue, and looking indifferent. Are they quarreling? Has it come to the point of physical combat? Li Jianjun thought to himself, it seems like I'm coming at the wrong time. Should I say hello or not? Li Jianjun wanted to pretend that he saw nothing and walked back, but it seemed inappropriate because the man who was about to hit him had already seen him. William looked at the two people standing at the door and was stunned for a moment. How could someone suddenly break in? William quickly put down his hand that was about to hit Dora, winked at Nancy and Dora, then coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, and then looked towards the door seriously. One of them he knew, the security guard Li Hong. William didn't know the security guard Li Hong's name, but he was very familiar with Li Hong's face. At this time, Li Hong was following another middle-aged man who was wearing a suit. Thinking about what happened in the early morning, he could guess that this middle-aged man was the leader of the property company. Li Jianjun saw William looking at him and smiled awkwardly. Then he regained his composure and walked forward, extending his hand and saying, "You must be Mr. Li, hello. My name is Li Jianjun, and I'm the manager of our community's property security department." Li Hong, who was behind him, was also carrying some fruit and tea and hurried to catch up. "Hello, Manager Li." William took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand, and shook Li Jianjun's hand, and said with a smile, "I am honored to be your guest. Welcome, welcome." As he spoke, William inadvertently glanced at Li Hong behind Li Jianjun. Chapter 43. Getting Close to a Rich Woman. Guangzhou. The sun had completely set in the mountains, and the sky had become much darker. The lights inside and outside Guangzhou had been turned on, and the whole house looked magnificent again. Dora was still standing on the winding bridge, looking at the lotus leaves and fish in the pond, but now she was alone, without William to bicker with her, and she seemed a little bored. In the living room on the first floor of Guangzhou, the crystal chandelier emits dazzling light, making the entire hall more spacious and bright. William and Li Jianjun sat on the sofa on each side, while Li Hong sat next to Li Jianjun, looking extremely unnatural, like a kid who had made a mistake. In Li Jianjun's eyes, Li Hong did make a mistake, but Li Hong was not a child, so he had to pay a corresponding price for his mistake or show an attitude. At this time, Nancy came over slowly with a smile, holding 4 cups filled with 3/4 of water on a round plate. She put the plate on the coffee table in the middle of the living room, took out 2 of the cups, and gently placed them in front of Li Jianjun and Li Hong. She smiled like a hostess and said, "The things at home are not complete yet, and there is no tea. Manager Li, please make do with it. Come back next time, and I will make up for it for you." It's okay, it's okay." Li Jianjun smiled politely. "This lady is so virtuous. Who is she?" "It's my girlfriend." William interrupted, then glanced at Li Hong. "Her name is Nancy." He raised his chin slightly towards the outside of the house. "That's my sister outside. Her name is Dora. They are all my family members and will live here from now on." William was apparently introducing the identities of Nancy and Dora. He was actually telling Li Hong or Li Jianjun that Nancy and Dora would frequently come and go in the Xishan Fenglin Villa district in the future, and they should not cause any more trouble by blocking people from entering the community. Li Jianjun also understood what William meant and smiled helplessly. Although William looked easygoing, Li Jianjun knew that William was still somewhat dissatisfied with being stopped from entering the community gate in the early morning. He came to Guangzhou today just to eliminate William's dissatisfaction. Nancy then gently placed another glass of water in front of William, picked up another glass and placed it next to William's glass, then sat on the sofa next to William and said, "Dora and I are still in school and spend most of our time in the school dormitory, so we don't live here often. We may come here on weekends and holidays." Li Jianjun picked up the water cup on the table and put it down again, saying with a smile, "No matter when you come to stay, we will provide the best service." "Then thank you, Manager Li," Nancy said sensibly. William took a sip of water, put down the cup, and said, "Manager Li, is there anything you want to talk about today?" "Indeed, something happened." Li Jianjun smiled. "This morning, the staff on duty at our booth did not release your car in time. It was a serious mistake on our part, so I came here on behalf of the company to apologize to you in person." As he spoke, he glanced at Li Hong beside him and continued, "I also brought the security guard Li Hong who was on duty at the time here today and asked him to apologize to you again." As soon as Li Jianjun finished speaking, Li Hong on the side immediately stood up bowed almost 90 degrees, then stood up again, bowed his head respectfully, and said, Mr. William, I'm really sorry for what happened in the early morning. I hope you can forgive me. Although he said this, Li Hong's eyes flashed with resentment when he bowed, and he cursed in his heart, Fuck you, you little bastard. You think you're so great just because you are rich? You let me bow to you at a 90-degree angle, and you're not afraid of shortening your life. William did not speak immediately, but drank his water calmly and leisurely, without looking in the direction of Li Jianjun and Li Hong. The living room suddenly became unusually quiet, and the atmosphere was slightly frozen. William took 2 sips. He slowly put down the cup, looked at Li Hong calmly, and said, Don't take it so seriously. Sit down first. Then he said to Li Jianjun, Your company is thoughtful. This is not a big deal. There is no need to make such a fuss. It's really unnecessary. After a pause, William looked at Li Hong again and continued, And I think this brother did nothing wrong. People with unidentified identities should be kept outside the gate of the community so that the owners living inside will have enough sense of security. Thank you for your understanding, Li Jianjun said seriously. But as our owner, we must take an attitude when our company does something wrong at work. So I came to apologize to you this time, sincerely hoping to gain your understanding, and I also hope that you will not take it personally with this little brother. Okay. William suddenly laughed heartily. I won't take it too seriously. Your company is so sincere, it would be petty if I held on to it. So let's just leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Li. Li Jianjun stood up, and Li Hong beside him also stood up. Then Li Jianjun continued. We still have things to do in the company, so we will go back first and not disturb Mr. Li. Since you still have something to do, I won't stay. William also stood up and said, I'll see you off. The lights in your courtyard are really beautiful at night. In the courtyard, William and Li Jianjun walked almost side by side. Li Hong followed them 2 steps behind, looking down at the road without saying a word. You haven't been here before? William asked with some surprise. I've been here, Li Jianjun said with a smile, but not at night. Oh, William suddenly realized. You must have been in this company for a long time. It's been 4 or 5 years, right? I was here before the first phase of the project was delivered, said Li Jianjun. At this time, the 3 of them had already reached the door. That's all, Mr. Li. Li Jianjun turned and smiled at William. If you encounter any problems in the community in the future, you can come to me directly. As he said that, he handed William a business card. William took the business card, looked at it, and said with a smile, Okay, I will basically live here for a long time in the future, so I will inevitably trouble Manager Li in the future. It's not a big deal. This is our job. Li Jianjun stretched out his hand and shook William's. Then we'll leave first. Okay, then take your time. William stood between the 2 welcoming pines at the gate of Kwangju, quietly watching the backs of Li Jianjun and Li Hong gradually disappearing into the distance. Nancy had walked up to William at some point and said calmly, That security guard seems a little dissatisfied. William chuckled. What's the point of being dissatisfied? I didn't ask him to apologize. Then he turned to look at Nancy. Let's go back. Not far away, in a white Land Rover, a handsome young man looked at a man and a woman walking into the gate of Kwangju with a confused and shocked look on his face. He muttered to himself in disbelief. That kid William hooked up with a rich woman? Chapter 44. Can I buy it? A white Land Rover drove slowly to the gate of Kwangju. At this time, the gate of Kwangju had been closed, leaving only 2 welcoming pines on the left and right sides, still standing there quietly and proudly. Duan Qingyang, sitting in the white Land Rover, looked at the quaint gate of Kwangju and fell into deep thought. When was Kwangju sold? Who is this stupid and rich idiot who is willing to spend 30 million to buy this Kwangju? The man just now must be William. Why is he here? Did he really sell his body to a rich woman for money? There are so many questions, but no answers. Then, Duan Qingyang immediately called William. In the living room of Kwangju, William had just sat back on the sofa and was about to pick up the cup of water to drink when his cell phone suddenly rang. Who is it? Nancy asked next to her. William held up his phone and looked at the caller ID. He said, a former colleague. After a pause, William suddenly smiled and said, a colleague with whom I had a very good relationship, but sometimes he seemed to have some problems with his brain. After that, William answered the phone. Hello, Qingyang. William, where are you now? Duan Qingyang asked seriously in the car. I'm in the provincial capital? Why? You're here too? William asked with a smile and gave Nancy a quiet look. But he also felt that Duan Qingyang seemed a little different. This guy usually doesn't speak so smoothly. Have you been? Duan Xingyang paused while holding the phone. Have you encountered any difficulties recently? Difficult. William looked puzzled. I didn't encounter any difficulties. Why do you say that? Didn't you encounter any difficulties? Duan Xingyang didn't believe it, but his tone began to become a little nonsensical. Then why did you sell your body and your soul? How did I sell my body and my soul? William was confused by Duan Xingyang's words. Who told you that? I saw it all. You still want to quibble? Duan Xingyang said seriously. I saw that you were kept by a rich woman. I'm being kept by a rich woman? William was stunned. Where did you see me being kept by a rich woman? Ah. Duan Xingyang sighed with regret and said earnestly, William, if you really encounter any difficulties, just tell me. Although I'm also in a lot of trouble now, I will do my best to help you. But you can't ruin yourself like this. How can you go back to see people after doing this? How can you marry a wife and have children? What the hell are you talking about? William cursed loudly, causing Nancy and Dora, who just walked into the living room, to look at him in shock, as if asking William, why are you cursing? William looked at Nancy and Dora, quickly made a quiet gesture, and continued to speak on the phone. Chengyang, these rumors you heard from others are simply personal attacks on me and insults to my personality. Pa! Duan Chengyang sneered. You're hanging out with a rich woman. Do you still have any dignity? I'm not fucking with a rich woman. William shouted. Nancy and Dora in the living room looked at him strangely, as if asking, are you hooking up with that rich woman? William shook his head helplessly, stood up and walked out of the hall, walked to the yard, and heard Duan Xingyang's somewhat mean but serious voice on the phone again. I saw it all. I saw it with my own eyes. What did you see it? William walked directly to the zigzag bridge, away from Nancy and Dora, so as to avoid saying something lewd to Duan Xingyang and frightening the two girls. Just, Duan Xingyang hesitated. Would telling the truth hurt William's face? Forget it. He can have some face with me. Just at the entrance of Kwangju, I saw you and a rich woman walking into Kwangju together. You are at the gate of Kwangju? William asked in surprise. Duan Xingyang was actually at the entrance of Kwangju. This was the Maple Forest Villa district in Xishan, and ordinary people might not be able to enter. Duan Xingyang's family only had a few hotels in Jinyang County, and their main industries were also in Jinyang County. How could he appear in the Maple Forest Villa district in Xishan? Yes, I'm at the door now, Duan Xingyang said calmly, as if he had not yet realized that his appearance in the Xishan Fenglin Villa district was a little abnormal for William. William did not hang up the phone or say anything else. Instead, he walked quickly to the gate, opened it, and saw a white Land Rover parked on the road in front of the gate. Sitting in the driver's seat was the handsome Duan Xingyang. Duan Xingyang also saw William opening the door, and the two of them hung up the phone at the same time. Then William walked out of the door. Duan Xingyang opened the car door and got out, and then the two walked toward each other. Just as the two were about to meet, Duan Xingyang smiled and made a gesture of hugging. But William missed Duan Xingyang and walked straight to the white Land Rover behind Duan Xingyang, looking at it without blinking, and asked seriously, where did you steal the car? You didn't get caught by the police. Duan Xingyang stopped hugging in midair. Then he clenched his open palm into a fist, turned around and made a punching motion towards William, then put his hand down and said, what do you mean stolen? This is mine. William turned around suspiciously, looked at Duan Xingyang seriously, and asked, did you sell the hotel in Jinyang County? How do you know? I don't think I told you. Duan Xingyang looked at William in confusion. Really sold it. Now it was William's turn to be confused. He had just asked tentatively just now. No, I mean, how do you know? The two asked their own questions, and neither answered the other's question. I'm just guessing, William replied. Why did you sell it? Did your family run into trouble? I guess so. Duan Xingyang also said, then why do you want to be with a rich woman? Have you encountered any difficulties again? I'm not dating a rich woman. William answered seriously. This was a matter concerning his reputation and personality. The one you saw should be my girlfriend. After a pause, William emphasized, a serious girlfriend. A serious girlfriend? Duan Xingyang repeated, muttering, that's just like hanging out with a rich woman. I said I'm not dating a rich woman. Bah, my girlfriend is not a rich woman. William argued seriously. William with a strange look. For someone like you, they want you? I'm not marrying into the family either. William suppressed the urge to beat up Duan Xingyang and said seriously, no. What do you mean by just me? Not marrying into the wife's family? Duan Xingyang's face was full of doubts. First, you're not marrying a rich woman, and second, you are not a live-in son-in-law. After a pause, Duan Qingyang seemed to have thought of something. Then do you have any friends living in Guangzhou? William slapped his forehead and said angrily, could it be that I can't buy Guangzhou? Chapter 45, I'll sweep the money for you. A gust of evening breeze made a row of lush and dense green bamboos rustle, but it could not suppress Duan Qingyang's scream. Oh, what did you say? Did you buy Guangzhou? Duan Qingyang's face was filled with shock, and his heart was filled with turmoil. How much assets does a person need to be able to buy a Guangzhou house worth 30 million? At least several hundred million. The William that Duan Qingyang knew was just an ordinary child from a rural area. Not only did he have no money, but he also owed hundreds of thousands of foreign debts to pay for his father's medical treatment. He even lent William 30,000 yuan, which he has not yet repaid. Like William afford to buy Guangzhou, which is worth 30 million yuan. Impossible, absolument impossible. It's not that Duan Qingyang didn't believe William, but no one could believe that a poor young man from the countryside could become a wealthy man with assets worth hundreds of millions in just a few days. I bought it. William looked at Duan Qingyang's dull eyes and smiled slightly. William was no longer worried about exposing his winning to Duan Qingyang. He trusted Duan Qingyang. He was his brother, so he told the truth readily. Did you really buy it? After a while, Duan Qingyang came to his senses, swallowed his saliva, and asked uncertainly. William really likes to see Duan Qingyang's current expression and reaction. Usually Duan Qingyang is a bit mean, and it is rare to see Duan Qingyang have such an unbelievable reaction. Would I lie to you? William said matter-of-factly. If you don't believe me, I can show you the contract. As he spoke, William had already walked to the passenger side of the Land Rover, opened the door, and sat in. Go park your car first. Why are you blocking my door? Duan Qingyang followed William's instructions and parked the car in William's garage, right next to the Kian. Did you buy this too? Duan Qingyang asked with slight surprise, looking at the Kian in the garage. After all, if Guangzhou was really bought by William, then buying a Kian worth 2 or 3 million would be normal. So although Duan Qingyang was shocked, he was much calmer than before. Yes, I bought it too. William walked to Duan Qingyang and smiled. Then he seemed to think of something and said, why are you in the provincial capital? And you came to Shishan Fenglin. My home is here. Duan Qingyang replied. You also live in Shishan Fenglin? This time it was William who was slightly surprised. William knew was just a young master whose family owned several hotels in Jinyang County. But now it seems that it may not be that simple. My family also has a villa here which my father bought. Duan Qingyang joked, but it's not as luxurious as your Guangzhou. It's just a small villa worth several million. It seems you are hiding it very well. William said meaningfully, I have known you for so long, but I have never heard you say that your family lives in Shishan Fenglin in the provincial capital, and you also have a villa. How can you hide it better than me? Duan Qingyang rolled his eyes and curled his lips, but he didn't give in to his words. On the surface, he is a poor young man from the countryside of Jinyang County, but secretly he is a hidden rich man who can spend 30 million to buy Guangzhou. Duan Qingyang squinted at William and said with disdain, you are simply an old pervert. Ahem. William coughed awkwardly, then stepped forward, put his arm around Duan Qingyang's shoulders, and said with a smile, it's the same for us. Don't stand here like an idiot. Go sit inside first. Duan Qingyang was walking side by side with William, but he said proudly, then you have to pay me back. Yes, I'll pay it back right away. William agreed with a smile. You still have to treat me to a meal. Please, please, please. Then you have to ask me to wash my feet and take a bath. That won't work. Why not? Your sister-in-law disagrees. Then introduce your sister to me. William suddenly paused, turned his head and looked at Duan Qingyang unkindly, then let go of Duan Qingyang's hand and walked forward alone, saying as he walked, go back. You are not welcome here. Oh, do I need your welcome? Duan Qingyang followed William's footsteps and suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at William with a strange smile. Is your sister here too? Without waiting for William to answer, Duan Qingyang had already walked quickly to the front alone. As he walked, he laughed strangely and said, oh, my sister Dora, here I come. Behind him, William followed with an ugly look on his face, cursing, can you restrain yourself a little bit, kid? In the living room of Guangzhou, there was a cup of hot tea and 2 cups of water on the coffee table. On the sofa in the living room, Dora looked at Nancy with a puzzled look and asked, which rich woman did my brother hook up with? Nancy couldn't help but smile and looked at Dora helplessly. Does your brother still need a rich woman? That's right. Dora slapped her forehead. My brother doesn't need to be with other rich women. He is a rich woman himself. Nancy almost spit out the water she had just drunk. She looked at Dora with a strange expression and thought to herself, why didn't I notice that Dora can be a little silly sometimes? No. Dora frowned, as if she was thinking about something, and suddenly she realized something. My brother is a man, so I can't call him a rich woman. What should I call him? Nancy on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore and tentatively asked. Oh, that's right. Dora's eyes lit up and a smile spread across her face. That's the word. Rich man. Dora. Suddenly a voice came from outside the house. Then, a young man appeared at the door in a hurry. However, the moment he stepped through the door, he changed his reserved steps to a more gentlemanly pace. Under Nancy's stunned gaze, he slowly walked to Dora's side and said with a gentlemanly smile, Sister Dora, long time no see. Brother Chingyang. Dora also stood up in surprise. Why are you here? I came specially to see you. You came specially to see my sister? William walked into the living room with a cold face, looked at Duan Chingyang unkindly, and snorted. You came specially to see my sister empty-handed? Duan Chingyang's expression froze, and his smile suddenly froze on his face. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly, then took out his mobile phone and said to Dora with a smile, Show me your payment code, and I'll scan the money for you. Dora seemed to be unable to react for a moment and stared blankly at Duan Chingyang. Nancy was speechless, looking at Duan Chingyang in disbelief, thinking to herself, is there any such operation? William couldn't help but twitch his lips and cursed in his heart, what a psychopath. Then he quickly stepped between Duan Chingyang and Dora, separating the two, and glared at Duan Chingyang with a cold face, saying, You stupid thing, stay away from my sister. Duan Chingyang's eyes narrowed, and he almost blurted out idiot to William. But thinking that he should be more polite in front of Dora, he could only look at William angrily and said in a hard voice, Go away. Brother, what are you doing? Dora pushed William away with both hands, stamped her feet, and said angrily, Brother Chingyang came to see me specially. Why are you blocking Brother Chingyang? William looked at Dora helplessly, then looked at Duan Chingyang angrily, shook his head and sighed. Girls really can't be kept when they grow up. Duan Chingyang winked at William, looking at him proudly and provocatively, as if to say, If you don't agree, come and hit me. Chapter 46. Change of Thinking. In the living room on the first floor of Huangju, William and his three companions sat in two places. However, the seating positions for the four persons were somewhat particular. William and Duan Chingyang sat next to each other on the same sofa, while Dora and Nancy sat on another sofa on the diagonal side. Duan Chingyang and Dora, but William and Nancy were also sitting there, separating Duan Chingyang and Dora far apart. No, William, is it necessary to do this? Duan Chingyang said resentfully, seeming very dissatisfied with the position assigned to him. Brother, why do you separate me and Brother Chingyang so far apart? Dora's eyes were wide open, and she looked very angry. What do you know? William said coldly, This guy is treating you like a weasel paying New Year's greeting to a chicken. He has no good intentions. What do you mean by not having good intentions? Duan Chingyang said unhappily, To me, Dora is a beautiful lady, and a gentleman would love to marry her. Shut up. William turned and shouted at Duan Chingyang. Duan Chingyang seemed intimidated by William's power and did not refute. However, he still stood behind William and winked at Dora. At this time, Dora suddenly said in surprise, Brother Chingyang, so you want to pursue me? Nancy smiled helplessly and looked at Dora beside her. Her eyes seemed to say, What a silly girl. Can't you see this? William, on the other hand, covered his face with his hands, looking a little hopeless, and sighed inwardly. What a silly sister I am. Duan Chingyang nodded happily at the end. Yes, I want to pursue you. Duan Chingyang paused. I have urged your brother to send me your WeChat, but he has always refused and is always on guard against me, as if I am a bad person. You don't look like a good person either. William complained mercilessly. Then Dora's face suddenly turned red. I'm a little hard to chase, okay? Haha, it's okay. I will try my best. Duan Chingyang laughed proudly and nudged William with his elbow, looking like a mean person. Then I'll see how you perform. Dora said with a red face, but courageously. Humph, I haven't agreed yet. William turned to look at Duan Chingyang and said coldly, If you want to pursue my sister, you have to get past me first. Okay, brother-in-law. Duan Chingyang smiled smugly. William was choked, and exhaled slowly. You were such a rogue. Another hot pot restaurant in the hot pot town. William and his three companions chose a relatively quiet private room this time. This kind of quietness was not very quiet, but it was much quieter than the noisy hall. Duan Xingyang and Dora sat together, both of them leaning forward to order food from the menu, while Nancy looked at them with a half smile and drank tea quietly. William stared at Duan Xingyang with murderous eyes, as if he was going to cut him into pieces in the next second. However, Duan Xingyang didn't notice all this, or rather, he noticed it but didn't care. Instead, he was seriously discussing with William what dishes to order. Order whatever you like to eat, Duan Xingyang said. Dora looked at the menu, holding a pen and thinking carefully. After a while, she began to mark on the menu. I want a fat beef roll, a lean pork, a beef meatball, a fresh tripe, a duck intestine, and a duck blood. After a pause, Dora turned to another page of the menu and continued to outline. For vegetarian dishes, I'd like 1 portion of potato chips, 1 portion of mushrooms, 1 portion of chrysanthemum, 1 portion of lotus root slices, and 1 portion of winter melon. Then Dora handed the pen to Nancy and asked, Sister-in-law, do you want anything else? No thanks. Nancy put down the cup in her hand and said with a smile, You've ordered enough, eat first. What about you two? Dora glanced at William and Duan Xingyang. No need. William and Duan Xingyang answered in unison. Okay, Dora said, handing the menu and pen back to the waiter, and continued, add another portion of tofu and crispy pork, and the base of the pot should be spicy. Extra spicy. Extremely spicy? William couldn't help but shout. Dora turned around and glanced at William with contempt, then said to the waiter who was about to leave, Medium spicy, please. William picked up a piece of tripe and put it into the hot pot, boiling it for a few seconds until the tripe became a little curly. Then he took it out and rolled it in the bowl of dipping sauce, then picked it up and put a big bite into his mouth. After finishing the meal, William said to Duan Xingyang, who was also boiling tripe beside him, Have you really sold all the hotels in Jinyang County? It's on sale. Speaking of this, Duan Xingyang's expression became more serious and solemn. After swallowing a piece of tripe, he said, But it hasn't been sold yet. Isn't the business going well? Why do you suddenly want to sell out? William took a piece of duck blood from the pot and put into the dipping sauce. My dad's company is in trouble and needs some working capital, William said, and suddenly turned to look at William. Do you want a hotel in Jinyang? If you do, I'll give you a discount. Nancy and Dora on the side raised their heads and looked at William and Duan Xingyang suspiciously, but did not say anything. Instead, they lowered their heads and continued to eat the food in their bowls. William put down his chopsticks, looked at Duan Xingyang in doubt, and asked how much. The 5 hotels cost a total of 12 million. If you want to buy them, I will give you 11 million. Duan Xingyang said seriously. William frowned and asked again, Does her dad need a lot of funds this time? Duan Xingyang also put down his chopsticks, hesitated for a while, and said, This time it's a bit troublesome. He said it would cost about 50 million. 50 million? William was a little surprised. Then his eyes rolled, as if he had figured something out. There was a hint of something strange in his eyes when he looked at Duan Xingyang. Nancy and Dora looked up at Duan Xingyang at the same time, with a hint of surprise in their eyes, as if they were somewhat unexpected about Duan Xingyang's family background. How about 5 hotels, 11 million? Can you afford it? Duan Xingyang asked seriously, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Although 11 million is far from the requirement of 50 million, 10 million in funds can also extend the breathing time for a long time. William frowned and thought for a while, then said, How about we change our thinking? What kind of change of thinking? Duan Xingyang asked puzzledly. I won't buy your hotel, William said seriously. How about my investment? Chapter 47 Guest. There was a moment of silence in William's private room at the hot pot restaurant, and everyone's eyes fell on William. Duan Xingyang frowned, with a complicated look on his face. Nancy looked at him calmly, seemingly thinking as well. Only Dora had a blank look on her face. William himself smiled faintly and said, I don't know how to run the business if I buy it. I will lose money sooner or later. It's better to invest in it. Invest in a hotel? Duan Xingyang frowned and said, Then you might as well buy it. You don't have to run it. The 5 hotels and the original staff will be given to you. I can't say how much money you can make, but I guarantee you won't lose money. The investment I'm talking about is not just investing in hotels. William paused, held up 5 fingers, and continued with a smile, 50 million, all invested in your father's company. When these words were spoken, Nancy and Dora as faces were filled with surprise. It was obvious that they had not expected William to have such an idea. Duan Qingyang was shocked at this moment. After he knew William bought Guangzhou, he guessed that William should be rich, but he didn't know how rich William was. And up to now, Duan Qingyang didn't know how William got the money. He wanted to ask, but was afraid of breaking any taboos. After all, when a person suddenly possesses such a large sum of money, there may be many secrets hidden behind it. If you ask too many questions rashly, it may cause embarrassment to both parties. However, seeing William talking about investing 50 million with such a relaxed tone and expression, Duan Qingyang couldn't help but become more curious. He couldn't help but ask, "How much money do you have?" "Well," William smiled mysteriously, glanced at Dora and Nancy, and then looked at Duan Qingyang. "I won a lottery ticket." "Lottery ticket?" William's irrelevant answer made Duan Qingyang stunned. The next second, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise, "The 1.2 billion lottery ticket in Jinyang County?" William smiled and said nothing, just nodded slightly. Duan Qingyang instantly understood why William suddenly became so rich, and this huge sum of money was obtained legally and cleanly. Suddenly, Duan Qingyang looked at William with a burning gaze. His face was full of flattery. He put his hands together and said to William in a begging manner, "Brother Xing, support me, support me." "Get lost." William's face darkened and he shouted angrily, "I'm talking to you about serious matters. Can you please be serious?" "Hee. Okay. Duan Qingyang laughed and agreed readily. "Let's talk about business. Don't be serious." "Brother, you've always been a hypocrite." Leon looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Nancy snickered. "Dora, does your brother often act like a prude?" "I don't know either," Dora said innocently. "Anyway, he always looks serious." William shook his head helplessly, glared at Duan Qingyang, then picked up a piece of beef roll with chopsticks and put it into the pot to simmer. His ruthless action was as if it was Duan Qingyang who put into the pot. Then his expression returned to normal, and he said, "What do you think of my idea?" "I think your idea is good." Duan Qingyang was like a master of face changing. When he talked about business matters, his expression suddenly became serious. "But this matter is too big. I can't make the decision. You have to talk to my dad." "Okay, then help me make an appointment with my uncle, and I'll go visit him," William said seriously. "William." Duan Qingyang turned his head. "Think about it carefully. This is 50 million, and it's not a loan. It's an investment. You may lose everything. You don't believe me, or your dad?" William laughed, then took out the beef roll and rolled it in the dipping sauce, then took it out and put it in the bowl. "Uncle has been working hard in the provincial capital for decades and has built up the Shauna Group. It's a blessing for me to take advantage of the situation and invest in it." William ate the beef roll in the bowl in one bite, chewing and saying, "I only have a little money now. I don't know how to do business." "How did you know?" "I remember never telling you." Duan Qingyang was shocked again. He had never told anyone about his family background, but William seemed to know it very well. William smiled mysteriously. "I just guessed it." "You just guessed it?" Duan Qingyang frowned, full of confusion. "How did you guess it?" 50 million. William deliberately kept the question a secret. He slowly took a potato out of the pot and put it in the dipping sauce. He then put down his chopsticks. Then, under Duan Qingyang's eyes that wanted to beat him up, he slowly spoke, "I had dinner with the president of the Bank of China 2 days ago. At the dinner table, he introduced me to some well-known people in the provincial capital. Among them was the chairman of Shanha Group, Duan Shanha." After a pause, William continued with a smile. He said that Duan Shanha, the chairman of Shanha Group, has recently approached him for a loan of 50 million. But Shanha Group seems to have had problems with its funding chain recently, and their bank has been doing an assessment these 2 days. "So you said your father needed 50 million in working capital, and then you remembered that the bank president said Duan Shanha also needed 50 million. And your last name is Duan, and you live in Xishan Fenglan. So you guessed it," Duan Xingyang said suddenly, and then sighed. "Before today, I didn't tell you about my affairs, and you also kept things from me. Well, this time, we know each other inside out." "Wrong." William shook his head and denied. "My winning the lottery was an unexpected event, and I didn't have time to tell you. I didn't hide it from you on purpose," he said, looking at Duan Xingyang with a strange smile. "But you, the young master of Shanha Group, are really good at hiding it." "Did I hide so well?" "I didn't have the chance to tell you." Duan Qingyang argued seriously. "What do you mean no chance?" William was stunned. "If you don't ask, how can I have the chance to tell you?" Duan Qingyang took it for granted. William was stunned, then asked in surprise, Do I have to ask you before you tell me? What else? Duan Qingyang raised his eyebrows. Should I just go around shouting that I'm the son of Duan Shanha, the chairman of Shana Group? If I do that, people will either think I'm a fool or a liar. Nancy smiled as she watched William and Duan Qingyang bickering with each other. She leaned over and whispered in Dora's ear, I now think you and your brother Qingyang are a good match. Why? Dora asked blankly. Because when you and your brother are together, they will start fighting after less than 3 sentences. Nancy paused, looked at Duan Qingyang, and whispered in Dora's ear with a smile. Your brother Qingyang and your brother will also start fighting after less than 3 sentences. Un chapter 48 car accident. It was a sunny morning with a clear and high blue sky. Looking far away, the endless green rice fields looked like a green ocean, which formed a beautiful pastoral painting with the blue sky. On the distant hilltop, a half-moon sun is rising slowly. Its soft light gradually illuminates the entire earth, covering the distant hilltop with a layer of golden gauze, which is particularly beautiful. Mother sat alone in the place where William sat that day, and a look of longing flashed in her eyes. Although William and Dora would call back often, the mother couldn't help but go back to miss her children who were far away, and perhaps her deceased husband. The mother's eyes looked into the distance along a winding road. That was the direction William and Dora left home, and it was also the way William and Dora would return home. But now, the road is empty, with only the trees and grass on both sides of the road swaying slightly in the morning breeze. The mother, a fat black puppy the size of a palm, trotting its short and thin 4 legs, staggered towards the mother. When I got closer, I saw that it was not completely black. Its 4 pure white legs drew a snow-white flower in its busy trot, and its 2 black ears fell softly on its head, trembling as it ran, which was very cute. It ran to Lu Shui's feet and stopped, wagging its short tail and licking its mother's rough feet with its tongue. When the mother looked down at it, it raised its head as if it sensed something, stared at the mother with its pair of black eyes, and then rubbed its head against the mother's legs, as if to comfort her. Puppy. The mother looked down at the black puppy and called softly, Are you hungry? The black puppy has no name. Its mother did not give it a name, or rather, the name she gave it is just Puppy. The puppy was found by the mother in the next village after William and Dora went to the provincial capital. Hearing the call, the puppy looked up at its mother again and made a whimpering sound, like a baby talking in sleep, and then lowered its head to rub against its mother's calf. Let's go. The mother touched the puppy's head, smiled gently, then got up and walked home. I'll get you something to eat. The puppy seemed to understand what the mother said. It followed the mother and then ran to the side of the mother, running, jumping, and hopping happily. However, its short legs seemed unable to support its slightly fat body, and it would poke its face into the ground from time to time. However, it did not seem to feel any pain. After climbing up, it jumped around the mother happily again. Looking at the cheerful appearance of the puppy, the mother's depressed mood couldn't help but ease a little, and a little more smile appeared on her slightly weathered face. Run slower, you always fall, the mother said to the puppy with a smile, but she didn't know whether the puppy could understand her. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. The mother took out her cell phone and answered it. A woman's crying voice came from the other end. Xiaoqin, sister-in-law. Mother stopped and shouted in surprise. Hearing the crying voice on the phone, her heart tightened. What happened, sister-in-law? Your elder brother. Your elder brother. The woman's crying seemed to affect her normal speech, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. What happened to my eldest brother? The mother asked anxiously, and then forced herself to calm down a little. Sister-in-law, don't cry first. What happened to my eldest brother? The crying voice on the phone subsided a little, and then she choked and said, Your elder brother was in a car accident. On the 3rd floor of Guangzhou, William answered his mother's call in bed, and then immediately called Dora to wake her up. Then he immediately got up, put on his clothes in a hurry, ran to the bathroom to wash up briefly, and then rushed out of the room. Dora rubbed her eyes dazedly and walked out of the room. She looked at William, who rushed out, yawned, and asked, Brother, why did you wake me up so early? My uncle was in a car accident and is in a coma. He is on his way to the People's Hospital in the provincial capital. William arranged his clothes and said seriously, Only my aunt is with him. Brother Hui and Brother Xing are not with my uncle. Come with me to the People's Hospital and wait. When my uncle arrives, we have to do what we can. Listening to William's description, Dora's confused eyes gradually became clear, and her face became serious. Okay. Then, brother, Wait for me for a while. With that, Dora quickly rushed back to the room. I'll drive the car to the door and wait for you, William said and walked downstairs quickly. About 10 minutes later, Dora finally appeared at the gate of Kwangju. Beside her, Nancy also came jogging, panting slightly. You don't have to go, William said to Nancy, who took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. I'm going, Nancy said calmly, but there was a sense of unquestionability in her tone. William stared at Nancy for a while, smiled, and said, Okay. Then he started the white Volkswagen. At the gate of the Provincial People's Hospital, a burst of urgent ambulance sirens came from far away and suddenly stopped at the gate of the People's Hospital. Then dozens of medical staff rushed up in an orderly manner, carefully lifted a middle-aged man with various tubes inserted into his body and his eyes tightly closed out of the car, and put him on a stretcher. Then, while carrying out various rescue measures, they pushed the stretcher into the hospital. Afterwards, a nurse helped a woman with tears on her face and a weak body out of the car. William and the other two who were standing by and witnessed the middle-aged man being sent to the hospital hurried over to greet him. Aunt, two urgent and concerned calls suddenly rang out, and William and Dora hurried to their aunt's sides to support her. Nancy didn't speak easily, but followed William silently, her eyes full of concern. William and Dora weakly. William, Dora, your uncle. My aunt had stopped crying, but when she saw William and Dora, she couldn't help but cry again. Don't cry, Annie. Uncle will definitely get better. William comforted her. Then he turned to look at Nancy. Schwerer, you and Lauer look after Annie. I'll go over and take a look. Chapter 49, Let me take care of all the money matters. The atmosphere in front of the operating room was very solemn. My aunt sat in a chair in a daze. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, perhaps because she had been crying for too long. Her face and eyes were numb. She tilted her head and wondered what she was thinking. Although her breathing had returned to normal and she looked stable, her body would twitch from time to time. Nancy and Dora sat quietly on either side of their aunt, each holding her arm, silent and not saying a word, but their eyes were full of worry when they looked towards their aunt or the operating room. William stood alone in front of the door of the operating room, staring at the lights outside the operating room with a solemn expression. William remembered that his father decided to go to the hospital in Beijing for treatment after the treatment at the People's Hospital in the provincial capital was ineffective. However, the 100,000 yuan borrowed from his uncle's family had been used up and was only enough to cover the cost of food and accommodation for the trip to Beijing. So he had no choice but to ask his uncle Lu Zigong for help. His uncle just told William and his family to go to Beijing without worry, and he would take care of the money. The next morning, William received 50,000 yuan from his uncle, and in the afternoon, he received another 30,000 yuan from his uncle. Later, William learned from his mother that the 80,000 yuan was raised by his uncle's family, including his two cousins Lu Hui and Lu Xing, who each contributed 30,000 and 20,000 yuan respectively. Together with the 30,000 yuan contributed by his uncle himself, a total of 80,000 yuan was lent to William for his father's treatment. This is also a favor, a great favor, because William knew that his uncle's family situation was not very good, so it was not easy for them to squeeze out 80,000 yuan. But at that time, my uncle's family, and even my two cousins who were already married, donated generously without hesitation. This was also a timely help, and William always remembered it. Not only remember them, but also repay them in the future. At this moment, William decided not to hide the fact that he had won the lottery anymore, or to hide only part of it in the future. He was afraid. He was afraid that the person he wanted to repay, the person he wanted to protect, would become like his uncle who was now lying in the operating room. After all, no one knew when an accident would happen. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, until 4 hours later, the door of the operating room was finally opened. A doctor, who was completely covered in antibacterial surgical gown, stood at the door of the operating room and shouted, "Where is Lu Zigong's family member, Wu Guifin?" William, who was sitting on the chair, stood up suddenly and walked quickly to the door of the operating room, while my aunt Wu Guifin was supported by Nancy and Dora and walked to the door of the operating room a little slower. "Doctor, I am Wu Guifin, a relative of Lu Zigong. How is he now?" Aunt Wu Guifin asked weakly but anxiously. "The situation is not good. The operation is completed, but the patient is still in a coma." The doctor spoke calmly, but his voice was obviously tired. At the same time, he handed over a bill in his hand. "The patient has been sent to the ICU. Your family members should go and pay the fee first." "Okay." William took the bill and asked, When will my uncle wake up? I don't know either. The doctor glanced at William and seemed a little surprised that William called Lu Zigong uncle. He needs to be observed in the ICU first. But don't worry, we will do our best. After the doctor finished speaking, without waiting for William and Wu Guifan to say anything, he turned around and went back to the operating room. Mom! Just at this moment, a man about 27 or 28 years old or in his early 30s rushed over and stood in front of Wu Guifan. Both of them looked a little anxious, looking Wu Guifan up and down. Mom, are you okay? I'm fine. Looking at her two sons in front of her, Wu Guifan finally showed a smile on her face, but her voice was still weak. Where's Dad? The man in his early 30s was Lu Hui. He looked at the operating room, then looked at Wu Guifan and asked, Your dad just finished the operation, and the doctor said he was sent to the U.S. As she spoke, Wu Guifan's body softened and tears flashed in her eyes again. I see you, William added, and then said, Brother Hui, Brother Xing. Lu Hui then looked at William and Dora and Nancy who were supporting Wu Guifan and said solemnly, William, Dora, and this beautiful lady, thank you. We're a family. You're welcome. Brother Hui, my aunt hasn't eaten yet. Take her to eat first. I'll go pay the bill. I'll go, Lu Xing said from the side, then stretched out his hand. Give me the payment slip. Then Brother Xing, come with me. William did not give the payment slip to Lu Xing, but walked over directly. Lu Xing turned to look at Lu Hui, and after Lu Hui nodded, Lu Xing turned around and chased after William. After leaving the crowd, Lu Xing caught up with William and walked side by side. He turned to William and said, William, how much is the fee? William picked up the bill and looked at it as he walked. A total of more than 130,000. So many, Lu Xing suddenly exclaimed and stopped where he was. William stopped and looked back at Lu Xing. What's wrong with you? Lu Xing stood there, gritting his teeth, a little overwhelmed. I don't have enough money. Hearing this, William stepped forward and patted Lu Xing on the shoulder. Brother Xing, I'll pay the money. No, Lu Xing refused decisively. I know you don't have any money yourself. I have money. William gave Lu Xing a reassuring smile. Where did you get the money? Lu Xing shook his head. Besides, this is the money for my father's surgery and hospitalization. My brother and I should pay for it. William smiled helplessly but relievedly. Brother Xing, you are being polite. Do you still remember that when my father went to Beijing for treatment, he had no money, but my uncle and your family raised 80,000 yuan for me? But, don't say but. William dragged Lu Xing towards the payment counter. You and Brother Hui take good care of Auntie. As for the money, I'm here, don't worry. Do you have money? Lu Xing frowned and looked at William. You still owe hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. How can you have money? And you have to pay more than 130,000 this time, and Dad is still in the ICU. I don't know how much it will cost later. As he spoke, Lu Xing took out his phone and operated something while walking. I have more than 30,000 here. I will transfer all of it to you first. Then I will ask my brother to transfer some more to you later. If it is not enough, my brother and I will find a way. William suddenly stopped in front of Lu Xing and said seriously, Brother Xing, please trust me. Let me handle the money matters. Chapter 50 Real Family. When William paid the full amount of more than 13 yuan in one go without frowning, Lu Xing, who witnessed the whole process, was mentally prepared but still somewhat surprised. Because in his impression, William, or William's family's current situation, should be difficult. But now William's performance, or William's attitude towards money, toward more than 100,000 yuan, seems to be a little indifferent. William, are you going to ask me where the money comes from? William interrupted with a smile before Lu Xing could finish his sentence. Lu Xing nodded with a serious expression, or perhaps a little worried. William rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother Xing, let me tell you this, I now have tens of millions in cash, so all the expenses that Uncle needs in the hospital this time will be borne by me. After a pause, William's face became a little serious. However, as for where this money came from, if there's a chance, I will tell you, including my uncle, aunt, and Brother Hui. All I can say now is that this money is clean and you can use it with confidence. Tens of millions. If he was in the hospital, Lu Xing might have screamed out loud. William in doubt and asked, You mean my aunt doesn't know either? Yes, my mother doesn't know either. William nodded. Like I said just now, when the time is right, I will tell my family. After a pause, William emphasized, my real family. William with a meaningful gaze. After a while, he nodded solemnly. I understand. Lu Xing understood what William meant by real family. Although some people are called family members in name, they do things that hurt their family members. Such family members are not the real family members in William's mind. For example, when my uncle's father was seriously ill and asked Kelly for help, Kelly not only did not lend helping hand, but on the second day of my uncle's father's funeral, she went to my aunt's house to borrow the gift money collected from my father's funeral. This time, his father was hospitalized due to a car accident and has been in a coma ever since. But this aunt didn't even make a phone call to inquire about his father, even though his father is this aunt's biological brother. This is really a bit disheartening. So in William's heart, Kelly is not a real family member. And at this moment, in Lu Xing's heart, he might no longer regard this little aunt as a real family member. Let's go back. William patted Lu Xing's shoulder again and spoke. Lu Xing came back to his senses from his contemplation, looked at William, and said seriously, "William, we will definitely return the money to you. We'll talk about it later." William smiled. "Let's go find my aunt and the others." In a small doctor's office, a male doctor in his 40s, wearing a white coat, sat behind a desk, concentrating on the computer in front of him. On his chest was his name, Jiang Feng. On the side of the desk across from Jiang Feng, William stood against the wall. Nancy stood next to William. Dora helped Wu Guifeng sit on a bench. Lu Xing squatted in the corner, and Lu Hui stood opposite them. Their expressions were solemn, perhaps a little worried, a little panic. They all focused their eyes on Jiang Feng, as if they were waiting for something. The office was unusually quiet, with only the sound of Jiang Feng moving his mouse and clicking on the keyboard occasionally. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Feng finally looked away from the computer screen. He simply glanced at everyone in the office before he said seriously, "You're all Lu Zigong's family members, right?" "Yes, Dr. Jiang." Lu Hui, who was closest to Jiang Feng, spoke quickly. "How is my dad? When will he wake up?" The eyes of others were also full of concern, especially Wu Guifeng's eyes, whose anxiety and worry were obvious. Jiang Feng glanced at Wu Guifeng, who was sitting on the bench. He could see that the woman was rather weak due to crying for a long time. He was a little worried that telling the truth would cause some harm to her. He looked at Lu Hui in front of him again, raised his chin in the direction of Wu Guifeng, and asked, "Who is it?" "That's my mother." Lu Hui answered with understanding, then looked back at Wu Guifeng, turned around, and continued to say to the doctor, "It's okay, just tell me." Jiang Feng retracted his gaze, paused for a moment, and said, "The patient is not in good condition. His left kidney was severely damaged by the impact and has temporarily lost all its functions. The right kidney was slightly damaged, but its function is not yet complete." After a pause, Jiang Feng glanced at the computer screen again and continued, "He has 3 broken ribs, multiple fractures all over his body, and other internal organs are slightly damaged." "Dr. Jiang, I don't quite understand what you're saying." Lu Hui said, "Just tell me directly whether my dad can be cured and when he can wake up." Jiang Feng was silent for a moment, as if he was organizing his words. "We will definitely do our best to treat the patient. Once the patient's right kidney has recovered some function, he should be able to wake up. This time may be as short as 2 or 3 days, or as long as 7 or 8 days." When everyone left Jiang Feng's office, William received a meaningful look from Lu Hui, so William did not follow everyone out. Instead, he walked up to Jiang Feng alone. "Do you have any other questions?" Jiang Feng looked up suspiciously, somewhat puzzled at William in front of him. "Dr. Jiang, please wait a moment." After saying that, William turned his head and looked at the office door, as if waiting for something. Soon, the door was pushed open, and the 2 brothers Lu Hui and Lu Xing walked in one after another. "Dr. Jiang, my mother is not here now. Please tell us the truth." Lu Hui stood in the middle of the 3 people and spoke, with Lu Xing on his left and William on his right. The 3 people all looked grim and worried. Jiang Feng glanced at the 3 people in front of him, sighed, and said solemnly, "Both of the patient's kidneys are actually severely damaged and have almost lost all their functions." "Will my dad die?" Lu Xing asked anxiously. Lu Hui turned his head and glared at Lu Xing, then looked at the doctor and asked, "Dr. Jiang, both kidneys have lost their function. Is there any way to save them?" "Yes, there is." "What method?" Lu Xing asked. Jiang Feng said seriously, "Change the kidney." Chapter 51, He is my uncle. In the afternoon, the sunlight in the sky is particularly dazzling. If you stand in the sun, you will soon feel hot all over. In Jiang Feng's office, when William heard Jiang Feng say the word kidney transplant, they couldn't help but look at each other, as if they were communicating something with their eyes. After a while, Lu Hui looked at Jiang Feng and said, Dr. Jiang, how do we change it? It's not difficult to get a kidney transplant, but it's not easy either. Jiang Feng said solemnly with a serious face. The first thing is to find a matching kidney source, which is the most difficult. Having said that, Jiang Feng looked deeply at Lu Hui and Lu Xing in front of him. If your father is determined to undergo a kidney transplant, it is best to do it within 3 days. Jiang Feng continued solemnly. If it exceeds this time, even if a kidney source is found, the best time for surgery will be missed. Even your father may not survive that time. Where can we find kidneys now? Lu Xing asked again, but this time Lu Hui did not glare at him, because Lu Hui's eyes were also somewhat anxious. It was not easy to find a matching kidney source in 3 days. At this time, Jiang Feng continued, I don't know where there's a matching kidney source. Even if I enter the information immediately for matching, the probability of finding a suitable kidney source in a short period of time is very small. Then enter the information for matching first. Lu Xing just opened his mouth and was glared at by Lu Hui again. I have asked someone to enter the patient's information. Jiang Feng said nonchalantly. You just said the first one. William next to him seemed to have thought of something and asked, what is the second one? Jiang Feng looked up at William and said, the second is the cost. Including the donor, the entire operation will cost about 300,000 yuan, not including the cost of post-operative rehabilitation. Hearing this, Lu Hui and Lu Xing looked towards William at the same time. Lu Xing had just secretly told Lu Hui what happened during the payment, so they both knew that William was no longer the same person as before, with tens of millions in cash. Moreover, William had personally promised to cover all the expenses for their father's treatment this time. Although they felt deeply powerless about asking William to bear these expenses, the practical reality forced them to compromise. They could only regard it as a loan from William and pay it back slowly in the future. Don't worry about that. Hearing that it was just a matter of money, William said decisively, Dr. Jiang, please give the patient the best medicine and the best equipment. No matter how much it costs, I will pay for it. Dora turned her head and met Lu Hui and Lu Xing's eyes, gave them a reassuring look, and continued. As for the kidney source, please find a match as soon as possible. Once the match is successful, the surgery can be performed immediately. I can guarantee that I will not give the hospital a penny less. Brothers Lu Hui and Lu Xing couldn't help but look at William with gratitude. When Lu Hui and Lu Xing were at their most powerless, William stepped forward without hesitation and bore the enormous pressure for them. Although they had lent a helping hand to William in his most difficult times, they never thought that one day William would repay them so generously. However, Jiang Feng looked at William with some surprise. He didn't expect that this young man who stood silently by the side had the confidence to say such words. Had different concerns about the two questions he raised than William and others. Jiang Feng was not actually the most worried about the kidney source. If he couldn't find a suitable match, he had a last resort in mind, but it was not appropriate to ask now. What Jiang Feng was most worried about was the surgery fee of more than 300,000 yuan. After all, this family looks like an ordinary family. The previous rescue and subsequent ICU ward had already cost more than 100,000 yuan. To pay more than 300,000 yuan for surgery in one go within 3 days is extremely difficult for an ordinary family like this. But now this seemingly inconspicuous young man was so confident that there was no need to worry about the money, which inevitably made Jiang Feng feel a little shocked and curious. Jiang Feng didn't know the relationship between William and the patient, so he didn't quite understand the young man's behavior. He asked suspiciously, "What is your relationship with the patient?" "He is my uncle," William said with a faint smile. "Uncle?" Jiang Feng was surprised, and then his eyes showed a little more admiration for William. As a nephew, there are not many who can do this to their uncle. Jiang Feng turned his gaze back to Lu Hui and said, "Since the cost is not a problem, I will arrange for a kidney match as soon as possible, and the surgery will be performed immediately if a match is found." "Okay, then thank you, Dr. Jiang," Lu Hui said seriously. "Thank you, Dr. Jiang," Lu Xing also said. Then, William and the other two prepared to turn around and leave. "Wait a moment," Dr. Jiang suddenly shouted, and then operated something on the computer, and then printed out 3 lists and handed them to William, Lu Hui, and Lu Xing respectively. If a kidney source can be matched, the patient may need a blood transfusion during the operation. Please check your blood type to see if it is compatible with the patient's blood type. Okay. Lu Hui and the other two took the list, then turned around and walked out of the office together. After the office door was closed again, Jiangfeng's face became somewhat helpless. He sighed and murmured to himself in a low voice, I hope we can find a kidney source. Otherwise, these two strong young men. Oh, Wu Guifan sat quietly between Dora and Nancy on a bench in the hospital corridor. Perhaps because her two sons had come, Wu Guifan had a backbone and someone to rely on, so her emotions had calmed down a lot. But her eyes were still red, and the tear marks on her face seemed to have disappeared because she had washed her face. However, the haggardness and fatigue on her face did not increase but decreased. On both sides, Nancy and Dora huddled closely around Wu Guifan, stroking her messy hair from time to time and stroking her weathered hand from time to time. Are you William's girlfriend? Wu Guifan showed a rare tired smile on her face and looked at Nancy and spoke gently. Yes, Auntie. Nancy lowered her head slightly shyly, but did not deny it. Wu Guifan is William's elder, so in a sense this can be considered as meeting the parents. You are so pretty. Wu Guifan stared at Nancy and praised her sincerely. What's your name? Aunt. Her name is Nancy. She's my roommate and my best friend. Dora said proudly. Her innocent energy seemed to be contagious, which unconsciously dissipated some of Wu Guifan's annoyance. Besides, I was the one who brought him and my brother together. Oh, my Dora is acting as a matchmaker for someone? Wu Guifan smiled slightly, but she couldn't hide her tiredness. Mom! Suddenly, a call came from a distance. Hearing the shout, Wu Guifan, Nancy, and Dora all looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Lu Hui in the middle, Lu Xing on the left, and William on the right, all three of them striding side by side. The three of them walked in unison, with a steady demeanor, like a row of soldiers heading to the battlefield to protect their homes and their loved ones. Chapter 52, taking you for a ride. Where have you three brothers been? It took you so long to come back. Looking at Lu Hui, Lu Xing, and William standing in front of her, Wu Guifan spoke with a concerned and somewhat didactic tone. We discussed Dad's condition with Dr. Jiang. Lu Xing said respectfully with a smile. This kind of respect was unique to his son's respect for his mother. Did you go see a doctor again? Wu Guifan asked puzzledly. I just came out of the doctor's office. Why did I go back to discuss my condition with the doctor? Is there any new situation? What did Dr. Jiang say? Nothing new. At this time, Nancy had stood up from Wu Guifan and walked to stand next to William. So Lu Hui naturally sat next to Wu Guifan, took Wu Guifan's palm and placed it in his palm, smiled and said patiently, Dr. Jiang said that Dad will have to undergo another operation in 2 days. If this operation goes well, Dad will recover as before. Lu Hui naturally did not dare to easily tell Lu Zigong that he was going to have a kidney transplant. Although the cost of the operation was not a problem, the source of kidneys was still unknown, so it was still unknown whether the kidney transplant could be carried out smoothly. Really, Wu Guifan finally grinned. For her, this should be the only good news today. Of course it's true. Lu Hui stroked the back of Wu Guifan's hand and said with a smile, So Mom, you don't have to worry too much. You should also take good care of yourself. Otherwise, when Dad wakes up and comes home, how will you have the energy to argue with him? Wu Guifan snorted suddenly, and her face instantly became more energetic. I have never lost an argument with your father in my life. The older generation loves each other, but is unwilling to give in easily. Yes. Lu Xing also smiled and complimented. Mom, you're the head of the family. Everyone in the family has to listen to you. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, William seized the opportunity to say, Aunt, are you hungry? Do you want to go eat first? I feel a little hungry. Wu Guifan touched her stomach, seeming to realize it belatedly. Then let's go eat. As Lu Hui spoke, he helped Wu Guifan up and walked slowly out of the hospital. Lu Xing quickly took over Dora's position, and Lu Hui supported Wu Guifan on both sides. Behind them, William and the other two were 2 steps behind and slowly caught up. In the evening, although the sky was not completely dark yet, the sun had already completely set below the horizon, and only the remaining clouds on the horizon could be seen dyed a crimson sunset. In the sky on the other side, a slightly incomplete bright moon hung diagonally above. The silvery white light spread down, covering the earth like a layer of hazy silver yarn. At the gate of the Provincial University of Science and Technology, Xiaobin was walking out of the school among a group of young students wearing black and white basketball uniforms. He was sweating profusely, but smiling as he huddled with another basketball player beside him and whispered something. When he talked about some key points, he either laughed out loud or chuckled. Let me tell you, there was that freshman girl from last month. Her figure was simply unbelievable. Xiaobin was telling the story with great excitement when he suddenly saw two men and one woman getting out of a white Volkswagen on the roadside, not far away. One of the women had a temperament as pure as jade, while the other one was innocent in her every move. The three people were William, Nancy, and Dora. William got out from the passenger seat, while Nancy got out from the driver's seat. At this moment, there were a few beads of sweat on Nancy's forehead, and she looked a little nervous. Dora, who came down from the back seat, seemed to have trembling legs and a look of fear on her face. William, on the other hand, was relatively calm, with a relaxed smile on his face. William and his two companions and Wu Guifan and their two companions had dinner. William sent Nancy and Dora back to school because they had to go to school the next day. However, Nancy drove the whole way. When Xiaobin from the basketball team saw the three people, he stopped talking and patted the basketball player next to him, motioning him to look in the direction of William and the other two. He smiled a lewd smile that was in sharp contrast to his tall stature and whispered, "Duanyi, look over there. What do you think of those two girls?" "Which one?" The basketball player named Duanyi looked in the direction Xiaobin pointed, but his eyes did not fall on Nancy and Dora at first. "The two next to the white Volkswagen." Xiaobin emphasized, "Did you see them?" "I saw it." Duanyi's eyes lit up instantly, and he smiled. "It's really good. Do you know him?" "Of course. Both are sophomores. The one in the white skirt is called Baiyun, but she already has a boyfriend." She pouted with some contempt. "The guy next to her. The other one is also his sister, named Dora." "Isn't his boyfriend from our school?" Duanyi put away his smile and asked with a frown. "It doesn't look like that." Xiaobin thought for a moment. "His name is William. I've never met this person in school, nor have I heard of him. He should be from outside the school." "That's easy, isn't it?" Duanyi said with a chuckle. "Since my boyfriend is not in school for a long time, isn't there plenty of opportunity to poach him?" As he spoke, Duanyi patted his chest and laughed wildly. "Brother, look at me." Then he shouted to the basketball team that was gradually moving away in front of him. "Captain, you go first. Xiaobin and I will come over in a while." "Okay, then hurry up." A male voice from the team in front replied. "Okay." Duanyi shouted, then gave Xiaobin a ghostly smile, turned around, and walked straight in the direction where William was. Xiaobin had a strange sneer on his face, thinking, Duanyi is a reckless man. It's best to just go up and fight him. "What's wrong? Are you nervous?" William walked to Nancy, holding a tissue in his hand, gently wiped the sweat from Nancy's forehead, and asked with a smile. Nancy looked up at William, and her anxiety eased a little. "A little, but it's okay. It's normal." William put his hands on Nancy's shoulders and encouraged her with a smile. "New drivers will be nervous when they are on the road. When I first went on the road alone, my performance was not as good as yours. Driving is a matter of practice. You will get better as you drive more. Then you have to take me to practice more when you have the chance." After listening to William's words of encouragement, Nancy's nervous expression relaxed a lot, and her tone of voice was not as strange as it was at the beginning. "When I get familiar with it, I will take you for a ride." "That's a deal." William wiped off a bead of sweat that had just flowed out of Nancy's hair and said jokingly, "Your co-pilot seat will be my exclusive seat then. You two are going too far." An extremely dissatisfied voice suddenly sounded. Dora, the light bulb, suddenly squeezed in between William and Nancy, put her hands on her hips, and said coldly, in broad daylight, in front of everyone, "You two are so affectionate. Have you ever considered the feelings of passers-by? Have you ever considered my feelings? It's none of your business." William tapped Dora on the head with a slap, then gently pushed Dora away. "Stay away. You're disturbing my relationship." Nancy chuckled and said, "Dora, you were the one who introduced your brother and I. How come you can't handle the excitement at the beginning?" Dora covered her head and pouted, pretending to be angry, and stamped her feet, then turned and walked toward the school gate. "Whoever wants to be the light bulb can do it, but I won't do it anyway. It's too exciting. From now on, I'm going to play with Brother Chinyong, not with you guys." Dora took a few steps, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of Dora, blocking her way. At the same time, a slightly disgusting voice sounded in Dora's ears. "Beauty, can you add WeChat?" Chapter 53, No Misunderstanding. In a black business car, Duan Shana frowned and put down the phone he had just hung up. The corners of his eyes were dark, his eyeballs were bloodshot, and his face looked more haggard than usual. "Dad, is someone asking for debt again?" At the side, Duan Chinyong, who was also sitting in the business car, asked in a low voice. At this moment, his face was no longer frivolous as usual, and he looked particularly mature in his formal suit. Duan Shan sighed with a slightly tired look and said, the finance department called and said that a supplier didn't have money to pay wages, and the workers were making trouble. If we don't pay him, he will have to stop working and won't be able to supply us. How much? It's not much, just over 3 million. Duan Shan has said, rubbing his forehead. There is still more than 10 million in the company's account, but this money cannot be touched. It is reserved for repaying the bank loan in a few days. If it is overdue again, then the 50 million loan I applied for from the Bank of China will not be approved. Looking at Duan Shan's haggard face, Duan Xinyang hesitated for a moment and finally said, Dad, what do you think of the matter I mentioned to you this morning about a friend of mine wanting to invest in the company? Your friend named William? Duan Shan frowned. He didn't mention any conditions. I don't believe that someone would invest 50 million without asking for anything in return. Dad, please believe me. Duan Xinyang said anxiously. William is my most trusted friend in Jinyang. I know him. He paused. Besides, William has never been in the business world, so he doesn't know those business conspiracies and tricks. Duan Shanha did not answer, but was thinking about something. Seeing this, Duan Xinyang continued. Why don't you meet him first and have a brief chat? If you think it's okay, then consider him buying shares. Okay. Duan Shanha was not a hesitant person. I'll go meet your friend now. I just contacted him. He should be at the Polytechnic University in the provincial capital now. He's still a student? Duan Shanha asked in confusion. If he was just a student, could he easily come up with 50 million to invest? No. Duan Xinyang guessed what Duan Shanha was thinking, shook his head and smiled. His girlfriend and sister are both studying at the provincial capital's Polytechnic University. He is sending them back. Then go directly to the provincial capital's Polytechnic University. At the gate of the Provincial University of Technology under the moonlight, a breeze blew secretly at some point, making the ginkgo leaves on the roadside rustle. Under the dim light, one could only make out half of Duan Ye's smiling face, while the other half of his face in the shadow seemed to hide some ill intentions. I don't have WeChat, Dora replied without even looking up, then took 2 steps back and moved to William's side. Don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm. Duan Yechi stepped forward, and his shadow on the ground was stretched a little longer. We are all young people. Let's make friends. William took a step forward and stood in front of Nancy and Dora at the same time. I'm here to make this friend of yours. Someone actually asked for my sister's WeChat in front of me, and his attitude was so tough. You? Danya shook his head and crossed his arms. I'm only interested in making friends with beautiful women. Oh, so that's it. William chuckled, his mouth slightly raised. But the 2 beauties behind me are not interested in ugly men. Duanya's face suddenly turned cold. What do you mean? That's what you understand it to mean? William retorted. Hey, isn't this brotherly, the boyfriend of junior sister Nancy? We meet again. Suddenly, a male student who was also wearing a basketball uniform came up with a faint smile and stood next to Duan Yi. William looked at the person and felt that he was very familiar. He frowned and thought, then suddenly smiled and said, It turns out to be the famous senior Xiao from the Provincial Polytechnic University. William imitated Dora, his tone, and called her senior, but the sarcasm in his tone was obvious. Xiao didn't care. He was a scumbag, so he must be thick-skinned. He glanced at Duan Yi, who had a cold face, and then said to William, This is my teammate, Duan Yi. Then he looked behind William and said, Nancy and Dora are back. Dora just nodded slightly and didn't respond. Xiaobin didn't care either. He smiled indifferently, then glanced at Duan Yi and William, who were a little tense, and said, Is there any misunderstanding between you two? There is no misunderstanding. Duan Yi had a cold face and stared at William as if he wanted to eat him. Yes, there is no misunderstanding. William smiled slightly and ignored Duan Yi's gaze. At this time, it seemed that someone noticed that the atmosphere here was a little unusual, and some students gathered around in 2s and 3s, looking like they were watching the fun. Xiaobin looked at the students gathered around him, sighed helplessly, stepped forward and said to William, Brotherly, Lao Duan just wants to make friends with your sister, and he has no ill intentions. Why make it so tense? William chuckled. My sister doesn't really want to be friends with him. Are you so disrespectful? He glanced at Dora behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly. You wouldn't stay with her at school all the time, would you? William's face suddenly turned cold, and he said in a cold tone, If you dare to touch her hair, I will make you regret it. Duan Yi sneered, took a step forward and stood side by side with Xiaobin. He looked at Nancy and Dora behind William, and then looked at the white Volkswagen. He said contemptuously, You want us to regret? Just because of the broken Volkswagen you drive? How can you make us regret? What's wrong with a broken Volkswagen? Dora poked her head out from behind William and said angrily, My brother doesn't just have a Volkswagen. He also has a Kian. And also, Dora. Nancy pulled Dora in time, interrupting her unfinished words, then gave Dora a look and whispered, Don't talk nonsense. Dora turned her head and looked at Nancy. She immediately understood what Nancy meant and pouted and said, I just can't stand it. William sarcastically, You have a Kian? Then why did you drive a Volkswagen? Are you trying to be low-key? Then he turned to look at Xiao Bin. Old Xiao. How can someone be so boastful? Dora's face turned red with anger. If Nancy hadn't stopped her, she might have rushed out and shouted, My brother has 900 million. William just smiled nonchalantly. You know the saying, it's no good to ask a dog to catch a rat. What does it have to do with you what car I drive? Who do you say is a dog? Duan Yi said with a cold face again. Whoever agrees is a dog. William spread his hands. Duan Yi stared at William with an expression that looked like he was going to kill someone and said viciously, Boy, you need to know where this is. Don't be too arrogant when you speak. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it won't be good. Huh. William chuckled. I want to see what kind of accident you can cause me. Chapter 54, Who Dares to Touch My Brother? The sky was getting darker, but the number of students gathering in front of the gate of the Provincial Polytechnic University was increasing. In the middle of a circle formed by a group of students, William and the other two stood in a triangle, with William in the front, Nancy and Dora half a step behind, standing on both sides. Opposite them, Duan Yi and Xiaobin stood side by side. The two groups of people stood opposite each other, as if they were confronting each other or in a stalemate, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Dan Yi stared at William closely, a strange smile slowly rising from the corner of his mouth. I won't be stupid enough to do anything to you here. But you really have to be careful. This world is not as peaceful as you think. Why bother? William said nonchalantly. Why don't you just choose a place now? I'll be there for you anytime, anywhere. Behind him, Nancy took William's hand and shook it, her eyes full of worry. You said that? Right now? Duany narrowed his eyes. Do you dare to go? William looked back at Nancy, gave her a reassuring look, then turned back and smiled. Why are you afraid to go? Okay, Duany shouted. Turn left at the next intersection and go 3 miles. There's an open space right there. You go first. I'll be there in half an hour. William felt people pulling at the corners of his clothes from both sides behind him and smiled helplessly. You're not trying to take this opportunity to run away. Duany said sarcastically. Huh, William sneered. Whoever runs away is a grandson. Okay, your words are enough. Duany chuckled twice strangely, then checked the time on his phone and put it down again. Even if you don't go, I'll get a grandson for free, so it's not a loss. After saying that, he squeezed out of the crowd and walked outside. Brotherly, I think you should bow your head and admit your mistake. Xiaobin glanced at Duany's back as he left, smiled and advised, then pointed at his head. There's something wrong with my brother. If he gets impulsive, he might do something bad. William glanced at Xiaobin calmly and said, I think you should go and persuade your brother who has a mental problem to bow his head and admit his mistake. This time, I can reluctantly let him go. Oh, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Xiaobin sneered. You'd better run away quickly, otherwise you will break a few bones and no one will take you to the hospital. Don't worry about it. I'll call the ambulance first. William's tone changed, but it's for your brother. He paused and looked at Xiaobin meaningfully. If you were here, you would have a share too. Okay. Xiaobin, who was a bit elegant, was not annoyed. Then wait and see in half an hour. After Xiaobin left, the students who had no interest in watching the fun also slowly dispersed. Of course, some students, upon hearing that there would be a follow-up, headed in groups to the open space where they had agreed to meet. William, elder brother. Nancy and Dora both called out at the same time. You can't go, Nancy said, her tone rare and somewhat unquestionable. Yes, you can't go. Dora also agreed and said they don't dare to do it easily at the school gate, but it's really dangerous to go to the place he mentioned. How is it dangerous? William smiled nonchalantly. Can you beat me up? It's possible, Dora said with a guilty tone. I heard from people in the school that people often arrange fights in that place. There's also a rumor circulating in the school that that place is the science competition arena. Ring. William laughed dumbly. Your school is quite good at playing. William, don't go. Don't take the risk. Nancy said solemnly again. William held Nancy's worried face with both hands. which made Dora turn her head away as if she was stimulated by something. William ignored her and stared at Nancy and said, "Schwer, I have to go. After all, you and the second child will be in school for a long time in the future. I have to teach them a lesson this time, so that they will not dare to harass you and the second child in the future." After a pause, William let go of Nancy's face, smiled slightly, and said easily, "I know you were worried about me, but do you know why I gave myself half an hour? Because I need to prepare." "What are you preparing?" Nancy asked puzzledly. "Secret." William smiled, then took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and then slowly walked aside. What William didn't know was that Nancy also quietly walked aside and made a phone call. There was an empty space with several piles of stones, and the ground was also scattered with stones the size of quail eggs, mixed with soil and tenaciously growing weeds. The lights from the surrounding high-rise buildings were extremely bright, but they could not clearly illuminate the specific scenery of this empty space. In the dim night, more than a dozen young men in basketball uniforms gathered in a messy position in the center of the open space. Some squatting, some sitting, some standing, some holding cigarettes with flickering flames and puffing away, while some chatting and laughing in twos and threes. In some dark places around, or on some piles of stones, there were groups of people standing there watching the fun. Countless flashlights were flickering and shaking like fluorescent sticks, as if they had turned the center of the open space into a special stage, waiting for the arrival of the protagonist. "Duan Yi, time is almost up. Is the guy you mentioned coming or not?" A tall and mighty man held a cigarette in one hand, took a deep puff, and said with some dissatisfaction, "This was the man Duan Yi called the captain before, named Tang Long." "I don't know either," Duan Yi said helplessly. "The kid talked for half an hour and said that anyone who didn't come would be a grandson. The person who said that might have already run away. Why are we still waiting?" Tang Long threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, and crushed it with his foot. "Just when we were about to eat, a bunch of brothers followed you here to deal with someone. If this person didn't come, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste? Hey, no matter if you come or not, I'll treat you tonight after we're done." Duan Yi looked around and said, "Brothers, no one should be missing tonight. He's here." Xiao Bin, who was standing on a pile of stones, suddenly shouted softly. In this group of people, apart from Duan Yi, only Xiao Bin recognized William's appearance. William was walking with burning eyes. William smiled helplessly and slowly walked into the open space full of stones and weeds, with Nancy and William still following behind him. "Hey," William shook his head and sighed. "I already told you I'm not here to fight. Why did you two have to follow me?" "No." Nancy followed William to the right, but her eyes were coldly staring at Duan Yi and others standing opposite. "I'm your girlfriend. I have to come. I'm your sister. I have to come." Dora followed William on the left side and imitated Nancy's tone. William shook his head helplessly and continued to walk slowly towards the location of Duan Yi and his dozen men. "I didn't expect you would actually dare to come here, and alone." Duan Yi mocked them as soon as they met. "What do you mean, one person?" William pretended to be stunned and pointed at Nancy and Dora beside him. "Don't you see there are three of us?" "Brotherly," Xiaobin stepped forward and said, "Listen to my advice and quickly bow your head and apologize to your brother. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this science competition arena tonight." "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Xiao." William smiled unappreciatively. "But I told you that if you want to participate, I will also prepare an ambulance for you." "How shameless!" Tang Long shouted angrily and was about to go up and take action. The people behind him also rolled up their sleeves and were eager to give it a try. "Wait!" William suddenly took a half step back and said hurriedly. Tang Long, Duan Yi, and others were all stunned where they were, not knowing what William was going to do. However, Duan Yi sneered twice and said, "Why? Begging for mercy? Isn't it a little too late now?" William didn't look at him, but looked at the phone in his hand, muttering in a low voice, "It should be about time." As soon as he finished speaking, several strong lights suddenly flashed on the street outside the open space. Then bursts of engine roars came from far away, and then bursts of rapid brake sounds followed. Then there was an angry roar. "Who dares to touch my brother Xing?" Chapter 55, Wind and Rain Gang. "Who dares to touch my brother?" Before the shouting had died down, a man with tattoos on his arms and an angry face appeared at the gate of the clearing. He walked towards the clearing with slow but aggressive steps. Soon after, more and more figures appeared behind the tattooed man, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of people gathered. Moreover, almost everyone had various tattoos on their arms, and their cold expressions seemed to be a bit fierce, following the tattooed man closely. Seeing this scene, Tang Long, Duan Yi, and others' expressions turned very ugly, and they all took a half step back at the same time. Although it was already night, they couldn't help but sweating on their palms. They were even more shocked. They thought William was just a soft persimmon that was easy to squeeze, but they didn't expect him to be a huge iron plate and a very hard iron plate. The people watching around also gasped. After being in a hotbed of school for a long time, some people had seen such a mafia-like scene. Some of the timid ones even quietly circled the dark corners, escaped to the outside of the open space, and ran back to school. William was also a little shocked. He just asked Chinyu to come over to help hold the scene, but he didn't think of a real fight. With so many people coming here, you can build a tall building on this open space. Dora was also startled and couldn't help but move closer to William. It was unclear whether the expression on her face was fear or excitement. Nancy also looked shocked, but there was only a hint of surprise in her eyes. Without anyone noticing, she secretly hung up the phone with her right hand, which had been connected for 5 or 6 minutes. Chinyu looked ferocious, as if he wanted to eat someone. He led dozens of people and slowly walked to stand behind William. The atmosphere at the scene instantly seemed to be covered by a huge dark cloud, and there was a feeling of suffocation and urgency. Chinyu walked to William's side, staring coldly at Tang Long and the other team of only a dozen people, and shouted coldly, "It's you? You want to attack Brother Xing?" Although Tang Long and others were usually a bit domineering in school, they were just students after all. When they suddenly encountered Chan Yu's momentum, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and no one dared to step forward to answer. Seeing the reactions of Tang Long and the others, Chen Yu sneered contemptuously, then turned around and whispered in William's ear, "Brother, I'll support you as your brother in this scene." "That's enough, that's enough." William turned around and looked at the group of people behind him. They stood straight like gods of death, with a blue dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. Their faces were cold, and their eyes were bright. Then he turned around and looked at Chunyu beside him, and smiled helplessly. "Brother you are making such a scene. You won't scare these kids, will you?" "Not really." Chunyu waved his hand. "This is just a small event. I'm just here for fun. I'm not serious." "Okay." William shrugged relaxedly, and then said, "Then I'll use Brother Yu's power today." William walked slowly towards Tang Long and others, still with a gentle smile on his face. But in the eyes of Tang Long and others, this gentle smile seemed to hide a rain of swords, guns, and arrows. "My fellow science students." William stood about 5 steps in front of Tang Long and the others, held out 2 fingers, smiled gently, and said, "Today, I have 2 things to say." He paused, held out a finger. "1, don't mess with me." Then he held out 2 more fingers. 2, don't mess with the 2 girls behind me. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Bin and Duan Yi meaningfully, then turned around and walked slowly towards the direction of the group of men standing upright. When they were approaching the group of men, Chun Yu on the side gave a casual look, and all the men automatically took a step back to both sides, tacitly making a passage about 1 meter wide in the middle of the crowd. William walked slowly into the aisle without stopping, understanding what he meant. Nancy and Dora on both sides turned around naturally and followed William into the aisle. Then Chun Yu and the others in the front row turned around and followed in the same way. A minute later, this group of ferocious men, led by William, slowly walked out of the silent open space. It was not until the roar of the car engines faded away and could no longer be heard that the people in the open space finally relaxed their tense nerves. They sat down on the ground one by one, their basketball t-shirts already soaked with cold sweat. Tang Long sat on the ground panting, his eyes full of dissatisfaction, but he did not show it at that time, and it was even less likely that he would take any action at this moment. He turned to look at Duan Yi, who was slumped beside him, and an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. He asked Duan Yi unkindly, "Who the hell did you provoke? Didn't you say it was a kid driving a Volkswagen?" "I don't know." Duan Yi's eyes were full of resentment at this time. "I thought." "What the hell do you think you are?" Tang Long shouted. "Do you know that you almost got all of us brothers killed here today?" Xiao Bin on the other side was also filled with fear, and the cold sweat on his temples was still clearly visible. He recalled the scene when William said the last sentence just now, and his body couldn't help but tremble. What kind of person can make so many fierce and evil people automatically make way for him? Fortunately, the grudge between him and me is not very deep. Xiao Bin thought secretly in his heart, But when he thought of the two beautiful figures of Nancy and Dora, his eyes couldn't help but become a little entangled and complicated. At this moment, a frightened voice rang out from somewhere in the crowd. They seemed to be members of the Fengyu gang. In the white Volkswagen, William was driving steadily. The passenger seat was no longer Nancy or Dora, but Chunyu. Brother, you got to show off today. It was satisfying. Chunyu, who was in the passenger seat, smiled proudly. It's so enjoyable. William also smiled. Thank you, brother you for today. We are brothers. There is no need to talk about thanks. Chunyu waved his hand, full of high spirits. William glanced at Chunyu and said, Brother you, how many brothers did you bring today? Chunyu frowned and thought for a while, then said, It seems to be 88 or 89. Anyway, 12 vehicles were dispatched, and they're basically full. Turn left ahead, right? William asked. Yes, turn left. Chunyu nodded. Then let's do as I agreed with you. Each of the brothers who came tonight will receive 2,000 yuan as hard work fee. William glanced at the rearview mirror on the left, then turned to the leftmost lane, and then turned left from the intersection to drive onto the next section of the road. I'll transfer 300,000 yuan to you later. After distributing the rest to the brothers, I'll treat brother you to tea. Okay. Chunyu's smile almost overflowed from the car window. He said this, but he was calculating in his heart. I promised my brothers 1,000 per person. Even if there are 90 people, it's only 90,000. There will be 200 and 100,000 left out of 300,000. Let's go out tonight. This is not a bad harvest. Chunyu was just thinking about it when the phone suddenly rang. William held the steering wheel with one hand and answered the phone. Chinyang, what's wrong? Didn't you say you were at the gate of the Provincial University of Science and Technology? Where have you been now? Duan Chinyang asked depressedly into the phone at the gate of the Provincial University of Science and Technology. Uncle is here? William asked. Yes. Duan Chinyang replied. Okay, I'll be right back. Chapter 56, Counting Beauties. A black business car was parked on the roadside, not far from the gate of the Provincial University of Technology. Duan Shanha was sitting in the car with his eyes closed, resting. Duan Xinyang squatted on a step outside the car, without any image, which formed a strong contrast with his black suit. However, his eyes were rolling around, looking around constantly, and he seemed to be muttering something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 17, 18, 19, 20. Duan Xinyang muttered to himself and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that there are quite a lot of beauties in this school. 20 beauties passed by me in just 1 minute. Then Duan Xinyang's eyes began to roll around again, and he began to mutter in a low voice, 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. What are you doing? Counting beauties. Duan Xinyang said casually. Suddenly, Duan Xinyang felt that something seemed wrong. So he turned around and saw a face with a half-smile appear in front of Duan Xinyang. A pair of big black eyes opened round, staring at him fiercely. Dora. Duan Xinyang was so frightened that he jumped up and took several steps back. Dora, Nancy, who was wearing a pure white dress, was covering her mouth and looking at Duan Xinyang, laughing nonstop. It seemed that her body was shaking a little bit due to her laughter. It was unclear whether there was more sympathy or more disgust in that smile. Duan Xinyang, Dora suddenly shouted, clenching her fists, her face fierce. You big pervert. In the business car, Duan Shanha, who was resting with his eyes closed, heard the scolding and suddenly opened his eyes with a suspicious look on his face. Why is someone calling my son a pervert? What did he do? Did he molest a female student in front of the school gate? Thinking of this, Duan Shanha quickly opened the car door and got out, and saw a scene that made him stunned. A girl wearing a pink top, denim shorts, and a playful ponytail was seen waving her fists, which did not have much killing power, innocently, hitting Duan Xinyang randomly but with discretion, saying, You big pervert, I told you to count beauties. You big pervert, I told you to count beauties. Let's see if you dare to count again in the future. The always mean Duan Xinyang not only did not resist, but also squatted on the ground with his head in his hands, allowing the girl's fist to fall on him. But he kept begging for mercy. Dora, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I will never count again. Is this my son? Duan Shanha stood there in a daze, with a lot of questions in his mind. Who is this girl? How could she make my son behave so well? In a not too big private room, Duan Xinyang sat awkwardly on a chair by the wall, smiling a little aggrievedly. His hair, which should have been smooth and silky, was now a little messy, and there were a few faint purple spots at the corners of his eyes and the side of his face. Dora sat on a chair next to the dining table, with her arms folded across her chest, humming from time to time, still glaring at Duan Qinyang, who was already covered in bruises, with an angry face. Nancy sat next to Dora, looking at Duan Qinyang, Dora, and then cautiously looking at Duan Shana's expression. Although Nancy tried her best to restrain herself, the curve of her mouth could not hide her smile. Duan Shana sat across from Duan Qinyang, holding a half-empty cup of black tea. He looked at Dora with a hint of surprise and relief, and at Duan Qinyang with a hint of heartache and disdain. His expression was unpredictable, and he kept shaking his head and sighing. William suddenly pushed the door open and entered, feeling the strange atmosphere in the private room. He looked at the four people with very different mental states, especially Duan Qinyang's embarrassed appearance, and his face was full of question marks. What happened? Then he turned his head to look at Duan Qinyang and asked curiously and concernedly, "Qinyang, why do you look like this? Did you get molested?" Puff! Duan Shanha, who was drinking tea halfway, spat out a mouthful of tea. He looked at the man who came in with a strange look in his eyes. He instantly guessed the man's identity, but he was also surprised by the way the man spoke to Duan Qinyang. Duan Shanha's big move naturally attracted William's attention. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s. He guessed the man's identity and quickly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Then he put on a gentle smile and said, "You must be Uncle Duan. William, my son's highly respected friend." Duan Shanha still sat on the chair and nodded. He is not only handsome, but also has a unique way of speaking. No, it's Qinyang who's exaggerating. William naturally understood Duan Shanha's hidden meaning, but he didn't care. After all, he was his brother's father. He then glanced at Duan Qinyang, Nancy, and Dora, and asked, "What's going on? Brother-in-law, your sister hit me. Shouldn't you do something about it?" Duan Qinyang said with a wronged expression and a crying voice. I just don't know if his crying voice is real or just acting. Then Duan Qinyang pointed at his face and said, "Look here, and here, they are all swollen. Ouch, it hurts so much." When he heard Duan Qinyang address William, although he already knew that William and Dora were siblings, he didn't expect that Dora and Duan Qinyang had developed to this point, even calling him brother-in-law. Isn't this? Although Duan Qinyang was crying out in grievance, Duan Shanha felt a little more happy in his heart. "You deserve it." William cursed in his heart. "I'm not your uncle. Whoever wants to be your uncle can do it." If Duan Shanha hadn't been in this private room, William would not have cursed in his heart, but curse it out loud. However, William still turned his head and looked at Dora with a questioning look. Before she could say anything, Dora angrily said, Brother Qinyang is such a pervert. He just squatted on the roadside in front of the school gate and counted the beauties. He stared at the girl's legs and couldn't bear to move away. Then you hit her." Duan Chung secretly glanced at Duan Shana's face and found that the other party didn't seem to have much of an atmosphere, and the way he looked at Dora was a bit like a father looking at his daughter. "You don't care when your son gets beaten?" Then William looked at Dora and seemed to understand something. "Oomph, just hit him, you big pervert." Dora pouted angrily and turned her head to the side. "Hey, why did you hit him?" William sat down next to Nancy leisurely. "You are a girl. How much strength can you have? You hit him without hurting him." His tone became serious. "Next time you hit him, you have to use some weapons, such as a thorny rattan stick." Chapter 57, Broken Leg. The sky was completely dark, but the bright moon hanging in the sky seemed even brighter. In the private room, 7 or 8 dishes had been placed on the table one after another, including beef with pancake sauce, garlic spare ribs, braised pork, steamed sea bass, kung pao chicken, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and corn and spare rib soup. William and others had already sat around the table, but the atmosphere at the table was still a bit weird because of the relationship between Duan, Qinyang, and Dora. Eat. After you finish eating, you can go out and continue playing." Duan Shanha, the only elder at the table, said with a loud laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Qinyang looked at his father with an incredible look. "Am I your biological child? It's not enough to be beaten like this, and I have to go out and get beaten again after eating." However, Duan Qinyang did not dare to speak. He hummed and grimaced while eating his meal slowly and carefully. Even when he picked up a piece of garlic spare ribs, he had to secretly glance at Dora's face. "Eat as much as you want." William picked up a piece of garlic pork ribs and put in Duan Qinyang's bowl. "I guarantee that you will be safe during mealtime." Duan Qinyang's eyes were originally filled with gratitude when he looked at William, but suddenly they turned into one of panic, as if the scene of being beaten just now appeared in his mind again, becoming an indelible shadow in his heart. William, would you like some wine? Duan Shanha asked William gently. Drinking? William glanced at Nancy and found that she was looking at him with a disapproving look, then turned around and said with a smile, Forget it, Uncle Duan. I have to drive later. As a veteran, Duan Shanha naturally noticed the eye contact between William and Nancy, but he did not expose it. He smiled and said, Okay, let's just have a simple meal and chat while we eat. As he spoke, he quickly glanced at William and Duan Xingyang, thinking to himself, It seems that these two guys will be soft persimmons in the future, soft persimmons that will be manipulated by their wives. William naturally understood what Duan Shanha meant by talking while eating. He slowly ate a piece of braised pork and said, Uncle Duan, Xingyang should have told you about my intention to invest in your company. I did. Duan Shanha nodded, but I didn't expect that the friend who could casually take out 50 million in cash, as Chang Yang said, was actually so young. Duan Shanha naturally didn't know about William's winning, and Duan Xingyang wouldn't randomly publicize this kind of work to William. So at first, Duan Shanha thought William should be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Similarly, Duan Shanha didn't know where William's money came from, but unless Duan Xingyang or William said it, Duan Shanha would basically not ask. After a pause, Duan Shanha continued, Today, I am here to find out, William, what are the conditions for you to invest in me? Uncle Duan, what conditions can you offer? William said with a smile. Little rascal. Duan Shanha stretched out a finger and pointed at William and said with a smile, We and Xingyang together own 60% of the shares of Shana Group. So first, for your investment of 50 million, I can give you 10% of the shares. Duan Xingyang, who was watching the garlic-flavored spare ribs carefully, looked up in surprise. 10%? Is that so much? No, William suddenly said. Duan Shanha and Duan Xingyang were both stunned. Duan Xingyang was somewhat shocked, while Duan Shanha was somewhat dissatisfied, with a look of anger in his eyes. Why? Little brother, do you think it's too little? No. Leon naturally heard the change in Duan Shanha's tone, but he didn't care. Instead, he smiled and said, It doesn't need to be as much as 10%. Giving me 3% is enough. 3%. This time, it was Duan Shanha's turn to be confused. Are there any investors who are willing to suffer losses? Thinking of this, Duan Shanha couldn't help but take a deep look at William and asked tentatively, Do you really only want this much? Really? William picked up a piece of corn and put it in his bowl. Uncle Duan, to be honest, when I said I was investing in you, I actually just wanted to help Chang Yang, so I didn't plan to ask you for any shares or group rights from the beginning. If I really asked for too much, wouldn't that be taking advantage of the situation? Help Xingyang. Duan Shanha was a little surprised. He turned around and looked at his son, who looked so embarrassed. Why would you help him? And you're willing to spend so much money? Because Xingyang helped me. William ate half of the corn, put down his chopsticks, and said seriously, My father had cancer before and had no money for treatment. I asked him to borrow money, and he transferred 30,000 to me without hesitation. So now, I am willing to help him without hesitation. 30,000? Duan Shanha turned his head suspiciously and stared at Duan Xingyang. Why did you only borrow 30,000? I didn't have any money at that time. Duan Xingyang said a little aggrievedly, I ran away from home for 2 years, and my credit card has been suspended. How could I have any money? I still had to work to earn money to eat. The 30,000 yuan was secretly given to me by my mother. Really? Duan Shanha turned a blind eye and looked at William again. His tone became a little serious, and he said, How is your father's condition now? He's dead. When he said this, William's tone became a little depressed, and his eyes dimmed. Dora's face also looked a little gloomy. Nancy patted Dora's back gently, then pulled William's clothes to indicate that I was also there. I'm sorry, I didn't know your father had already. It's okay, Uncle Duan. William suddenly looked up and smiled. Everyone will have such a day, sooner or later. I'm not that pedantic, I still look at things in a broad way. People can't always live in the past. They have to look forward and move forward. That makes sense. Duan Shanha praised. I didn't expect that William, at such a young age, could have such awareness. Then he looked coldly at Duan Xingyang, standing beside him, and said, Some people, at such an old age, have no sense of responsibility and are still squatting on the street counting beauties. They are really hopeless. Duan Xingyang unconsciously lowered his head a few more degrees, his face almost buried in the bowl of rice, and he dared not look at anyone anymore. Seeing this, William couldn't help but smile and quickly said, Uncle Duan, let's get on with business. Okay, Duan Shanha said seriously, Do you have any other requests, such as whether you want to work in a company, or have voting rights, or supervisory rights? I don't want any of them. William shook his head. I'm afraid of trouble now, and I don't want to go to work. After a pause, William continued. I will entrust all the rights of my shares to you, or Chengyang, and then you can pay the annual dividends to me. No, William. Duan Shanha, a man in his 50s, was a little overwhelmed. He had never experienced such a negotiation before. In the past, negotiations were all fought over a little benefit, and only hands and feet were left. However, William's attitude of not fighting for the world really caught Duan Shanha off guard. Why don't you still ask for something? Otherwise, I always feel a little uncomfortable with your 50 million. You are not lending it to me, you are investing it, and I will not return it to you in the future. William thought for a moment and said, Well, Uncle Duan, if you feel a little sorry, I have an idea. You say. William glanced at Duan Qingyang and Dora and said, If Qingyang and Dora really get together, and they quarrel in the future, if that little bastard dares to say anything back, I'll break his legs. Chapter 58 Contract. The business was settled and the banquet ended. At the gate of the provincial capital's University of Technology. Under the dim street lights, William and Duan Qingyang stood side by side, watching Nancy and Dora's backs gradually disappearing in the campus. After a long moment of reluctance, they returned to the white Volkswagen on the side of the road. Why don't you drive your big Hyan instead of this broken thing? Duan Qingyang, with messy hair, sat carelessly on the passenger's seat, completely without the aggrieved look he had just had. William, who was sitting in the driver's seat, rolled his eyes at Duan Qingyang. I knew you were acting. You acted so pitiful, so vividly. If you don't pretend to be pitiful or wronged, you can just let your sister continue to bombard you. Duan Qingyang's face suddenly twitched as he spoke. It still hurts a little. Dora is really ruthless. You deserve it. After a while, William asked again, Why don't you go back with your dad? Why do you have to follow me? William, with an idiotic look, and said angrily, Do you think I'll have a good ending if I follow my father home now? After a pause, Duan Sheng continued, I will be tortured by my parents when I go back. William tilted his head and thought about it, then said, That seems to be the case. Under the moonlight, in the shadow of a corner not far from dormitory building number 3, Nancy carefully observed her surroundings. After making sure that there was no one around, she took out her cell phone and made a call. Hello, Xiaoxue. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Judging from the tone of the voice, he was probably a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Hello, Uncle Baiyang. Nancy looked around cautiously and said in a low voice, Sorry to bother you today. What's the trouble? I went back without doing anything. The person on the other end of the phone laughed. His tone was somewhat doting, and then he laughed again. But I didn't expect that you are in love. Uncle Baiyang. Nancy called in a low voice in a coquettish tone to her elders. Huh? Baiyang smiled helplessly on the phone. I took a look today. That guy's not bad, but I don't know how he got mixed up with the second in command of the Fenyu gang. They were just hired by William, and we didn't have a deep relationship with them. Nancy explained. William later told me that he spent $2,000 to hire each person. What a big deal, Baiyang said in a surprised tone. Those dozens of people must have cost a lot of money, right? William didn't do this for any ego. Nancy raised her eyebrows and smiled. He said he wanted to teach them a lesson so that I wouldn't be harassed by those people in school anymore. Yes, I can see that, Baiyang affirmed. He didn't bully others by force. He took the initiative, and he only clearly stated his own requirements and didn't embarrass those kids. Then Baiyang laughed on the phone again. So what do you plan to bring him back to us? Okay, Uncle Baiyang, someone is coming. I'll hang up first. Before Nancy could finish, she quickly hung up the phone. Then she looked around carefully and walked towards the gate of dormitory, building number 3. The next day, Monday, Sunward Group headquarters. Duan Shanha was wearing a smart suit. His face was calm, but his eyes were sharp. He stepped out of the elevator and walked towards his office with steady and powerful steps. Behind him, there was a man in his 30s, also dressed in a suit and black-framed glasses. He followed Duan Shanha closely and walked into the chairman's office right after him. Duan Shanha's office is dominated by calm tones. A dark brown solid wood desk occupies the center of the office. The smooth tabletop is spotless, and you can tell at a glance that someone wipes it every day. Computers, mice, keyboards, folders, and other office supplies are neatly arranged on the desk, creating a rigorous sense of order. The black leather boss chair behind the desk is also placed neatly, exuding low-key luxury. Duan Shanha did not walk to the boss chair at the desk and sit down, but walked to the coffee table on the side and sat down on the largest black leather sofa. Then he pressed the electric teapot, and the water was naturally pumped into the glass teapot. Then he stretched out his hand to signal the man who followed behind him and said, "Sit down." The man was not polite. He chose a sofa on the side and sat down. He said, "Mr. Duan, if the supplier's payment is not paid before 12 o'clock today, they will stop supplying us. Have you found the funds? Don't we still have more than 10 million in the company's account?" Duan Shanha took out 2 white porcelain cups and placed them on the tea tray. "Ask me for signature later. Pay him first." "But what about the loan in 2 days?" The man asked doubtfully. "I think the loan is more important. If we don't repay it on time, our new loan negotiations with the Bank of China may fail. No need to ask the Bank of China for a loan." Duan Shanha rinsed some teacups and teacups with boiling water. "I have found a new investor, and 50 million will be deposited into my account today." 50 million? The man was shocked. Fortunately, he had developed a relatively calm personality over the years, so his shock was not very obvious. "Mr. Duan, who would invest in us at this time? I'm afraid it's too much, right?" "Ha ha ha." Duan Shanha smiled smugly. "Old Sue, you don't have to worry about this." As he spoke, Duan Shanha picked up some tea leaves and put them in the teacup. "Originally, the investor only wanted 3 points of my shares, but I felt that was not appropriate, so I decided to give him 5 points. Moreover, he only wanted the right to dividends and even entrusted the voting rights to me." The man called Lao Su looked even more puzzled. "Mr. Duan, what kind of investor did you find? Can you be so kind? There won't be any conspiracy." "Hey, old Su, don't say that about my investor." Duan Shanha stopped holding the glass teapot, glanced at old Su with dissatisfaction, and then continued to add water to the teacup. "I have someone prepare the contract, and he will come over to sign it later." In the parking lot downstairs of the Shanha Group headquarters, William slowly parked his Kian, then opened the door and jumped out. Duan Qinyang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also opened the door and jumped out. "Come with me." Duan Qinyang's hair was no longer messy, and the bruises on his face had faded a lot. After saying that, he walked towards the elevator entrance. The parking lot in the provincial capital is bigger than that in Jinyang County, William exclaimed, and then followed Duan Qinyang. There were only 2 people in the elevator, and it quickly climbed upstairs. "My dad and I discussed it last night," Duan Qinyang said seriously. "We decided to give you 5% of the shares, and the other conditions remain unchanged." "Didn't we agree on 3%? Why'd you add 2 points to it?" William asked in confusion. "You are so sincere, we can't treat you unfairly." The elevator door opened. Duan Qinyang took the lead to walk out, then turned to look at William, who was walking out. 2 points is not too much, and we also reserve the right for you to attend the board meeting and the right to observe and supervise." "Which way?" William asked. "This way." Duan Qinyang pointed in a familiar direction. William walked up, and the 2 walked side by side. As he walked, William scanned the working environment of Shanha Group and said indifferently, "Whatever, I'm too lazy to take care of things." Chapter 59, Kidney Source. "Dad." Duan Qinyang walked into Duan Shanha's office first. "William is here." "Uncle Duan, good morning." William walked in with a smile. "William, come and sit down and have some tea." Duan Shanha looked up and greeted William warmly, but he didn't even look at Duan Qinyang. "Okay, Uncle Duan." Under old Sue's surprised gaze, Duan Qinyang slowly walked to the sofa on the other side of Duan Shanha and sat down. "Didn't you have breakfast?" Duan Shanha asked again after William sat down, and then finally looked at his son, Duan Qinyang. "Go get 3 breakfasts. Hurry up." "Me?" Duan Qinyang was stunned and pointed at his nose. "Then how about I go?" Duan Shanha asked with a cold expression. "Okay, I'll go." Duan Qinyang had no choice but to turn around and walk out of the office. "Let me introduce you." Duan Shanha pointed at old Sue, looked at William, and said with a smile, "This is my financial director, Su Maolin." Then he turned to Su Maolin and said, "This is what I told you about my new investor, William." Su Maolin was shocked, but he stood up and extended his hand, saying with a smile, "I didn't expect Mr. Lee to be so young. Nice to meet you." William also politely stood up and shook the hand that Su Maolin extended to him, saying with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Su, hello. Just call me William." "Okay." Su Maolin smiled heartily. "Then I will be disrespectful to refuse. We are all family. Don't be so polite." Duan Shanha picked up a teacup and placed it in front of William, then slowly filled it with tea and said, "William, drink tea." Not long after, Duan Qinyang returned to the office with 3 breakfasts. "Here, give it to me." Duan Shanha gave one portion to William, and then gave one portion to Su Maolin. Eat. Then he ate the remaining portion himself. Duan Xingyang stared blankly at Duan Shanha as he shared the breakfast he bought. Dad, won't you leave me one portion? Didn't you eat? Duan Shanha looked up. I. Duan Xingyang sighed helplessly, turned around, and walked out of the office again. William on the side couldn't help but laugh and said in his heart, serves him right. The sun rises and sets, and another day passes. During the morning rush hour, there were so many people at the entrance of the Provincial People's Hospital that the road was almost blocked. Jiang Feng's office. Jiang Feng was still sitting in front of the computer desk, looking at the computer screen with a frown on his face. The door was pushed open, and Lu Hui walked into the office with a frown on his face. He asked, Dr. Jiang, is there still no news about the kidney source? Still no. Jiang Feng shook his head. What should we do? Lu Hui showed a somewhat anxious look on his face. We have to have surgery tomorrow at the latest. There's no kidney source yet. Is there any hope for my dad? He looked at Jiang Feng and said, Dr. Jiang, please think of a solution. Calm down first. Jiang Feng frowned, hesitated for a moment, and said, actually, there is another way. What can we do? Lu Hui seemed to be grabbing a life-saving straw. Jiang Feng glanced at Lu Hui meaningfully, then turned his gaze to the computer screen. That is, you will provide the kidney. Me? Lu Hui was stunned at first. Then he reacted instantly and asked hopefully, can I? Jiang Feng nodded and said seriously, I had someone check your blood that day, and you are the most suitable. But what? No buts. Lu Hui said hurriedly, since my kidney is the most suitable for my father, let's do the surgery directly. There's no need to wait. What do you do for a living? Jiang Feng asked suddenly. His tone was calm, as if he already knew the answer to the question. Me? Lu Hui was stunned again, then smiled and said, I'm working on a construction site. After one of your kidneys is removed, your life will not be in danger. But do you know the impact on your other parts? Jiang Feng spoke calmly. As long as I'm not dead, I don't care about the consequences. Lu Hui smiled indifferently. Alas, Jiang Feng shook his head and sighed. You lost a kidney, so you can no longer work on the construction site. After a pause, Jiang Feng continued. In fact, I saw from the beginning that your job should be on the construction site, and your brother's work environment should be better. In terms of the impact on life after the operation, your brother should be much younger than you. But after checking your blood samples, it turns out that you are the most suitable. Then use mine. Lu Hui said firmly, Dr. Jiang, the sooner the better. There is only one day left tomorrow. Don't hesitate. Jiang Feng looked deeply at the rough man in front of him, and finally nodded. Okay, just for your little filial piety, I will do my best in the operation. On that day, Lu Hui underwent various examinations in the hospital, but these examinations were done without telling Wu Guifan. Lu Hui's mother is still in poor health and is not suitable to know more news that may be devastating to her. But Lu Xing knew clearly that the only person Lu Hui could discuss this matter with was Lu Xing. In Jiang Feng's office at the Provincial People's Hospital, not only Lu Hui was there, but Lu Xing and William were also in the office. Jiang Feng was looking at the computer screen seriously, his face calm, and no change could be seen. William and Lu Hui sat side by side on a small sofa, while Lu Xing sat on the edge of the sofa. After all, this small sofa would look a bit crowded if 3 adult men sat on it at the same time. Brother Hui, William said, you just said on the phone that you found a kidney donor. Where did you find it? Lu Hui didn't say anything, nor did Lu Xing. Even Jiang Feng glanced at William, who was asking the question, intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Hui and Lu Xing looked at each other, and finally Lu Hui spoke up, the kidney source is with me. What? William paused and asked in surprise, you want to transplant your kidney to your uncle? Tomorrow is the last day of the best surgery period. Lu Hui said calmly, there has been no news about the kidney source, and time is running out. Dr. Jiang said that my condition is the most suitable for my father to be the kidney source. So, after a pause, Lu Hui smiled and said, I have done all the tests today, and Dr. Jiang is checking the results. If everything goes well, I will go into the operating room with my dad tomorrow. William was silent for a while, then said, Aunt and sister-in-law, do they know? I didn't tell them. Lu Hui turned his head and said, you shouldn't tell them either, at least before entering the operating room. William looked at Lu Hui's pleading eyes and nodded helplessly. Okay. The office suddenly became quiet. No one spoke, and the only sound was the clicking of Jiang Feng's mouse. Soon, Jiang Feng finished reading all the reports and moved his eyes from the computer screen to Lu Hui. All the examination items are qualified, and the operation can be performed. Chapter 60 Brothers and Sisters. The next day, the exit of the provincial passenger terminal was bustling with people coming and going. People were either carrying bulging backpacks or pulling heavy luggage, and they were in a hurry. A middle-aged woman, about 50 years old, dressed simply, was walking in the crowded crowd, so inconspicuous. She was carrying a slightly old school bag that had a bit of a high school vibe, and in her right hand was a box-like object that was completely covered in a piece of black cloth, the size of a watermelon, but it was unclear what was hidden inside. Outside the exit of the provincial bus terminal, William mingled among a group of people in a low-key manner, his eyes constantly staring at the people coming out of the exit. Soon, William finally saw a familiar figure slowly approaching in the crowd. Just as the figure walked out of the crowd and looked around, William appeared in front of the figure in time. "Mom, I'm here." William smiled. The mother looked at William, who had appeared in front of her without knowing when, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "How long have you been here?" "I've only arrived for a few minutes. I came on time." Leah's actually been here for more than half an hour, but if he tells the truth about this kind of thing, his mother will nag him. As he spoke, William reached out to take the mysterious box from his mother's hand. "Let me carry this." "Don't touch this." The mother pulled her hand back, took off the school bag from her back, and handed it to William. "Take this." William looked helplessly at the school bag hanging on his arm. "Mom, why are you still using the school bag that the second child used in high school? Didn't I buy you a new one? This is very useful." The mother gently patted the mysterious box covered by the black cloth, and her careful movements were like coaxing a baby to sleep. "My second son has carried it for 3 years in high school, and it has not broken. It is very sturdy. It will be a pity to throw it away." "Okay, as long as you are happy," William said, and moved his eyes to the mysterious box in his mother's hand. "What kind of treasure is this? It is hidden so tightly and mysteriously. It's called Puppy." The straight and wide road was filled with traffic. A white Volkswagen car followed the traffic slowly and headed towards the city. In the car, my mother did not sit in the passenger seat, but in the back seat. On the seat next to her was a cage the size of a watermelon. In the cage, there was a puppy with a completely black body but white legs and drooping ears. Perhaps because of the long journey or car sickness, the puppy looked a little listless, but the lovely temperament it exuded was unstoppable. William glanced at his mother in the back seat through the rearview mirror of the central control and said helplessly, "Mom, why did you give it such a name? What's the difference between this name and no name at all?" "It's different," the mother said, turning to look at the black puppy. A loving smile appeared on her face, and she whispered, "Puppy." Its mother affectionately. Its tail began to wag, and a gleam of excitement flashed in its eyes. "You see, when I call it, it responds. So that's its name. Okay, I'll listen to you." William tried to find the black puppy in the middle rearview mirror, but he could only hear the puppy's somewhat excited squeak. "Yes," Mother nodded and asked, "When will your uncle's surgery start?" "The doctor scheduled it for 10 o'clock, but it's not time yet." William looked at the time on the central control screen. "We should be able to get there before he goes into the operating room." "Okay." Mother paused and wanted to say something, but she just sighed and didn't say it. William happened to see this scene in the rearview mirror, frowned in confusion, and asked, "Mom, are you worried about something?" The mother hesitated for a moment, sighed again, and said, "I want to ask your aunt." "My aunt didn't come." William's tone also contained some resentment. "I heard from Brother Hui that she called on the first day of hospitalization." "Forget it if you don't want to come." There was deep disappointment and a little sadness in the mother's tone. "Actually, you don't have to come." William tried to ease the atmosphere in the car and said with a smile, "Aren't you in good health now? You have traveled a long way and worked hard." "No, I have to come. He's my brother, my biological brother." The mother said solemnly, "This operation is a matter of life and death for him. So I have to be here. I have to accompany him." "I know you two have a deep brother-sister relationship." William sighed helplessly, "But the second brother and I are here." "That's different." Mother turned to look at the black puppy in the cage, stretched out her hand, and gently patted the cage. A smile of nostalgia slowly emerged on her face, and she slowly said, "After your grandparents passed away, I was your only uncle, and I was your only uncle." Then she sighed, "It's a pity for your aunt. I don't know how she became like this." "Mom, you still have us, me and my second child." Perhaps he didn't understand his mother's persistence, so William still tried to comfort her. "You don't understand." The mother looked out the window. The originally clear sky had gradually darkened without her knowing when. I'm talking about our family of 5 when we were little. Our family. William didn't respond. He understood his mother's persistence, but now he seems to be unable to understand it. But he used to have a father, a mother, and a sister, a family of 4, but now he has no father. Maybe, maybe one day, William will feel the same way. On the wide and straight avenue, the closer you get to the city, the denser the traffic becomes. Likewise, the sky becomes increasingly gloomy, and the wind becomes increasingly strong and fast. In front of the operating room of the Provincial People's Hospital, the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. The heavy rain outside the window poured down like a waterfall. The raindrops hit the ground like bullets, splashing water and making crisp, snapping sounds. Lu Xing stood alone in front of the window, his face solemn, looking a little confused and helpless. Behind Liu Xing, Wu Guifang was supported by 2 women in their 20s and sitting on a chair. Tears seemed to be glistening in the corners of the eyes of all 3 of them. Next to them, for children of different ages, seemed to be able to sense the depression in their elders' hearts. At this moment, they restrained their usual mischief and stood quietly beside their elders. It was so hard for Huier to keep it a secret from me. Wu Guifang turned to look at the woman on the left with a haggard face and said, Fong Fong, I'm sorry for you, and your father is sorry for you too. Mom, don't say that. The woman called Fong Fong had tears in her eyes, but she forced a smile. Although he is my husband, he is also my father's son. It is only natural to use his kidney to save my father's life. But Huier is still so young, and he's already lost a kidney. Wu Guifang looked at the 2 older boys and said, You still have 2 children. How are you going to live in the future? Mom, don't worry. The woman called Fong Fong said again, We can always get by. Mom, we are here too. The woman on the right also spoke solemnly. As a family, we work together and believe that there is nothing we can't overcome. Chapter 61 Children. My cousin is right. As long as our family is united and works together, I believe there is nothing in this world that we cannot overcome. In front of the operating room, with a depressing atmosphere, a sonorous male voice suddenly came out. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged woman and a young man walking side by side. The middle-aged woman was holding a mysterious box covered in black cloth in her right hand, and the young man was carrying an old school bag that looked like a high school student, and they were walking slowly from the corner of the corridor. Aunt! Aunt! Xiaoqin! Wu Guifang stood up with the help of 2 women on her left and right. She looked at her mother, who was walking towards her with tearful eyes, and called her softly. Sister-in-law. Mother quickened her pace and walked to Wu Guifang, put down the cage in her hand, and reached out to support Wu Guifang. You sit down, you don't have to stand up. When Wu Guifang sat down again, the woman called Fong Fong moved half a step to the side and said, Aunt, please sit down. The mother did not refuse and sat down next to Wu Guifang. Then she put her arm around Wu Guifang and comforted her. Sister-in-law, don't worry too much. My eldest brother has already told me about Xiao Wei's matter. It is a blessing for you and your eldest brother to have a filial child like Xiao Wei. How many people in this world are willing to use their own kidneys to save their father's life? The mother spoke. She glanced at the 4 children of different sizes standing nearby and smiled with some envy but gentleness. Look, your grandchildren are so big now. They can run and jump. You could be considered to have a large family now. Wu Guifang looked at the 4 children in front of her and seemed to have temporarily forgotten her sadness. A slightly relieved smile appeared on her face. Yes, every time I see these children, it seems that all my worries are gone. Then she gently said to the children, Did you call me Aunt? Auntie. Suddenly, bursts of heavenly children's voices rang out in front of the door of the operating room. Hey, Mother agreed with a smile, stretched out her hands as if to hug, and said with a smile, come here, let Aunt have a good look. The 4 children immediately surrounded their mother and Wu Guifang, and the innocent and lovely calls of Grandma and Great Aunt rang out one after another. William, carrying the old school bag, slowly walked to Lu Xing's side. They looked at the sky outside with heavy rain and asked, how long have they been in there? Her mother, who were surrounded by a group of children. He smiled and said, why did you and your aunt come so late? It's raining so hard that there's a traffic jam. William also turned around and looked at the warm scene in front of him. They should all be in school, right? My older one is in 1st grade, and my younger one is in kindergarten. After a pause, Lu Xing added with a smile, my oldest one is in 5th grade, and the other one is in 3rd grade. That's great. William stared at the youngest child, who was walking unsteadily and a little shaky. As I remember, Your youngest is a daughter, right? Yes, my daughter is my sweetheart. Lu Xing smiled deepened a little, and then he saw something, and his expression became helpless again. Boys are hard to raise. They are too naughty. As he spoke, a boy who was taller than the youngest girl ran to the mysterious box covered with black cloth that his mother had placed on the ground. He turned to look at his mother and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Aunt, what are you hiding in this?" Without waiting for the mother to say anything, he squatted down and uncovered the black cloth. "Wow, what a cute dog." As he said that, he stretched out his cute little fingers and poked the black puppy that seemed to be sleeping. Instantly, the four children's eyes were focused on the black puppy, and then they rushed to the black puppy's surroundings, looking at it curiously. "How many months have you had it? What's your name? Why do you live in a cage? Why didn't you go to school? Have you finished your homework?" A few children chattered and asked some strange questions, which confused the black puppy. However, this innocent scene livened up the originally depressing atmosphere, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces to varying degrees. The black puppy seemed to be in interest as well. It stood up in the cage and started spinning around excitedly, making woof 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 sound from time to time. "Please stand further away and watch carefully, or you might get hurt." Wu Guifeng and her mother both looked at him lovingly, but they were still giving worried instructions. The two women standing nearby also hurried over and either held or pulled their children, keeping a little further away from the puppy so that it would not have close contact with the cage. In front of the window, Lu Xing shook his head helplessly. "You see, boys are more naughty than girls." "Huh?" William laughed along, his eyes still fixed on the girl kneeling on the ground. "It's normal for boys to be naughty." "Do you like boys or girls?" Lu Xing suddenly turned around and looked at William with a smile. "A girl," William replied, and then looked at the innocent smile on the face of the little girl kneeling on the ground, and an ant-like smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he thought that he would also have such a lovely daughter crawling on the ground of Kwangju in the future. Lu Xing looked at William's weird smile, then looked at his daughter lying on the ground, and said with a smile, "I think you are drooling." Hearing this, William came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "If you like girls, just give birth to one yourself." Lu Xing looked at his smiling mother. "Look at my aunt. She loves children so much and smiles so happily. You have to work hard." William also saw the happy smile on his mother's face. It seemed that he had not seen his mother smile as happily as she did today since his father was diagnosed with cancer until his death. Shaking his head, William said helplessly, "That's not the case. You can have a baby if you want. Don't you have a girlfriend?" Lu Xing looked up and thought, the one called Nancy. "Yes, Nancy." Lu Xing smiled embarrassedly. "I'm still in college. I'm only a sophomore." William shook his head. "It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. You can get married and have children in college." Lu Xing said, "Nowadays, there are many college students asking for leave to go home and get married." "Forget it." William laughed. "I'm not in that hurry. Let's wait 2 years." Chapter 62, Heavy Bleeding. The dense raindrops falling from the sky, like hard pebbles, hit everything on the ground wantonly and ruthlessly. The crackling sound became the main theme of the city at this moment. In the operating room of the Provincial People's Hospital, although it was raining heavily outside, there was no sound of rain here. It was extremely quiet, and there was even a tense atmosphere in the air. A man covered in white surgical gown was concentrating on performing a kidney transplant operation on Lu Zigong. From his calm and focused eyes, he could be recognized as Dr. Jiang Fengjiang. On the operating table, Lu Zigong was plugged with various tubes all over his body. His eyes were closed, and his face was a little pale. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's calm expression suddenly changed, and a nurse next to him looked up at Jiang Feng's eyes in shock. "Blood transfusion," Jiang Feng shouted calmly, and another nurse beside him began to take action. "Not enough blood." The nurse's eyes were calm, but her tone was hurried. "Notify the blood bank." Jiang Feng's hands kept moving, but beads of sweat continued to seep from his forehead. "The blood bank doesn't have this blood type right now." Jiang Feng paused for a moment, then continued calmly, "Notify the family and draw blood." In front of the operating room, for children of different sizes were still playing happily around the puppy. The other adults were watching with a smile. "Xiaomin, what's your daughter's name?" The mother looked at the youngest girl and asked with a smile. "Her name is Lu Shuyao." The woman named Xiao Min answered softly, her eyes full of doting as she looked at the little girl named Lu Shuyao. "Yes, they sound nice." The mother nodded with a smile. "The boy's name is Lu Shuhan, and the girl's name is Lu Shuyao." Just listening to them, I feel that these two children have extraordinary temperaments. You're not much younger than me. Look at my child. He is old enough to help with cooking. Lu Xing looked at the heavy rain outside the window again and frowned slightly. This rain is so heavy, I don't know when it will stop. The weather forecast says it will rain for several days. William turned around and faced the window, lifting the old backpack hanging on his shoulder with his right hand. This weather is not suitable for Uncle and Brother Hui to recover. It's too humid. Speaking of Lu Zigong and Lu Hui, Lu Xing frowned even more tightly, lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said, I hope they can all get through this smoothly. Suddenly, the door of the operating room was pushed open, and a doctor wearing antibacterial surgical gown stood at the door and shouted, Who are Lu Xing and William? I am. William and Lu Xing rushed to the door of the operating room, while his mother, Wu Guifang, and others focused their attention on the doctor. Change your shoes. Both of you follow me. The doctor turned and walked into the operating room. The patient is bleeding heavily during the operation, and we don't have enough blood. We have checked your blood before, and it matches the patient's. Now we need to draw blood from you and transfuse it into the patient. The doctor suddenly stopped, which caused William and Lu Xing, who were following closely behind the doctor, to almost fail to stop and bump directly into the doctor's arms. William and Lu Xing seriously. Understood. William and Lu Xing answer at the same time. Nurse, draw their blood. William and Lu Xing both knew that massive bleeding during surgery was a very serious situation, but they did not know the specific circumstances. Who is bleeding heavily? Is it Lu Zigong or Lu Hui? At what extent will the bleeding be life-threatening? William and Lu Hui knew nothing about this. But now is obviously not the time to ask about these situations, nor is it the time to waste time. After the two of them had their blood drawn according to the nurse's instructions, Lu Hui couldn't help but ask, Nurse, who is bleeding heavily? Is the situation serious? Don't worry, since we asked you to draw blood, then there is no big problem. The nurse is not on the front line, but she knows the specific situation very well. But years of experience have taught her how to communicate with the patient's family, and at least to calm their emotions. How long will the operation take to complete? William asked, pressing his arm with a cotton swab and looking up. I don't know about that. The nurse replied, and then made a gesture of invitation. Please wait outside first. We will notify you as soon as the operation is completed. Seeing the two people come out, the mother and Wu Guifang sat on the chairs without moving, but their eyes were full of anxiety and questioning. However, Lu Hui's wife Fong Fong and Lu Xing's wife Xiaomin rushed over directly. The doctor just mentioned heavy bleeding. What's going on? Fong Fong asked worriedly, her voice a little hurried. After all, in the operating room, it was not only her father-in-law Lu Zigong, but also her husband Lu Hui. The doctor said it's not a big problem. William spoke first, glancing at Lu Xing beside him. Then he continued, maybe there's not enough blood in the operating room, so they asked me and Brother Xing to go and draw blood to replenish it. Is the blood enough? Do we need to draw some from us? Fong Fong simply rolled up her sleeves, and Xiaomin next to her did the same thing. That's enough, William said quickly. We two grown men have taken several tubes. It must be enough. If it's not enough, the doctor will come to inform us again. William added, and not everyone can receive a blood transfusion. Brother Xing and I have both been checked, and we have the same blood type as Uncle Hui, so our blood is a match. Hearing this, Xiao Min stepped forward and supported Lu Xing. Then you two should sit down for a while and take a rest. Fong Fong also understood what he meant and supported William, and took the two of them to sit on a chair somewhere else. It's been so long, and I don't know how the operation is going. Fong Fong stood beside William, turned her head and looked at the door of the operating room, and said softly, Cousin, don't worry too much. William said, kidney transplant surgery is not a minor operation. It is normal to take more time. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Lu Xing at the side also advised, Dad and Big Brother will come out smoothly. I hope so. Provincial Polytechnic University. Nancy and William stood in the corridor of the floor, looking at the heavy rain falling from the sky, sighing continuously. Hey, how long will this snow last? I forgot to bring an umbrella this morning, and I can't leave after school. Dora looked a little annoyed. I don't think it will stop for a while. Nancy calmed down a lot and said slowly, why don't we just go back to the dormitory in the rain? We're going back in such heavy rain. Dora asked with a glare. You'll be soaked to the skin. Otherwise, we have to wait until tomorrow to wait until the rain stops. Nancy handed the phone to Dora. It's unlikely that the rain will stop today. Do you want to go? Dora hesitated for a moment, stomped her feet, gritted her teeth, and said, "Let's go." Chapter 63. Hello, Annie. The heavy rain continued, as if all the year's rainfall would fall in one day. On the road to the Provincial University of Technology, colorful umbrellas of various sizes are like moving mushrooms, gathered together in groups of 3 or 5, or scattered everywhere. Of course, in the gaps between the umbrellas, there are still many unlucky children who did not bring umbrellas and were running wildly in the rain, as if they could get less wet if they ran 2 steps faster. However, they were basically already soaked all over, and no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the rain. Nancy and Dora covered their foreheads with one hand and held each other's hand, also running in the rain, but as girls, their running movements looked more elegant. When they returned to the dormitory, they were already soaked. The wet clothes stuck tightly to their bodies, outlining their exquisite figures. "Go take a shower first and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold." Nancy wiped the rain off her face with a towel, and then wiped the rain off her hair. "After you shower, I'll take over." "Okay." Liang Xinyan didn't refuse, found a set of clean clothes, and walked towards the bathroom. "I'll be there quickly." Nancy put down the hairdryer and turned to Dora and asked, "How is it? Are they coming out?" "Not yet." Dora sat on the chair under her bed, looking unhappy. "My brother said that he didn't know whether it was Uncle or Brother Hui who had heavy bleeding during the operation. The specific situation is still unclear. Don't worry too much. William and Xing are all in the hospital." Nancy walked to Dora's side, touched her hair, and then turned to look at the heavy rain outside the window. "How can we get through this heavy rain?" Dora also turned to look out the window, then looked at Nancy and said, "I'll ask Brother Changyang to pick us up." Dora seemed to remember something and looked at Nancy with a playful look. "My mom is in the hospital too." "Ah!" Nancy's heart trembled, her face flushed slightly, and she hesitated. How about I not go?" "What are you afraid of?" Dora said with a smile. "My mother doesn't eat people." In the operating room of the Provincial People's Hospital, Jiang Feng's forehead was covered with crystal-clear beads of sweat. His brows were furrowed, but his eyes were sharp as a knife, and his expression was focused. His hands moved like flowers as he operated various surgical instruments. Finally, his brows relaxed slightly, and his expression relaxed a little. The nurse at the side quickly reached out to wipe the sweat off Jiang Feng's forehead. "It's okay," Jiang Feng said with a sense of relief. The feeling of snatching someone from the hands of death made him somewhat tired. All indicators have returned to normal. The doctor sitting in front of a bunch of instruments said with a smile, but his wet palms also showed how nervous he was just now. Jiang Feng glanced at everyone in the operating room, nodded slightly, then looked down at Lu Zigong lying on the operating table and said seriously, "Go on." In the provincial capital, the water on the roads has reached the ankle-deep level during the rainstorm. Every road is like a shallow but turbulent river. On the road, 2 yellow lights were flashing at the front and rear of every car, and the driving speed became abnormally slow. My vision was already a little blurry in the rain. Raindrops were falling on the windshield, and even with the wipers turned to maximum, they couldn't wipe away the continuous raindrops falling from the sky. Duan Xingyang was driving his White Land Rover carefully. His whole body seemed to be glued to the steering wheel. He looked at the unclear road with a serious expression. The only clear sight in the rain was the double flashes of the car in front a few meters away. "Damn, this horrible weather. How long will it rain?" Duan Xingyang stopped the car, looked up at the sky through the windshield, and saw countless huge raindrops falling from the sky. "I can't even see the road." The car's wipers were like 2 arms that never get tired, constantly shaking left and right to push away the rain that fell on the windshield. But just after it was pushed away, countless raindrops fell on it again, forming a new layer of water curtain, blocking Duan Xingyang's sight. At this time, the phone rang. Duan Xingyang glanced at the caller ID, and his solemn expression instantly turned into a smile. "Hello, Dora. Brother Xingyang, where have you been?" Dora's innocent voice came from the other end of the phone. "We're almost there." Duan Xingyang glanced at the map on the central control and said with a smile, "It's less than 1 kilometer to go. It's raining too hard, so we're walking slowly. Then you have to be careful. Safety first, safety first." The concern on the phone made Duan Xingyang smile even sweeter. "We'll be waiting for you at the school gate." "Okay." Duan Xingyang grinned, "Safety first." Nancy and Dora stood under the eaves of the guardhouse at the school gate, looking out into the rain. They all wore a pair of denim shorts and a pair of cute and nice-looking sandals, revealing 2 pairs of slender, straight, and white thighs, and each had a handbag hanging on their arms. "Here it comes," Dora shouted. Finally, Duan Xinyang's white Land Rover appeared in the rain, flashing two yellow lights and rapidly waving its wipers as it slowly moved towards the school gate. When the white Land Rover stopped about 2 steps away from Nancy and Dora immediately opened an umbrella, hid under the umbrella, and ran into the back seat of the white Land Rover. "Dora, sister-in-law, I hope you two are not wet." Duan Xinyang turned around and said with a smile. "Not wet." Nancy smiled calmly. Dora was more lively. No, I'm not afraid, even if I get wet." Dora raised the handbag on her arm and said with a smile, "We also prepared an extra set of clothes, so we can change into them if we get wet." Then she tilted her head and said, "We are smart, aren't we?" "You're not only smart, but also beautiful." Duan Xinyang smiled and praised, then turned his head and turned the steering wheel. He stepped on the accelerator lightly. "Let's go." Provincial People's Hospital, in front of the operating room. Apart from the chattering of the 4 little kids and the crisp barking of the puppy, everyone else was quietly looking at the door of the operating room, expecting that the door would open in the next second and the doctor would come out to tell them that the operation went well. "Mom!" An excited call suddenly sounded, and then a young girl rushed to her mother's side, hugged her mother's neck, and rubbed her face against her mother's face. "I missed you so much." The mother hugged the figure in front of her with her backhand, patted him on the back, and said in mock anger, "You are so old, but you are still so jumpy and unstable." Dora untied her arms around her mother's neck, looked at her, stroked her hair which had a few white strands, and said with a smile, "I'm just glad to see you." As she said that, she turned to look at Wu Guifan beside her and called out obediently, "Auntie." "Hey, Dora is here." Wu Guifan replied with a smile. "Yeah." Dora nodded, then turned to look at Fong Fong and Xiaomin not far away. "Hello, sisters-in-law." Fong Fong and Xiaomin smiled and nodded in response. "You are becoming more and more popular." Wu Guifan looked at Dora and smiled at her mother. "You are considerate, sensible, pretty, and graceful. You're not as good as you say." The mother glanced at Dora. She looks like a girl, but she's as naughty as a boy. Dora ignored her mother's complaints and said to Wu Guifan with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, Annie." At this time, Duan Xinyang and Nancy walked slowly to the side, not far from their mother and Wu Guifan, and stood there. They looked at each other as if they had a tacit understanding, and then shouted to their mother at the same time, "Hello, Auntie." Chapter 64, My Girlfriend Nancy. The heavy rain outside was still hitting the ground with a crackling sound. The atmosphere in front of the operating room became a little more lively with the arrival of William and the other two. "Who are you two?" The mother looked at the man and woman in front of her puzzledly, and couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Dora. "You don't recognize this girl?" Wu Guifan's tone was slightly surprised. "Should I recognize it?" The mother was even more confused. "Mom." At this time, William smiled and slowly walked to Nancy's right side, stretched out his left hand to hold Nancy's right hand, looked at his mother, and said seriously, "Let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Nancy." William, with expectation in his eyes, and shouted frantically in his heart, "It's my turn, it's my turn. Introduce me quickly, introduce me quickly." But no one present noticed him, or rather, it was Nancy who attracted everyone's attention. Some of the children even opened their eyes wide and opened their mouths in horror. After all, children of this age always have inexplicable and huge reactions to boys and girls holding hands. Nancy and William before. This was the first time that William introduced Nancy's identity so formally and solemnly in front of so many people, and he revealed Nancy's identity in front of her mother, her biological mother. This shows how much William values and recognizes Nancy. At this moment, the mother's heart was a little shocked, then she became confused, and then she became happy, and the expression on her face was the same. "Girl, what's your name?" The mother spoke with some trembling. Perhaps because she was excited, she actually forgot that William had already introduced Nancy's name. Nancy was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately reacted and smiled. "Annie, my name is Nancy." "Nancy," the mother murmured, then grinned. "Nice. It's a nice name. And she's so pretty too." As she spoke, the mother stood up, walked to Nancy, pulled William's hand away, took Nancy's hand instead, and returned to the seat where she had just sat. "Sit with me." William stared at his mother's operation in amazement. His eyes seemed to be in a stagnation. He thought to himself, when did my mother become so smart? She wasn't so enthusiastic when she met Ling Jing before. Ling Jing is the protagonist's ex-girlfriend. Her name appears in Chapter 6. She is the sister Jinger mentioned by Dora. Duan Qingyang beside William was filled with indignation, staring at William with eyes as if they were about to spit fire, cursing in his heart. William, you bastard who can't even give birth to a child. You only have your wife in your eyes, not your brothers, right? You only know how to introduce your wife, but you never thought of introducing me. I'm just standing here awkwardly. Isn't it funny? Get lost. On the other side, the mother held Nancy's hand with both of her own and asked with a smile, How old are you this year? This year, She's the same age as me, 20 years old this year. Before Nancy could answer, Dora said first. Without waiting for her mother to ask again, Dora continued to rush to say, Nancy is my college classmate, roommate, and best friend. I introduced her to my brother. Dora seemed unable to stop talking, but she didn't notice her mother's gradually cooling gaze. Mom, let me tell you, this is the first time Nancy and my brother met. And it was my brother. Wait a moment. The mother looked at Dora coldly and spoke lightly, causing the smile on Dora's face to suddenly freeze. Why do you talk so much? You keep talking like a bunch of babbling. The mother glared at Dora and said, Go, stay with your brother over there. Nancy covered her mouth and laughed, but didn't say anything. She just glanced at Dora with a bit of sympathy. Dora stood up angrily and walked between William and Duan Qingyang and whispered to William, Brother, have we fallen out of favor? Provincial People's Hospital, operating room. The atmosphere in the operating room was somewhat relaxed at this time. After all, most of the surgical work had been completed. Apart from the heavy bleeding that occurred during the operation, no other accidents occurred. After Jiang Feng finished the last task, he raised his head, put down the instrument in his hand, took 2 steps back, and said calmly, Sew it up. The door of the operating room slowly opened, and Jiang Feng, who had changed into an ordinary white coat, slowly walked out of the operating room. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was a little pale, and he looked a little tired, but his steps out of the operating room were steady and firm. Dr. Jiang is out. Lu Xing rushed to Jiang Feng first, followed by Fong Fong, Xiaomin, Wu Guifeng, his mother, and others, surrounding Jiang Feng. William, Nancy, Dora, and Duan Qingyang fell behind. Dr. Jiang, how are my dad and the others? Lu Xing asked first. Although the others also rushed forward, none of them said anything. They waited quietly for Jiang Feng's answer, their eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Feng slowly glanced at all the people in front of him and said calmly, Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Everything went well. As night fell, the rain in the sky gradually became lighter. The originally heavy rain gradually turned into a drizzle. The raindrops gently hit the ground and the roof, still making a crisp sound. The lights on the street appeared somewhat soft through the fog, illuminating the wet ground and reflecting wisps of faint light. William, Duan Qingyang, and Lu Xing stood together in the corridor outside the hospital ward. Not far away, Nancy, Dora, and Xiao Min were resting on chairs with their 4 children. Perhaps they were tired from playing, and all 4 children fell asleep. Even the puppy in the cage on the ground looked a little listless. William, thank you so much this time. Lu Xing looked at the drizzle outside the window and said softly, If it weren't for you, let alone a kidney transplant for my dad, he might not even be able to afford to stay in the ICU the next day. Don't say that. He is my uncle. We are a family. William patted Lu Xing on the back. But Brother Hui, maybe in the future. William stopped and seemed to be thinking about something. Duan Qingyang on the side also turned to look at Lu Xing and asked, Did the doctor tell me how much impact losing a kidney will have on your brother's future? Lu Xing sighed and looked back at the children who were sleeping soundly in their chairs. The doctor said that he won't be able to return to the construction site. Besides, he has to pay attention to recuperation in the future. After a pause, Lu Xing continued, Dad also needs to be nursed back to health. But both of our families are out of money now. Brother Xing, don't worry about this. I'm here. William put his arm around Lu Xing's shoulders and comforted him. I've also paid for Brother Hui and Uncle's subsequent recovery. That's only temporary. Lu Xing smiled bitterly. William, you can't control us forever. How about this? Duan Qingyang was no longer as inattentive as usual. He glanced at William and said seriously, I will find a relatively easy job for Brother Hui in my company. I can't guarantee that he will get rich, but I can guarantee that his family will have enough food and drink. Not to mention that William is now a shareholder of Shana Group. It is reasonable for William to help arrange a person to join the company based on his friendship with Duan Qingyang. What's more, William is now a major shareholder holding 5% of the shares. Lu Xing's eyes were red, and he looked at Duan Qingyang gratefully and said, "If possible, I would like to thank you on behalf of my elder brother. It's just a small matter, you're welcome." Duan Qingyang waved his hand generously. "Besides, what is the relationship between me and William?" William on the side did not respond, but pondered for a while, looked at Lu Xing seriously and asked, "Brother Xing, do you want to do some business?" Chapter 65 Difficulties of Surgery. "Do you want to start a business?" Hearing this, Lu Xing and Duan Qingyang were both stunned. It seemed that this was not the topic they were talking about. "William, what do you mean?" Duan Qingyang asked in surprise. Lu Xing seemed to have some understanding. Looking at William's serious expression, he frowned and said, "You mean? Let me start a business." "Yes." William nodded seriously. "You start a business. But what should I do?" Lu Xing seemed a little tempted, but more hesitant, "And I don't have any startup capital." "I'll invest." William encouraged. "You find the project, and I'll provide the funds." "Why does this sound so familiar?" Duan Qingyang's eyes spun wildly, thinking to himself, "Didn't you say this to me?" Lu Xing turned his head and looked out the window, seemingly lost in thought. The rain was drizzling outside the window, and the twinkling lights were emitting a pale, yellow glow in the rain. "Okay." Lu Xing nodded. "But I need to think about it. What should I do?" "Don't worry. We have to wait until Uncle is discharged from the hospital. You can think about it during this period." William paused, thought about it, and then said, "As for Brother Hui, I have other arrangements for him." William suspiciously, "What do you want to arrange? Why don't you go to my company?" Duan Qingyang asked puzzledly. William shook his head. "I won't reveal it yet. You will know later." On the other hand, Lu Zigong no longer had to stay in the ICU, but was living in a double room. Although it was a double room, the person lying on the other bed was actually Lu Hui. This could be said to be an exclusive ward for the two of them. At this time, both of them still had their eyes closed and had not woken up. They still had tubes of various medical equipment inserted into their bodies. On the instruments at the bedside, various data indicators were running smoothly and orderly, indicating that all kinds of vital signs of the two were normal. In the middle of the two beds, the mother and Wu Guifang each sat on a small chair, while Fongfong used a wet tissue to wipe the seemingly non-existent beads of sweat on Lu Hui's face. "Sister-in-law, the most difficult hurdle has been passed. Now you can relax." The mother took Wu Guifang's hand, put it on her lap, and spoke softly. Wu Guifang sighed with some relief. "This time it's all thanks to William. Otherwise I don't know what would have happened to old Lu." "What does this have to do with William?" The mother said seriously. "As a nephew, it's his duty to run around and do some work. The most important thing is Xiao Wei, who really sacrificed himself to save his father. Don't you know this?" Wu Guifang was a little surprised, thinking to herself, "How many things has William hidden from his mother? What is there that I don't know?" The mother looked at Wu Guifang with suspicion, then turned to look at Fongfong beside her, but still couldn't find the answer. My mother turned to look at Wu Guifang again and asked seriously, "Sister-in-law, what exactly are you talking about?" Wu Guifang hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Xiaoqin, do you know what the most difficult part of your brother's surgery was?" "A kidney source." The mother answered as a matter of course. "My eldest son told me that there was no kidney source for my eldest brother in 2 days, so we had no choice but to use Xiao Wei's kidney source. Actually, they are not kidney sources." Wu Guifang's eyes fell on Lu Hui lying on the bed, her eyes full of pride and heartache, and then she smiled and slowly spoke. "Dr. Jiang knew from the beginning that it would be extremely difficult to find a suitable kidney source for your brother in such a short time of 3 days. So Dr. Jiang gave the two brothers a simple examination at the beginning. Just in case there was really no kidney source, the two brothers would provide the kidney source. So there are actually kidney sources, but Dr. Jiang still wants to try to match them from other channels." The mother suddenly spoke, looking at Lu Hui on the bed. "If there were kidney sources from other channels, Xiaowei wouldn't have to lie here." Her mother helplessly, "It's money." After a pause, Wu Guifang continued sadly. "All the money in our family is only tens of thousands of yuan, but after the first day of rescue, we had to pay more than 130,000 yuan in one lump sum." "So many." The mother looked surprised. Wu Guifang did not answer, but continued with a sullen face. "The surgery will be confirmed later, and the entire surgery will cost more than 300,000 yuan. Where can we get so much money in our family?" "Then why didn't you tell me, sister-in-law, that I also have 100,000 yuan in my hand now?" the mother asked anxiously. The 100,000 yuan was transferred to his mother by William after he won the lottery. His mother hasn't spent a penny of it so far. "No need." Wu Guifeng suddenly smiled. Your William is very capable. All of your brother's expenses this time were covered by William. Even the hotel we stayed in outside the hospital, and our meals were arranged by William. The mother's expression suddenly became dull. You mean these hundreds of thousands of dollars were all paid by the eldest brother? Her mother strangely. She didn't expect William to be so rich, but he still hid it from his mother. He told me, the mother recalled, that he had investments in the provincial capital, which he made when he was in college. He said that he could earn 200,000 to 300,000 yuan a year. Only 200,000 or 300,000? Wu Guifeng was surprised. Then she moved closer to her mother and whispered, I heard from Lu Xing that your William has tens of millions of assets. I didn't expect you didn't know that. That's impossible. The mother was full of disbelief. I know roughly how much assets the eldest brother has. How could he have tens of millions of assets? After thinking for a while, she said, if he had tens of millions of assets, why did Mr. Li borrow money for treatment? You, as a mother, don't know this, so I don't know either. Wu Guifeng said with a smile. You can ask him in person later. I guess your boss is hiding a lot of things from you. Jinyang County. The night in the rain is always particularly dark, especially in the mountain forests in the countryside. The raindrops do not fall directly to the ground, but first fall on the leaves of various trees, and then there are bursts of rustling sounds. Not far behind William S. house, there is a slightly steep hillside. At the higher half of the hillside, a thumb-wide crack appeared at some point and was spreading ferociously towards the hillsides on both sides. As time goes by and the rain continues to wash away the crack, it is gradually expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and some mud and rocks are beginning to tremble slightly. Slowly, the trembling mud and rocks began to loosen and slide down. Then more mud and rocks trembled, loosened, and slid down, slowly rolling down the mountain. Chapter 66, Father's Lottery. The night was dark, and the drizzle was still falling. In fact, it's not really a light rain, it's just a little smaller than the heavy rain during the day. But it fell on the windshield of Duan Qingyang's car. He still had to turn on the wipers quickly to get a rough idea of the road conditions. Duan Qingyang's white Land Rover followed closely behind William's white Volkswagen, with Nancy and Dora sitting in the back seat. Dora, why do I feel like your brother has made your aunt angry? Duan Qingyang looked at the white Volkswagen in front of him through the blurry windshield and asked with some confusion. I also feel that the atmosphere is not right. Nancy continued, with a bit of worry in her tone. Auntie looks at William fiercely. Hey, don't doubt it. Dora sat there a little restlessly and said indifferently, the eldest brother will probably be taken in by Mom tonight. Then he smiled as if reminiscing about the past. If my mom had made this expression when I was a kid, I would have been beaten. But why? Nancy frowned. What did William do wrong these 2 days? Hey, Dora sighed and spread her hands. Who said it happened in the past 2 days? Dora narrowed her eyes and smiled strangely, with an expression that showed she knew everything. Maybe it's about the lottery, and the truth has been exposed. Duan Qingyang was startled. Then a gloating smile appeared on his face, imagining William being scolded, and muttered in a low voice. Serves him right. How much money do you have? The mother sat in the back seat of William's white Volkswagen, her head slightly tilted toward the window, watching the raindrops fall on the window glass and slowly slide down. A black puppy lay quietly in a cage on the back seat without moving. Its tail would occasionally wag, and its eyes would occasionally open to look at its mother, then close again, as if it had fallen asleep. William drove the car carefully, and the wipers rhythmically scraped away the layers of rain on the windshield. William glanced at his mother's serious expression in the central control rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile helplessly. This time, after paying for the medical expenses and surgery fees for his uncle's family, he realized that he could no longer hide some things from his mother. Of course, William didn't plan to keep it a secret any longer. Although only a few people know the truth, as William's biological mother, she should be among them. Mom, I didn't hide it from you on purpose. William thought for a moment, then spoke slowly and helplessly. This matter is too big. I didn't dare to tell anyone at first. Then tell me now. The mother's tone was very calm, but her eyes were still looking out the window. William took a breath, glanced at his mother in the rearview mirror, and said seriously, Mom, in fact, all the money I have now could be said to be left to us by Dad. The mother turned around and looked at William blankly, her eyes full of confusion. Your father left it? How did your father leave it? How much money did he leave? Do you remember the lottery ticket you gave me the day after Dad's funeral? William did not answer, but asked, I want to claim the prize, but I didn't win, so I bought 100 notes according to the numbers on that lottery ticket. You mean, there was a gleam of doubt in the mother's eyes. You bought a lottery ticket and won the prize? Yeah. William nodded. His face became much more serious, and his tone was very solemn. The number my father left behind won the prize. When saying this, William couldn't help but think of his deceased father. If, if I could get this bonus before my father's condition worsened, would there be a chance to save my father? The mother in the back seat suddenly fell silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. The whole car also fell into a brief silence, and only the sound of rain hitting the car body outside the window and the low roar of the car could be heard. The mother, the black puppy who had originally closed his eyes, seemed to sense the mother's emotional fluctuations. He opened his eyes and looked at his mother, whimpering softly twice and wagging his tail gently. The mother turned her eyes to the black puppy. A faint smile appeared on her face, and her expression became very gentle. She put her hand on the cage and stroked it, as if to comfort the puppy. Before your father passed away, he always told me what would happen if we were not well after he passed away. The mother's calm tone contained a hint of nostalgia. At that time, he would buy a lottery ticket almost every day. If he couldn't get out of bed, he would ask me to buy it for him. The mother spoke slowly, and William listened quietly. He said that he had no hope of living, but he had hope for the lottery draw every day, because he no longer had the ability to leave anything for us. He only hoped that if he won the lottery, at least he could leave a guarantee for you, the second child, and me. The mother was talking. Tears welled up in her eyes. However, there was still a faint smile on her face as she looked at the puppy. The night before your father passed away, he solemnly handed me the lottery ticket. He said that he might not survive that night and would never have the chance to claim the prize again. He told me to take the lottery ticket to claim the prize. He said that might be his last chance. At this point, the mother suddenly smiled with tears in her eyes. When your father passed away, the ones he missed the most were the three of us. I never expected that. The mother suddenly turned her eyes to William in the driver's seat, and the smile on her face faded. She said seriously, "Boss, you said you were able to win the lottery. Is it because your father is still alive?" "Yes." William nodded seriously, and then looked at his mother's condition in the rearview mirror of the central control, and said, "Mom, after Uncle and Brother we wake up, let's go to Dad's grave to take a look. We should go and take a look." The mother turned her head and looked out the window again, but this time she was looking at the deep and dark night sky. "You should tell your dad that he can let go of the regrets before he passed away." The mother seemed to be talking to William, or to the deep, dark night sky. "You should also tell your dad that the three of us will live better and better in the future." The rain was still falling, and not only did it not show any sign of stopping, it seemed to be getting heavier. William's white Volkswagen and Duan Xinyang's white Land Rover drove on the road one after the other, and finally slowly disappeared in the night with drizzling rain. Chapter 67 Landslide. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud bang, more than half of the mountain suddenly collapsed at the same height as if countless explosives had exploded at the same time. Then, countless dirt and stones, mixed with the freshly fallen rain, rushed down the mountain like a dam bursting. Half of the mountain collapsed and rolled down, with a momentum like thousands of troops, and it was difficult to stop. They devoured everything in their path like a flood or a beast, including forests, fields, houses, and roads. Wherever they passed, the place was left in ruins and lifeless. An hour later, the rain seemed to be heavier than before. A clear cordon had been drawn around the messy landslide site. Countless light beams were sweeping everywhere, and countless figures were swaying in the rain, as if they were looking for something in the messy ruins. For figures wearing raincoats and holding flashlights entered a makeshift awning. "Damn it, it hasn't stopped raining all day." A man in his 30s with a crew cut wiped the rain off his face with his hand and spoke in annoyance. "The cause of this landslide is that the rain lasted too long and was too heavy." Another younger man frowned and took out his mobile phone to look at some messages. "Don't say those useless things." A man in his 40s looked at the direction of the landslide. His deep eyes seemed to see through the night. He spoke solemnly with a bit of majesty. "Zhang Lei, have you figured out what's going on now?" The size of the landslide and the area affected are still unclear, but there are 5 households buried in the area. The last man who had been silent seemed reluctant to speak. It was raining heavily when the landslide occurred, and it was night, so if there were people inside, there's a high probability. "All right," the man in his 40s interrupted Zhang Lei and asked, "Zhang Jing, tell me about the situation over there." "Village Chief Zhang, I'm not optimistic either. The younger man frowned and said, the fire brigade set out as soon as they received the news, but I just received news that they were forced to stop halfway. The rescue and medical teams organized by the county are slower. They just set out 10 minutes ago, but they probably won't be here tonight. What's going on? Village Chief Zhang asked with a hint of anger and anxiety. Zhang Jing flipped through the screen of his phone and said seriously, a section of the road leading into the village has been washed away and vehicles cannot enter. However, the firefighters have chosen to come here on foot. From the news we just received, it should be more than 10 kilometers away from here. Village Chief Zhang looked up at the sky with heavy rain and said coldly, the firefighters are here to help us. How can we let them walk here in the rain? Then he turned to Zhang Jing and said, send a car to pick them up immediately. Okay, Zhang Jing agreed, then turned around and rushed into the rain. After Zhang Jing's figure completely disappeared in the rain, Village Chief Zhang turned to the man in his 30s and said, Zhang Hong, how is the village organization going? Zhang Hong pondered for a moment and said, I have arranged for the evacuation of those within 2 kilometers of the landslide and those in the risk area of landslide. The plan is to evacuate to the primary school playground. Then I organized more than 30 people to search and rescue 5 families in the landslide area. But the rain was too heavy, it was night, and there was no professional rescue equipment. We could only use tools such as shovels and hose to dig inch by inch, so the efficiency was very slow. We need to arrange for people to be on guard. While saving people, they must also protect themselves. Village Chief Zhang looked at Zhang Hong and said calmly, you go and watch it yourself. If there are any abnormal conditions in the landslide area, everyone must give up the search and rescue and evacuate immediately. As he spoke, Village Chief Zhang glared at Zhang Hong fiercely. Zhang Hong, I don't expect you to rescue many people for me, but I want you to promise not to let anyone fall into that pile of mud again. Village Chief Zhang Hongshan patted his chest and grinned. If there are still people who will fall in that pile of mud, don't worry, I will definitely be the first one. After saying this, without waiting for Village Chief Zhang to say anything else, he turned around and rushed out of the awning without hesitation, disappearing in the rain in the blink of an eye. Village Chief Zhang looked at Zhang Hong disappearing in the rain, smiled helplessly, then turned to look at Zhang Lei on the side, and said in a gentle tone, tell me, what's the situation with those 5 families? Zhang Lei was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly looked through the records on his phone. The 5 households are Zhang Jiqiang, Zhang Jigang, Zhang Yuanlin, Li Chongming, and my father. But we don't know how many people were left at home when the incident happened, so now, the number of missing people has not been counted. The village chief frowned and looked at Zhang Lei with a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes, and shouted, go and count immediately. The rain in the provincial capital seemed to be lighter than that in Jinyang County, but this did not affect the fact that the rain slowed down the speed of all vehicles on the roads in the provincial capital. If someone goes too fast, an accident may happen in the next second. William ran back to the car, holding an umbrella. Half of his pants and shoes were completely wet. 7 or 8 cars collided at the intersection ahead, causing a traffic jam. William bent over in the driver's seat and rolled up the corners of his trousers. There are traffic police directing traffic now, so it should be clear soon. After being stuck in traffic for an hour, the traffic is finally open. Duan Xingyang's impatient voice came from the speakerphone of William's phone. If his mother had not been sitting in William's car, Duan Xingyang probably would not have passed it over so lightly, but would have cursed at her instead. It's raining heavily and visibility is poor. Drive slowly when you take them back to school. William looked at Duan Xingyang's white Land Rover in the rearview mirror and advised, got it. I will make sure to complete the task. Duan Xingyang replied, and then hung up the phone. William hung up the phone. He turned around and looked at his mother. Mom, why don't you not go back and move to the provincial capital to live with me? Forget it. Mother shook her head. I've lived in the countryside all my life. I'm afraid I won't be able to get used to living in the city. What's there to be uncomfortable with? William persuaded with a smile. My second son and I have been living in the provincial capital for a long time. So you can move to the provincial capital as well, so that our family can live together. The mother hesitated for a moment and said, let's talk about it later. William wanted to say something when his mother's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this your mother? Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone asked cautiously. I am. Who are you? The mother asked in confusion. I'm Zhang Lei from the village. Zhang Lei's tone sounded a little nervous. From the village? Mother was surprised. It's so late, what's the matter? I want to ask, where are you and is there anyone else at home? I'm in the provincial capital. and no one is home. Mother asked doubtfully, "Did something happen at home?" Zhang Lei did not answer, but continued to ask, "Mother, let me confirm with you again, you and your two children are not at home, right?" "Yes, we are all in the provincial capital, and there is no one at home," Mother said impatiently. "Why do you ask such strange questions?" Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Your house was hit by a landslide and was completely buried." Chapter 68 Bad News. The mother's head suddenly buzzed, as if she had gone blank for a moment and stopped thinking. "What did you say?" The mother shouted into the phone in panic. "Mom, what's wrong?" William saw his mother suddenly lose control of her emotions and asked hurriedly, "Who's calling? What happened?" The mother did not answer, but continued to listen to the statement on the phone. "Tonight, because the rain was too heavy and lasted too long, it caused a landslide behind your house, and your house was basically completely buried in the soil." After hearing this, the mother felt dizzy and sat in the car in a daze. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" William asked anxiously, almost trying to snatch the phone from his mother's hand. After a long while, the mother finally came to her senses and said, "I'll be back now." "You probably can't come back now," Zhang Lei said on the phone. "A section of the road from the county town to the village has been washed away and no vehicles can get in. But the county has arranged for emergency repairs, and it should be open to traffic in the next 2 days." After a pause, Zhang Lei's voice continued to be heard on the phone. "I called to confirm whether your family is safe." The mother's heart was suddenly shocked. "You mean?" "Alas," Zhang Lei sighed regretfully, "not everyone can survive. We have confirmed that the two elderly people in Zhang Jigang's home to your left are staying at home tonight, but our people are already doing their best to search and rescue them." After hanging up the phone, the mother felt very depressed. Although Zhang Lei did not say explicitly, the two elderly people were buried by the landslide and there was no chance of survival. Mom, are you okay?" William asked worriedly. "I'm fine." The mother took a long breath and looked at William and said, "William, your grandpa Zhang and grandma Zhang may have passed away." "How is that possible?" William said in disbelief. "When I left home, they were both in good health." "It was a landslide," said the mother slowly. "What?" William asked in horror. "You mean there was a landslide at home?" Mother nodded, then spoke with some difficulty. "Just now someone in the village called and said that your grandpa Zhang and grandma Zhang were buried. Our house was also buried." "Dora, tell me, has William been scolded by his aunt?" Nancy asked worriedly in Duan Xingyang's Land Rover. "He must have been scolded." Dora smiled softly. Then she turned to look at Nancy. "You're worried about that? Can my mother still execute my brother?" "I'm mainly worried that if Auntie gets too angry, it might be bad for her health." Nancy looked a little unnatural and glanced out the window. "Really?" Dora smiled strangely. "If you're so worried about my mom, why don't you ask my brother to stop irritating my mom?" "I think William deserves to be scolded." Duan Xingyang suddenly interrupted. Um. Two sounds were heard, causing Duan Xingyang's gloating expression to change immediately. I think it's really inappropriate for William to be scolded." "Why shouldn't it be?" Dora's pretty face was slightly angry. "Tell me what you think." "Ahem." Duan Xingyang coughed twice and cleared his throat, as if he was organizing his words. "William didn't hide it from Annie on purpose," Duan Xingyang said as he walked straight ahead at an intersection. He and William's white Volkswagen, which turned left, went in two different directions and each disappeared into the hazy, rainy night. Huangju. The spacious and bright living room exudes an atmosphere of incomparable luxury. Although there were only two people sitting in the living room, the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. "William, let's go back tonight." Mother spoke slowly, her tone somewhat sad. "Mom, don't go back tonight." William came over with a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in each hand, placed it in front of his mother, and sat down next to her. The villagers said that a section of the road back to the village was washed away and no vehicle could pass. They're still repairing it. "Even if we go back tonight, we can't enter the village." William pushed the cup towards his mother and said, "Have some hot tea." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, it's not safe to drive in such heavy rain tonight. You saw on the way back that there were 2 or 3 car accidents in the provincial capital." Kelly held the hot cup of tea, but did not pick it up. Instead, he sighed and said, "I'm just worried. There are more than just our family in that position." "I know." William looked at the tea in the cup. "The villagers must have organized a rescue operation, and the county government will not ignore it. If we go back tonight and block the damaged road, it will only cause trouble for their rescue work." "Then what do you think we should do?" The mother turned around and asked, with a little anxiety in her eyes. William picked up the teacup, took a sip, and put it down again. After thinking for a while, he said, "After dawn tomorrow, we will go back to the county town first, and then go back to the village after the road is repaired and traffic is restored." Okay. Mother nodded helplessly, and then took a sip of tea. Suddenly, my mother's phone rang again. "It's you, Annie." The mother looked at the caller ID on the phone screen, said to William, and then answered the call. "Hello, Sister Chun." Xiaoqin. Chun Zhongfen on the other end of the phone said with obvious tears in her voice, "You are still alive." "Sister Chun, I'm Yufine. I'm not at home." The mother naturally knew what Chun Zhongfen was talking about. "Are you okay too? Your brother Chong and I were both in the county." Chun Zhongfen said twitchingly. Minghui said the rain was too heavy and it was night, so it was unsafe to drive, so he wouldn't let us. We go home, and we escaped a disaster. But our house was completely buried. Everything was gone. "Sister Chun, the house is not a problem. As long as the people are fine, it's fine," the mother comforted. "The villagers also called me. My house was buried, and I have nothing left. But as long as people are still here, the house can be rebuilt later." But Ming Hui's grandpa and grandma. When she said this, Chun Zhongfen's crying tone turned into obvious crying. Zhang Jigang and Zhang Jiqiang are brothers, so the two old people in Zhang Jigang's family are Zhang Minghui's grandparents. The two elderly people have been declared missing by the village, which is a nice way of saying it. "Sister Chun, please accept my condolences." Regarding this matter of life and death, the mother did not know how to comfort Chun Zhongfen. After all, the mother herself had just experienced life and death. Everyone in the village knows that the two old men, Zhang Jigang and Zhang Jiqiang, treat their daughters-in-law very well, even better than their sons. That's why the bad news about the two elderly people made Chun Zhongfen so sad. After hanging up the phone with Chun Zhongfen, the mother seemed to have thought of something and said to William, "Call your uncle's house and ask what's going on." Chapter 69, Are Others Reliable? Kwangju. William's heart trembled when he heard his mother's words. "My uncle Li Chongming's family lives almost next to my own. His house and In's house were buried by the landslide, so it was unlikely that his uncle would be unscathed." Just as William was about to call his uncle Li Chongming, his own cell phone rang first. "It's my uncle calling." William felt a little more at ease when he saw the caller ID. The fact that my uncle called me means that at least he is safe. "Hello, uncle." William answered the phone and put it to his ear. "William, are you all okay?" Li Chongming's voice, caring and somewhat vicissitudes of life, sounded slowly from the other end of the phone. "It's okay. My mother and the second son are in the provincial capital." William said calmly. "Is everything okay here too?" "I'm Fine." Unconsciously, Li Chongming's voice seemed to be choked with sobs. "But your aunt and your eldest brother's family, all." Li Chongming didn't say anything else. But William had already guessed what had happened. Li Chongming has two sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Lian Bai, is married and has two children. The second daughter, Lianqing, is also married, but has no children yet. The youngest son, Liani, is still in his second year of high school and should be in school at this time. At the time of the incident, Lianbai's family of four plus his mother were all at home. And now, they may all be buried in the soil. "Uncle," William called out softly, but he didn't know what else to say. "William, your elder brothers." As they were talking, a man in his late 50s suddenly started crying on the phone. His wife, son, and grandson all died in this natural disaster. Any man who encounters this, no matter how strong he is, will collapse. "Uncle," William did not comfort him, but just called softly. At this time, it is useless to comfort Li Chongming. William has personally experienced the heart-wrenching pain of separation from loved ones. "Uncle," William called again softly. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, I just feel sad." Li Chongming sumbat. He was obviously trying to suppress his voice. William just held the phone quietly and listened to his father's infinitely sad crying. The mother next to her was also in tears at this moment. The man she had watched grow up since childhood, watched him get married and have a child, the on-by. And there were those two little kids who called her second grandma in a crisp voice. And her sister-in-law who always smiles when she sees her. But now they are separated forever in an instant. After a long time, Li Chongming's cry on the phone gradually subsided, but occasionally there would be intermittent twitching sounds. "Uncle, are you okay?" William tried to speak. "I'm Fine." Li Chongming's answer was still 3 words, but this time his emotions were calmer. Li Chongming twitched twice, and then said, "Since your family is fine, I am relieved." "Uncle, We will go back tomorrow. Okay, drive on the road and be safe. Jinyang County. The night was dark and the rain was heavy. Dozens of scattered lights were flickering in the distance. From time to time, a loud shout could be heard, but under the suppression of the heavy rain, it was impossible to hear clearly what was being shouted. Village Chief Zhang stood alone under the awning with his hands behind his back, quietly staring coldly at the incessant rain with his calm eyes. A man in a raincoat walked in with a heavy face, casually took off the hood of his raincoat, and said coldly, "Village Chief, I have checked it out. Go ahead." Village Chief Zhang said calmly. 5 households in the disaster area, including Zhang Jiqiang's family and his father's family, are not at home and no one is missing. The remaining 3 households have a total of 12 missing people. Zhang Lei did not check his phone this time. Zhang Jigang's family has 2 elderly people, and Li Choming's family has 3 adults and 2 children. At this point, Zhang Lei paused. Zhang Yuanlin's family, 2 adults, 3 children. A family of 5 all. Zhang Lei didn't say anything else, or there was no need to say anything more. Village Chief Zhang closed his eyes briefly, and a look of heartache flashed across his face. Soon, Village Chief Zhang showed a resolute look on his face again and said coldly with his back to Zhang Lei, "Go tell Zhang Hong to find some people who are familiar with the location of these 3 households to locate them." Village Chief Zhang turned around and glared at Zhang Lei again. "I want to see these 12 people alive or dead." The next day, early morning, Guangzhou. The downpour had turned into a drizzle, but the coldness in the air was a little bit stronger than yesterday. William was driving a Kian with his mother sitting in the passenger seat, and they were slowly driving out of the community. At the door of Guangzhou at the back, Duan Qinyang's farewell smile gradually faded from his face. He lowered his head and looked at the black puppy and said viciously, "If it weren't for my future mother-in-law, I would beat you 800 times a day." The black puppy raised its head stubbornly, looking at Duan Qinyang with a vigilant face. And then, woof, 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 woof. "Did you buy a new car, too?" William is Qian. Although his mother was not in a good mood, she no longer had the intense sadness she had last night. "Yeah." William smiled and nodded, slowing down in front of the community gate. "Mr. Li, are you going out so early?" The unknown security guard in the booth asked with a smile as the flower pole was raised. "I need to go back to my hometown for something." William stepped on the accelerator and slowly drove out of the gate of the community. He turned around and smiled at the security guard at the booth. "Thanks, brother. Even if you have money, you still have to control your desires a little bit." My mother slowly spoke from the passenger seat. "Your villa cost 30 million, and your car must be worth several million. You should understand the principle of living off your savings." "Yeah, Mom is right." William smiled obediently. "I'll be careful in the future and try to avoid spending too much." "Also," Mother frowned, "what's going on with Duan Qinyang at home?" William was stunned. Then he thought of something and said casually, "He is my friend. He also lives here. Do you think I'm blind or stupid?" The mother looked at William with a squint. "What was that look he gave the second child in the hospital yesterday? Do you think I couldn't see it?" "Ahem." William coughed twice. "Mom, you should stay out of young people's business. I never care about other young people's affairs." The mother said as a matter of course, "But the second child is my own daughter, so I have to take care of her." What Mom said seems to make sense. William did not refute, but asked, "Then how do you want to manage it?" The mother frowned and thought for a moment, then turned to look at William and asked seriously, "Is he reliable?" Chapter 70, I Have a Way. "Stop right there, little puppy." At the entrance of Guangzhou, a black puppy was running wildly beside the green bamboo forest, its 4 short legs forming a circle. Behind, Duan Qinyang, who was furious, crouched and chased the puppy in a panic. He almost caught the puppy several times, but the puppy managed to dodge him. "If you run away again, do you believe that I won't give you food for the next few days? It's pretty reliable, right?" In the Qian, William drove seriously, carefully organizing his words in his mind. "For example, this time, you give the puppy to him for a few days, and he will definitely fatten up for you when he comes back. It's not good to be fat, as long as he's full." The mother looked at the receding trees in the rearview mirror. "I observed him at the hospital yesterday. He seems to be quite mature and stable. Come out here. If you don't run away, you're just hiding in there. What kind of dog are you?" In front of the bamboo forest of Guangzhou, Duan Qinyang knelt on the ground with his legs, supporting the ground with one hand, his butt raised high, and stretched one hand between the bamboos, try hard to catch the puppy hiding inside. The puppy shrank back slightly, with a hint of contempt in its pair of black eyes. It looked at the embarrassed Duan Chengyang in front of it. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Steady. In the Kian that had already entered the city road, William turned on the turn signal and prepared to change lanes. He's steady, okay, William said with a guilty conscience. He's usually pretty steady. He will definitely not let the puppy suffer any grievances while you're away for a few days. You're mean to me? You're mean to me? You little puppy actually dared to bark at me and be mean to me. You're really going against the grain. Huangju is in front of the main gate. Duan Xingyang sat on the steps panting, his face flushed. He grabbed the puppy's front legs with both hands, stared at the puppy's face fiercely, and almost all of his angry saliva sprayed on the puppy's face. The puppy tilted its face to avoid Duan Xingyang's saliva, but glared at him with contempt, and suddenly, woof, woof, woof. Seeing this, Duan Xingyang's eyes widened. He held the puppy with one hand and slapped the puppies, but with the other hand. You little puppy, you are still mean to me. I won't give my mother-in-law any face. I will beat you 800 times a day. Jinyang County. The rain gradually stopped, and the whole world seemed to become much clearer. Mayorwo, a man covered in mud, with bloodshot eyes and muddy feet, staggered toward the slightly fat man and shouted in a deep voice. Behind him followed dozens of men, also covered in mud, with red eyes and exhausted looks. Lu Kuan, how long will it take for the road to be open to traffic? Mayor Gua, who was slightly fat, asked sternly and solemnly. His face was also full of fatigue, but his demeanor was still majestic. It should only take an hour or two, Lu Kuan said tiredly, obviously having not slept all night. Okay. Mayor Gua nodded, his expression slightly relieved. Thank you for your hard work. There is breakfast in the car behind. Take the brothers who have been replaced to have a hot meal. Lu Kuan nodded without saying anything else, and walked past Mayor Gua towards the convoy behind. Behind him, dozens of people followed silently. After Lu Kuan and the others left, Mayor Gua turned his head and shouted in a deep voice, Xiaowang. Hey, Mayor. A young man took 2 steps forward and stood beside Mayor Gua. Go and contact the traffic police. When the road is open to traffic, firefighting, medical, and rescue vehicles will be given priority. Let private cars that can't help go back first. Make sure the rescue channel is unobstructed. The mayor's expression became more serious as he said, There's only one road leading into the village, so let's keep those people away from causing trouble. On a road halfway up a mountain, countless cars were jammed into a long line on one side, winding to the side of the mountain. There was no end in sight. In the Kian, William hung up the phone, turned to his mother, and said helplessly, Mom, I don't know when the damaged road will be repaired. It will be difficult to pass in a short time. What should we do then? The mother asked anxiously. She was eager to go home. The closer she got to home, the stronger her desire to go home became. We can only wait. William looked at the long traffic jam that seemed to have no end in sight, and his tone was full of helplessness. Not long after, a traffic policeman walked slowly from the front, knocked on the windows of each car, and said something. Immediately afterwards, many cars turned around and headed in the opposite direction. When the traffic police walked to William's car, he looked at it with some surprise. Porsche Cayenne, a well-known luxury car. This luxury car is rare in Jinyang County, and this car is also one of the dream cars of this traffic policeman. However, when he saw that the car had a license plate from the provincial capital, he felt relieved. The economic development levels of the provincial capital and Jinyang County cannot be compared, so the proportion of such luxury cars in the provincial capital must be much higher than that in Jinyang County. Comrade, what's going on ahead? Why are so many cars turning back? As soon as the traffic police walked to William's car, William stuck his head out and asked in confusion. The traffic policeman took his eyes off the Kian, looked at William, and said seriously, Hello, the road ahead is under traffic control. Please turn back if there is no need. Comrade, I'm from Zhangjiao village. William took out his driver's license and handed it to the traffic police, wanting to prove that he was indeed from Zhangjiao village. My home was hit by a landslide last night, and the house was buried. I want to go back and see what's going on. The traffic police took the document and checked it, and found that it was indeed the address where the landslide occurred as reported. But he had no intention of compromising. He closed the driver's license and returned it to William, saying, No, it says private cars are not allowed to pass. After a pause, as if afraid that William didn't understand, the traffic police explained, A section of the road ahead has been washed away. It is currently being repaired, and it must be open to traffic as soon as possible to ensure that all rescue vehicles and machinery can enter the disaster area first. William seriously and said, "There is only one road to Zhongjia village. We must first ensure that the rescue passage is unobstructed. If all your private cars drive in, it will cause a traffic jam and affect the rescue work. So, please cooperate with us." William hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll cooperate." Then, his expression became serious. "Comrades, thank you. You've worked hard." William drove toward the county town. The sudden surge in traffic back into the city also resulted in a slow driving speed. "Are we going back like this?" Mother asked unwillingly from the passenger seat. William tilted his head to look at his mother and said confidently, "Don't worry, Mom. I have a way." Chapter 71, Disaster Relief Supplies 1. It was afternoon and the rain had stopped. The sky did not clear up after the rain, but remained cloudy. The occasional breeze in the air carries with it a thick layer of moisture and a chill like that of the early morning. At the highway toll booth in Jinyan County, William Skian was parked in a parking space on the side of the road. The mother in the car had folded down the passenger seat and was lying down with her eyes closed. William was sitting on a step by the road, looking eagerly at the highway toll booth. Soon, a van with a provincial license plate appeared at the toll booth. A red banner was hung on the side of the van, which read, "Gathering love to support the landslide disaster area to overcome difficulties." After passing the toll booth, the van drove behind William's car and slowly stopped. A man got out from the passenger seat and quickly ran toward William. At this time, William also stood up and walked towards the person who came. "You must be Mr. Lee. I'm Chung Fei, and I'm in charge of the transportation of this batch of materials." Chung Fei took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with William, smiling politely. "Thank you for your hard work." William replied politely. "How many cars did you have in total?" "Mr. Duan has arranged 10 vehicles of the same size as mine for this trip. The cargo includes drinking water, instant noodles, bread, tents, folding beds, quilts, and other daily necessities." Chung Fei replied without any hesitation. Chung Fei smiled and continued, "There will be at least 2 more trips, each with 10 cars. However, the existing goods are insufficient and it will take time to transfer them, so it may be delayed by 1 or 2 days." "Very good. Mr. Duan is indeed very powerful." William smiled sincerely. The road back to Zhongjia village was temporarily under traffic control, with priority given to disaster relief vehicles. So William asked Duan Shanha to help him purchase millions of disaster relief goods in the provincial capital and use the vehicles transporting the disaster relief goods to return to Zhongjia village. Of course, Zhongjia village is definitely in need of these relief supplies now. As for why such a large amount of relief supplies were not purchased in Jinyan County, it was because there were simply not enough supplies available for mobilization in Jinyan County in a short period of time. William looked in the direction of the toll booth and asked in confusion, "Where are the remaining cars?" Chung Fei smiled and said, "I'll be there soon." Just as he finished speaking, another van with a provincial license plate appeared on the road and drove towards the toll booth. On the side of this van, there was also a red banner that read, "Thinking of the disaster area, fully supporting the landslide-affected areas." Perhaps he heard the roar of the van engine. Chung Fei turned around and said with a smile, "They are coming." Immediately afterwards, the second car, the third car, the fourth car, a total of 9 cars passed through the toll booth in an orderly manner. Each car hung a red banner with various disaster relief slogans on it, and the signature was all Shana Group. This is William's request. Although the costs of purchasing and transporting materials were borne by William, he did not want to be too prominent, so he specifically instructed that it must be noted that the materials were donated by Shana Group. Although Duan Shanha did not quite understand William's move, he did not object. After all, this was an opportunity to establish a socially responsible corporate image for Shana Group, and Shana Group did not have to pay for it, so why not do it? Soon, 10 vans were parked neatly on the side of the road at the toll station, waiting for William to give the order to set off. "Mr. Lee, when are we leaving?" Chung Fei suddenly took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and handed it to William, asking with a smile. William glanced at Chung Fei, then turned around and called his mother down from the Qian. He picked up the intercom from Chung Fei and said, "Put my mother in a car." Then, William walked directly to the first van with the intercom, climbed into the passenger seat, and said in a deep voice into the intercom, "Brothers, let's go." Half an hour later, after more than 10 hours of emergency repairs, the damaged section of road was finally reopened to traffic. Under the command of the traffic police, The vehicles lined up in a long queue on the road are passing through the checkpoints set up by the traffic police in an orderly manner. Priority is given to special vehicles, such as government cars, ambulances and fire trucks with warning lights flashing, and trailers carrying large machinery, such as excavators or bulldozers. These vehicles all play an essential role in the disaster relief work. There is a checkpoint not far from the section of road that has just been repaired. At this time, a traffic policeman was standing nearby, watching the vehicles passing by, and his brows furrowed slightly. There were too many vehicles passing through. Although traffic control and persuasion were implemented, it still couldn't stop many people who wanted to go home. Suddenly, the traffic policeman's intercom rang. "Captain, here are 10 9.6-meter vans loaded with relief supplies. I hope we can give them priority." Relief supplies? The captain muttered in confusion. However, he had not received any notification that relief supplies would arrive in Zhongjia village at this time. "What supplies are there?" asked the captain. "I just checked, and they're all drinking water, instant noodles, bread, tents, folding beds, quilts, and other supplies. They are all urgently needed in the disaster area." The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie answered quickly. "Who is leading the team?" the captain asked cautiously. He also knew that the village was in urgent need of these daily necessities. If this batch of supplies could be delivered to Zhongjia village in time, the village's disaster relief work would definitely be more secure. The leader of the team is a villager from Zhongjia village, the same village that was hit by the disaster. His name is William. According to him, he bought this batch of supplies with his own money and had them shipped from the provincial capital. All 10 trucks have license plates from the provincial capital. Speaking of the leader of the team, the tone of the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie seemed to carry a bit of respect. "What?" the captain asked in shock. "A villager? He bought all the goods with his own money and had them shipped from the provincial capital?" The captain's face was not only shocked, but also full of confusion. It is estimated that it would cost 100,000 to 200,000 yuan to fill a 9.6-meter box truck with relief supplies. 10 trucks would cost more than 1 million yuan worth of goods. Most people don't have the money to do that. Even if someone has the ability, they may not have the courage. Moreover, it is transported from the provincial capital, which means it is very efficient. It has only been a short time since the disaster occurred last night, but 10 trucks of relief supplies will be able to enter the disaster area soon. Procurement, loading, and transportation of relief supplies is not an easy task. What's more, these 10 vans do not carry a single type of supplies, but several types of supplies together, which increases the difficulty of procurement. It would not be surprising if a government department or organization purchased 1 or 2 million worth of disaster relief supplies and delivered them to the disaster area in a timely manner. But the fact that these 10 trucks of relief supplies were a personal act is really surprising. After the disaster, the village also implemented some self-rescue measures, so food was not in short supply in the village, but clean water was an urgent need. Although the drinking water source of Zhongjia village is not within the range of the landslide, it has also been seriously affected. At present, the entire water source has become turbid. Although all drinking water in the disaster area is boiled before drinking, it is definitely not as clean and hygienic as the packaged drinking water sent from outside. Thinking of this, the captain no longer hesitated and said directly, "Since it is disaster relief supplies, let them come first. What the village lacks most now is clean water." Chapter 72, Rescue Supplies 2. The landslide happened 300 meters away from Zhongjia village. At this time, the temporary awning had been converted into a temporary on-site disaster relief command center. Various staff members of the command center or disaster relief workers covered in mud kept shuttling back and forth, and the atmosphere seemed busy and solemn. Village Chief Zhang and Town Chief Gui stood together. Both of them looked a little tired, as if they hadn't slept all night. "What's the current situation in the village? Have the missing people been found?" Mayor Gui spoke first. The situation in the village is relatively stable. However, none of the 12 missing people have been found so far. Village Chief Zhang rubbed his tired face vigorously, as if he wanted to rub off all the skin on his face. But after he finished rubbing, his eyes seemed to be clearer. "Without machinery, we had to rely on people to dig, and we got nothing after a whole night. How are the people nearby accommodated?" Mayor Gui asked with a serious face. "I asked Zhang Hongdu to go to the village primary school. He is safe now." Village Chief Zhang scratched his head vigorously and said with a grin, "I am worried that something will happen again, so I have arranged for someone to keep an eye on the conditions of the mountains and other places. If there is any movement, someone will call the police immediately. Thank you for your hard work." Mayor Gua patted village Chief Zhang on the shoulder and asked seriously, "Are there any other difficulties that you need me to coordinate?" "Hey." Village Chief Zhang turned to look at Town Chief Gua and said with an ugly grin, "Water. The water source in the village is polluted. We need water now. Drinkable water." Village Chief Zhang thought for a moment and continued, "There are also tents and quilts. Most of those who stay at home are elderly people and children. They're all weak and it is raining, so they can't do whatever they want like we can." As he spoke, Village Chief Zhang grinned again. "Of course, the more other supplies, the better. I have already reported to the county." Mayor Guo sighed helplessly, especially the application for various disaster relief supplies, but time is urgent. I wonder how much the county can gather in such a short time. Mayor. Village Chief Zhang looked at Mayor Guo seriously and pleaded, "Those old people and children have been cold all night last night, and those men have been working in the rotten soil all night. I hope you can help them." Mayor Guo couldn't help but look at the mud in the distance. Although there were several excavators involved, they seemed relatively small in front of the huge landslide. Even smaller are those people who are covered in mud but are still holding hoes, shovels, or even digging in the mud with their bare hands. "Mayor," Village Chief Zhang continued, "I have never begged you before, and I even quarreled with you. But this time, I sincerely beg you to help Gongzhang Village." "Old Zhang, stop talking." Mayor Guo sighed. "I'll go to the counter myself right now. Don't worry, my old face is still of some use." Mayor Guo said this and turned to leave. But Xiao Wang suddenly ran over from a distance, stopped in front of Mayor Guo and Village Chief Zhang, and said breathlessly, "Mayor Guo, Village Chief Zhang, there are 10 vans outside the village, saying they are transporting relief supplies." "Relief supplies?" Mayor Guo was stunned. He turned to look at Village Chief Zhang, who was also confused, and asked in confusion, "Aren't there relief supplies coming? Don't you know?" "Should I know?" Village Chief Zhang said blankly. "Aren't you responsible for contacting people about things outside? You don't know either?" "I don't know," Mayor Guo said without hesitation. "No one told me that relief supplies would be delivered at this time. Could it be?" Village Chief Zhang turned to Town Chief Guo thoughtfully and guessed, "Could it be that the supplies from the county were delivered in advance?" "Which department in the county are you from?" Mayor Guo turned to look at Xiao Wang and asked, "Who is leading the team?" "It's not a convoy organized by the county." Xiao Wang's breathing became much calmer, and his face was full of confusion. "The people at the traffic police said that the materials were donated by a company called Shanha Group, which is a company in the provincial capital. But the leader of the team is a villager named William." "William? How could it be him?" Village Chief Zhang said in surprise. "Who is William?" Mayor Guo looked at Village Chief Zhang. Village Chief Zhang looked puzzled and pondered for a moment before saying, "He was one of the 5 families buried by the landslide. But no one was at home last night, and no one was missing. And I remember when Zhang Lei reported to me, he was still in the provincial capital last night. No one is missing in the family. They were in the provincial capital last night. Now they're rushing back with 10 truckloads of supplies." Mayor Guo looked at Village Chief Zhang. "There are hidden talents in your village." Village Chief Zhang suddenly sighed and said sadly, "His father died of cancer some time ago. He just experienced the death of a loved one, and now his house has been buried in the ground by a landslide. He is also a poor child. Is there such a thing?" Mayor Guo also sighed, "But he still cares about his hometown. Let's go and have a look." Village Chief Zhang's solemn brows seemed to relax a little. "Anyway, 10 trucks of supplies should be able to solve the urgent problem." "Okay," Mayor Guo said. "Xiao Wang, take us to have a look." Before Mayor Guo and his 2 companions took a few steps, the roar of the van could be heard from afar, and then a convoy of 10 vans appeared in their sight. The convoy was like a moving dragon, winding along the winding road. The red banners on it are particularly eye-catching, and one can recognize at a glance that this is a truck supporting the disaster area. The 10 trucks gradually approached, and suddenly, cheers broke out among the crowd. Soon, the first van drove up and stopped not far from Town Chief Guo and Village Chief Zhang, and then the trucks behind it stopped one after another. William saw Village Chief Zhang and Town Chief Guo in the car. Of course, he only knew Village Chief Zhang, but not Town Chief Guo. William jumped down from the passenger seat of the first car, walked quickly to the front of Village Chief Zhang, extended his hand, and said politely with a smile, "Hello, Village Chief." "Hello, hello." Village Chief Zhang reached out and shook William's hand. A smile finally appeared on his tired face. He then turned to look at Town Mayor Guo and introduced him to William. "This is Town Mayor Guo from the town." William turned his gaze to Mayor Gua again and extended his hand politely, saying with a smile, "Hello, Mayor Gua." Chapter 73, Unloading. After a brief introduction, William asked, "Village Chief, how is the situation in the village?" "Not good." The village chief shook his head with a hint of heartache. "We don't know whether the 12 people are alive or dead, including 5 children." William's face also darkened, and he said, "I know, my eldest brother's family is all gone. Alas, things are unpredictable." Mayor will also sighed with regret. "How are the others?" William asked again, his face serious. "I asked people to relocate everyone nearby to the village primary school last night. They're all safe now," Village Chief Zhang said, and then asked, "William, what supplies are in the 10 vehicles you brought back?" "There are drinking water, instant noodles, bread, etc. There's a list of specific items on the car. I will give it to you later." William also said seriously, "This is only the first batch. There will be more later, but it will take time to allocate." "William, you really helped the village a lot." Village Chief Zhang was grateful. "These are what we are short of now. It's too cold at night in this rainy weather. The adult men in the village can handle it, but the elderly and children may not be able to bear it. It's not a big deal. I grew up in Zhangjiao village and am a part of this place." William said seriously, "Besides, my family was the first to be affected by the landslide this time, so it's my duty to do this. I can't tell on weekdays that you are such a sensible child," Village Chief Zhang said with emotion. Although the village chief was very puzzled as to how William could transport so many supplies in such a short time, it was obviously not the time to ask about this. "Village chief, let's talk about this later," William said seriously. "I think the most urgent thing is to unload the supplies and distribute them to everyone." "Yes, let's arrange for people to unload the goods first." Mayor Guo looked up at the sky and frowned. "It won't be long before it gets dark. If it rains again, it will be troublesome." Then Mayor Guo turned around and looked at Village Chief Zhang. "We also need to arrange for someone to be responsible for management and distribution, so that the villagers won't be in chaos." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Village Chief Zhang nodded and looked at William. "William, take the convoy to the village primary school. I'll call someone over right away." "Okay, I'll go right away." William turned and ran back to the passenger seat of the first van. Village Chief Zhang immediately took out his cell phone and called Zhang Hong. "Zhang Hong, immediately withdraw half of the search and rescue personnel and go to the elementary school to unload the cargo." "Unloading?" Zhang Hong, standing in a pile of mud, asked in confusion. "Village Chief, I don't find anyone here. What are we unloading?" "A batch of relief supplies has just arrived. The truck has already passed by. You should hurry over and don't make them wait too long." After a pause, Village Chief Zhang continued. "I will call Zhang Jing over right away. He will be responsible for counting and distribution. You must also maintain order while unloading the goods so that the villagers don't get in a mess." "Okay, Village Chief, I'll be there right away." Zhang Hong called over 20 people, and after struggling to walk out of the muddy ground, they either rode motorcycles or drove vans to the village school. At the gate of the village primary school, 10 vans were parked in a row, waiting to unload. People in the school have gathered at the gate, looking out. Some brave teenagers even walked to the side of the truck and looked around. Soon, Zhang Hong and the unloading workers arrived at the back of the last truck. "Brother Hong, I knew you would be in charge of unloading the goods." William looked at the man in front of him who was covered in mud, walked up to him, and said with a smile. William and Zhang Hong are from the same village, so naturally they know each other. Moreover, Zhang Hong is a well-known figure in the village. If Zhangjiao village is compared to an army, the village chief is the marshal, and Zhang Hong is always the vanguard general who charges forward. Whether it is paving roads and building bridges in the village, or various matters that require manpower, Zhang Hong will be responsible for organization and coordination, and will take the lead in person. For example, in this landslide, as soon as Zhang Hong received the news, he organized dozens of young and strong people in the village to evacuate other villagers and monitor and observe other mountains. Therefore, Zhang Hong is not only familiar with everyone in the village, but also has a good relationship with everyone in the village, including William and William's father. Even at his father's funeral, Zhang Hong took the lead in carrying the coffin. "William, is that you?" Zhang Hong was confused when he saw William. "Why are you here?" Zhang Hong naturally knew that William's family was also buried by the landslide. However, William's family was lucky because no one was at home when the accident happened and they escaped. It was for this reason that Zhang Hong paid special attention to William's whereabouts. Knowing that William was in the provincial capital, how could he appear here? Moreover, traffic control has been implemented on the road leading to the village. Even if William rushed back from the provincial capital, he should not be able to enter the village. I am responsible for transporting this batch of supplies. How can I not be here? William smiled as a matter of course. What? You sent it. This time Zhang Hong was not confused but shocked. The county didn't get it done so quickly. How could you get so many supplies so quickly? As he spoke, Zhang Hong suddenly turned around and looked at William with burning eyes. Where did you get the money to get so many relief supplies? Zhang Hong knew William's family situation. How could a man with hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt get so many relief supplies? These 10 vehicles must cost at least 1 or 2 million. Zhang Hong's character shows that he is a man who hates evil. If William purchased this batch of materials with money of unknown origin, Zhang Hong might directly return it to William. William naturally knew what Zhang Hong cared about and had already thought of an excuse in his mind. Brother Hong, this is donated by our company. William pointed to the word Manhwa Group on the banner on the side of the truck and said, Look, this is the name of our company. I am just the person in charge of transportation. That's more like it. Zhang Hong looked at the row of vans parked in front of him and asked, Wow, how many trucks have you got? 10 trucks. William smiled and said, Brother Hong, quickly arrange for someone to unload the goods. Otherwise, it will be dark soon. Wait a moment. Zhang Hong walked past William and headed toward the back door of a truck. We have to wait for Zhang Jing to come over. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to count clearly. William turned around and followed Zhang Hong's steps. Hearing this, he chuckled. Brother Hong, you are kidding. It's just a few things, and you can't even count them. Zhang Hong did not reply to William's words, but walked directly to the back of the car and opened the door. Seeing a box of mineral water in the car, he smiled with satisfaction and said, William, your water really came just in time. The water source in the village has been muddied, and it's all muddy when you drink it. Just at this moment, a villager drove a tricycle and stopped next to the truck. A man jumped out of the tricycle and shouted as soon as he landed, Zhang Hong, where are you? Chapter 74, Hand Planing. Here. Zhang Hong half emerged from behind the truck. Zhang Jing, why are you here just now? I heard that there is clean mineral water here. Zhang Jing said, walking straight towards Zhang Hong. First load a few boxes onto the tricycle for me and quickly deliver them to the fire and rescue team. Okay. Zhang Hong agreed, and then he waved his hand, and someone came up and put the mineral water on the tricycle. Then Zhang Hong directly tore open a box of mineral water, took out a bottle, and threw it to Zhang Jing, saying with a smile, Now that you are here, my people will start working. Hurry up and unload it. Zhang Jing frowned and looked at the sky, then said seriously, Try to finish unloading it before dark, and then distribute it. Okay, I'll add a few more people. Zhang Hong shouted to the more than 20 men who came over and were covered in mud. Brothers, get to work. Brother Jing, how can I help? William took the initiative to ask. William was naturally familiar with Zhang Jing. If Zhang Hong is the village chief's vanguard general who leads the charge into battle, then Zhang Jing can be regarded as a military advisor beside the village chief. William. Seeing William, Zhang Jing had the same doubts as Zhang Hong. Why are you here? Is the person in charge of the transportation of this batch of goods? Zhang Hong said on the side. William in disbelief. Did you purchase this batch of supplies? It wasn't me who purchased it. It was our company that purchased it, William explained. I was just responsible for the transportation. Manhua Group? Zhang Jing looked at the signature on the banner, then at the provincial license plate on the van, frowned and asked, A company from the provincial capital? Yes, a company in the provincial capital. William replied. Our company heard yesterday that a landslide had occurred in our village, so we purchased and loaded a batch of supplies overnight and asked me to deliver it today. William suspiciously and didn't say much. He was not Zhang Hong. He was more thoughtful and considered more. How could Manhua Group, a company in the provincial capital and a company that had nothing to do with Zhangjia village, donate so much relief supplies for no reason? Moreover, it started purchasing and loading the supplies on the night of the disaster and delivered the supplies to the disaster area the next day. Even the Jinyang County government is not so efficient. How could an unrelated company be so proactive? This is really strange. If there's a relationship, William, who keeps saying that he is from our company, is at most an employee of Manhua Group. Even so, Zhang Jing does not believe that William's position in Shanha Group is so important that he can influence Shanha Group to make such a decision so quickly. But under the current circumstances, this batch of materials is necessary for Zhangjia village at this stage. So Zhang Jing would not go to the bottom of it under such circumstances. Moreover, this can be regarded as Shanha Group doing good things. Even if there's a problem, it cannot be traced to him. After figuring this out, Zhang Jing put on a polite smile and said to William, "Just give me the list of supplies. I will definitely distribute every bottle of water to the villagers and live up to your company's kindness." William also knew that Zhang Jing was not as easy to fool as Zhang Hong, and he also knew that Zhang Jing must have thought of more things. Not only Zhang Jing, but even Mayor Guo and village chief Zhang must have thought of the same things as Zhang Jing, but they also knew what was most important at the moment, so they didn't ask William too much. After all, what Shanha Group or William is doing now is a good thing, and it is a great thing that comes in handy in times of need, and it has actually solved the current short-term difficulties of Zhangjia village. Since he was not allowed to help, William did not force it. He agreed, then went back to the car, took out the list, and gave it to Zhang Jing. At this time, the mother came over slowly. "William, are you done here? I want to go over and see how the house is doing." Before William could say anything, Zhang Hong at the side said quickly, "Auntie, we can't go to your house now. It's blocked, and your house is buried. We can't see it. Are they all buried?" The mother murmured dazedly, and her eyes suddenly turned red. "Mom." William hurried over to support his mother. "It's okay, Mom. Let's go back in a couple of days. There are rescue operations going on at the scene right now. If we go there, it will affect them." "But that's our home." The mother cried a little, her body weakened. "That's where your father and I lived for decades. Your father passed away just a few days ago, and this home is gone too." William with tears in her eyes. "William, take me to see it, just from a distance." Okay. I'll take you there, don't cry." William turned to look at Zhang Hong. "Brother Hong, lend me your motorcycle." "Okay." Zhang Hong threw the car keys to William. "The road is a bit slippery, go slowly." William supported his mother and stood in front of the cordon. Looking ahead, he saw a mess of mud and muddy stones. The two-story building had disappeared, and even the green rice terraces that used to be in front of his house were all buried under the mess of mud and stones. "Dora, our home is gone." Seeing that the old house was no longer in front of her, the mother did not cry. Instead, her expression became much calmer, and she spoke calmly. "Mom, as long as our family is together, home will always be there," said William. At this time, on the mud, several excavators and dozens of people were carefully turning the soil in several places. Part of the structure of the former house had been exposed under their feet. Suddenly, a voice shouted excitedly, "Found a child." Dozens of people around were suddenly stunned for a moment. Then they all dropped the tools in their hands and rushed toward the person who was shouting. The man who was shouting also threw the hoe in his hand aside, and then carefully dug up the mud around the child with his hands. Soon, several men who were closer rushed to the child, knelt down, and began to dig the soil in other directions of the child with their hands. Gradually, the child's face was finally revealed. It was a little boy. His face was covered with mud that had not been wiped off, but one could still see the frightened expression on the child's face when he was alive. His eyes were tightly closed, and his short hair was covered with dirt. Later, his two tightly clenched fists were dug out by the people around him, and his unyielding action showed his strong desire to survive. People dug away all the mud around the little boy, and their cautious movements seemed as if they were afraid of waking up the sleeping boy. Finally, the man who first discovered the little boy gently picked him up, held him in his arms with a serious expression, then stood up and ran out of the cordon. The other men who came to support watched this scene quietly, their faces heavy and expressions sad. Suddenly, a man said seriously, "There must be someone nearby. Be careful. Use your hands to dig and don't hurt them." Chapter 75, Children in the Mud. The temporary on-site disaster relief command center. Mayor Guo and village chief Zhang came in one after another. Perhaps because William brought 10 trucks of relief supplies, their expressions looked a little better. With these 10 truckloads of supplies from William, we should be able to hold out until the county provides support. Village Chief Zhang said tiredly, sitting casually on a folding stool. Mayor Guo had a puzzled look on his face. He sat down next to Village Chief Zhang and asked, "Old Zhang, what is the relationship between your village and the Shanha group in the provincial capital?" "It doesn't matter." Speaking of this, Village Chief Zhang's face was full of doubts. I also wonder why the Shanha group donated supplies to our village. The main reason is that they donated too quickly. If they donated a few days later, I would think it was normal. Yes, Mayor Guo frowned, as if thinking the Shanha group reacted too quickly, abnormally quickly. As he spoke, Mayor Guo seemed to have thought of something else. Maybe someone in your village is in a high position in the Shanha group and took immediate measures after knowing about the incident. Village Chief Zhang frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Probably not. As far as I can remember, no one in our village has any connection with the Shanha group. No, there is someone who is related." Mayor Guo looked at Village Chief Zhang. "You mean?" Village Chief Zhang looked at Town Chief Guo. "William." "Mayor, Village Chief." At this time, Xiao Wang's voice came from outside. "A child was found over there on the landslide." A man covered in mud, holding a child also covered in mud in his arms, rushed into the makeshift medical tent and shouted, "Doctor, doctor, find a child, come quickly, find a child." In an instant, a group of medical staff came over. Regardless of the mud all over the child, a nurse carried the child over and placed him on a bed. Then the doctor next to her immediately stepped forward to examine the child. After a while, the doctor turned around with a heavy face, shook his head helplessly, and said, "I'm sorry, it's too late." Although everyone could guess that this would be the result, they still felt a little hard to accept after hearing it from the doctor. At this moment, many people were already standing outside the medical tent. After a while, a nurse came out of the medical tent holding a little boy with his eyes closed. Although the boy's body and head were still covered with mud, his face had been wiped clean and looked a little pale. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the little boy with his eyes closed in the nurse's arms, but no one spoke. However, an atmosphere of sadness and heartache slowly spread among the crowd. The nurse looked at everyone and asked solemnly, "Excuse me, does anyone know this boy?" Just at this moment, William and his mother also walked into the crowd, and their eyes fell on the little boy's muddy face. "It's your eldest brother's child." The mother couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and finally couldn't stop her tears from bursting out. "This is the little kid who called her second grandma, and he is gone just like that." William also saw the boy's face clearly, and couldn't help but feel distressed. But he didn't cry, because this was not the time to be sad. William asked a young girl nearby to help hold his mother. Then he walked forward and said to the nurse holding the child, "Nurse, this is my nephew. Let me hold him." The nurse turned her head and looked at William, then nodded slightly and handed the child to William. William took the child and looked at the little boy in his arms with a sad expression. His eyes became red unconsciously. Behind him, among the people standing there, perhaps infected by his mother's emotions, there were a few faint twitching sounds. Not far away, Town Chief Guo and Village Chief Zhang also came jogging with a few people. "How is the child?" Village Chief Zhang asked anxiously as he rushed to the door of the medical tent. The nurse shook her head and said with heartache and helplessness, "Village Chief, the child is gone." Upon hearing this, Town Chief Guo and Village Chief Zhang both sighed helplessly. Village Chief Zhang walked up to William, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Do you know this child?" "He's my nephew. He is the child of my eldest brother." William nodded with a red face. His parents were also buried under the landslide. Village Chief Zhang didn't know what to say for a moment. In the end, he could only pat William's shoulder and said comfortingly, "My condolences." Just at this moment, a hurried shout came from not far away. "Doctor, doctor, another child has been found." The sky was dark. The dark clouds had not yet dispersed, and it looked as if it was going to rain again. After the first child was found, 10 more people buried by the landslide were found in the next 3 hours. Lian Bai's family and Zhang Yuanlin's family, 5 adults and 5 children. However, all the people found had lost their vital signs and turned into cold corpses. There was a heavy and heart-wrenching atmosphere inside and outside the medical tent. 10 lives, especially 5 lively and lovely children, turned into cold corpses overnight. How could this not make people feel regretful and heartbroken? After a long time, Village Chief Zhang spoke up to break the silence. "The dead cannot be resurrected, and now is not the time to be sad. There are still 2 elderly people who have not been found, and our homes need to be rebuilt. So, everyone should cheer up. Disasters are not terrible. As long as we unite as one, there is no disaster that we cannot overcome." Soon, the crowd gradually dispersed and continued to do what they were supposed to do. "William, come with us to visit the village primary school," Mayor Guo said to the silent William. William looked up at Mayor Guo, nodded, then supported his mother and followed Manhwa and others towards the village primary school. At the gate of the village primary school, Zhang Hong carried a folding bed from the last truck and placed it on the ground. Finally finished, Zhang Hong ignored the mud on his sleeves and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhang Jing, have you figured out how much stuff each has? Don't worry, I remember everything. Zhang Jing was holding a notebook and writing something, saying without raising his head, the brothers who unloaded the goods have been working for 3 or 4 hours in a row. They must be tired and hungry. You can take them to eat something first. I will take care of the distribution. Can you do it by yourself? Zhang Hong turned his head and looked at the group of villagers waiting in line for the distribution of supplies, and said with some concern, there are a few troublemakers in the village who don't work and are too lazy. I don't expect them to listen to you and line up to receive supplies. Zhang Jing hesitated for a moment and said, I didn't think it through. Let your people eat in batches and maintain order for me. Okay. Zhang Hong agreed and went to make arrangements. Chapter 76, Who Am I? It was already evening and the sky was dark. The light was not very bright, and when it shone on the person's face, half of it was white and the other half was dark. At the gate of Zhangjia Village Primary School, Zhang Jing was distributing various relief supplies to the elderly and children in the village. After eating, Zhang Hong also led the rest of the people to set up tents and folding beds. Next, Zhang Jing shouted while writing something on a notebook with his head down. Wait! Suddenly, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Jing looked up at the slightly slovenly man in front of him, frowned and asked, Zhang San, what are you doing? Zhang San smiled flatteringly and said, Zhang Jing, you only give me a bucket of instant noodles and a piece of bread. I'm not full. How about you give me another portion? No. Zhang Jing flatly refused. Everyone gets one portion, and you can get more after you finish eating. Zhang Jing, after all, we are from the same village. We will meet each other every day. You shouldn't be so harsh. Although Zhang San still had a smile on his dirty face, his tone became a little cold. I'm not being harsh. Everyone gets the same amount. No one is special. Zhang Jing looked at Zhang San with some disgust. Besides, you're a healthy man with arms and legs. How can you have a nerve to hang out with the elderly and children and eat and drink for free? Such a big thing happened in the village. We're all from the same village. Don't you think about helping out? There's so many people working here, they don't need me, Zhang San said confidently, and then he said arrogantly, you said everyone should get the same amount, but they're all old people and children. They eat less, so one portion is enough. But at my age, I eat more. One portion is not enough to fill me up. I should get more. Third brother's right. What third brother said makes sense. One portion is not enough to fill you up. We should take more than one portion to be full. Suddenly, 3 or 4 more voices echoed in the crowd. Afterwards, several equally sloppy and uncouth men walked out of the crowd, stood behind Zhang San, and looked at Zhang Jing with arrogant expressions. You guys are going to cause trouble, right? Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes, a look of anger gradually fermenting on his face. No, absolutely not. Zhang San waved his hands and smiled strangely. We just want to be full. Is this too much to ask? As he spoke, Zhang San turned his head to look at the people standing on both sides and said, It's not too much. It's not too much. Several people behind Zhang San immediately echoed in unison. Then, Zhang San smiled strangely again, looked at Zhang Jing, and said in a weird tone, Zhang Jing, this is not just my opinion. Look, so many people think that the food you give is not enough to fill them up. At this time, the men who were maintaining order also noticed that something was wrong around Zhang Jing, and several of them consciously surrounded him. Zhang Jing gritted his teeth and said harshly, Zhang San, you should know what time it is now. It's okay for you guys to make trouble on weekdays, but if you dare to make trouble at this time, do you believe it? What do you mean by believe it or not? Zhang San interrupted with a sneer. How did we cause any trouble? We didn't beat anyone up, and we didn't overturn the table. We were just expressing our normal demands to you. How can this be considered as causing trouble? Don't slander us and frame us. You, Zhang Jing, calm down. You'd better leave quickly and don't disturb my normal work. If the distribution of supplies is delayed and the relief work is affected, you will all have to go in. Who are you trying to scare? A man behind Zhang San chuckled. We haven't broken any law. The police can't just arrest anyone. Zhang San, what are you guys doing? Zhang Hong rushed to Zhang Jing angrily, looking at Zhang San and others with unfriendly eyes. What? Well, I'm not here. You guys are bullying Zhang Jing. Zhang Hong's momentum was obviously much stronger than Zhang Jing's. which made Zhang San and others change their expressions. Zhang Hong's reputation in the village is much stronger than Zhang Jing's. However, Zhang San and others did not show any fear at all. They were like tough guys in the village, so how could they be afraid of Zhang Hong? Zhang San exchanged glances with the people behind him, and then said, Zhang Hong, let me tell you, we don't want to cause any trouble today, and our request is very simple. We just want to have enough to eat. Humph! Zhang Hong sneered, his eyes coldly sweeping over Zhang San and the others. Eat your fill? Why do you think you can? My brothers have been working in that mud for a whole day and night, and they haven't closed their eyes for a minute. How can you guys eat and drink your fill without doing anything? That's what you want. What does it have to do with us? Zhang San sneered shamelessly. We don't care about that. Anyway, the little bit Zhang Jing gave us is not enough to fill our stomachs. It's not enough to fill us up. If you're not full, don't eat. Suddenly, an angry shout was heard. Then, not far away, William, Manhwa, village chief Zhang, and several others came quickly. What was surprising was that William was actually walking in the front, but his speed was obviously much faster than that of town Manhwa and village chief Zhang, which made town Manhwa and village chief Zhang fall behind by 2 steps. William rushed to the front with an angry face, staring at Zhang San and others with fiery eyes. If you think this little food is not enough, then don't eat. Give back the food you got and get out of here. William's aura not only frightened Zhang San and others, but even Zhang Jing looked confused. No one quite understood why William had such a disgusting attitude towards Zhang San and others. Only Zhang Hong remained calm, as if he thought William's reaction was normal. William, Manhwa also frowned slightly and asked village chief Zhang in confusion. Old Zhang, this William seems to be easy to get along with. Why is he so angry with those people? You don't know that. Village chief Zhang's face was not good either, and it was obvious that he was disgusted with Zhang San and others. William's father didn't like Zhang San and others when he was alive, so there were some verbal disputes before. When William's father passed away, Zhang San and others also made rumors and ridiculed William's family, and the words they said were very unpleasant. I see, Manhwa whispered. Their grudge has a long history. William with a strange smile, mocking, Hey, isn't this the kid whose father just died? Hey, this time the house is buried again. God really has a good eye. William with contempt. Why can't we eat it just because you say not to? Why can't we take it back just because you say to? This is given to us by the government. Who do you think you are? Who am I? William suddenly calmed down. Instead of getting angry, he laughed and looked at Zhang San and the others sarcastically. He slowly said, I bought all these supplies. Who do you think I am? Chapter 77, Mr. Lee. In the dim night, the wind suddenly blew. It's not big, but it brings a hint of coolness. At this moment, Zhang San and the others didn't know whether they were shocked or confused, but their expressions were dull. Zhang Hong, Zhang Jing, as well as village chief Zhang and town chief Gua, who had just walked up, all looked surprised. You said you bought it, so is that what you bought? Do you have any evidence? Zhang San's tone was still contemptuous, but there was a seriousness in his eyes. Evidence. This time it was William who smiled contemptuously and then shouted in a commanding voice, Chung Fei, come here. Chung Fei witnessed almost the entire process of Zhang San and others' unreasonable behavior, and he felt very disgusted and contemptuous of them. Before bringing the team to Jinyang County, Duan Shanha also gave him special instructions. As long as it was not something that would damage the image of the Shanha group, William would obey his orders. Hearing William's commanding call, Chung Fei ran to William's side without hesitation, bowed and replied, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Chung Fei's address to William shocked almost everyone present, especially Zhang San and others. They felt even more unbelievable. William's situation like before? His father passed away, he was in debt of hundreds of thousands, and he was just a small clerk in a county business management company. But not long after that, he had suddenly transformed into Mr. Lee. And it seemed that Mr. Lee was a man of high status. Manhwa, village chief Zhang, and Zhang Jing all felt a little confused. Only because William holds a high position in Shanha Group could Shanha Group make the decision to support Zhangjia village in such a short time and execute it so efficiently. William still stared at Zhang San, but said to Chung Fei, Chung Fei, has the handover of materials been completed? Chung Fei glanced at Zhang Jing and said, No one in the village has signed to confirm yet. That is to say, William narrowed his eyes. We have only counted the quantity of this batch of supplies, and the disposal rights are still in our hands. That's right. Chung Fei nodded and replied. After getting the answer, William looked at Zhang San again and said seriously, Zhang San, I will give you one chance. William took 2 steps forward, walked to where Zhang Jing was standing side by side, and said, if you follow the village's arrangement, then take back what you have received today. You can come back tomorrow to get more after you finish eating. William's tone suddenly turned cold. If you're not satisfied and want to continue to make trouble, then my people will be responsible for distributing them. You must also return the things you have received. These are the things purchased by our company. I have the final say on who to give them to and who not to give them to. Who are you trying to scare? Zhang San was still clearly unconvinced, but his aura had diminished. These are the supplies the government gave us, the disaster victims. Why do you have the final say? Okay. William smiled, then turned to Chung Fei and said, call the police and say that someone robbed the disaster relief supplies donated by our Shanha group to Zhangjiao village. Wait a moment. Someone behind Zhang San suddenly shouted in a panic, and then whispered to Zhang San, Brother San, let's forget it this time. None of the brothers really want to go in. Zhang San hesitated for a while, and finally nodded helplessly. But his expression was as ugly as it could be. When a man saw Zhang San nod, he said loudly, William, just do as you say. We'll come back tomorrow. Afterwards, Zhang San and others left the place in a somewhat embarrassed manner. It is still the entrance of Zhangjiakan Primary School. Zhang Jing was earnestly distributing relief supplies to the villagers, and Zhang Hong was also working hard to maintain order, occasionally running around to help the villagers move things. Not far away on the roadside, Mayor Gua, village chief Zhang, and William were standing together, chatting about something. Mayor Gua looked straight at William and said with a meaningful smile, William, I didn't realize that you were a shareholder of Shana Group. Yeah, it's well hidden. Village chief Zhang nodded. You didn't reveal anything before. Just now, William had half-truthfully told Mayor Gua and village chief Zhang about his investment in Shana Group. If I completely deny it, I can't explain why I was able to return to Zhangjia village with a batch of relief supplies in such a short time. But he was only a small shareholder of Shanha Group, which also surprised the two of them. The main reason was that the contrast between William before and now was too great. William didn't explain anything. The more he explained, the more he might reveal. William smiled and said to Mayor Gua, Mayor, I have something that I need your help with. Mayor Gua was stunned for a moment. Then his smile faded a little, and he asked tentatively, Can you tell me first? You don't have to be so nervous. I'm not trying to bribe you. William said with a smile. I just want you to help me get a pass to enter and exit Zhangjia village. That's all. Mayor Guo was stunned. Then he laughed at his own sensitive reaction. You don't have to mention it. I'll give you this pass. Oh, Mayor Guo looked at William's puzzled expression and said with a smile, Didn't you say you had more supplies coming later? How could you get in without a pass and without letting you in? You're not always this lucky. Huh? William laughed heartily and said, So you were thinking about the supplies behind me? Of course not. Village Chief Zhang interrupted. The village has suffered such a big incident, and you are the most promising person in the village, so you have to contribute more. Don't worry, Village Chief, William said with a smile. I promise that the supplies for the next 2 times will not be less than this time. The night was as black as ink and silent. After more than an hour's journey, the convoy of 10 vans finally returned to the toll station in Jinyang County from Zhangjia village. Mom, please stay in the car for a while. I'll be back soon. William sent his mother to the Qian. He took out 10,000 yuan from the trunk of the car and put it in his arms, then turned and walked towards Chung Fei, who was not far away. Mr. Li, do you have any other instructions? Chung Fei looked at William, who was walking over, walked up to him, and asked with a smile. Chung Fei. William walked up to Chung Fei and put his arm around his shoulders with a friendly smile on his face and said, Thank you for your hard work today. William stuffed the 10,000 yuan in his arms into Chung Fei's arms and then said with a smile, Go back and treat today's driver brothers to a midnight snack and thank them for me. Chung Fei was not polite. After receiving the money, he became more respectful to William and said with a grin, Then I would like to thank Mr. Li on behalf of my brothers. You're welcome. William patted Chung Fei on the back. The weather is bad. Let the brothers drive carefully. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll leave first, and you should go back and rest early. Chung Fei bowed slightly and said. Then he turned around and walked back to the last remaining van, past the toll booth, and finally disappeared into the endless night. Chapter 78, Kidnapping. Before noon the next day, the bodies of the last 2 elderly people were finally found. At this point, All the missing persons in the landslide have been found, and the rescue work can be said to be over. The main follow-up work is to clean up and repair the affected areas, eliminate potential safety hazards, and ensure that there is no risk of landslides in the surrounding mountains. A few days later, in the provincial capital, at Gwangju, Phonglin, Shishan, the rainstorm has passed and the sky has cleared. A gentle breeze blew, making the bamboo forest outside Gwangju rustle. Duan Xinyang, is this how you take care of a puppy? Dora looked at the black puppy in front of her and asked Duan Xinyang loudly. The puppy in front of me had dull fur and looked dirty. It was obvious that it had not had a bath for several days. It looked like a stray dog on the street. The puppy squatted on the ground, looking at Dora as if it could feel the breath of its mother in Dora. It wagged its short tail with joy, and its eyes were full of light. When the puppy looked at Duan Xinyang again, there seemed to be disgust and contempt in its eyes. It even barked at Duan Xinyang twice, which made Duan Xinyang glare at it. Have you never given it a bath? Dora didn't mind the puppy being dirty and just held it in her arms. I washed it, Duan Xinyang said aggrievedly, but halfway through washing it, it ran away and I couldn't catch it. Dora looked at Duan Xinyang with squinted eyes. Humph, let's see how you're going to explain this to Mom when she gets back. Duan Xinyang was stunned and asked quickly, when will Mom be back? Dora was stunned, looked at Duan Xinyang with strange eyes, and said, what did you say? Oh, no. Duan Xinyang seemed to have come to his senses and said with a smile, I mean, when will Auntie come back? 2 more days. Dora walked into the house holding the puppy. I have to go back to Jinyang today as well. Why are you going back? Duan Xinyang followed William, jogged 2 steps to be parallel to Dora again, then turned to look at Dora's profile. Seeing Duan Xinyang coming up, the puppy in Dora's arms bared its teeth at Duan Xinyang. My eldest brother and his family are all gone. Dora's mood was obviously much lower when she said this. I want to go back and see them. Send them off. Then I'll go with you. Duan Xinyang also felt the change in Dora's mood and said softly, no need. I've already booked a car. It will pick me up later. Dora suddenly smiled again. Her smile was like the sunshine of spring. You'd better stay and take good care of the puppy, otherwise my mother will not let you go when she comes back. On the roadside outside of Shishan, Phonglin community, Duan Xinyang was holding a black puppy in his arms. The puppy has been washed and looks so cute. But in Duan Xinyang's arms, his expression was full of anger. He would glance at Duan Xinyang from time to time, his eyes full of disgust. On the side, Dora looked at the puppy with a smile, stroked the puppy's head gently, and said, Puppy, you must be good at home. If Brother Xinyang bullies you, you can bite him. Woof woof. As if the puppy understood what Dora said, the puppy turned around and barked twice at Duan Xinyang. Duan Xinyang glared at the puppy angrily. If Dora hadn't been there, Duan Xinyang would probably slap that little dog's, but again, Dora, you are biased. Duan Xinyang said aggrievedly, how dare I bully it? Can't you see that it is bullying me? How can it bully you when it's so small? William rolled his eyes at Duan Xinyang. Anyway, if the puppy gets thin, you'll be dead when my mom comes back. So, when will our mother come back? Duan Xinyang suddenly laughed in a nasty way. Dora's face turned slightly red, and she stared at Duan Xinyang with her eyes, pretending to be angry, and said, Duan Xinyang, what do you mean by our mother? That's my mother, not your mother. Duan Xinyang laughed strangely and stroked the puppy in his arms, which again caused the puppy to look at him with disdain. You will still be my mother in the future. I just need to get used to it in advance. Humph. Dora snorted and pouted. Wait until my mother comes back. Do you dare to say that to her face? What are you afraid of? At this time, a white Hyundai stopped by the roadside. The window rolled down, and the driver inside leaned out slightly. Beauty, is this the car you called? Dora looked at the license plate, nodded, and confirmed to the driver, it's me. Then she turned around and touched the puppy's head again. Puppy, I'm leaving. You have to be good. Dora looked up at Duan Xinyang again and smiled. Brother Xinyang, I'm leaving first. Take good care of the puppy. Okay, go ahead. Duan Xinyang smiled and nodded. I will definitely fatten up the puppy. Remember to call me when you get to Jinyang. Dora turned to the back seat of the white Hyundai, opened the door, and got in to sit down, rolling down the window and waving bye. Bye. Duan Xinyang waved his hand, and the white Hyundai car started and drove away. Woof woof. The puppy looked at the white modern dogs departing back and barked twice with some reluctance. In the white Hyundai car, the driver said nothing and drove intently. After turning a few corners, The driver stopped on the side of the road where there were not many people around. A black figure stood quietly on the side of the road. He was wearing an ill-fitting black sports suit and a black cap with the brim pulled down very low, as if he didn't want people to see his face clearly. But he even wore a black mask on his face, and only a pair of vigilant eyes could be seen on his entire face. The driver rolled down the window, looked at the figure on the side of the road, and asked, "Handsome guy, is this the car you called?" While speaking, the driver inadvertently nodded at the man in black. The man in black on the side of the road also nodded in response and said in a deep voice, "Did I call?" After saying this, the man in black walked to the back seat, opened the door, and got in. Dora in the back row looked at the man in black who came in and unconsciously moved a little to the other side of her seat. She glanced at the man in black with some vigilance and couldn't help but clench the phone in her hand. "You too, sit tight," the driver said, and suddenly the car started moving and Dora leaned back involuntarily, falling heavily on the back of the seat. At this time, the man in black quickly snatched Dora's phone and threw it aside. Without waiting for Dora to react, the man in black had a white towel in one of his hands and covered Li Yun's mouth tightly with it, while he used the other hand to tightly restrain Dora's arms. Dora was extremely frightened. Her eyes widened and her body struggled violently. But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free from the black-clad man's tight grip. Gradually, Dora's consciousness gradually weakened. Her struggles became weaker, and finally she closed her eyes and fainted in the back seat of the white modern car. The whole process lasted about 1 or 2 minutes, but the driver acted as if nothing had happened and drove calmly and attentively. Analysis of Chapter 79I. Jinyang County Highway Toll Station Entrance. What time did the second brother get on the bus? William stood on the side of the road, looking towards the toll booth exit, his face full of worry and anxiety, and asked solemnly while holding the phone. Meanwhile, the mother was also looking towards the toll booth exit. Every time a car came out, she would carefully check the people inside, but every time she looked disappointed. "I got on the bus a little after 10 o'clock. On the other end of the phone, Duan Qingyang's tone was also anxious and full of worry. "It's been 4 or 5 hours. William glanced at the time on his phone. Why hasn't the second brother arrived yet? The phone call is also unreachable. "I'm on the highway." Duan Qingyang on the other side had a serious expression on his face as he drove his white Land Rover at full speed on the highway. In the passenger seat, the black puppy was lying quietly in a cage, but there seemed to be some anxiety in its eyes. "I came all the way on the highway and didn't see any traffic jams or accidents." After a moment's hesitation, Duan Qingyang said seriously to the phone, "William, call the police." William, who was holding the phone, heard the word "call the police," and his hands trembled unnaturally. Then he calmed down again and said, "Okay, I'll call the police right away." William hung up the phone with Duan Qingyang, dialed 110, and was about to dial it, but suddenly a strange number called his phone. William paused for a moment, then answered the phone and put it to his ear. "Hello. Your sister is in my hands." In an unfinished building surrounded by weeds, a man shrouded in black stood on the edge of a floor, looking coldly at the city in the distance. He held a cell phone to his ear and said in a deep voice, "Don't call the police, or I will cut your sister into 18 pieces and send them to you piece by piece." William frowned and clenched his hands into fists, but he still forced himself to calm down. The second child was kidnapped, so I couldn't panic. I had to rescue the second child, no matter what the cost. His mother, who was still looking at the toll booth exit not far away, and his mind began to spin wildly. "Who are you?" William walked in the direction of his mother's back. "You asked a stupid question," the man in black taunted. "Are all rich people so stupid? What do you want?" William looked back at his mother and found that she didn't notice him. "Money," the man in black answered bluntly. William narrowed his eyes and started thinking as he walked. "Apart from family members, there are not many outsiders who know that I am rich. Kidnapping, it must be for money." The man in black raised the brim of his cap and said with a strange smile, 10 million in cash. "It's too much." William felt that he was close enough to his mother, so he stopped. "You can't carry it." "Simple." The man in black turned around and slowly walked into the unfinished building. "Get the money ready, then find a car and put the money in it. I know it takes time for you to prepare the money. I'll give you time, 3 days. But remember, don't call the police. Don't call the police." After saying that, the man in black hung up the phone and then disappeared into the shadow of the unfinished building. William clenched his fists as he listened to the busy tone on the phone. However, he immediately calmed down and called Duan Qingyang again. Hello, William? Any news about Dora? On the other end of the phone, along with Duan Qingyang's anxious words, there was a barking sound. Got it. William clenched his fists tightly, suppressed his emotions, and said coldly, she was kidnapped. The weather is sunny and there's a gentle breeze. A ray of sunlight shines through the window of the unfinished building and falls on Dora. At this moment, she has woken up, her face full of fear, and she is curled up in the corner, shivering. She had an anklet on her foot, which was connected to an iron chain, and the iron chain was wrapped around a supporting pillar. The places where the iron chains were connected were locked with locks and could not be easily opened. Dora, the man in black, and the driver of the white Hyundai car sat opposite each other with serious expressions. But the man in black still did not take off his black mask, and only a pair of vigilant eyes were exposed. Hurry up and take care of the car. The man in black looked at the driver with a vigilant look. Don't let the police find us through the surveillance. He dares to call the police? The driver was stunned. Didn't you say that if you called the police, you would kill the victim? It's better to be safe than sorry. The man in black said calmly. It's always better to be careful. Okay, I'll be there right away. The driver frowned and asked, Brother, I want to ask, when can I get the money? Don't worry. The man in black said calmly. This is all in my plan. If nothing goes wrong, you could get the money in 3 days. So, I still have to take care of this girl for 3 days? The driver was immediately dissatisfied. You still won't let me touch her? What I said is that you are not allowed to touch her before you get the money. The man in black emphasized. The driver curled his lips and said, I have to run away after getting the money. Why would I touch her? Sunny weather is always warmer. However, the atmosphere in Duan Qingyang's white Land Rover was extremely cold. William sat in the passenger seat, tilting his head and staring coldly at Duan Qingyang in front of him. This made Duan Qingyang feel a little puzzled and a little uneasy. It's not you. After staring for a long time, William finally spoke coldly. Then he turned his head forward. What do you mean? Duan Qingyang was stunned. Then he realized, are you doubting me? The kidnappers want money. William turned to look at Duan Qingyang again, with a questioning look in his eyes. Not many people know that I have money. Duan Qingyang frowned slightly, tapping the steering wheel with one finger of his left hand. After a while, Duan Qingyang said softly, how much do they want? 10 million. William hesitated for a moment and added, he also emphasized that he wanted cash. So little? And in cash. Duan Qingyang sounded a little surprised. So, I said it wasn't you. William said firmly, turning his head and looking straight ahead. I know you have money, but I don't know how much money you have. Duan Qingyang muttered as he pondered. The range should not be large. It's impossible for people from Jinyang to do that. William frowned and thought, my public identity is just a shareholder of Shanha Group, not a rich man. And those people who have grudges against me. William's mind flashed with Zhang San and his men. They are all in the village, and they don't look like people who would do such a thing. That's the people from the provincial capital. The scope is even smaller. Duan Qingyang analyzed, and suddenly turned his head to look at William, with wisdom in his eyes. Who have you offended in the provincial capital? After a pause, Duan Qingyang added, or where have you spent tens of millions? Chapter 80 Analysis 2. Who did you offend in the provincial capital? Where did you spend 30 million? Shishan Fenglin? Security guard Li Hong? These two questions suddenly made William's mind flash with light. Shishan Fenglin, it cost 30 million to buy Kuowang. Who did he offend? Li Hong, the security guard at the gate of the Maple Grove Villa District in Shishan? Or Li Jianjun, the manager of the property security department? William recalled that day. Li Jianjun brought Li Hong to apologize for Li Hong stopping him outside the gate of the community when he was driving a Volkswagen. Although Li Hong behaved respectfully throughout the process and his apology seemed sincere, there was almost nothing wrong with it. But when Li Hong left with Li Jianjun, William and Nancy both noticed that from the resentful look in Li Hong's eyes, he definitely had no intention of letting the matter go easily. William, have you thought of anything? Duan Qingyang asked tentatively, looking at William's ever-changing expression. Maybe. William frowned, his eyes were fierce, and his tone was cold. I know who it is. Who? Duan Qingyang asked, with a fierce look on his face. You should know him too. William looked at Duan Qingyang and said slowly, Li Hong. Li Feng. Duan Qingyang was stunned and couldn't remember for a moment. Who is Li Hong? You don't know his name, but you must have seen him. William said with a cold face and a cold tone, Shishan Fenglin Villa District, the security guard at the gate. I have indeed seen all the security guards at the villa area. Duan Qingyang frowned and searched for the faces of those security guards in his mind, but I don't even know their names. William did not continue on this topic. His thoughts were clear now. He turned to Duan Qingyang and asked, "Do you remember the license plate of the car Dora took today?" Duan Qingyang tried hard to recall the past, but he finally shook his head and said helplessly, "I don't remember. I only remember that it was a white Hyundai car. Have you seen the driver's face?" William asked. "I have seen it." Duan Qingyang nodded. It was a completely unfamiliar face, not the security guard of Shishan Fenglin. So, William frowned and thought, there are at least two kidnappers. One is the driver of the Hyundai car, and the other is Li Hong. Then if we look up the license plate of that car, we should be able to find the driver. Yes, that's the clue. But to check the license plate, we have to check the surveillance. William said, then frowned, but we don't have the authority to check the surveillance. Aren't you going to call the police? Duan Qingyang asked doubtfully. Just check the surveillance and let the police check it. Isn't that enough? The kidnapper said. William said worriedly, if you call the police, they will kill you. You've watched too many police and gangster movies. Duan Qingyang said solemnly, we need to call the police. Otherwise, even if we rescue Dora, what are we going to do with the kidnappers? Are you going to kill them all yourself? Wouldn't that make you a criminal? Duan Qingyang softened his tone and continued. Moreover, the police have the most complete criminal investigation resources and professional capabilities in the city. If you want to investigate on your own, it will take you a long time. But what if the robbers find out that we called the police? What will happen? William said worriedly. I'll take care of calling the police. Duan Qingyang said confidently with a cold face. I have some classmates in the police station. Then he added, my dad has some connections in the police station. Dora is his future daughter-in-law after all. He can't ignore her. William did not refute Duan Qingyang this time, but said hesitantly, will there be any impact if I use Uncle Duan's connections in the police station? Don't worry about that. Duan Qingyang patted his chest and said, if you want to invite those directors and captains to dinner, I guess no one will come. But if you have a case, they will do their best. Protecting the personal safety and freedom of ordinary people is their mission. William hesitated for a while, then nodded. Okay, then I'll leave the matter of contacting the police to you. Hey, Xuea. After Duan Qingyang drove away, William immediately called Nancy. William, is there any news about Dora? Nancy's worried voice came over the phone. William hesitated, lowered his head, and kicked a stone on the road, and said, she was kidnapped. What? Nancy's reaction on the phone was very shocked. Kidnapping. I just received a call from the kidnappers as well. William looked at his mother, sitting in the Qian, and said, I want to ask you, have you and Dora noticed any strange people following you at school recently? Strange person. Nancy was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone before she spoke. I didn't notice it. Well, looks like you don't have any clues either. Do you have any other clues? Nancy asked. There are some speculations. William's tone turned cold again. What guess? Bayan asked. Li Hong, do you still remember? William narrowed his eyes, and Li Hong's resentful eyes appeared in his mind again. Li Feng. Nancy was silent for a while on the phone, then said, the security guard who stopped your car? Yes, I guess it could be him. After a pause, he is the only one who has this motive. Nancy didn't care what the basis of William's guess was, but asked, so what are you going to do? William hesitated for a moment and said, Qingyang went to call the police. After a pause, William said, Schwerer, you should also pay more attention to your own safety. Nancy hung up the phone with William. She found a secluded place where no one was, looked around, and then made a phone call. Uncle Baiyang, I need your help with something. Xiao Xue, what can I help you with? Baiyang on the other end of the phone seemed to have just woken up, and his tone was lazy. My best friend Dora has been kidnapped. Nancy lowered her voice and said coldly, help me find her safely. Baiyang on the phone was silent for a while, then said, okay. After hanging up the phone with Nancy, William hesitated for a long time and finally called Xinyu. After Duan Qingyang called the police would certainly do their best to find him. But asking Xinyu for help could help fill in some gaps and find some details that the police might have missed. And sometimes, this kind of finding people task would be more efficient if it were handled by some local tyrants. Brother Yu, I have something to trouble you with again. William said calmly into the phone. Hey, brother, it's no trouble at all. Xinyu was very generous on the phone. Just tell me what it is. Help me find someone. William's tone seemed to be devoid of any emotion. The security guard at the post in Shishan Fenglin Villa District, Li Hong. Chapter 81 Judgment. in a dimly lit room. After Chinyu hung up the phone with William, he turned to look at the bald man next to him and said leisurely, "Brother, this William's sister has been kidnapped, and they asked us to help find her." Chun Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, which lingered in front of his face for a long time and refused to dissipate, causing Chun Feng to squint his eyes. "It's just looking for someone. There's no risk, so just help if you can." Chinyu nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." This is a bright office. An elegant middle-aged man is sitting on a black leather sofa, gracefully turning the teapot in his hand. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," the elegant middle-aged man spoke without raising his head. A young man in a black suit pushed the door open, closed it, walked to the opposite side of the elegant middle-aged man, stopped, bowed, and said, "Boss Bai." The lady said that her best friend was kidnapped. The elegant middle-aged man was none other than Uncle Bai Yang that Nancy had mentioned. He put down the teapot in his hand, picked up the boiled water, and slowly poured it on the teapot and teacup, which immediately made a sizzling sound. "Go check and see who did it and rescue the person." The kidnapper. "Hand it over to the police." Bai Yang put the tea leaves into the teapot with a teaspoon, then picked up the kettle and poured boiling water into the teapot. "Don't cause trouble." "Okay, I'll do it right away." After the young man in the suit finished speaking, he slowly left the office and closed the door. Soon after, Bai Yang slowly poured the brewed tea into the teacup, then elegantly lifted it up to his lips, took a sip, and with a satisfied smile on his face, he said intoxicatedly, "Not bad. Good tea." Bang. Shanha Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Duan Shanha clenched his fist and slammed it on the solid wood desk, and angrily said into the phone, "How dare someone kidnap my future daughter-in-law?" "Isn't that so?" Duan Xingyang said on the phone. "She is the future young lady of Shanha Group. I haven't said yet that I will pass the position to you." Duan Shanha restrained his anger, and his tone became calmer. This made Duan Xingyang a loss as to how to respond. "Have you called the police?" Duan Shanha continued. "Not yet." Duan Xingyang's tone also became calm. "Don't you want to discuss this with me? Look at this police. How should I report it?" "No need to discuss. I'll ask your Uncle Wang to contact you." Duan Shanha slowly loosened his clenched fist, then looked at his palm and the back of his hand. Explained the situation to him clearly. After Duan Shanha finished speaking, he hung up the phone and immediately found another number and dialed it. "Hello, Lao Zhuang." A cheerful voice sounded on the phone. "Old Wang," Duan Shanha said calmly with a cold face. "This time there is something. You have to help even if you don't want to." "What's the matter? You make it sound so serious." The voice on the other end of the phone became a little suspicious. Duan Shanha frowned and said slowly, "Your future nephew's wife has been kidnapped." The sun sets and night falls. The night was not too dark, but the streets and alleys of the provincial capital and the central suburbs seemed to be shrouded in an atmosphere of impending storm. Who could have thought that a security guard named Li Hong would attract such an extensive search by people from all walks of life in the provincial capital, both the black and white worlds? Huangju, living room on the first floor. "Okay, President Liu, please give me a call when you are ready." Thank you, thank you." William hung up the phone, leaned back slightly tiredly, and fell heavily on the sofa. "William, do you really want to give me 10 million? Duan Qinyang, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, asked with a frown. "We have to make some preparations." William closed his eyes tightly and gently rubbed the root of his nose with his hands. Besides, this action can also have a certain paralyzing effect. William opened his eyes and looked at Duan Qinyang. "Any progress on your side?" "The owner of the car has been found," Duan Qinyang said calmly. "But the owner said that his car was stolen, and the license plate was fake." "Stolen?" William blinked suspiciously and sighed. They really came prepared. A burned car was found in Shishu district. After identification, it was found to be the car Dora was riding in. Duan Qinyang added. "Shishu district?" William murmured. "Could Dora be in Shishu district?" "There's another piece of news." Duan Qinyang paused and continued. "The police found that Dora's cell phone signal was lost in Shishu district. It is less than 5 kilometers away from where the car burned." "I'm back." The unfinished building looked even darker in the night. The man in black seemed to blend completely into the night, leaving only a pair of eyes flashing with vigilance. "You scared me." The driver patted his chest, then walked to the middle of the room and threw the food in his hand on a simple wooden table. "I brought you fried rice, eat it." The man in black didn't say anything, but turned his head to look in the direction of the room next door where Dora was, then turned back to look at the driver in front of him. Tutu. The driver quickly took out a box of fried rice from the package and took out a pair of disposable chopsticks. Don't worry, I won't forget her. When the driver came back from the next room, the man in black had already sat down next to the simple wooden table, but he did not touch the fried rice on the table. Why aren't you eating? The driver came over and asked, then sat down opposite the man in black. What did you do with your car? The man in black spoke in a cold tone, hiding in the night. As you said, we drove to a remote place in Shishu district and burned it. After a pause, the driver continued. It's about 5 or 6 kilometers away from where you lost your phone. Well, that's good. The man in black nodded in the dark. The driver seemed to have thought of something and asked tentatively. We are in Donghwa district on the east side of the city. But why did you leave your phone and car in Shishu district in the west? The man in black looked at the driver opposite with strange eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, because I need to draw their attention to the west. Huangju. In the bright hall, William's eyes lit up and his lying body suddenly bounced up and sat up. The second one is in Shishu district? Duan Xingyang smiled helplessly. Li Hong, where the robbers, are not as simple as you think. William's face darkened. What do you mean? Dora got on the car at around 10 in the morning, and the robber called you at less than 4 in the afternoon. That is to say, Dora was kidnapped between 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. But what? William asked. Duan Xingyang shook his head and sighed. But the surveillance camera showed that the burned white Hyundai car only appeared in Shishu district at around 6 p.m. What do you mean? William frowned deeply. It's not my idea. It's the police's idea. Duan Xingyang said slowly. The police believe that this is a deliberate trick by the kidnappers to draw our attention to the Westwood district. Chapter 82. Follow the Ivy. I see. In the unfinished building in the night, the driver could no longer see the figure of the man in black and could only barely see a rough outline. Brother, you're really smart. The driver gave the man in black a thumbs up and said with a smile, it's worth it that I spent an hour or two driving the car over there and burning it. This trick of yours will definitely make it impossible for them to find us. Wait a minute, the man in black suddenly said in an unusually cold tone. How long did it take you to drive the car over there? The driver suddenly realized that he had let something slip, and for a moment he didn't know how to explain. He looked at the man in black helplessly, then looked at his toes. You didn't take the route I specified for you to the countryside. The man in black suppressed his strong anger and said in a cold tone, instead, you went through the city, right? The route you mentioned is too far and too circuitous. We can save 2 or 3 hours by going through the city. The driver explained in a low voice, obviously without any justification. Then did you know that the whole city is under surveillance? The man in black said, as if he was about to start cursing. Wherever you come from or wherever you go, it will all be recorded clearly. They won't call the police, so how can we check the surveillance? The driver continued to explain weakly. What if they call the police? Will they tell you? The man in black stared at the driver with fire in his eyes. Also, if you didn't take a detour, why did you come back so late? The driver no longer dared to look directly at the man in black. His expression looked extremely unnatural. He stammered, I went and played twice. Suddenly, the black-clad man's breathing became noticeably faster, and the blurry silhouette in the night began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, the man in black picked up the unopened fried rice on the wooden table and threw it at the driver. At the same time, a roar resounded throughout the night. You are a fucking idiot! Then their real hiding place should be in the opposite direction. In the living room on the first floor of Huangju, William lowered his head and thought seriously. Westwood District is to the west of the provincial capital, so they may be hiding in the east. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Duan Xingyang moved his butt back a little, leaning back on the soft sofa. The police retrieved the city surveillance footage and traced back to the car. They discovered that he came from Donghwa District. Idiot! In the darkness of the unfinished building, the man in black was furious and trembling all over. Why are you so angry? The driver covered his shoulder that was hit by the fried rice. The pain made his face twitch slightly, but he didn't dare to get angry. He could only say with a little grievance, even if we were caught by the surveillance camera, they can't find us so quickly. You're such an idiot. The man in black couldn't help cursing again, then walked to the edge of the building and looked at the lights in the distance, then glanced at the endless darkness downstairs, muttering angrily, maybe they all know that we are hiding in that building. A Mercedes-Benz sedan was parked beside an unknown street. In the car, the man in a suit who had appeared in by Yang's office sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with one hand staring at the night in front of him, frowning tightly, and listening quietly to the report on the phone. After a while, his brows finally relaxed, and he said softly, "The police are still faster than us. Since we know the person is hiding in Donghwa district, let the brothers go. Remember, the first thing is to cooperate with the police, and the second is to protect the safety of the lady's best friend." Shinyu was also in a Mercedes-Benz car. He was also sitting in the driver's seat. He was also answering the phone. The difference was that Shinyu's car was driving on the road. "Is there any news?" Shinyu stepped on the brakes and slowed down the vehicle slightly. "Brother you, someone did call the police. And quite a few police officers have gone to the east in plain clothes. It seems like something is going on over there. Should we follow them?" Shinyu pondered for a while. "Go ahead, just find the person, be smart, don't force yourself to be the first." "Huangju." William suddenly stood up and said with a cold face, "Since we know that the person is most likely in Donghwa district, let's go there now." "Wait a moment." Duan Xingyang stood up and stopped William. "Do you know how big Donghwa district is? Just go and look for it." Duan Xingyang pushed William to sit down again, then sat next to William and said slowly, "Calm down first. The police sent people to Donghwa district half an hour ago. I will receive the news as soon as there is any." Suddenly, William's text message alert sounded. William quickly opened WeChat to check. It was a message from Chenyu. "Brother, the person may be hiding in the east of the provincial capital, but the exact location has not been determined yet. I will notify you as soon as there is news." It was already very dark. Especially in the sparsely populated suburbs, there are not many lights, making it even darker. But darkness is also a natural protection. I don't know how many people, under the cover of darkness, slowly gathered in the eastern suburbs of the city or in the Donghwa district. Somewhere in the night, two men in black t-shirts stood together with serious expressions. One of them had a crew cut and the other wore a baseball cap. "How's the search going over there?" the man in the baseball cap asked in a low voice. "I haven't found any clues yet." The man with the crew cut shook his head and whispered, "How is the situation on your side?" "Neither do I." The man in the cap also shook his head. Then he suddenly remembered something and said, "But there is an interesting thing. Others are also looking for them and are passing on information to us." "You have one here too?" The man with the crew cut was puzzled for a moment. Then he returned to normal. "It seems that the identity of the kidnapped person is not simple." The man in the baseball cap did not reply, but slowly turned his gaze to the dozen or so unfinished buildings in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Most of the area has been searched. Only the unfinished building area is left." "Yes, it's very likely in that unfinished building." The man with the crew cut also turned his head and stared in the direction of the unfinished building. "Let the brothers in each team sneak over there under the cover of night, and make sure to keep the noise low. Otherwise, they will alert the kidnappers and make them desperate." In the night, a man in a suit seemed to be completely blended into the darkness, but his eyes seemed particularly bright. He moved cautiously and swiftly between the unfinished buildings. Suddenly, he keenly felt something strange under his feet. He squatted down, touched a small stone on the ground with his fingers, and slowly looked towards the distance. Then his eyes flashed, and he murmured in a low voice, "These are new footprints, and there is more than one person." Chapter 83. Early the next morning, Huangju. Duan Xingyang hung up the phone, stood up and said, "Let's go now." "Have you found the person?" William stood up and said with a little excitement. "Not yet," Duan Xingyang said calmly, "but the area is already very small. If we go over there now, we might just be able to rescue them." William said as he walked outside. "Let's go first." Under a wall not far from the unfinished building, a man with a crew cut and a man wearing a baseball cap squatted together, talking in low voices. "Someone just sent me another message," the man in the peaked cap said in a low and strange voice. "It is confirmed that the kidnappers are in the third unfinished building." "Is the information accurate?" The crew-haired man frowned. "If he's not here, it would be troublesome if we alert the enemy. We'll know right away whether it's accurate or not." As soon as the man in the peaked cap finished speaking, an agile figure quietly appeared on the side of the two men and whispered, "Two captains. It's the middle of the night. Do you know that you will scare people to death by doing this?" The man with the crew cut complained with a smile. The figure that just appeared didn't say anything, just laughed dryly. "Tell me, what's going on?" The duck-bearded man looked seriously at the figure that had just appeared and asked in a low voice. "It's true." The figure who just appeared nodded and said, "There are some footprints in front of the third unfinished building, and there's also fresh soil on the stairs. There is no such situation in the nearby buildings." So I also judge that the kidnappers are hiding in the third building. And, after a pause, the figure said somewhat unconvincingly, there's also a brand new footprint, which should have been left more than 10 minutes ago. Someone really discovered it before us. The man in the baseball cap sighed with a helpless smile, then said seriously to the man with a crew cut in front of him, gather all the people in your team, and our two teams will go up together. In the darkness of the unfinished building, a man in black stood at the edge of the building, his eyes constantly scanning the downstairs, as if trying to discover something in the endless darkness. I feel something is wrong, the man in black muttered with a frown. What's wrong? The driver, lying lazily on the concrete floor behind the man in black, answered in a daze. He seemed to be asleep, but also seemed not to be asleep. I feel someone coming up, the man in black said uncertainly. What? The driver suddenly woke up and exclaimed, then suddenly jumped up and looked around in panic. Where is the person? Where is he? The man in black turned around angrily, raised his right foot, and kicked the driver on the butt. What are you yelling about? Idiot! Are you afraid that others don't know we are here? Ouch! The driver cried out in pain, staggering forward with his back bent. Suddenly, the driver's staggering body stopped abruptly, and he felt as if his head hit a palm. The driver slowly raised his head, and several blurry outlines of human figures appeared in his frightened eyes. He wanted to scream, but the man who was holding his head with his palm suddenly let go, and his elbow fell, hitting the driver on the back, and the driver fell to the ground. Then, a figure came up from each side and held down the driver who was lying on the ground. No matter how the driver struggled, he was pinned to the concrete floor. The man in black naturally noticed the movement here, and his heart slowly sank. But he pretended to be calm and asked, Who are you? Looking for your person. The man who had just hit the driver with his elbow stepped over the driver and walked in 2 steps to a place not far in front of the man in black. As they got closer, the man in black could vaguely see that it was a young man in a suit. The other figures behind him quickly walked out from both sides and instantly surrounded the man in black, leaving him with no way to escape. They also wore black suits. You are not police officers, said the man in black calmly, but he was a little scared in his heart. All of them were dressed in suits, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary thugs. So who are the owners of Kwahwangju, and what is their background? At this moment, the man in black couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Where is Miss Lee? The young man in the suit did not answer the question of the man in black, but asked coldly. Someone's here. Suddenly, a not-so-loud shout came from outside. The man in a suit who was leading the group tilted his head slightly, as if he was waiting for something. Not long after, another voice came. He's fine, just a little weak. Hearing this, the man in the suit turned to look at the man in black and said coldly, Tie them all up. As soon as he finished speaking, several people who were surrounding the man in black at the scene attacked at the same time, punching and kicking him, and instantly knocked the man to the ground. Naturally, someone came over with a rope, and then someone pulled the driver over, and then tied the two of them together back to back. Who are you? Let me go. Whoa, I don't want to die. The man in black and the driver had different reactions, but no one else present responded to him. It's tied. The man in a suit who was leading the group looked at the two people who were tied up like dumplings on the ground, and a sneer appeared on his lips, but he still didn't say anything. At this time, Dora came over tremblingly, supported by 2 men. Although she guessed that these people were here to rescue her, she still couldn't help feeling afraid. After all, he was just a sophomore student and had never seen scenes like those seen in movies. Who are you? Dora spoke tremblingly. Don't be afraid, Miss Lee. The suited man who led the group spoke to Dora in a much gentler voice. We are here to rescue you. The people who kidnapped you have been kidnapped by us. Are you going to take me away? Dora asked tremblingly. We won't take you away. The man shook his head. The police will be here soon. You won't be in any danger anymore. At this time, a figure flashed out from the darkness again, walked up to the leading man and whispered, The police are coming. The man in a suit took another look at the 2 people tied up on the ground, then turned to Dora and whispered, Ms. Lee, the police are here. We'll leave first. As he spoke, the leading man turned and walked outside, saying retreat. Then, these figures disappeared into the dark night in a few seconds. All that was left was the helpless sighs of the man in black and the spineless crying of the driver. Dora, still in fear, took a few steps back, then curled up in a corner. 2 minutes later, the man with a crew cut and the man wearing a baseball cap rushed to the floor where Dora and the other 2 were, along with a dozen other people. Dora curled up in a corner, and the man in black and the driver tied up like dumplings on the floor. They couldn't help but feel a little weird. Who is kidnapping whom? Chapter 84 People Around Me. The third dormitory building of the Provincial University of Science and Technology. Nancy held the vibrating cell phone in her hand, stepped out of bed quietly, and walked to the bathroom, answered the phone, put it to her ear, and whispered nervously, "Uncle Bayong, what's going on?" "Done." Bayong yawned on the other end of the phone. "Ms. Lee is unharmed, and the kidnapper has been handed over to the police." Nancy patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Her tense nerves finally relaxed. "That's great. Thank you, Uncle Bayong." "You're welcome." Bayong smiled softly. "Then I'll go to bed. I'm old and can't stay up late." "Then you should take a rest. You've worked hard." Nancy smiled sweetly. Then he hung up the phone and quietly climbed back to his bed. When William and Duan Qingyang drove their Porsche Cayenne to the unfinished buildings in Donghua District, many police officers had already gathered there. The glaring car lights and flashing police lights made the night sky extremely bright. Dora was sitting in an ambulance, her eyes slightly red, her expression numb, her eyes dull, as if her soul had been taken away. Next to her, a nurse was operating some instruments and equipment, doing some simple examinations on Dora. Second brother. When William saw William, his anxious face instantly became excited. He quickened his pace and ran to Dora, looking her up and down. Behind him, Duan Xingyang also looked excited and rushed forward following William. Dora turned around and looked at William, who was rushing towards her. She instantly broke down and burst into tears. She cried out, "Brother!" and then threw herself into William's arms and burst into tears. "I'm so scared." William put his arms around Dora's shoulders, patted her back soothingly, and coaxed her softly. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Brother is here. Brother is here. It's okay. It's okay." Duan Qingyang stood aside and looked at the crying Dora and asked with concern, "Dora, are you okay?" Dora looked up at Duan Qingyang and shouted, "Brother Qingyang." Then she seemed even more aggrieved and cried even louder. The sky was bright, and Dora slowly opened her eyes from her sleep. A day of anxiety had already made her exhausted. So when I woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Dora couldn't help but moan, instantly waking up Duan Qingyang, who was sleeping on the folding bed next to her. Duan Qingyang suddenly turned over and got out of bed, then looked nervously at Dora on the hospital bed. "Brother Qingyang," Dora called out crisply, like a little girl of only a few years old. Duan Qingyang's face instantly blossomed with a smile. He walked to Dora, looked at her with surprise, and said with a concerned smile, "Dora, you're awake." Dora responded, then looked around blankly. "Where is this?" "This is a hospital." Duan Qingyang smiled gently and sat down next to Dora's bed. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I'll call a doctor for you." "No." Dora shook her head gently while lying on the hospital bed. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Duan Qingyang asked again with concern. Dora shook her head again. "Are you thirsty? I'll pour you a glass of water." Dora still shook her head. Duan Qingyang's face changed, and he smiled again. "Dora, please stop shaking your head and say something. I want to go to the bathroom." Peeling an apple is really a technical job. In a double room, William sat beside Lu Zigong's bed, holding an apple in his left hand and a fruit knife in his right hand. The fruit knife clumsily scraped across the surface of the apple, cutting off patches of skin. "Hey, if you don't know how to cut it, don't do it. You might hurt your hands." Lu Zigong, who was lying on the hospital bed, looked at William's seemingly uncoordinated hands with a worried look on his face. "Forget it, William." Lu Hui, who was on the other bed, also persuaded with a smile, "You can eat it after washing it. Why do you have to make it difficult for yourself? It will be ready soon." Before he knew it, a few beads of sweat had already appeared on William's head. Finally, William peeled off the last piece of peel with great difficulty, smiled with relief on his face, and said, "It's finally done." William handed the unevenly peeled apple to Lu Zigong and said with an embarrassed smile, "Uncle, please make do with it." "Huh." Lu Zigong laughed heartily. He took the apple and took a bite without hesitation. He smiled while chewing. "It's quite sweet." As he spoke, Lu Zigong turned his head and looked at Lu Hui on the other bed and said loudly, "You two brothers have never peeled half an apple for me." "Dad," Lu Hui smiled aggrievedly, "I have given you one of my kidneys now. I want to beat you up when you mention this." Lu Zigong glared. "I'm already over 50 years old. Why would you give me a kidney to save me?" "Uncle," William smiled and advised, "Brother Hui, this is also a filial piety. Throughout history, how many people can be as filial as Brother Hui?" Lu Zigong chewed the apple in his mouth with big mouthfuls, his face full of indignation. He was so young. Now he has lost a kidney. How will he live for the next few decades? As he said this, he took another bite and bit off half of the apple. Dad, don't worry, Lu Hui said with a calm smile. I just lost a kidney. I'm not missing any limbs. What's the difference between this and missing an arm or a leg? Uncle, William called out and reached out to take the remaining apple core from Lu Zigong's hand. Don't worry about your brother. I'm here for you. William, with a complicated expression. After William threw away the apple core in his hand, he said, William, I know everything about this incident. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. Uncle, look at what you said. William pretended to be unhappy. You are my uncle. You are in such a big trouble, and I have the ability to do it. How can I just ignore it? William straightened the corners of the bed for Lu Zigong and continued with a smile. Besides, you have helped our family a lot over the years. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just talk about my dad's medical treatment. You took out 80,000 yuan without even frowning. It's all in the past. Lu Zigong sighed and said, what a pity for your father. If he were still alive, seeing how successful you are now, he would definitely be very proud. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are common in life. William also sighed. I think the most important thing now is to protect and take good care of the people around me. Try to leave yourself some irreparable regrets. Perhaps Dora's kidnapping gave William some inspiration, making him pay more attention to the people around him. Well, William, what you said makes sense. Lu Zigong nodded and agreed. For someone like me who has been in front of the King of Hell and come back, I think we should cherish the people around us more. Chapter 85 Doubts. Why are you here? At the gate of the Provincial People's Hospital, William looked at the girl in white in front of him with surprise. I'm here to see Dora. Nancy put her hands behind her back, tilted her head back, a faint smile on her face, and spoke in a slightly playful tone. Are you just here to see the second brother? William was stunned and looked at Nancy with a sly smile. Nancy thought for a moment and smiled playfully. And my uncle? No, Uncle Lu. Is there anyone else? William continued to ask with narrowed eyes. There's also Brother Hui and Auntie and the others. Nancy raised her eyes and counted on her fingers. Anything else? There was a dangerous glimmer in William's eyes. Nancy pretended to think hard. It seems it's gone. William suddenly pulled Nancy into his arms, hugged her tightly, smelled the fragrance of Nancy's hair, and said affectionately, I miss you so much. Nancy was startled by William's sudden action, but her frightened expression calmed down in an instant, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She put her arms around William's back and said softly, Silly, I miss you too. The two stopped talking, just hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's body temperature and heartbeat. They're just lovers in the honeymoon period of their relationship. How can they not miss each other after being apart for such a long time? They hug each other without paying attention to the eyes of passers-by or the comments of others. They are only immersed in their own emotions and world. But, Uncle, what are you doing? A familiar, crisp voice suddenly rang out, waking William and Nancy up from their own world and then separating them abruptly. William and Li Shui curiously with her big black eyes flashing. Behind Lu Shuyao, her mother Xiaomin was embarrassed and at a loss. After a long while, Xiaomin waved unnaturally, smiled awkwardly, and said, Hi, it's all your fault. In the hospital corridor, Nancy walked in front angrily, while William followed behind with a helpless smile and kept nodding. Blame, blame, blame. Who else should I blame if not you? Nancy suddenly turned around and glared at William like a little girl. If you hadn't insisted on hugging me, would Shuyao have seen it? Having said that, Nancy turned around and continued walking forward, and William hurriedly followed with a smile. How old is Shuyao? Is it appropriate for her to see it? It's my fault, it's my fault. William kept nodding his head, and before he knew it, he had followed Nancy into Dora's ward. Suddenly, two pairs of strange eyes fell on William. Brother, did you make my sister-in-law angry? Dora lay on the bed, looked at Nancy, then at William, and spoke suspiciously. No. William quickly shook his head and denied it. I was just joking with your sister-in-law. Really? Dora asked in disbelief. Really? William said firmly. Dora suddenly turned her gaze to Nancy and said seriously, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will always be on the same side with you. Me too. Duan Qinyang, who was sitting next to Dora's bed, raised his hand and said seriously, You're a jerk, you are. William gave Duan Changyang a critical look. All right. Nancy suddenly turned around and glared at William. Stop making trouble. Okay. William nodded in agreement immediately, then smiled at Dora and said, See, I said it was just a joke. Nancy rolled her eyes at William, then turned her gaze to Dora on the bed and asked with concern, Dora, are you okay? Are you injured? With that, Nancy walked directly to Dora's bed, sat down, and took Dora's hand. Duan Xingyang stood up and walked to William's side before Nancy sat down. He bumped William with a shoulder and said with a gloating smile, What? Did you get punished? Get out of the way. William glared at Duan Xingyang, then gave Duan Xingyang a meaningful look, then turned and walked out. Nancy and Dora, who were chatting happily, and followed William out of Dora's ward. At a corner of a staircase in the hospital, William and Duan Xingyang sat side by side on the steps paved with white ceramic tiles. The police should have completed the interrogation. William said seriously. Almost done. Duan Xingyang looked at William. You guessed right, it was Li Hong who did it. He said he wanted to make you bleed, but he didn't intend to really hurt Dora. You're not planning to hurt Dora yet? William sneered. Isn't it considered harming Dora if you drug her and then kidnap her? William turned to look at Duan Xingyang again. This time, it was Dora. Who will it be next time? Nancy, my mom, or me? William quietly. He was also very angry and even wanted to use some extreme measures against Li Hong. But now Li Hong is in the hands of the police, and there is no chance to do anything to him. I am sorry. William calmed down for a moment, then continued to ask, Who is the other person? The other man is called Zhou Shun, Duan Xingyang said. His role in this kidnapping was mainly as a driver. He usually does sneaky things, and he also stole the car used in the crime. How could a thief suddenly get involved in something like kidnapping and extortion? William asked puzzledly. He loves gambling. Duan Xingyang shook his head, seeming to look down on Zhou Shun. The police said that Zhou Shun has owed 700,000 or 800,000 yuan from gambling. His creditors chased him every day, saying they would break his legs. He had no choice but to take this risk. William suddenly sighed deeply. I'm still a little high profile. William rubbed his face, as if to make himself more awake. If I hadn't bought Huangju and hadn't paid the full amount for it in a high-profile manner, Dora wouldn't have been in this disaster, William said reflectively. It's not your fault. Duan Xingyang patted William's shoulder. It was Li Hong and Tang Shun who went astray. If it wasn't Dora this time, they might have kidnapped someone else. Maybe, William sighed again, but I am indeed a bit high-profile. There's another situation. Duan Xingyang looked at William, sighing, and changed the subject. Actually, when the police caught Li Hong and Zhou Shun this time, they were already tied up like a knot, while Dora was squatting freely by the wall. William frowned, his face full of confusion. Chinyu had contacted him today, and he just said that the police had found the person before them. However, Chinyu did not mention the situation that Duan Xingyang mentioned at all. Is it possible that besides the police and Chinyu's men, there are other people involved in this rescue? William slowly turned his head, looked at Duan Xingyang suspiciously, and said, You mean, Dora before the police arrived at the scene. And before the police arrived, they evacuated without anyone noticing. Chapter 86, what do you think? Shishan Fenlin, Property Security Manager's office. What? Li Jianjun stood up from his office chair with his cell phone in his hand, his face ashen. Li Hong kidnapped Mr. Li's sister? Why is he so bold? Fortunately, Mr. Li's family was not harmed. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice was also full of anger. But Li Jianjun, let me tell you, your subordinates caused such a big incident, and it was your nephew. Do you know how bad the impact is? The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone seemed tired of yelling, and after a short pause, he continued yelling, What are the responsibilities of your security department? You must uphold the rights and interests of the owners and protect their safety. Now, there are internal security guards colluding with outsiders to kidnap the owners. How will the owners of Shishan Fenlin view us? How will they trust us in the future? The next day, in front of the Provincial People's Hospital, William, Nancy, and Duan Xingyang stood side by side, their eyes all looking towards the hospital entrance. Aren't you going in to pick up Dora? William glanced at Duan Xingyang and smiled provocatively. I'm not going. Duan Xingyang shook his head, feeling a little depressed. What's wrong? Nancy naturally took William's arm and asked in confusion. Did you make Dora angry? No. Duan Xingyang continued to shake his head. I'm waiting for the same thing here. There must be something fishy going on. Nancy looked at Duan Xingyang suspiciously. You're not usually like this. He has offended my mother. William laughed with glee. Huh? Nancy was startled, then smiled and asked curiously, How did you offend Auntie? My mom met us at the hospital yesterday. As soon as she saw him, she asked. William suppressed his laughter and imitated his mother's tone and said, Xiao Duan, my puppy is only a few days old. Why does it look so thin? Have you taken good care of it? Actually, this is not so bad. My mother said something else later. William imitated his mother's tone again. If you can't even take care of a puppy, how are you going to take care of my daughter in the future? Haha. He was so scared that I trembled even when I spoke. William laughed wildly, not noticing that passers-by looked at him as if he was a lunatic. Nancy also covered her mouth and laughed, looking at Duan Changyang with strange eyes. Almost done. Duan Changyang looked up at William with dissatisfaction and said unconvincedly, What's wrong with letting my mother-in-law say a few words? What's wrong? As he said that, Duan Changyang looked at Nancy again. I wonder if you'll be scared when you meet your mother-in-law. Nancy's mother in the future? Why are you so scared? Bah! William's face changed. Mother-in-law, you are so shameless. My mother hasn't even acknowledged you as her son-in-law yet, and you're calling her that first? I like it. Why do you care? Duan Xingyang curled his lips with disdain. Oh, William sneered. Then I'll tell Dora to go get a massage, wash your feet, or take a bath. William anxiously. I have never been to those places. Never been there, have you? William's smile widened. I went there with you. How could I not know whether you've been there before? At this time, Nancy was holding William's hand and was slowly letting go without realizing it. And when Nancy looked at William, a strange smile flashed across her eyes. William, don't talk nonsense. Duan Xingyang pointed at William with a warning tone. You go on your own. What does it have to do with me? Don't. As Duan Xingyang was speaking, he suddenly saw Nancy's weird smile. His heart trembled, and he swallowed the words back into his stomach. William. Nancy suddenly called William's name gently. William turned his head in confusion and frowned. Schwer, what's wrong? Nancy smiled strangely, looked at William, and said, You just said that you went together? William suddenly felt dry in the mouth. I can prove it. I went there with William. Duan Xingyang suddenly raised his hand and shouted indignantly. When we were in Jinyang County, we often went there for foot massage. He liked to call technician number 18 for massage, and technician number 9 for foot massage the most. So what size do you like? I like number 20 best. As he spoke, Duan Xingyang suddenly paused, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity slowly rose in his heart. His face changed, and he slowly turned his head to look toward the hospital gate. I saw a group of people standing at the gate. All of them were acquaintances. Dora, Mother, Lu Zigong, Wu Guifeng, Lu Hui's family, and Lu Xing's family. The mother, Lu Zigong, Wu Guifeng, Lu Hui, and Lu Xing and his wife all had strange looks on their faces, looking at William and Duan Xingyang, not knowing whether to laugh or not. The children were full of curiosity, looking back and forth between William and Duan Xingyang, as if trying to figure out from them what technician number 18 or technician number 9 meant. Dora's face was similar to Nancy's. Both had a weird smile, but her eyes seemed to be flashing with a murderous light. Duan Xingyang swallowed his saliva, opened his mouth, and said without any confidence, Dora, I tell you, I have never been to those places. Do you believe it? At the same time, William also avoided Nancy's gaze and said unconfidently, Schwer, I also want to tell you that I have never been to those places. Do you believe it? Both women smiled strangely and asked in a dangerous tone, What do you think? William and Duan Xingyang stood side by side on the roadside, helplessly watching the Porsche Cayenne, white Land Rover, Nancy's new Xiaomi car, etc., gradually disappearing in the traffic. After all the vehicles disappeared in the traffic, William shook his head helplessly, looked at Duan Xingyang, and asked, How far is this place from Xishan Maple Forest? Probably more than 20 kilometers. Duan Xingyang said uncertainly, Are we really going to walk back? William asked uncertainly, What do you think? Duan Xingyang imitated the tone of Nancy and Dora just now. William looked at Duan Xingyang for a long while and finally sighed, Let's go. As he spoke, William raised his legs and walked towards the maple forest on the West Mountain. Duan Xingyang took 2 quick steps and walked side by side with William, saying as he walked, I don't think it's appropriate for us to walk back like this. It's too far. If we walk to the maple forest on the West Mountain, our legs will be broken. William turned his head to look at Duan Xingyang, then turned his head to look at the road ahead, and said casually, What can we do? Duan Qingyang hesitated for a moment and said, I have an immature idea. What do you think? Duan Qingyang looked ahead vigilantly, then leaned close to William's ear and whispered, How about, let's go. Wash our feet. William stopped, turned around, and stared at Duan Qingyang seriously for a long time, without saying anything. Duan Qingyang felt slightly guilty and asked, Any problems? William said sternly, Let me make it clear first. You are not allowed to make random complaints in the future. Weren't you the one who complained first this time? The second brother was not here at that time, William argued. How can it be considered as a complaint? I don't care. You let it slip yourself. Duan Qingyang seemed to be playing rogue. You pay for it this time. You want to marry my sister, so I am your brother-in-law, and you have to pay for it this time. No, you pay this time. It's all your fault that we have to walk back home. The two people, arm in arm, walked toward a certain place in tacit understanding, while humbly asking the other to pay the bill. Chapter 87 Dinner at Kwehuang. In the evening, Kwehuangju. Nancy and Dora stood at the door. Why haven't these two come back yet? Dora put her hands on her hips, looking angry. Asking them to walk all the way back, isn't that a bit too much? Nancy said hesitantly. No, sister-in-law. Dora turned to look at Nancy. Do you really believe they will walk all the way back? Maybe. Nancy said uncertainly. Dora shook her head. They definitely wouldn't walk back home obediently. They might have gone out to play somewhere. William and Duan Qingyang took a taxi back to the gate of Shishan, Fengling Community. After getting off the car, they walked into the community one after the other. No, why are you angry? William chased Duan Qingyang from behind. You agreed to pay the bill. Why did I still have to pay for it in the end? Duan Qingyang walked in front of the others, angrily saying, I still paid for the taxi. What do you mean I'll pay for it? It was clearly agreed that you would pay for it. William trotted over to Duan Qingyang and said carefully, Okay, I'll treat you next time. Put away your horse face for now, or else people will notice something and we won't be able to explain ourselves. That's because you can't explain it. Duan Qingyang twisted his face and pretended to be angry. I'm going back to my own home, not to Kwehuangju. What should I explain? Are you sure you don't want to go? William looked at Duan Qingyang with ill intention. Duan Qingyang was stunned, as if he had thought of something, and asked, Are you going to say something good about me in front of Dora again? Of course, William chuckled. I will say a few good words for you in front of the second brother. Forget it. Duan Qingyang's face straightened, and he continued to walk forward. I don't want to go to Kwehuangju. I just want to keep an eye on you. Don't try to say anything behind my back. Am I that kind of person? William turned around and followed. Nancy and Dora were standing at the door of Kwehuangju, watching Duan Qingyang and William walking towards them one after another, and they suddenly felt something strange. Nancy asked suspiciously, Why do I feel like the atmosphere is a little off? Are they having a fight? Well, they must have had a fight. Dora nodded in approval. What should we do? Nancy looked worried. Should we try to persuade them? No need. Dora shook her head again and said knowingly, Let alone quarreling. Even if they have a face-to-face fight today, they can still wear the same pair of pants tomorrow. They are as good as one person. Nancy held her forehead. The world of men is sometimes hard to understand. Where have you two been? Why are you back now? Duan Qingyang and William walked up to Nancy and Dora. Dora had already questioned them with a cold face. We walked back. Duan Qingyang took the lead and said as a matter of course. He didn't blush or feel nervous, and he didn't even blink. This is the foundation of being thick-skinned. Really? Dora smiled cunningly, her eyes constantly scanning Duan Qingyang and William. Of course. William came up, glanced at Nancy with a smile, and then said seriously, We walked all the way from the hospital to here, more than 20 kilometers. Then why don't you two have a drop of sweat on your bodies? Dora asked with a smile. You two look a little rosy. Did you do something good again? No, absolutely not. William and Duan Qingyang firmly shook their heads in denial. Their attitude and tone seemed to have been rehearsed. Do you think we will believe it? Dora turned to look at Nancy, who was laughing at the side, and asked, Sister-in-law, do you believe it? I don't believe it, Nancy said with a smile. I also think that you two have gone to do something that no one can see again. Hey, everyone's back. At this time, my mother came out from the main gate of Kwehuangju and said with a smile, Why are you all standing here? Come in quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. Okay. William and Duan Qingyang agreed and hurried into Kwehuangju, thinking, We finally escaped. The restaurant of Kwehuangju has a huge round table, which is more than enough for more than 10 people to sit. The table was already filled with a variety of dishes. A soup dish was mushroom chicken soup, and the cold dishes were fried peanuts, smashed cucumber, and braised pig ears. The hot dishes included mapo tofu, stir-fried pork, mashed potatoes, braised eggplant, etc. It was very rich. Wow, so many delicious dishes. William, Duan Qingyang, Nancy, Dora, and others exclaimed when they walked into the restaurant. Come on, sit down quickly. We've been waiting for you. Lu Zigong acted more like a host, inviting William and the other three to take a seat. Several people were not polite at all, and it seemed that there was no need to be polite. They all found chairs and sat down casually. Uncle, who made this? William asked with a smile. This was the first time he had such a formal meal at Kwangju. Have you forgotten? Your brother Xing is a chef. Lu Zigong said with a smile, and it can be seen that he is in a good mood. Haha, we're in for a treat today. Duan Qingyang also laughed. The last two dishes are here. At this time, Fong Fong walked into the restaurant one after another, carrying a pot of spicy chicken and Xiaomin carrying a plate of steamed fish. After a while, everyone sat down and started a feast. Wow, Brother Xing, this braised pork you made is so delicious. It's even better than the one we have at school. Dora hadn't swallowed the braised pork in her mouth yet, but she picked up a piece of mapo tofu and stuffed it into her mouth. Her whole mouth suddenly felt swollen, as if it couldn't hold any more. This mapo tofu is delicious too, really fragrant. Eat slowly, no one is trying to snatch the food from you. The mother held a pair of chopsticks and looked at Dora eating with a helpless look on her face. Nancy just swallowed a mouthful of spicy chicken and praised with a smile. Brother Xing's cooking skills are really good. This spicy chicken is also the taste I like. If you like it, eat more. Lu Xing laughed and seemed to be happier to be praised by the people present than by guests in a restaurant. I will come and cook more meals for you if I have the chance in the future. Then you have to come more often. William chewed a mouthful of mashed potatoes and said vaguely, in the future, you have to patronize my kitchen more often, otherwise I'm worried that my kitchen will rust. Ha! Everyone laughed heartily. The four little kids were not willing to be left out either. They kept pointing at this dish and that dish with their unsteady chopsticks, saying in their childish voices, Mom, I want this, I want that. The atmosphere of the whole restaurant is unusually cozy and warm. Chapter 88, Three Sweets. The night deepens, but Kwangju is still very lively. At the table, Lu Zhe just swallowed a mouthful of rice and smiled at William. William, thank you so much this time. It's like saving my life. Uncle, please don't say that. William waved his hand quickly and glanced at his mother secretly. We are all family, and we should help each other. Yeah, that's right. As a family, we should help each other. Lu Zigong nodded in agreement and continued. William, if you need help from our family in the future, just ask. Uncle, what you said is really serious. William laughed and said, but I really have something. I want to discuss it with Uncle, Brother Hui, and Brother Xing. When Lu Xing heard this, he immediately thought of what William had told him before about starting his own business and arranging a job for his elder brother. Suddenly, Lu Xing's expression became serious. Before in the hospital, Lu Xing and others did not understand how powerful and financially capable William was. When I entered the gate of Kwangju today, I realized that my previous assessment of William was too low. William's current financial resources and strength, it would be easy for him to change his family situation. So for Lu Xing, and even for the entire Lu family, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Lu Zigong and Lu Hui were also surprised by the magnificence of Bukui Huangju, but they did not think as much as Lu Xing. Lu Zigong picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in the bowl, then looked up at William and said with a smile, just tell me what's the matter. Brother Xing, I've already mentioned this to him. William put his chopsticks on the bowl, put his arms on the table, and said seriously, I want Brother Xing to come to the provincial capital to do some business. He won't go back to the restaurant in Jinyang County. And what about you and Brother Hui, Uncle? After all, you have undergone a major surgery and will need a long recovery and recuperation period. Brother Hui can no longer go back to the construction site, and you, Uncle, can't do farm work either. So, I want you to come over to my place together. What do you think? To you, Lu Zigong showed a bit of embarrassment on his face. I'm just a farmer from the countryside. I don't know anything else. Don't worry. What you have to do are simple things. There is nothing you can't do. William laughed. Then what exactly do we need to do? Lu Hui also put down his chopsticks and couldn't help asking. We'll talk about the details later. Anyway, I won't let you and your uncle suffer. William actually hadn't figured out what to do with Lu Zigong and Lu Hui. He just wanted to keep them here for now. As for Brother Xing, William turned to look at Lu Xing again and said with a smile, "My suggestion is that since you cook so deliciously, why don't you just stick to your old profession?" William picked up another piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth to chew, then continued, "It's in the provincial capital. I will invest in renting a shop, and I will pay for the decoration. You can invest in the technology, and the operation and management will be handed over to you. What do you think?" "That's great," Dora said excitedly before Lu Xing could say anything. "From now on, whatever I want to eat, I'll ask Brother Xing to make it for me." "You think it's for you alone?" Nancy said with a smile, and then continued, "Let's go together." "Huh." Lu Zigong laughed heartily twice. "I think it's great." As he spoke, Lu Zigong turned to look at Lu Xing and said, "Second brother, what do you think?" "I." Lu Xing did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at his wife and children. William seemed to see something and asked with a smile, "Brother Xing, don't you want to be separated from your sister-in-law and children?" Lu Xing didn't say anything, but nodded with some embarrassment. "Second brother, why are you so sentimental at this moment?" Lu Zigong suddenly shouted coldly, "Wife and children are indeed important. Everyone wants to live a life with a wife and children. But as a man, you have to come out and earn enough money to give your wife and children a better life. You're working in that restaurant in Jinyang County now, making 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. After daily expenses, there won't be much left. Second brother, I also think you should do what William said." Lu Hui also persuaded seriously at this time. "I know you have a good relationship with your sister-in-law, and I know you love your children. It is precisely because of this that you should seize this opportunity given by William. I also want to follow my father to the provincial capital to work, but I still have to be separated from your sister-in-law and the children. Besides, this separation is only temporary. Once we brothers have established ourselves in the provincial capital, we can bring the children over. Don't you think so?" Lu Xing listened to this and glanced at the two children. Lu Shahan seemed to understand something and was looking at his father with burning eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Shuyao was holding a few fried peanuts in one hand and poking the mapo tofu in the bowl with a small spoon in the other. There was still some mashed potatoes on her lips and nose tip. She was completely unaware of Lu Xing's gaze. Lu Xing's eyes finally fell on Xiao Min beside him. He smiled gently and asked softly, "Wife, what do you think?" "I have no idea." Xiao Min also looked at Lu Xing with a smile. "No matter what decision you make, I support you." At this time, Wu Guifang also spoke up. "Xinger, you should stay in the provincial capital. Huiyer's two children are in school, and your sister-in-law can handle it alone. As for Xiaomin, I will go over more often to help look after the children in the future, so you can rest assured." "Big brother, can't you think of a way to get them all to move to the provincial capital?" Mother suddenly looked at William with dissatisfaction. "Do you really have to separate a family that's doing well?" "Mom, I never had a chance to speak." William gave a helpless smile, then said to Lu Xing, "Brother Xing, I never said that I would separate you from my sister-in-law's child." As he spoke, Lin glanced at Lu Zigong, Lu Hui and others, and said with a smile, "Uncle and Aunt, Brother Hui and Brother Xing, you are all overthinking." This remark immediately made Lu Zigong and others confused, and they looked at William in a daze. William looked at everyone's reactions and continued with a smile. "My plan is actually for all of you to move to the provincial capital, including my aunt, two sisters-in-law, and the children. But with so many of us coming here, where are we going to live?" Lu Hui asked in confusion. "The rent in the provincial capital is not cheap, and a place that is too small for our family won't be able to accommodate us." "That's easy," William smiled. "Why not just buy you 3 houses?" Chapter 89, Commission Reduced by Half. Huangju Restaurant. William's words shocked everyone present and caused the entire restaurant to fall into a brief silence. "No, no." After a while, Lu Zigong seemed to finally react and shook his head to refuse. "You have helped our family so much. How can you buy us a house?" "William, this is really not possible." Lu Hui also refused seriously. "Houses in the provincial capital cost 1 or 2 million at a time. No matter how rich you are, you can't do this." "Then let's do this." William spoke quickly, fearing that he would not have another chance to speak later. "Buy the house first, and you can move in first. I'll pay you the money. You can pay me back slowly in the future. This should be fine, right?" William's words made Lu Zigong and others think again. "I think it's okay." This time it was the mother who spoke first. Then she turned her eyes to Lu Zigong. Brother, don't hesitate. Let's not talk about anything else. It's the issue of several children going to school. The schools in the provincial capital are better than those in the county. I think so too. Lu Hui suddenly spoke up and looked at Lu Zigong. Dad, why don't we just do what William said? Lu Zigong turned his gaze to Lu Xing again. Lu Xing and Xiaomin looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Then Lu Xing turned to Lu Zigong and said, Dad, I think it's okay too. Just do what William said. Okay. It seemed that the issue of the child's schooling had greatly touched Lu Zigong, and the family's opinions were also unified. This time, Lu Zigong agreed decisively. That's right, William said with a smile. We'll go house hunting tomorrow. The next day, the sun is high in the sky, and the remaining clouds are as thin as cotton. In the Shishan Fenlin sales office, Tina sat on a long sofa with a cold expression, quietly waiting for something. Not long after, Diana came out of the manager's office, walked up to Tina, and called out, Sister Nan. Tina looked at the person in front of her and sighed helplessly. He moved his but a little to the side, patted the seat he had just sat on, and said warmly, Sit. Diana sat down. Tina continued, Are you sure you're leaving? Yeah. Diana nodded and smiled sadly. I don't want to stay in this place anymore. I want to go home. Ah. Tina sighed helplessly again, and then said angrily, I didn't expect Beata and Lin Yuha to do that to you. They are really crazy. If it weren't for Mr. Lee's help this time. Sister Nan, stop talking. Diana lowered her head. I don't want to hear their names again. Okay. Tina grabbed Diana's hand. It's okay if you resign. Go back and have a rest. You've been working really hard over the past month. Yeah. Diana nodded woodenly again, feeling depressed. Sister Nan, Diana seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke up. I have a question I want to ask you. You say, tell me, should I treat Mr. Lee to a meal? Diana said slowly with a conflicted look on her face. Tina was stunned for a moment, then reacted. You should. After all, he saved you. So you should thank him in person. Yeah. Diana nodded again. I understand. All right. Tina seemed to remember something and looked at Diana and asked, Have you received all your commissions? After hearing Tina's question, Diana's expression became even darker. She pursed her lips, not sure whether she was afraid to speak or unwilling to speak. Tina also noticed Diana's strange reaction, and then frowned and asked, What's wrong? Didn't I give it to you? Diana gritted her teeth and said helplessly, Give it to me. Give it. Then why do you react as if you didn't give it? Tina asked curiously. Manager Zhu said, He would only give half. Diana said frustratedly, What? Only half? Tina suddenly felt an inexplicable anger in her heart. Why only half? That was a commission of more than 240,000 yuan. He only gave me half of it, which made him lose more than 120,000 yuan for no apparent reason. Diana's eyes were red. Tears were about to overflow from her eyes, and her voice became aggrieved as she said, He said that I damaged the company's image and brought a bad influence to the company. What bullshit? Tina was furious. You are the victim of that incident. How can you say that you damaged the company's image and brought negative impact to the company? As she spoke, Tina stood up and pulled Diana. Come on, I'll take you to find him. Sister Nan. Diana looked a little aggrieved and timid. Let's just forget it. At least I got 120,000. It doesn't count. Tina said coldly. Diana, I'm telling you, you can't be afraid of things in society. The weaker and more afraid you are, the more they will think you are easy to bully, and the more they will come to bully you. The more aggressive you are and the harder you fight back, the less likely they are to bully you. They may even be afraid of you. Tina said, pulling Diana towards the manager's office. As she walked, she cursed, What a shitty manager. At worst, I'll quit my job. I'm going to make a scene today. When the other people in the sales office heard the noise here, they all gathered towards Tina involuntarily, wanting to see what was going on. In the sales office, Manager Zhu watched Tina and Diana rush in aggressively and was puzzled for a moment. Tina, what are you doing? Tina rushed directly to the manager's desk and yelled, Manager Zhu, why did you cut Diana's commission in half? Why do you have to cut it in half? What does it have to do with you? Manager Zhu felt unhappy when he was questioned like this. What does it have to do with me? Tina sneered. You dare to deduct half of Diana's commission today. Who knows if you will find an excuse to deduct half of my commission tomorrow? Tina, watch your tone. Manager Zhu frowned and shouted, Don't be unreasonable. Am I being unreasonable? Or are you going too far? Tina pulled Diana to her side and said indignantly, Huangju was sold by Diana, so the commission of 240,000 is what Diana deserves. Why do you say that you can deduct half of it? As he spoke, he slapped the table in front of the manager and yelled, Does this sales department still have rules and principles? That's enough. Manager Zhu yelled and slapped the table with a slap. Even more powerful than Tina. Tina, don't go too far. Outside the sales office, William and Duan Xinyang were walking towards the sales office with Lu Zigong and others. When they were almost at the door of the sales office, no one came out to greet them. Isn't the sales office open today? Duan Xinyang asked puzzledly as he looked at the seemingly empty sales office. Probably not. William looked at Duan Xinyang as if he was an idiot. Can't you see that the door is open? Where did all these salespeople go? Duan Xinyang was still puzzled. Normally, whenever I pass by the door, these people will rush up to ask if I want to buy a house. You'll find out once you go in. William took the lead and walked towards the door of the sales office. Chapter 90 Honorable Mr. Lee. When William and others walked into the sales office lobby, a salesperson finally saw the large group of people coming in. At the same time, William also heard the sound of a quarrel. Hello, sir. My name is Qin Fei Fei, and I'm a salesperson at Shishan Fenglin. Are you here to look at a house today? Came to greet William and others with a rather good-looking female salesperson. Although she is not as youthful as Diana or as charming as Beata, she has her own unique, mature temperament. I'm looking for someone. William simply answered the female salesperson who came up to greet him. Duan Xinyang also became relatively honest. There's no way. Nancy and Dora are behind me. This is not the time to commit a crime. Who are you looking for? Qin Fei Fei was inevitably a little disappointed. However, she was still polite to William and the others. I'm looking for Diana or Tina. William said. Qin Fei Fei didn't know how to answer for a moment. To be honest, it may affect the company's image. To be honest, the noise in the manager's office is getting louder and louder. Who knows if these dozen people will come over to watch the fun in the next second. William couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw Qin Fei Fei's reaction. Is it so difficult to talk to someone? Qin Fei Fei smiled unnaturally and said slowly, The person you're looking for is arguing with our manager, Zhu, over there. Fighting. William and others couldn't help but look in the direction where the quarrel seemed to be happening. Listening carefully, it seemed that the quarrel became more intense, which made William look a little ugly. Then, William turned to Nancy and Dora behind him and said, Sure, second brother, you take Mom and Uncle to find a place to sit for a while. Cheng Yang, and I will go over to take a look. Okay, go ahead. Nancy and Dora nodded. Seeing this, William and Duan Xinyang looked at each other and then walked towards the direction of the quarrel together. The closer you get, the louder the noise you hear. Suddenly, a loud yell came from the manager's office. Tina, get out of here. Diana, an explanation today. I'm not going anywhere. This was Tina's voice, and she was obviously on the verge of getting furious. Soon, Dora and Duan Xinyang squeezed to the door of the manager's office. The two looked into the office and saw a man and Tina facing each other across a desk. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat confrontational. Diana was crying in grievance, tears slowly flowing down her pure and beautiful face, like a pear blossom in the rain. William was already familiar with Tina and Diana, although they had almost no contact in normal times. But after the incident at the Mingzuan couple hotel last time, William's relationship with the two could be said to have taken a step forward. Seeing this scene, William didn't care what the situation was. He just stepped into the office and asked coldly, What's going on? William's sudden appearance made the tense atmosphere in the office seem to be eased a little, and the eyes of the three people turned to William at the same time. Who are you? This was Manager Zhu's reaction. Mr. Lee, this was the reaction of Tina and Diana. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. William did not answer Manager Zhu's question, but walked directly to Tina and Diana, glanced at them softly, and asked with a hint of concern, What's going on? At this time, Duan Xinyang also walked quickly to William's side with a cold face, silently cheering for William. Mr. Lee, Diana shouted, but she seemed unable to control her emotions and burst into tears. Let me explain, Mr. Lee. Tina looked at Diana's state and knew that Diana couldn't explain the matter clearly at the moment, so she spoke directly. To put it simply, the company wants to deduct half of Diana's commission, and then I brought Diana here to ask for an explanation. Why do you want to deduct half of Diana's commission? William asked with a frown. The company said that this incident that day affected the company's image and reputation, Tina said angrily. So they only gave Diana half of the commission, which directly reduced Diana's commission by more than 120,000 yuan. Sir, at this time, Manager Zhu next to him said with a bad face, no matter who you are, this is an internal matter of our company, and you don't need to ask about it. If you have nothing to do, please leave. William sneered, turned his gaze to Manager Zhu, and said, this matter really has something to do with me. Manager Zhu frowned. What do you mean? Although William has bought Kwangju for quite some time, Manager Zhu has never met William in person. William and Duan Qingyang were both dressed rather simply today, and Manager Zhu did not take William and Duan Qingyang's status too seriously at all. It's nothing. At this time, Duan Qingyang, who was standing by, looked at Manager Zhu with an arrogant expression, pointed at William, and said arrogantly, the person in front of you is the owner of Kwangju, which is worth 30 million yuan in the Maple Forest Villa District in Xishan, the distinguished Mr. William. Hearing this and seeing Duan Qingyang's tone and movements, Tina, who was furious, almost laughed out loud. Even Diana, who was twitching and crying, couldn't help laughing and a bubble came out of her nose. The real owner, William, rolled his eyes at Duan Qingyang speechlessly and helplessly, but did not refute. But Manager Zhu, who was sitting opposite the desk, stood up suddenly, staring at William with shocked eyes, and said in disbelief, you're Mr. Li from Kwangju? It's the real deal. Duan Qingyang seemed to like the feeling of speaking this way, and continued in that arrogant tone, Mr. Li spent 30 million to buy the most expensive villa in your project. Now the salesperson who sold the villa to Mr. Li has had his commission cut in half due to a trumped-up charge. Do you think this has anything to do with the Honorable Mr. Li? That's enough. William couldn't bear Duan Qingyang any longer and shouted in a low voice, speak properly. William respectfully, then retreated behind William like a servant. It's a shame that this psychopath doesn't go into acting. William cursed in his heart, but his face remained cold, and he looked at Manager Zhu with a bit of unkindness. What's your name? William asked Manager Zhu in a cold voice. Excuse me, my surname is Zhu. Manager Zhu replied respectfully. He looked at Duan Qingyang's attitude towards William, which was like that of a servant towards his master. So he became more concerned about William's identity and background. Besides, anyone who can spend 30 million in cash to buy Kwangju is not an ordinary person. Oh, Manager Zhu, William shouted loudly, and then said, is what Tina said just now true? Manager Zhu paused, as if weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and finally said, basically, it's true. Then can you explain why? William's tone became even colder. I don't know. Manager Zhu said helplessly, this is not a decision I made, and I can't make such a decision. Chapter 91 Wholesale Houses. It wasn't your decision? William's expression eased somewhat when he heard this. This Manager Zhu should just be a scapegoat. William thought to himself. Who decided this? William asked again. Manager Zhu avoided eye contact, hesitated and wandered, and did not speak for a long time. If you don't want to talk, I won't embarrass you. William said calmly, then turned to Duan Qingyang and said, Qingyang, find me the contact information of the investor of Xishan Fenglin project. Okay, Honorable Mr. Li. Duan Qingyang seemed to be addicted to acting and was extremely respectful to William. What a dramatic actor. William complained in his heart, but said seriously, remember, find someone who has the final say. Understood, Honorable Mr. Li. Duan Qingyang bowed and said this, then slowly walked out of the manager's office. Seeing this scene, Manager Zhu's face became even uglier. He was also a little annoyed in his heart, but he was still stubborn and didn't say anything, just waiting for William to find someone. He didn't have much energy. William did not have the contact information of the investor of the Xishan Fenglin project, and Duan Qingyang actually did not have it either. But Duan Shanha does exist. Duan Shanha chose to buy a villa in Xishan Fenglin because of the invitation of the investor of the Xishan Fenglin project. Duan Qingyang was also aware of this situation, so he went out without telling Manager Zhu and others so that he could contact Duan Shanha more easily. Not long after, Duan Qingyang returned to the manager's office, holding the phone that had not been hung up yet, and handed it directly to Manager Zhu, saying in a cold voice, Manager Zhu, Mr. Chen from your project department wants you to answer the phone. Mr. Chen, Manager Zhu's head buzzed, and his already ugly face turned pale in an instant. He couldn't help but wail in his heart. It's over. Tina and Diana were even more shocked and excited. They didn't expect that William and others could find Mr. Chen. There's only one Mr. Chun in the senior management of the Shishan Phonelin project, and that is the project's general manager, Chun Young. He is in charge of the life and death of almost everyone in the entire project. Moreover, Mr. Chun is a ruthless person who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. Manager Zhu originally thought that William and others might be looking for someone with enough energy, but unexpectedly, they found the one with the greatest energy. Manager Zhu took the phone from Duan Qingyang with trembling hands, put it to his ear, and said tremblingly, Mr. Chun, hello, hello. Are you Zhu Ming from the sales department? Zhu Ming was startled by a majestic and cold voice on the phone. It turned out that the phone was on speakerphone. Zhu Ming quickly calmed himself down and couldn't help but glance at Duan Qingyang before replying, It is me. I heard that there was an incident of malicious withholding of employee commissions in your sales department. Qin Yong asked coldly on the phone. Mr. Chun, it's not a malicious deduction. It's... What? Chun Yong sneered. The security department just had an internal security guard kidnap the owner, and your sales department is also going to make a scandal of maliciously deducting employee commissions. Do you really think the company doesn't have enough troubles? Chun Yong's words were so harsh that Zhu Ming was so frightened that he dared not speak. Tell me, half of the employees' commissions are deducted. Who gave the order? Chun Yong's voice came from the phone again with a certain degree of unquestionability. Yes. Why are you still hesitating? Chun Yong's voice seemed to have a hint of impatience. Who is it? It's Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang. After Zhu Ming said this, he seemed to collapse and slumped in the chair. Tang Bin. Chun Yong murmured softly on the phone. I know. Tina and Diana were also shocked when they heard the name Tang Bin. This is the company's vice president in charge of sales and logistics procurement. Xiao Duan. After a while, Chun Yong's voice came again on the phone, but this time his tone was much kinder. Hey, Mr. Chun. I'm here. Duan Qingyang quickly picked up the phone with a smile on his face. Why call me Mr. Chun? Didn't we agree to call me Uncle Chun? Qingyang's tone seemed a little angry. But when Zhu Ming, Tina, and the group of sales staff outside the door heard this, they were shocked. What is the identity of this Xiao Duan? Why does Mr. Chun call him Xiao Duan affectionately? And also let this person call him Uncle Chun? Okay, Uncle Chun. Duan Qingyang didn't care about what others thought and smiled politely. It's my problem. Please pay attention next time. I'm on a business trip now, not on the project. Qingyang's tone became serious again. Wait a moment in the sales office. I'll send someone over to handle this matter right away. Okay, Uncle Chun, Duan Qingyang said with a smile. Then I'll trouble you. There's one more thing. Qin Yong said, Please tell Mr. Lee a message for me. When I come back, I will find time to visit Mr. Lee. Okay. Duan Qingyang nodded into the phone, then turned to William with a half smile. I'll definitely bring it to you. Okay. Then hang up. I have something else to do. Qin Yong finished speaking and hung up the phone without waiting for Duan Qingyang to reply. William stepped forward and patted Duan Qingyang on the shoulder, smiling and praising him. Well done. Duan Qingyang's expression immediately became respectful again. At your service, distinguished Mr. Lee. The others at the scene were shocked again. Only then did I remember that this Xiao Duan seemed to be Mr. Lee's follower. Just now on the phone, Mr. Chun was very polite to this little Duan. At this time, Xiao Duan was even more respectful to Mr. Lee. Who exactly is this Mr. Lee? They didn't guess that this was just Duan Qingyang's acting spirit. William was too lazy to pay attention to Duan Qingyang anymore. He turned his gaze to Tina and Diana again and said with a smile, I came to see you today for something. Diana had stopped crying at this time. Although her problem cannot be said to have been solved yet, there is great hope that it can be solved. She and Tina looked at each other and said, Mr. William, let's go out and talk. Okay. William nodded, then followed Tina and Diana out of the manager's office. Tina and Diana took William and Duan Qingyang to a place not far from their mother and others. William saw Nancy and others sitting in the sales hall and walked straight towards them. What's going on? Nancy stood up, walked to William, and asked. It's okay. William smiled at Nancy, indicating that he was relieved, then turned to Tina and Diana and said, Let me introduce them briefly. You have met Nancy and William twice. This is my mother, this is my uncle, and this is my aunt. The others are also my family. Tina and Diana smiled and bowed slightly. Hello, uncle and aunt. I brought them here to see you two today, William said with a smile. Tina and Diana looked at each other again, as if communicating their thoughts. Then, Tina said uncertainly, Mr. Lee means? William smiled and said jokingly, I'm looking for you too to wholesale houses. Chapter 92, Promise Yourself. The lobby of Shishan Fenglin sales office. William, Duan Qingyang, Lu Zigong, his mother, Wu Guifan, Tina, and others sat separately. As for Nancy and Dora, they went outside to play with their children along with Fong Fong, Xiaomin, and others. Without the noise of children, the sales office lobby was relatively quiet. At this time, Diana and Qin Feifei each came over with a few cups of brewed tea. Uncle and Aunt, have some tea. Perhaps because she had a chance to get all the commission, Diana's mood had returned to normal and her smile had returned to its sweetness. Mr. William, how many sets do you plan to buy this time? Tina asked with a smile after Diana and Qin Feifei were seated. Didn't I just say it? Wholesale. William laughed jokingly. Tina and Diana naturally didn't believe this statement. Even Qin Feifei didn't believe it. But naturally, those people wouldn't show it. Tina followed William's words and continued with a smile. So how many sets do you plan to wholesale this time? William didn't say anything, but stretched out 3 fingers. Tina looked at the 3 fingers and knew in her heart that it should be 3 sets, but she couldn't guess 3 sets directly, so she pretended to exclaim, Do you want to wholesale 30 sets? Haha, you took it seriously when I was just joking with you. William laughed, then restrained his smile and said, Buy 3 sets first. William looked at Lu Zigong, Lu Hui, and Lu Xing and said, My uncle and my 2 cousins, they each have a set. Okay, no problem. Tina smiled. Do you have any requirements for the house? For example, floor, layout, area, etc. Brother, have you decided how big you want to buy? The mother interrupted at this time. Lu Zigong did not answer directly, but frowned as if thinking. Buying a house is a major event in your life, so you must be cautious. After a while, Lu Zigong said seriously, We want to go and see the house first. Is that okay? Sure, Tina said with a smile. Then I'll take you to see the house now. Having said that, Tina stood up. How about this? William also stood up and looked at Lu Zigong. Uncle, I won't go. You guys go with Sister Nan to take a good look. Sister Nan and I are friends, so feel free to ask her for anything you want. After that, William turned to Tina and said, Sister Nan, I'll leave my uncle and his family to you. You have to recommend some good quality houses for the 3 houses. Don't worry, Tina assured with a smile. I still have a few very good houses. As long as uncle and 2 brothers like them, I will give them the lowest discount. No, no, no. William shook his head quickly. I'll pay the money, not them. You're gonna pay? Tina was a little confused. She had always thought that William had brought his relatives to take care of her and Diana's performance. Unexpectedly, William paid for it himself and bought it for his uncle to live in. I'll pay in full. William added, I'll wait for you at the sales office. William then turned his gaze to Diana and said, Diana, don't go either. The person Mr. Chun mentioned will be here later, and we need to deal with her commission as well. Tina thought about it for a moment, nodded in agreement, and said, Okay, then Diana stays, and Feifei comes with me. After everyone left, Diana took away all the unfinished teacups, then added hot water to William and Duan Xingyang's cups before sitting back down. Thank you, Mr. William. Diana said sincerely. For what happened at the hotel last time and today, I don't know how to thank you enough. Why don't you pledge yourself to me? Duan Xingyang said with a cunning smile. William rolled his eyes at Duan Xingyang. I do want to. Diana suddenly smiled. But Mr. Li has a girlfriend. What does it matter? Duan Xingyang ignored William's rolling eyes and continued. You can rob it. You can shut up now. William said helplessly. Then he smiled at Diana. He's just joking. Don't take it seriously. Then, can I treat Mr. Li to a meal? Diana said hesitantly. Forget it, there's no need. William quickly shook his head and refused. He couldn't let Nancy know about this. It would be bad if Nancy misunderstood me later. But Diana lowered her head in disappointment. I plan to quit my job and go home. What? Resign and go home? William asked. You're not going to continue working? Yes. I have submitted my resignation report, and manager Zhu has agreed. Diana nodded. After going through all this, I feel a little tired. I want to go home and rest for a while. William was silent for a moment, nodded, and said, That's fine. Change your mood. Change your life. So, before I go home, I would like to treat you to a meal and thank you sincerely. Diana said seriously, with some anticipation in her eyes. Forget it, forget it. William smiled and shook his head to refuse. He couldn't give her a chance, otherwise it would give Diana the wrong impression. There's nothing to thank me for. Diana's eyes were full of disappointment, but she nodded helplessly and said, "Okay." Then all three of them fell silent. Soon, a man in a suit walked into the sales office lobby, went straight to the front desk, and asked, "Is Tina here?" The female salesperson at the front desk obviously recognized this person, who was none other than Lin Feng, a senior executive of the company. Then, the saleswoman replied respectfully, "Mr. Lin, Sister Nan is taking the client to see the house." "What about Diana?" Lin Feng asked again. The saleswoman pointed to where William and the other two were sitting and said, "They're over there with the clients." "Okay, thank you," Lin Feng said, then turned and walked towards William and the other two. Diana also saw Lin Feng coming towards her. Considering what Shin Yong had just said on the phone, that someone would come to take care of his affairs, she guessed that it would be Lin Feng who came. Therefore, Diana quickly stood up, looked at Lin Feng and said, "Boss Lin." "No need to get up, sit down." Lin Feng pressed his hand towards Diana and said with a smile. Lin Feng saw William and Duan Xingyang sitting with Diana from a distance. Thinking of what Xingyang had said to him on the phone, he immediately thought of who these two people should be. But he still has no idea who is who. So after approaching, he looked at William and Duan Xingyang and asked gently, "Excuse me, who is Mr. William and who is Mr. Duan?" "I'm William." William stood up and responded with a gentle smile, while reaching out and shaking hands with Lin Feng. "I'm Duan Xingyang. Don't call me Mr. Duan." Duan Xingyang also stood up, shook hands with Lin Feng, and said with a smile, "My father said that he would not hand over Shana Group to me. At most, I am a rich second generation who lives a life of idleness and waits for death. I am not worthy of being a general manager." "No, no." Lin Feng laughed and glanced back and forth between William and Duan Xingyang. "I can see that both of you are young talents. What I said just now was too modest." As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed and said, "Sit down, everyone sit down." After Lin Feng found a seat and sat down, William smiled and said, "What's your name?" "Hey, look at my brain, I was careless." Lin Feng slapped his thigh and smiled apologetically. "My name is Lin Feng. Mr. Chen asked me to come here to deal with the sales department's withholding of employee commissions. So how is your company going to deal with this?" Duan Xingyang asked. "I promise you will be satisfied," Lin Feng said with a smile, "but we have to wait until Tina comes back." Chapter 93. Everyone is happy. At the Shishan Fenglin sales office, Tina and Qin Feifei were slowly walking towards the door of Lu Zigong and his group. "Uncle Lu, are you satisfied with the 3 sets I recommended to you?" Tina walked in front and said with a smile to Lu Zigong, who was walking side by side with her. "I'm satisfied." Lu Zigong nodded, but his brows were tightly knitted together. "The apartment is very good, and the lighting is also very good. That's the price. Isn't it too expensive? 2 million for 1 set. After all, these are rough houses, and it will cost a lot of money to renovate them later." "Uncle Lu, you are Mr. Lee's elder, so this price is the biggest discount I can give you." Tina smiled and explained, "But I can continue to apply for a discount for you when I get back. After all, I believe in the company, and I have to give it to you for Mr. Lee's sake." "Okay." Lu Zigong turned around and looked at Lu Hui and Lu Xing, who were following behind him, and asked, "What do you two think?" "Can agree." Lu Hui and Lu Xing naturally nodded. "Okay, then let's go back first," Lu Zigong said. Tina and everyone else walked into the sales office hall. They saw where William and others were sitting, and Lin Feng was also there. Tina naturally recognized Lin Feng and instantly thought of the reason why Lin Feng came. Mr. William, his uncle and aunt are back. Diana was the first to see the people returning and reminded William. William heard this and quickly stood up to greet them. Duan Xingyang, beside him, also stood up and looked at the group of people coming. "Mom!" William called his mother first, then looked at Lu Zigong and Tina and said, "How do you think the house looks?" "Mr. Lee." Tina greeted him first, then smiled and said, "I've found all the houses. It's just that Uncle Lu thinks the price is a bit expensive. I still need to apply, and I should be able to get a bigger discount." "So the client you brought to see the house is Mr. Lee's family." Lin Feng also came over and smiled at Tina. "Mr. Lin, you're here." Tina also greeted politely and then introduced to Lin Feng. "This is Mr. Lee's uncle and Mr. Lee's 2 cousins. They want to buy 3 sets in total." Lin Feng smiled and nodded as a response to Tina. Then he looked at Lu Zigong, stretched out his right hand and said, "Hello, uncle." "Hello, hello." Lu Zhe held Lin Feng's outstretched hand with both hands, his face also full of smiles. "Don't stand, sit down first," Lin Feng called out, and then said to Qin Fei Fei on the side, "Go ask someone to make some tea." After everyone was seated, Lin Feng said to Lu Zigong, "Uncle, have you chosen your house?" "I've chosen it," Lu Zigong replied. "The house is pretty good. It meets our requirements. I just think the price could be a little cheaper." Hearing this, Lin Feng did not answer, but turned to look at Tina and asked, "Tina, how much discount did you give Uncle?" 5% off, Tina replied, "but I plan to apply for a little more discount. After all, Uncle Lou is Mr. Lee's family." "Sister Tina is so thoughtful," William said with a smile. "As long as my uncles like it, it doesn't matter if the discount is a little more or a little less. Hey, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat." Lin Feng took over the conversation and said with a smile, "How about this? I'll make the decision. If you save 5 points, I'll give you a 10% discount." As he said that, Lin Feng smiled and looked at Lu Zigong. "Uncle, do you think this is okay?" "Sure, sure." Lu Zigong nodded and smiled. One house costs 2 million. 3 houses cost 6 million. A 10% discount means saving 600,000. The money for decoration has been saved up, so how could Lu Zigong not agree? "Thank you, Mr. Lin," William said with a smile. "Just one sentence helped me save hundreds of thousands." No, no, it's just a small matter." Lin Feng turned his gaze to Tina, then glanced at Diana. His face became serious, and he said, "Now let's talk about the main thing I came here for. Mr. Lee and Mr. Duan are here too, so they could be witnesses." William, Duan Xinyang, Tina, and Diana all knew what Lin Feng was referring to, but they didn't quite understand why William and Duan Xinyang had to be witnesses. This kind of internal company affairs are usually resolved within the company. Asking 2 people from outside the company to serve as witnesses is really superfluous. The Shishan Fenglin Project Department naturally understands this principle, but some things are done intentionally for outsiders to see. After all, the Shishan Fenglin community is at the center of public attention due to an extremely heinous incident in which internal security guards colluded with social personnel to kidnap homeowners. Some actions need to be taken to reverse some of the negative impact. William was not polite either. Since he had decided to help Diana, he would help her to the end. So William asked, "Boss Lin, how do you plan to deal with this matter when you return to the company?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Several company leaders conducted an urgent study today. First of all, the commission that Diana deserves will be paid to her in full today. The company will never arbitrarily damage the interests that employees deserve. It will never condone such behavior. Secondly, we will fire the current sales manager Zhu Ming," Lin Feng continued. Then, Lin Feng smiled and turned his gaze to Tina, saying, "Since Tina was not afraid of power and argued for her rights in this incident, she worked hard to protect the interests of her colleagues and the image of the company. Therefore, Tina will take over the position of sales manager." Tina with a smile on his face and said, "Congratulations, Tina. You will be the sales manager in the future." Tina was also stunned when she heard the news, but she was not a newcomer to the workplace, so she reacted immediately and stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you for the company's trust. I am fortunate to have this position, and I will not let the company down. Congratulations, Manager Zhun." William also congratulated. "Congratulations." Others nearby also congratulated Tina. Tina continued to bow slightly to the surroundings to express her gratitude. Diana didn't say anything. She was also smiling. Tina was able to get all her commissions and was promoted to the position of sales manager. Perhaps this is the best ending for both of them. But it's not over yet. So Duan Xinyang smiled and asked Lin Feng, "Boss Lin, how did your company deal with the culprit of this incident, Tang Bin?" "That's exactly the third point I want to make." Lin Feng's expression became serious again. "The company has suspended Tang Bin, and there are some things involving him that are under investigation. I believe there will be results soon." Hearing this, William laughed and said, "This seems to be a happy ending for everyone." Chapter 94, How Much Does It Cost? 2 days later, Jinyang County, Zhangjia Village. The landslide area has been basically cleared. Those who died in this disaster have also received the proper resettlement. In a makeshift tent, in the middle of a small stove, there was a boiling iron kettle. The kettle lid was bouncing and clanging due to the steam. A man in his 60s with a weathered face picked up the kettle, filled 2 glass cups with tea leaves on the stove with water, and put the kettle back in the middle of the stove. "The conditions are simple, so just make do with it," the man said disappointedly, with a bit of unspoken sadness. Sitting opposite him was a young man and a middle-aged woman. They were William and his mother, who had just returned from the provincial capital. "Uncle." William held the steaming glass, looked at the old man in front of him, and said comfortingly, "Don't be too sad. Take care of yourself." "Yes, big brother." The mother beside him also persuaded. "Although sister-in-law and and Bai are gone, you still have an Qing and an Yi, right?" Li Chongming sighed and said, "The dead cannot be resurrected. I understand all this. I just need some time to get over it." Seeing Li Chongming say this, William knew that it was not advisable to persuade him too much. William took a sip of tea and said, "Uncle, what are your plans for the future? What plans can I make?" Li Chongming sighed helplessly again. "My home is gone, and I have nowhere to go now." William observed Li Chongming's expression and said, "Do you want to rebuild the house?" Hearing this, Li Chongming's eyes flashed with light for a moment, but then dimmed again, and he said weakly, "Forget it. There is no money to build it. Even if it is built, no one will live in it." William looked at his mother and continued, "Uncle, build it." William looked directly into Li Chongming's depressed eyes and said seriously, "I'll pay for the house. No matter where an E is in the future, there must be a place for him to go home during the New Year holidays." The father didn't say anything, but looked at William calmly, as if he was thinking, "I didn't want to come back to build a house." William still looked at Li Chongming, "But my mother said that this is our roots, and it is the harbor where we grew up. My grandfather, my grandmother, and my father are all buried under this land. No matter where I go in the future, this land will be the place where I was born and raised. So I discussed with my mom that we should come back and rebuild a house." William said with a stronger tone, "The roots are here. The home must be here too." William finished speaking. The tent fell into silence, with only the clanging sound of the kettle lid being hit by the water vapor. After a long time, the father looked up and said, "William, let me think about it." Zhangjia Village Committee. Village Chief Zhang was concentrating on looking at the documents on the table in his office, and from time to time he frowned because of the contents of the documents. Suddenly, bang, bang. Village Chief Zhang looked up at the closed door, pinched his nose, and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and William appeared at the door of the office with a smile on his face. He asked, "Village Chief Zhang, what are you busy with?" "It's William, haha." Village Chief Zhang laughed twice, then quickly stood up and walked to the door to welcome William into the office. "Please come in, please come in." Village Chief Zhang was particularly enthusiastic. "When I got up this morning, I had a feeling that something good was going to happen. It turns out that a distinguished guest is coming to visit us." As he said that, he led William to sit on a wooden chair. "Sit down first. I'll make you a cup of tea." "Okay," William said without hesitation. "Then I'll have to trouble Village Chief Zhang." "William, please stop calling me Village Chief all the time." Village Chief Zhang took down a cup, put some tea leaves in it, and then filled it with boiling water. He smiled heartily and said, "I'm not much younger than your father. You might as well just call me Uncle." "Thank you, Village Chief." William took the tea from Village Chief Zhang, paused, and quickly changed his tone and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." "That's right." Village Chief Zhang sat down opposite William and asked with a smile, "When did you come back?" "Just got back today." William put the tea on the table. It was too hot and needed to cool down before drinking. "I went to my hometown first and then came here. I personally took care of the matter in your hometown." Village Chief Zhang sighed. "It's a pity that more than a dozen people died, especially those children. It's a natural disaster. There's nothing we can do about it." William said with regret, "But thank you for your hard work in such a short time, Village Chief." "You're welcome." Village Chief Zhang waved his hand. "I'm in this position, so I should do what I do. Even if I'm not in this position, I'm still a member of Zhangjia Village. If something like this happens in the village, then I should contribute." "You're right." William nodded and changed the subject. "Uncle Zhang, you told me last time that I would come to see you after I came back. Is there anything?" "Well," Village Chief Zhang hesitated for a moment. His expression changed several times, and he finally said, "William, I want to ask you for a favor on behalf of the village." "You say." William held the teacup in his hand and tested the temperature. "During this heavy rain in the village, not only your house suffered a landslide behind it." Village Chief Zhang looked solemn as he began to explain. "During our inspection, we found that this rainstorm caused a lot of other damage, including damage to crops and roads. Even within the entire village, there are still 5 places with geological disaster risks, such as landslides. I have reported this to the town, and the county will be responsible for handling areas where there is a risk of geological disasters. But where roads are damaged, the county and town are temporarily unable to come up with funds to repair our roads. William drank his tea slowly and listened carefully to Village Chief Zhang's story. You should have experienced this on your way back to the village. The road leading into the village is full of potholes and is bumpy. There are even cracks on the road surface in some places. Once a heavy vehicle passes by, there's a risk of it being crushed. Village Chief Zhang continued, speaking heavily. There is also the place that was broken by the flood last time. It was just a temporary repair at that time. If there is another heavy rain, I estimate that it will collapse again. This is the only road we have in and out of the village. If it's not repaired and made solid, it won't be able to withstand much trouble. At this point, Village Chief Zhang sighed somewhat dejectedly and continued. William, although your last name is not Zhang, you also grew up in Zhangjia Village, and you are also the most capable person in Zhangjia Village. Village Chief Zhang's expression became solemn and serious again, and his tone seemed to be pleading. So, I beg you, can help the village. Raise some funds so that the village can repair the road first. William slowly put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Village Chief Zhang seriously, and asked, How much does it cost? Chapter 95, Undercover. Zhangjia Village, Village Chief's office. The sunlight shines through the window onto the table, casting a mottled shadow. William with a stunned expression. Village Chief. William smiled and continued. I'll say. How much does it cost? Are you willing to help? Asked Village Chief Zhang in disbelief. William picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, To be honest, I am not satisfied with the current road. So even if you didn't mention it, I would have come to you to discuss repairing the road. Especially the cracks you mentioned. If they collapse one day and a car falls into them, the consequences will be very serious. People might. Since the village already has this idea, give me a rough budget and the money for road construction, and let me figure it out. William's face turned serious. But I have one request. That is, every penny should be spent where it should be spent. Don't worry about that. Although he is already in his 40s or 50s and has experienced a lot of ups and downs, Village Chief Zhang is obviously a little excited at this moment. I will definitely keep an eye on this money and spend every penny where it should be spent. How much money do you need? William picked up the teacup and took a big sip this time. I have a budget. As he spoke, Village Chief Zhang stood up, took the report he had just read from the desk, and handed it to William. This is the budget made by the county for the entire post-disaster reconstruction of our village. The budget for road repairs is 8 million. Only 8 million? William frowned, took the report, and started reading it. What do you mean only 8 million? Village Chief Zhang was shocked again when he heard this. William watched attentively, and Village Chief Zhang did not interrupt. After a while, William frowned and looked up at Village Chief Zhang and said, Uncle Zhang, after the road was repaired, it seems that only some safety hazards were eliminated and a layer of concrete was laid on the road surface. The improvement is not very big, right? Village Chief Zhang smiled bitterly. William, I also want to build a road like a highway, wide, straight, and durable, but the village has no money. Hearing this, William thought for a moment and said, Uncle Zhang, let's add to the budget. We need to widen the bends and recompact the cracked areas. Then, we need to make the entire roadbed as per the provincial highway standards and replace the road surface with asphalt. This. Village Chief Zhang opened his mouth. How much does this cost? Don't worry about the money. William smiled. I'll give you 50 million. That should be enough. Why are you here? The next afternoon, at the exit of Jinyang County Expressway toll station, William looked at Duan Qingyang in front of him and asked in confusion, Come back to work. Duan Qingyang unceremoniously opened the door of the Qian and jumped into the passenger seat. Driver, drive? Who's your driver? Get out if you don't want to sit. William sat in the driving seat unhappily, talking while his hands kept moving. Ignition. Gear. Start. The car slowly drove into the traffic on the road. Why don't you drive your own car? William asked puzzledly while concentrating on driving. If you still want me to pick you up. I never drive when I come to Jinyang County. Duan Qingyang said with a sly expression, as if it was a matter of course. Besides, what's wrong with asking you to pick me up? I'm your brother-in-law. Ha, William sneered. You were a young master of Shanha Group. Why do you go back to work in that crappy company? What do you mean by a broken company? Duan Qingyang corrected sternly. After all, it's also part of my family's business. What the hell? William stepped on the brake to slow down slightly and looked at Duan Qingyang with a little shock. Is that crappy company also yours? Oldly. You're now also a shareholder of Shana Group. Do you also have share in that broken company? Duan Xingyang chuckled and said, someone said at the beginning that he would just buy that crappy company and become a boss. Now his wish has come true. Then can I fire that old monk Huangli now? William said with a weird smile. You can't open it yet. Duan Xingyang shook his head. Don't forget, you are just a shareholder of Shana Group, but you don't work in Shana Group and you don't have any rights. What should I do if I want to fire him? William asked. What's the point of firing the vice president of a small business company? Duan Xingyang said with a sly smile. It would be fun if we kick out the people behind him as well. William blinked and said thoughtfully, it seems that your purpose of coming to Jinyang County is not simple. Do you think I really came to Jinyang County just to eat and wait for death? Duan Xingyang suddenly turned sideways to look at William and said seriously, my father received a report that a vice president of the group colluded with the vice president of Jinyang County Commercial Company to embezzle the company's property. I am here to investigate this matter. You mean you're an undercover agent? William couldn't help but tease. Then how come you've been an undercover agent for 3 years, and Huangli is still the vice president? Duan Xingyang smiled and said leisurely, the longer the time, the more you can get. When you reach a certain amount, you can send people in. And the more you take, the longer you'll have to stay inside. William was dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at Duan Xingyang and said, you two are really dark. Duan Xingyang sat up straight, looked at the traffic ahead, and said, how can we be blamed for being so black? It's because some people are greedy. Duan Xingyang sighed and continued, some time ago, the group ran into trouble, and my father didn't pay much attention to it for a while. As a result, they went even further and took away more than 20,000 yuan from the company in less than a month. Duan Xingyang smiled and said, so my dad decided not to keep it. It's time to close the net. Commercial company office area. William and Duan Xingyang walked into this familiar office area one after another, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Xingyang is back. Didn't William resign? Why is he here? Facing everyone's greetings, William and Duan Xingyang responded one by one without any airs. When faced with everyone's questions, the two simply ignored them and did not answer. The two men walked straight through the office area and came to the door of Huang Li's office. They knocked twice, and without waiting for a response from inside, they pushed the door open and walked in. This scene left other people in the office stunned. William has already resigned, and Duan Xingyang and Huang Li don't get along well. When these two people entered Huang Li's office today, they had a menacing feeling. Is something big happening? In an instant, the originally noisy office area suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were cast towards Huang Li's office, quietly listening to the noise coming from the office. On the other side, Huang Li was also shocked when he saw William and Duan Xingyang rushing in. When he saw who was coming, his frightened face instantly turned into anger, and he shouted loudly, what are you two doing? Chapter 96 Identity. William and Duan Xingyang sat leisurely on a long sofa and started making tea with the tea set on the coffee table. Are you two crazy? Get out of here if you have nothing to do. Huang Li became even angrier when he saw the two men ignoring him. William was fiddling with the tea set calmly, while Duan Xingyang looked at Huang Li with a smile and said, Boss Huang, don't be angry. We're just drinking tea here. It won't affect your work. You don't want this to affect me? Huang Li sat on the office chair, staring at the two men with his eyes blazing. William, you have already resigned and are no longer an employee here. Although I know you must have many complaints in your heart, you took the initiative to resign, and no one forced you to resign. Huang Li then looked at Duan Xingyang and said, Duan Xingyang, you have been a veteran employee of the company for 3 years. How could you be so unruly and barge into my office so casually? I know you and William have a good relationship, but you have to think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences of standing up for him today. Mr. Huang, you misunderstood. William smiled faintly and glanced at Huang Li, his eyes full of contempt. I'm not here to cause trouble to you, nor to the company. I'm just here to watch the fun. Watching the fun? Huang Li was puzzled, and then he became angry. What's going on in my office? Get out now. Is it lively? Duan Xingyang looked at Huang Li with a strange smile. We'll know in a minute. Psycho. Huang Li finally couldn't help cursing. You two get out now, or I'll call security. What's the point of calling security? William S. Kettle was already gurgling, with wisps of white steam gushing out from the spout. Why don't you just call the police? Call the police? Duan Xingyang suddenly turned around and looked at William like an idiot. Aren't the police going to be here soon? Why call the police? Oh, right. William slapped his forehead in realization. I forgot for a moment. The police should be here soon. But Huang Li, who was sitting in the office chair, was shocked when he heard that the police would be here soon. The anger on his face gradually turned into a look of worry. He himself is very clear about what he has done, but he did it very secretly, so no one should have discovered it. But if his crime had not been exposed, why would the police come? What do you two mean? Huang Li suddenly asked in a cold voice, as if trying to test whether the police came here because of him. Mr. Huang, don't be so nervous. William poured Duan Qingyang a full cup of brewed tea, then looked at Huang Li. Would you like a cup? Without waiting for Mr. Huang to reply, William poured himself a cup of tea and said with a smile, Forget it. Someone will invite you for tea. At this time, several policemen suddenly appeared in the office area, and led by a person in security uniform, they walked straight to Huang Li's office. This scene sparked discussions in the office area. What's going on? Why are the police here? Are William and Duan Qingyang some kind of fugitives? And are the police here to arrest them? That should be the case. Otherwise, how can we explain that the police chased after William and Duan Qingyang as soon as they entered? Is it possible that they are taking Mr. Huang as a hostage? Then isn't Mr. Huang very dangerous? Ignoring the discussion of the crowd, the police walked to the door of Huang Li's office, knocked twice, and without waiting for a response from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. But the police didn't close the door. The leading policeman walked into Huang Li's office and glanced at Huang Li, William, and Duan Qingyang, as if he was confirming the target. Then, the policeman seemed to have confirmed something, walked up to Huang Li, and said, Excuse me, are you Huang Li? Huang Li stared at the policeman in front of him in a daze, nodded somewhat bewilderedly, and said in a trembling voice, It is me. Hearing the answer, the police took out a piece of A4 paper from his briefcase, handed it to Huang Li, and said in a cold voice, Huang Li, you are under arrest. When Huang Li, with a depressed look on his face, was handcuffed and supported by two policemen on each side as they walked out of the office, the discussions in the office area came to an abrupt end. Everyone stared at the scene in stunned disbelief. This is completely different from what they imagined. Why wasn't William and Duan Qingyang arrested, but Huang Li was handcuffed instead? Of course, everyone in the office has different thoughts and ideas. There are those who gloat over other people's misfortune. Some people look on with indifference. There are also those who feel regretful. But all this has nothing to do with Huang Li. William and Duan Qingyang walked out, leaned against the door frame with their arms folded, and watched Huang Li being taken away by the police with a smile. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but those brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. William sighed. Why are you still sighing? Duan Qingyang turned his gaze to William and said with a smile, But I know that he has cheated you before. Forget it, it's all in the past. William shook his head, and he has paid the price for what he did. Okay. Duan Qingyang smiled. Then he walked to the office lobby and said loudly with a smile, Dear colleagues, please don't discuss Mr. Huang's affairs in private. Just do your job well. Duan Qingyang, why do you care about us? Suddenly, the office area. Someone responded with dissatisfaction. Yeah, you haven't been to work for such a long time, and you're going to educate us as soon as you come back? Who do you think you are? At the same time, there are also some people who agree with Duan Qingyang's statement. I think what Qingyang said makes sense. Yeah, why discuss this and that? The important thing is to do your job well. Just be quiet. Looking at the increasingly noisy office area, Duan Qingyang couldn't help but yell. Suddenly, the scene became quiet again. Duan Qingyang took out a piece of A4 paper from his bag slowly, held it in his hand, and shouted, Qin Jin, come here. As if frightened by Duan Qingyang's aura, no one at the scene spoke. Even William looked at Duan Qingyang in a daze. He had never seen Duan Qingyang with such momentum. The Duan Qingyang he usually saw was always in a nonchalant state, with a sly expression on his face. At this time, a man in his 30s in a suit slowly walked up to Duan Qingyang, looked at the paper in Duan Qingyang's hand in confusion, and asked, Qingyang, what do you want me to do? Good news. Duan Qingyang smiled at Qin Jin, then raised the paper in his hand, glanced at everyone in the office area, and said in a serious voice, This is the personnel change notice of the provincial capital head office. From now on, Qin Jin will take over Huang Li's position and be responsible for the overall leadership of the commercial company's operations and properties. As Duan Qingyang finished speaking, the already quiet office was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. William was also stunned. I never expected that Duan Shanha and his son had really arranged everything. I'm really just a spectator. As if waiting for everyone to absorb the news for a while, Duan Qingyang continued to smile and said, "Everyone, give a round of applause and congratulate President Qin." After saying that, he took the lead in applauding. Then a few scattered applause sounded in the crowd, and gradually, everyone started clapping. Qin Jin, who was standing aside, still seemed confused. After a while, Duan Qingyang put his hands together, and the applause gradually died down. Then, Duan Qingyang continued to speak loudly. "At this point, I won't hide it from you." Duan Qingyang smiled and said, "This company is an industry under the provincial capital Shanha Group, and I am the son of Duan Shanha, the chairman of Shanha Group." Having said that, Duan Qingyang deliberately paused, as if to give everyone time to digest the news. After a while, Duan Qingyang continued to speak amid everyone's shocked gazes. "I came to the company mainly to investigate Huang Li's abuse of power for personal gain and his misappropriation of company property, without authorization. Now that my mission is complete, it's time to go back. From now on, everyone will work hard under the leadership of President Qin to take the development of the commercial company to a higher level. Finally, to thank you all for your care, help and tolerance for me over the past 3 years, I, Duan Qingyang, will treat you all to a feast at Yuehua Hotel tonight." Chapter 97. He didn't even want to say goodbye to me. At night, the moon is high in the sky and the stars are shining. William, who was half drunk and half awake, supported Duan Qingyang, who was completely drunk and stumbled forward on the dim street. "You can't drink, and you're drinking so much." William put Duan Qingyang down on the steps by the roadside and sat down next to him to prevent Duan Qingyang from sleeping on the road. "I should have just let you drink yourself to death." William kept complaining, but he was always paying attention to Duan Qingyang's situation. At this time, a girl in green clothes and long hair appeared not far away. She was staggering as she walked, and it was obvious that she had drunk a lot of alcohol. There were 2 lines of tears on her face. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her eyes were sad. "Liar, scumbag. Men are not good." She cursed nonstop and staggered towards William and Duan Qingyang while cursing. Soon, William spotted the girl walking slowly towards him. He turned his head and saw that the girl's figure looked extremely familiar in the dim light. At the same time, the girl also saw William and Duan Qingyang sitting on the steps. When they got closer, William and the girl could see each other's faces clearly. Then, they both sobered up instantly, and 2 slightly surprised shouts rang out at the same time. "William! Ling Jing!" The Porsche Cayenne was driving steadily on the road in Jinyang County. The shadow of the car under the street lamp was sometimes long, sometimes short, sometimes not. In the car, William sat in the back seat. Duan Qingyang leaned against him, already in a deep sleep, but from time to time he would make strange noises. Ling Jing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, had wiped the tears from her face and was looking at everything in the car with a complicated expression. In the driver's seat was a man wearing a designated driver vest, who said nothing and focused on driving. "Did you really buy this car?" Ling Jing turned her head and looked at William with extremely complicated eyes. "Yes." William nodded in response, neither sad nor happy. "How much?" "About 2 million. William replied. "You are so rich, how come I don't know?" Ling Jing's tone seemed to be questioning. "Ha," William smiled. "Before we broke up, I really had no money." After a pause, William said meaningfully, "Not only do I have no money, but I also owe hundreds of thousands of dollars because of my father's illness. I have no future, no prospects, nothing." William finished speaking. The car fell silent. There was only Duan Qingyang's heavy breathing and intermittent whimpering sounds. The designated driver seemed to have heard something and glanced at Ling Jing casually, but did not say anything and continued to drive seriously. After a long time, Ling Jing said with some guilt, "I'm sorry." William didn't say anything, but just looked quietly at the night outside the car window. The car fell silent again. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Jing finally couldn't help but ask, "Do we still have a chance?" William turned his head to look at Ling Jing in surprise, then turned his head to look out the window and said coldly, "Impossible." "Why?" Ling Jing asked. "Can't you forgive me just once?" William was silent for a moment, then said, "I have a girlfriend." After a moment of silence, Chi Ran laughed at himself and said, "I'm sorry, I was rash." The car fell silent again. After a long time, the car stopped at the entrance of a hotel. The driver turned around and looked at William, saying, "Sir, we're here." William took out $500 in cash and handed it to the driver, saying coldly, "Master, thank you for your hard work. Take this lady to where she wants to go. Then drive the car back to the parking lot of this hotel. Leave the car keys at the front desk." Okay. The driver took the 500 in cash and nodded in agreement. William silently opened the car door and got out. He then walked to the other side of the car, opened the door, and helped Duan Xingyang out. He then walked towards the hotel without looking back. Ling Jing looked through the car window at William and Duan Xingyang's backs as they walked into the hotel, and another tear rolled down her face. "He didn't even say goodbye to me." The next day, Zhangjia Village. Inside Li Chongming's temporary tent, Li Chongming made a cup of tea for his mother and William respectively. Village Chief Zhang was also along with us, and naturally he also had a cup of tea. "Old Li, are you okay?" Village Chief Zhang spoke first. "It's okay." Father waved his hands and smiled. "We can get through it. If you need any help in the future, come to me." Village Chief Zhang said seriously. "Thank you." My father did not refuse and said thank you. William saw that Village Chief Zhang and his father had almost finished their greetings, so he looked at his father and asked, "Uncle, what do you think about rebuilding the house?" "I've thought about it. I agree to build it." When talking about rebuilding the house, there seemed to be a glimmer of light in my father's gloomy eyes. The father looked at William's face and said seriously, "I have contacted an E, and he agrees." "Okay." William nodded. "Then we'll start construction once the village has repaired the road." "The village is going to build a road?" My father was stunned. "The village road? How do we build it?" Speaking of road repair, I have to thank William. Village Chief Zhang couldn't help but look at William with gratitude. The road leading into the village has been damaged beyond belief. If we just do some simple repairs, it won't last long, and there may be safety hazards in extreme weather. Originally, the county didn't have the funds to build our road, so I was wondering if William could help. I didn't expect William to agree to spend $50 million to build roads in the village. So I reported to the county and town yesterday evening, and then held an emergency meeting with the villagers. It was unanimously decided to renovate this road into the village according to the standards of the provincial road. 50 million? Li Chongming seemed frightened this time. He turned his head and looked at William and asked in disbelief, "William, are you so rich?" "Uncle, I only paid a part of it." William explained with a smile. "I am now a shareholder of the provincial capital Shana Group. The company also has a special fee to shape its social image. I'm in charge of this money, so I used part of it to purchase disaster relief supplies last time and to renovate the road into the village this time." Won't something happen to you?" Li Chongming said worriedly. "Don't worry." William took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "I'm not using it for myself. Building bridges and paving roads for my hometown is also a way to shape the company's social image. Nothing will happen." Chapter 98, Father-in-Law's Evaluation. 2 days later, at the Provincial University of Technology, Nancy was still wearing a white dress, holding a book, walking on the campus like a princess. Suddenly, her phone rang. She looked at the screen of her mobile phone, observed her surroundings, then walked to an empty tree and pressed the answer button. "Hey, Dad, Schwer, come out for a while. I'll wait for you at the old place." A gentle, middle-aged male voice came from the phone. "Why are you here?" Nancy asked in surprise. "Let's talk about it when we meet." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Nancy hung up the phone, looked around, and then walked out of the school. Nancy walked out of the school gate and walked to the second intersection of the school. She turned left and walked 200 meters before turning right into an alley. After turning another corner, a black Rolls-Royce was parked quietly on the side of the road. Around the car, 2 burly men in black suits and sunglasses stood quietly, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. When they saw Nancy, their cold and serious expressions naturally relaxed, revealing a somewhat unconventional smile and saying, "The lady is here." "Hello, brothers." Nancy walked up to them and greeted them warmly. "Where's my dad?" "The chairman is in the car." The man in a suit standing next to the driver's seat smiled, then opened the left rear door for Nancy and said, "Please get in." "Okay." Nancy agreed and got into the back seat of the car, lifting her skirt. Sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce was a man wearing a well-cut, dark, custom-made suit. His hair was neatly groomed, and he was wearing a pair of glasses, but he couldn't hide the wrinkles on his face. This person is Nancy's father, Baizhen. Nancy got into the car and saw Baizhen. She couldn't help but smile happily and said, "Dad, why are you here?" Baizhen glanced at Nancy, his face full of jealousy, and said in a dissatisfied tone, "If I hadn't come again, my daughter would have been kidnapped." Dad. Nancy threw herself on Baijan and said coquettishly, "Do you know everything? My daughter's love life is such a big deal. How could I not know about it?" Baijan rolled his eyes, but his eyes were full of doting on Nancy, and there was no trace of the majestic chairman's image. Nancy smiled and continued to act coquettishly. "Then you're not angry that I didn't tell you?" "Don't be angry, don't be angry. Girls should not be kept at home when they grow up." Baijan shook his head, pretending to be indifferent. "When will you bring it here, so I can see it?" "Dad." Nancy smiled shyly. "We've only been talking for a short time. Isn't it too soon to meet you now?" Nancy with dissatisfaction, and said sarcastically, "Oh, you know that the time of talking is not long, and you have met the mother, uncle, and other family members, and even accepted a car from them. Why is it too fast for you to meet me?" "Dad, are you investigating me?" Nancy continued to act coquettishly with a red face, pretending to be angry. Baijan was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "I was investigating you. I was protecting you." Baijan continued to explain, "It's not impossible for someone to date my daughter, but I need to know the person's character, personality, and family background. I can't let my daughter just casually find an unreliable person." Nancy suddenly became a little shy and asked, "So what do you think of him?" Baijan nodded. "So far, it's okay." "How can that be possible?" Nancy demanded. "Generous," Baijan commented seriously. "For example, when he gave you the car, I heard that he wanted to give you more than 1 million yuan at first, but you insisted on only 2 or 300,000 yuan. Well, this is my own request," Nancy said with a blushing face. "Now I wanted to refuse this car, but he insisted on giving it to me. You did a good job on that too." Baijan praised Nancy and continued. "Secondly, he is grateful. When his father was ill, his uncle, and his neighbors all helped his family without any effort. After he had money, he gave back to these families double the money, especially to his uncle's family. He arranged jobs for them, invested in their business, and even bought houses for his uncle and 2 cousins. This shows that he is grateful from the bottom of his heart. It is obvious that Baijan has already investigated William thoroughly." "I know that too." Nancy smiled like a flower and seemed to enjoy hearing Baijan praise William. She continued to ask, "Anything else?" Baijan nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "He is quite righteous." "Justice?" Nancy was stunned and asked, "How is he justice?" "One is against Shanha Group." Baijan paused and continued, "He is willing to help Shanha Group solve the crisis, and he asks for nothing in return. It's not only because Duan Qingyang helped him, but also because he and Duan Qingyang have a true brotherly relationship." "Secondly," Baijan continued, "William helped Diana, the girl from Fenglin and Shishan, solve her problems twice. If he hadn't rejected Diana as advances in the end, I would have suspected that William's 2 moves were for ulterior motives." "Wow," Nancy exclaimed. "If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have realized that William has so many advantages. Please continue." "The last point is why I don't object to you being with him," Baijan said seriously. "What is it?" Nancy asked curiously. "The kind of heart that is willing to sacrifice for the most people. Willing to sacrifice for the majority?" Nancy frowned and looked at Baijan in confusion. "Dad, when did he sacrifice for the majority? What did he sacrifice?" Baijan smiled mysteriously and said, "You don't know this?" "I don't know, then tell me." Nancy started to act coquettishly again. Baijan coughed, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "This time, his hometown suffered a landslide." "I know that," Nancy said. "It was the night his uncle had surgery. I remember it rained heavily, which caused a landslide in his hometown. His house was buried. His uncle's house was also." Speaking of this, Nancy couldn't help but feel a little sad. "I know that," Baijan said with regret. Then he calmed down and continued. "But what I want to say is that he paid out of his own pocket to urgently purchase a batch of disaster relief supplies and distributed them for free. Also," Baijan suddenly paused and then continued, "he decided a few days ago to take out 50 million to build a road in their village." Finally, Baijan couldn't help but sigh. "If I were in his position, I probably wouldn't do that. So, people like this must be reliable." Chapter 99 Handle. Jinyang County. On the roadside of a certain section of the road leading into Zhongjia village, William was sitting in the car, talking to Nancy on the phone. "When will you come back to the provincial capital?" Nancy asked playfully on the phone. "Any time." William smiled contentedly. "Why? Do you miss me going back?" "Yes," Nancy said frankly. "I missed you. Okay, then I'll go back in the afternoon. William looked at the trailers carrying various construction machinery, slowly driving towards the village, and the smile on his face widened a little. It just so happens that Changyang urged me to go back to the provincial capital. Okay, then come pick me up from school in the evening. No problem. Uncle Jean, on the side of a bumpy road, village chief Zhang smiled as he watched trailers loaded with construction machinery driving into the village. Suddenly a voice sounded. Village Chief Zhang heard the sound and looked over, only to see William carefully choosing the path to take on the rugged road and walking towards him cautiously. Seeing William, Village Chief Zhang couldn't help but laugh and said, "William, you're here to supervise? What are you supervising?" "I'm just taking a look." William walked to the village Chief Zhang in a slightly embarrassed manner. "This road really needs to be repaired. I feel like I might slip if I walk on it." The village has wanted to repair the road for a long time, but they just didn't have the money. Village Chief Zhang said with a smile. "Now, thanks to you, the villagers will finally have a normal road in the future." William smiled and said modestly, "Uncle Zhang, don't say that. I am also a member of Zhangjia village. It is my duty to do this." "That won't work," Village Chief Zhang suddenly said seriously. "Although you are a member of Zhangjia village, you have done such a great thing for Zhangjia village. You should be grateful to the people of Zhangjia village." Seeing what William wanted to say, Village Chief Zhang didn't give him a chance and continued speaking. "This is not what I mean. This is what everyone in the village means. I announced that you funded the road construction for the village alone, and the villagers are very grateful to you." Village Chief Zhang laughed again. "When you return to the village, don't be too conspicuous. Otherwise, if they find you, I'm worried that they will catch you and put you in the ancestral hall as a sacrifice." "That's not so exaggerated." William was sweating and looked terrified. "If you say that, I don't have the courage to go back to the village." "Haha." Village Chief Zhang laughed twice, then said seriously, "William, many people in the village have signed up to participate in the construction, and some are willing to do it without any wages." "Look, no." William shook his head seriously. William made Village Chief Zhang feel shocked. Could it be that William didn't want the villagers to participate in the construction? William didn't know what was in Village Chief Zhang's mind, but he looked at him solemnly and said seriously, "Uncle Zhang, all workers must be paid the wages that should be paid according to the agreement, and the payment must be made on time as agreed upon. Workers' wages must not be delayed." "Ah." Village Chief Zhang listened to William's words. He didn't react for a moment, and his face looked a little unnatural. "So, I was thinking the wrong way?" Village Chief Zhang thought to himself. Then, Village Chief Zhang smiled again and said, "Don't worry about that. I won't let the villagers suffer any loss. For this time's workers, I also give priority to people from the village, and my wages are also based on market standards." "Well, that's fine." William nodded and then complimented, "Uncle Zhang is really thoughtful." But Village Chief Zhang looked hesitant, as if there was something difficult to say. Seeing this, William asked in confusion, "Uncle Zhang, what's wrong? Is there any difficulty that cannot be solved?" "There are no difficulties for now." Village Chief Zhang waved his hand and said with some embarrassment, "There are just a few people in the village who want to participate in the construction. I want to ask for your opinion." "Then just let them sign up normally." William smiled calmly. "What can I say? It's mainly these few people." Before Village Chief Zhang finished speaking, William had already guessed it. Then he smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang, you were talking about Zhang San and his group, right?" Village Chief Zhang nodded helplessly and said, "Yes, it's them." Village Chief Zhang sighed and continued, "They're a bunch of scoundrels. They had grudges with your father and you in the past. They're like rats crossing the street in the village, and everyone wants to beat them. And they are lazy and like to eat. So I didn't let them get involved for now. But they have come to me several times about this matter and vowed to correct it. So I want to ask for your opinion." William pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Then give them a chance. The treatment will be exactly the same as others. Otherwise, they will cause trouble and make it difficult for the village to do business." Then he smiled and said, "However, considering their previous bad deeds, we need to be stricter in supervising them. If they can really turn over a new leaf, it will be a good thing for the village and themselves. If you're a slacker, you're not putting in effort and just want to get paid." At this point, William turned to look at Village Chief Zhang, smiled meaningfully, and said, "It's no wonder we are so ruthless." After hearing what William said, Village Chief Zhang was deeply shocked. William with a strange look. William's speech just now were not like the William he knew before. More like a leader who has been in a high position for many years. However, Village Chief Zhang regained his normal complexion in a short time, nodded and said, "Okay, let's do as you say. I will keep an eye on them personally." William and Ling Jing parted that night. Duan Qingyang stood alone at the door, as if waiting for something. Half a minute later, William drove a Qian to Duan Qingyang's side. Duan Qingyang smiled, opened the door, and got in the car, saying, "I didn't ask you to wait for me this time." "Well, your performance is not bad this time." William stepped on the accelerator, started the car, and nodded calmly. "I'll reward you with a little red flower." "No thanks." Duan Qingyang turned around and looked at the back row, then at William, and asked, "Are you going back alone?" "Who else?" "Andy isn't going back." "She's not going back." William said, "She wants to stay and wait for my uncle and his family to move to the provincial capital before going together. Otherwise, she will be alone in the provincial capital with no one to accompany her." "Okay." Duan Qingyang nodded and suddenly thought of something and asked, "What about the puppy?" William looked at Duan Qingyang strangely and said, "My mother said that you took good care of the puppy before, so I'll have to trouble you to continue taking care of it during this period of time." William smiled with glee, emphasizing the word trouble. "Isn't this embarrassing for me?" Duan Qingyang said dejectedly. William with a strange smile and said, "William, you have to help me this time." "Why should I help you?" William said. "Hee hee." Duan Qingyang laughed evilly. "Because I have something on you." William sneered. "What leverage do you have over me?" Chapter sans finale. At an intersection where the red light had just come on, a Porsche Cayenne braked suddenly. Inside the car, William looked at Duan Qingyang with a strange expression and said, "What leverage do you have over me? You are in me, and I am in you. What good things have I done that deserve your help? Don't be crazy and try to self-destruct with me. You dare to kill 1,000 enemies. I will let you lose 12,000 of your own." Duan Qingyang just looked at William with a smile. When William had almost finished speaking, Duan Qingyang suddenly uttered a name. Then, "What about Ling Jing?" William was stunned for a moment and said angrily, "You weren't drunk that damn night." No, I'm indeed drunk." Duan Qingyang laughed. "I just didn't fall asleep." Hee hee. Then, Duan Qingyang imitated Ling Jing's tone that night and said, "Do we still have a chance?" William glared at Duan Qingyang and cursed, "You old pervert." The green light came on, and William started the car again. "But I clearly refused at the time, and I have a clear conscience." "Really?" Duan Qingyang said with a sly smile. "Then who gave the designated driver 500 yuan to send someone home?" "That's what I call doing my best. I think it's called broken lotus roots and lingering silk threads." "Okay, I'll help you take care of the puppy." "Okay, then I will reluctantly keep this secret for you." Provincial Polytechnic University. The sun has just set and the sky is getting dark. Nancy in a white dress and Dora in a pink top stood side by side, looking out the door of the school. "They should be here soon," Dora said with a pout. "Almost." Nancy glanced at Dora. "Are you waiting for your brother? Or Changyang?" Dora blushed slightly, then stomped her feet and said, "Who do you care who I'm waiting for?" "Humph." Nancy covered her mouth lightly and chuckled, and stopped talking. Not long after, a Porsche Cayenne and a white Land Rover finally appeared in the sight of the two women, one in front and one behind. William and Duan Qingyang stopped not far from Nancy and Liang Dora. Nancy and Dora also got into William and Duan Qingyang's cars tacitly, sitting in the passenger seat. Nancy looked at William with a smile and said, "Why did you take so long?" William rolled his eyes in Duan Qingyang's direction and said, "Send that kid back to get the car." "What? You're not going to stop them?" Nancy smiled slightly. "I can't stop them," William said angrily. "The main thing is that the girl is too old to be kept. Let them go." Nancy also turned her gaze towards Duan Qingyang and Dora and said with a smile, "At least Qingyang, you are familiar with him, so you can rest assured. If he dares to bully my sister, I will beat him to death." William waved his fist and said fiercely. Nancy turned to look at William and said playfully, "Are you afraid of someone beating you up? Who wants to beat me?" William looked at Nancy in confusion. Nancy covered her mouth and smiled, as if a little shy, and said, "My dad wants to see you." "Brother Qingyang, why did you suddenly ask me out alone?" Dora asked innocently while sitting in the passenger seat of the white Land Rover. "Because I like you," Duan Qingyang said with a smile. I know. Dora pouted. Do you want me to be your girlfriend? Well, Duan Xingyang was suddenly caught off guard. Shouldn't this be my word? However, Duan Xingyang reacted immediately and said seriously, Yes, I want you to be my girlfriend. Then you want to confess to me? Dora stared at Duan Xingyang innocently with her big black eyes. Well, Duan Xingyang was stunned again and then asked, Now? Here. Lian sat up straight instantly and looked forward. You are such a fool. Hello, uncle. In a private room of a high-end restaurant, Bai Zhen was eating the Western food on the table elegantly. Behind him, two bodyguards in suits and sunglasses stood on his left and right. William looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, feeling uneasy. Isn't this posture exactly the same as the gangster boss in the movie? Is Nancy's father a gangster boss? Nancy on the side seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and said coquettishly, Dad, you are scaring me on purpose, aren't you? It's okay, it's okay. William turned around and comforted Nancy, and in his heart, he was also comforting himself. William calmly pointed at the stool in front of William and said coldly, Sit down. William was not polite and agreed politely, then sat down at the seat Bai Zhen indicated. Bai Zhen finished the Western food in front of him, wiped his mouth, looked at William, and asked, Do you know who I am? You are Nancy's father. William replied calmly. Bai Zhen chuckled. Aren't you curious about my other identities? It's enough for me to know that you are Nancy's father. William said with a neither humble nor arrogant smile. Aren't you afraid that I won't agree with you two being together? Bai Zhen asked, with a hint of threat in his words. Afraid. William smiled. But I believe you won't stop me. Oh, Bai Zhen was a little surprised. Why do you think I won't stop it? William smiled and said confidently, If you want to stop me, I won't be here today, and I won't have the chance to see you. Bai Zhen stopped talking and stared at William with narrowed eyes. The aura of having been in a high position for a long time emanated from Bai Zhen involuntarily and crushed towards William. The atmosphere in the private room became extremely solemn and subtle. Dad, what are you doing? Nancy couldn't help but speak, her face anxious. Ha. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Zhen laughed heartily twice. In an instant, the tense atmosphere in the private room suddenly relaxed. Not bad, not bad, Bai Zhen praised with a smile, and there was a little more appreciation in his eyes. But few people can remain so calm under my aura. Bai Zhen praised William sincerely. You did a good job. William's tense mood also relaxed a lot, and he smiled softly. Actually, I was also very scared. I was just pretending to be calm. Pretending to be calm is still calm. At least you didn't lose your composure. Bai Zhen said seriously, It seems today that you have a good mental state. Schwanner's vision is also good. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle. William nodded slightly and smiled politely. Dad, you try to scare William on purpose. Nancy pouted and spoke with some dissatisfaction. It's just a simple quiz. Bai Zhen said with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. William comforted Nancy again. It's what I should do. And Uncle doesn't have any bad intentions. You see, William is more sensible than you. Nancy looked at her daughter with a smile. You haven't eaten yet? Bai Zhen asked with a smile, then turned to a bodyguard beside him and said, You two should go out and ask someone to send 2 more dinners over. The lights in the provincial capital are very bright at night. William was driving the car with Nancy sitting in the passenger seat, and they were slowly heading towards the provincial capital's Polytechnic University. William, Nancy said hesitantly, Actually, there's something I've been hiding from you. Are you talking about Dora's kidnapping? William said calmly. You knew. Nancy looked surprised. I didn't know that before. William smiled and glanced at Nancy and said, I only guessed it tonight. Without waiting for Nancy to speak, William continued. Chunyang told me that someone arrived at the scene of Dora's rescue earlier than the police. Not only did they rescue Dora, they also subdued the kidnapper. I've been puzzled for the past few days. William continued with a smile. There should be many people in the provincial capital who have such strong abilities to rescue Dora and subdue the kidnappers before the police arrived. But, William smiled slightly, anyone who is willing to mobilize this force must be someone who wants Dora to be safe. If I hadn't met my uncle, I wouldn't have guessed it was you. William glanced at Nancy again. I met my uncle tonight and knew that you would be the princess of the Beijing Bai group, so I guessed it was you. 2 days later, in the evening, Provincial University of Science and Technology. Sister-in-law, why do you suddenly want to go shopping? Dora followed Nancy into the Xiaomi car that had just been picked up and quickly fastened her seatbelt, looking nervous. Why don't we take a taxi or take the bus? Don't you really believe in my driving skills? Nancy tilted her head and looked at Dora speechlessly. I believe it. Dora forced a smile, but the nervousness on her face did not diminish. Then drive slowly. We are not in a hurry. Somewhere in Yueshang Shopping Mall, in the provincial capital. Are you all ready? William looked at Duan Changyang with an indignant look and asked. Duan Changyang was dressed in formal attire at this moment, and his already handsome face looked even more handsome and elegant. He chuckled at William. Almost done, brother-in-law. Nancy and the second child are already on the way. They will be here in about 20 minutes. William stared at Duan Changyang. Don't make any mistakes. Duan Changyang stood at attention and saluted, saying solemnly, Don't worry, brother-in-law. Everything is under control. At the entrance of Yueshang Shopping Mall in the provincial capital, Nancy took Dora's arm and slowly followed the crowd into the mall. Why are we here in this mall? Dora asked in confusion, looking around. I've never been here before. Nancy smiled. I just want to try something new. As the two of them walked into the mall, the music suddenly paused, and then a familiar voice suddenly sounded from the mall speakers. Dora, I'm Qingyang. I have something to say to you. Suddenly, the lights in the mall became bright, and there was a hint of festivity and ambiguity in the bright lights. At this moment, Dora was standing there in a daze, with an expression that seemed incredible. Dora, Nancy suddenly called out, then smiled and said, Just wait here. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Nancy smiled and left Dora Lee. Nancy, you. Dora wanted to call Nancy, but Duan Qingyang, who was dressed in a formal dress, was already walking towards Dora slowly with a bouquet of flowers in his hand and a sweet smile on his face, walking in an elegant and gentlemanly pace. Dora. Duan Qingyang looked at Dora tenderly and affectionately and said softly, Didn't you ask me to confess my love to you? As he spoke, Duan Qingyang knelt on one knee, presented the flowers in his hands with both hands, and said with a smile, Dora, I like you, be my girlfriend. This kid is so flashy. Somewhere in the mall, Duan Shanha put his hands behind his back, looking at the scene at the mall entrance with a kind smile on his face, feeling very pleased. In the blink of an eye, this kid has grown up. He makes such a big fuss just to have a relationship. Duan Shanha smiled and kept complaining, but the look he gave Dora was full of fondness. William, wasn't it too easy for you to confess to me at that time? Somewhere in the mall, Nancy took William's arm, looked at Duan Qingyang and Dora with envy, and asked with a smile. William smiled, turned around, stroked Nancy's hair, and said, When I propose to you, it will be a bigger scene than this. Okay, then I'll wait for you to propose to me. Nancy smiled. All right, William suddenly said, When you and Lao Air are on vacation, let's go traveling together. Okay. Nancy nodded. Where are we going? William thought about it and said seriously, Let's go to Beijing. My dad once said that he would take my mom to Beijing to see the Forbidden City, the Great Wall, Tiananmen Square, and Chairman Mao. William suddenly reminisced. My father is gone now. I will fulfill the promise he made to me. The mother watched Dora take the flowers from Duan Qingyang's hand, and then hugged Duan Cheng deeply, and tears welled up in her eyes. She slowly walked out of the gate of Yueshang Shopping Mall, went to a remote corner, and looked up at the endless night sky. Oldly, tears glistened in the mother's eyes, but she was smiling. The eldest and the second son. They've all grown up and are in love. This is the voice of William's sister Dora. But this voice does not have the sunshine and youthfulness that a young girl should have. Instead, it is a bit dull and choked. Thank you too. You are in heaven. Did you see everything? In the deep night sky, a few stars twinkled, as if in response to the mother.